slopestyle is progressing so much.
It's really cool to be a part of it. Always pushing the limits of creativity.
To push the progression here.
I ask myself what the hell I'm still doing. I don't want to just walk away when I'm on top.
It's wild. I've never seen something like it.
There's so much talent within the United States.
Really great style, his composure in the air really sets him apart from the other riders.
You know, as we go on with this slopestyle, we're seeing a lot of bigger tricks come in.
He can adapt like no one else.
The most important part is making it past that qualification day.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
Ready for any rotation.
They're pretty top dogs in slope. Their trick list is insane. I'm constantly inspired by them. You can't really know women's snowboarding without knowing Jamie's name.
She's just been killing the game since she got into it and has not stopped yet.
Yeah, 11-time Dew Tour champ. Woo! That's kind of crazy.
The slopestyle event is really anyone's day. It's how you view the course and who's riding it the best, who feels the most comfortable, and I think that's what makes slopestyle so amazing.
It's really quite hard to end up on a podium these days.
Mark McMorris, slopestyle GOAT, I would say.
Mark McMorris is a legend. There's no other way to put it.
I wanted to be Mark when I was younger.
I have the tricks and I just got to put it together.
You kind of never know. It's always a gamble. Everybody's so amazing at snowboarding and just has their own unique style and trick selections.
Once I put headphones in, I kind of just treat it like any other day. Make it look as flowy as possible.
The most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
When judges are looking at runs, it's mostly about the flow. I think that if the run can make them want to go snowboard, that's a winning run.
Dew Tour 2021 from Copper Mountain, Colorado, as the sun rises on the Rocky Mountains. We welcome you to day 4. Should be a fantastic day of competition as the world's best athletes have converged on this snowboarding mecca, where today it is all about slopestyle. Hello once again, everyone. Happy holidays alongside the editor of Snowboard Magazine, Mary Walsh, and, of course, snowboarding icon Todd Richards. I'm Todd Harris. Glad to have you with us, Mary. Slopestyle, it's kind of the encompassing of the entire sport. It's the love. It's the love of the sport itself and the riders. What are you looking for most today?
I'm so excited because today is the kickoff for the slopestyle circuit for the season, and we've seen these riders throwing down preseason in Europe, and if they're going to bring that to this course today, that's super, super exciting to me.
Todd, it's great seeing the best athletes out here competing on this fantastic course that Copper's created, but what's on the line specifically as far as points, qualifications, the Olympics, all that build-up?
Well, you know, especially for the U.S. riders, this is their first chance to start to build this point work up here of this season to potentially make that team, and oftentimes making that team is harder than actually competing in Beijing, but we have the heaviest of the heavies here. I'm looking at this start list right here. We've got Ruki Järvi coming out of Finland. She's been in the slopestyle game for quite a while, 31 years old. Right there, Haley Langland, one of the most stylish women competitors in slopestyle of all time. And you know, we got Jules Marino out there, and can't talk about slopestyle without the crown princess of this portion of competition, Jamie Anderson, looking to add yet another trip to the Olympics and potentially yet another piece of hardware from the Dew Tour.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist. She is the reigning champion. As we take a look at the numbers you need to know about Copper Mountain, only 75 miles from Denver, and there you see the size of it, 24 chairlifts, base elevation, a very hefty 9,700 feet above sea level, summit elevation just over 12,000 feet. So the competition is this. It is women's snowboard slopestyle final. 15 riders are all going to get 3 runs where only the best run counts. It's out of a score of possible 100, and it's overall impression of the judges. That's where it gets a little muddled. The judges, Todd, always looking for something different, but this course is so dialed in.
Yeah, we saw this in the opener where the riders kind of talked about their flow. Well, what is flow? It's basically having a progressive run. You got to go big. You have to stay on your feet. The execution of your difficult tricks need to be perfect. You need to hold those grabs the entire way. You need to make it to the end of those rails. And you can't look like wet cardboard in between the features. You got to be on point.
Let's take a look at the star-studded start list. 15 made the cut, and you can go down here, Mary, just pick out they could win it, they could win it, they could win it, and it's an international field of really the best.
Oh, completely. I mean, like Todd already mentioned, Jamie Anderson, she is the queen of slopestyle. We also have Tess Cody from Australia, who has really been throwing down. We saw her do this really rad wally-to-wally crippler during practice. Annika Morgan, Rira Iwabuchi. We can't discount the Japanese crew. I mean, Haley Langland, Ellie Weiler, she is a local who's in her first competition here. I mean, the talent is all time.
8 U.S. women made the cut of the 15. As we give you more information to get you ready for today's, again, 3 runs. Only the best run counts. It is crisp outside. I think that's the best way to describe it right now. It's an early morning here, Todd. It's crisp. You used to live in Breckenridge. You know what crisp means.
Yeah, you know those days when you walk out your door and your nose hairs instantly freeze. That's the kind of morning we're having right now. And you see me, I've got like a, my hands are all bottled up in here. Yeah, that's a bonus finger. Yeah. My hands are so cold. But you know what? The snow is running fast. These guys have been kind of pushing slopestyle all week as far as when the competition format starts.
Well, here's a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to be nominated to Team USA for the 2022 Olympic Winter Games. There are multiple pathways to qualify for the Olympic teams this year, including world snowboarding points lists and podium results at tryout events. Todd, a little different than when you qualified for the Olympics in Nagano. Now it's there's a lot of pathways, but it's
there are a lot of pathways, but you just need to pay attention to who's doing well today, and that will give you a good idea of what the Olympics are going to shake out.
All right, before we start the competition here at Copper, let's check in with the 4th member of our team. Here is Tina Dixon.
Hey, thanks, Todd. Yes, crisp. That is a very good way to describe it out here. And I got to give props to these women. They were out here hitting these jumps first thing in the morning. To put it into perspective, the majority of the lifts weren't even running when they started practicing. But it is turning out to be a beautiful day for slopestyle. You've got clear skies, the speeds are good, and very little wind, if any, to speak of. Now, I did get a chance to talk to the favorite, Jamie Anderson. She's got her game face on, focused, like many of the women out here. But if you were to ask me who's going to win this, I would not be able to tell you, because there is so much talent in this field as they all battle for those valuable Olympic qualifying points, including the Americans, Julia Marino and Haley Leyland, as they attempt to return for another Olympic appearance, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. I can neither confirm nor deny that Tina has taken up residency 3 weekends in a row here in Colorado. Steamboat and back-to-back weekends at Copper for the Grand Prix. And now the big show before the Christmas break, it is the Dew Tour.
Well, Todd, if you spend more than 3 weeks here, Colorado demands that you get a license here. That's one of the things.
Is that true?
Yeah, you get residency, you get discounts on the college, whatever.
Oh, my gosh. So here we go. 15 women getting 3 runs each. Courtney Rummel will start things off out of West Bend, Wisconsin. Now, when we go through these lists and we mention where they're from, what is great about this, Mary, and you know this, is it doesn't matter where you come from. You can move around the country. You can move to Salt Lake, Tahoe, Breckenridge, whatever, and find those slopes. But a lot of these athletes have honed their early skills in Indiana, in Wisconsin, in Minnesota.
Oh, totally. You'll see a lot of Midwestern girls on this lineup today. And, that area is famous for quick runs.
Right.
You can get a lot of park laps in off short chairs, rope toes. It really makes for strong park riders.
Courtney, 18, on course, Todd, doing a nice little full pull top to bottom.
Yeah, and, as we kind of, you go through the first ride, that was great to see a rider come down and stomp it out first run. You can get an idea of what these riders are contending with. There's a rail section up top, and then they go into the 3 banger jumps. The first of those 3 is being called the style jump by the judges. It's basically, the way they're going to judge that is you need to make it look good in the air. They're not going to sit there and, dial down the rotations of how many times you're flipping or spinning. It's really all about putting a decent looking jump or trick down, and that's cool. I think that's a completely different thing that we've seen in the past here at Dew Tour, when it's all just linking up the 1080 to 1080 to 1080 or 1260 whatever.
Putting the style back in slopestyle. Courtney doing a nice job on run number 1. She has to get the judges warmed up as well, so they will set the standard with hers, and then they will build off of that. But Courtney getting a nice opportunity here to be the first one to drop at the Dew Tour 2021 in the women's snowboard slopestyle final.
And this is her first Dew Tour also as a member of the rookie team for the U.S.
And a 71. Nice way to start things off. She'll make her way back up as we give you an overhead look at this beautiful slopestyle course. Can't say enough about the good folks here at Copper Mountain. You see the snow guns blowing. Mother Nature hasn't been giving a lot. Big storm came in last week, which gave him some great coverage, Todd. But, man, it has been few and far between as we get a good look at Jade Thurgood.
Yeah, the Woodward Park crew here has been doing an amazing job with, just basically the terrain to ride here if you're a freestyle snowboarder for years. And this year they were challenged. Okay, here we go. Starting her run off, board slide up top here. You get a look at all these different rail features. There's a whole bunch of different choices for these riders to hit. There's the flat down, popping off 180. Half cap board slide, setting her up here for the first big jump. And this is the styler jump. Frontside 540, kind of missing the grab a little bit on that one. And then into the two-banger down here at the bottom.
Oh,
lean 360 coming up a little bit short. Now, with these temperatures being so cold, it kind of, and at altitude, you get this weird phenomenon that happens. Your board almost becomes staticky. It sticks to the snow. As the day goes on, the temperatures warm up, boards will become faster, and it'll be a lot easier for these riders to clear these jumps. But in the beginning, these crisp mornings, your board is kind of like Velcro out here in the snow.
So a good look down at the area at the bottom known as the Corral. We go right back up to the top. That score for Jade Thurgood will be a throwaway as a 17.75. Ty Snorbush now out of Monroe, New Jersey. Todd, we talked about this. It doesn't matter where you come from. Nope. You're at the Dew Tour now. She's from New Jersey. Hey, what exit?
Hey. Well, you talk about some of the best riders of all time have come out of Jersey. Look at Danny Cass.
Yeah.
Half of that Grenade crew, they all came out of Vernon. Riding Mountain Creek.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, Ty's been a local at Big Boulder. She's ridden Creek. Like, she's a strong all-around rider. Again, it's those short park laps on the East Coast as well that allow you to get a lot of hits in. Plus, she spends time in Europe preseason. She spends a lot of time out west. She's a great rider.
That's something to be said too, Mary. We keep talking about these short lift laps. You have these places like Midwest where you just watch these guys on the rope tow all day long. You can get like 700 park laps in about 2 hours, but it's all about repetition. And sometimes when you have these parks at these bigger resorts, it takes so long to get to the park that you're kind of gassed out before you even get a chance to ride. And those little resorts, they just tend to bring like rail masters like no other because of all the time they get to spend actually sliding on boxes as opposed to riding up a lift.
So this course is interesting, Todd. Similar to what we'll see at the Olympics. Usually it's 3 rail sections at the top and then the 3 big jumps as Ty made her way through the rails. This was that kicker.
Yeah, coming up just a little bit short. Now those blue lines are also, they're for the judges to show how big you go, but they're also for the riders to judge where they are in the air in case we get more of a flat light situation as the sun sets. But you need to have enough speed to make it to that sweet spot. I can't stress that enough. It's going to hurt.
Ty coming up with a 14.50. That'll be a throwaway, and she is in the running, currently in 4th place on points to make Team USA. So work for her. Tess Cody now out of Melbourne, Australia. Been in the game for some time at 21.
And as Mara was saying, Tess has been working really hard on her riding. A lot of these riders have been over in Europe. Look at that Wally to Crippler, inverted frontside 540, I guess, since we're calling that a frontside bank. There's a little transfer over to board slide to Fakey, coming off backwards. Half cab 50-50, 180 off. And she's choosing a different line here. Switch backside 540 tail grab, late hip whip to bring that around, keeping her speed up. Slow rotating. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a frontside 3, but she got kind of locked up on her heel edge when she left the lip. So, maybe there are a little bit of speed issues out here this morning, but you're gonna fix that up quick. You're gonna basically go back up, re-rack. There's 3 runs, best of 3 here in this final.
Tess not even waiting around for the score to drop. She's going to head straight back up to the top. This was a smart move strategically. Didn't have it here. Todd, as she comes up short, so she pulls the ripcord. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, I think once she left the lip, she knew that she didn't have enough momentum to clear and just opted out of trying to spin it around the extra 180. There's just turned into a frontside 180.
And you can see her air awareness there for just kind of like pulling that out, as you said, because she's got multiple double corks. She really has that spatial awareness.
Yeah. Next up, a name you may know and love, Jamie Anderson, the 2-time reigning and defending Olympic gold medalist. You heard her say it, 11-time Dew Cup champion out of South Lake Tahoe. I hate to say this, but I remember the day when she burst onto the scene. It's like, who is this young little teenager, Jamie Anderson, out of South Lake? And ever since then, she has just been pushing, as Todd said, pushing the progression of women's snowboarding.
And just watch as she comes through this course. That transfer up, board slide to Fakey off. She has such perfect composure when riding slopestyle. She looks so relaxed. Oh!
Announcer jinx.
The announcer jinx right there. But staying up on her feet, so Jamie, still going through this rail section, coming into this first jump. Let's see how she does here. Slow rotating frontside 540, setting her up. Coming in switch stance. And there, I guess there's a bit of a speed problem between the first and second jumps. So as we see here, speed is a factor. And I'm hoping that this course, once that sun kind of clears the range over there, it'll start to heat that snow up, and these jumps will be easier to clear.
Yeah, another benefit of that 3-run format we have today. And you know what's interesting, too, to point out about Jamie is not old at all.
Yeah.
So many of these women that are competing today, we have 7 teenagers who are competing, and they've been watching Jamie throughout their entire upbringings, and now they're competing against her. I mean, that's pretty incredible, that her legacy while she's still at the top.
Todd, is that a case she just came off early or just too toe heavy?
I think she didn't, she popped off of that, didn't get her body squared up on the down portion of that rail. But, it's Jamie Anderson. She'll come back, re-rack it up top, and probably put down the highest scoring run of the day in either the next two goes here.
26.50, that'll definitely be a throwaway for Jamie as she makes her way to the top of this beautiful course. To Todd's point, see the sun now just picking up over the tree line, and when that sun gets out there, it will warm up and things will soften up as Kokomo Morase now on course, part of that Japanese contingent, Todd, both on the men's and the women's side.
Yeah, so strong. Going for the bit of a frontside blunt on that wall ride feature. You want to keep speed up through these rails now. After seeing these first few riders have trouble making the down portion of these jumps, you got to go fast. And here we go. She's of small stature as well, but definitely making this speed count here. There we go. Big frontside 720 clearing the knuckle. No speed problem here. Big backside 7, Kokomo Morase. That was how you get it done. And that was kind of a different, her board was running significantly faster than everybody else's.
Mary, I don't want to bring up age because you're not supposed to do that with a nice young lady, but she is 14 years the younger of Jamie Anderson.
That is wild. And also, she exploded onto the scene.
Yeah.
She has been a mainstay in competition ever since she was 13 or 14 years old. And you can see that with, look at that pretzel out on that rail. That's when you spin the opposite direction of how you come into the rail. She is just a contest killer right now. We watch her at all the big airs. She's been doing really great. She won the recent big air in Sure. I mean, she is just a phenomenal snowboarder.
That's 17.
Yeah, check out this big backside 720. So her jump section is super strong. She's going to have the highest score. Now, not the most technical jumps I think that we will see here in this final, but just putting one down.
Yeah, 85.75. Kokomo goes into first as everyone's still kind of feeling out this course, trying to get the board to run a little faster. Kokomo, as Todd said, no problem with speed as she slays an 85.75 to go into first place.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Wax is your friend up here today, and the technique is basically when it's running this slow is get all that residual wax off of your board. Just get, put some structure in that base so you don't get that static cling, when you're going down this course. And that snow, make that snow so it's not quite as grippy. Speaking of grippy, any rookie Yarvi almost just hooked up there on that board slide. Here she comes into the first feature. Let's see how she deals with the speed. Nice front 7 off there, keeping her hands up off the snow. Big backside 540 to set her up for this last jump. Switch 720.
Oh, yeah.
Any rookie RV.
Mary, Todd always says she brings finished precision to the game, and she is the same age as Jamie Anderson, but she just has a certain style about her. Am I right or am I way off course on that?
I completely agree. I mean, Finland is not unlike the East Coast of the United States, I feel. It's an icy, cold kind of arena to hone your edges snowboarding. And so you really have to have precision in order to land on that kind of snow. And I mean, you can tell she's a veteran of the slopestyle circuit, and she's been through so many different kinds of weather and conditions, and she knows how to handle a day like today.
Yeah, and you know, with that age comes wisdom of how you need to switch up your line for it to work on any given condition. If it's slow like this, or if it starts to be windy, and you're only going to get that with a lot of time in the seat. And she's definitely been out here for years putting it down, and Annie just did what she had to do right now. And now I look for her to move into the early lead.
Annie Rukayari, though, the judges like it to the tune of a 77.75, so Kokomo still leading the way with an 85.75, and then it's Annie's 77.75 in second. Courtney, the first rider to go, the American sitting in third, Courtney Rummel with a 71. Everyone else having some issues not getting the full pole. This is Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott from Wanaka, New Zealand. You think of Wanaka, you think of the Welch brothers and the free skiing running. There's some pretty good snowboarders down there as well, by the way.
I think of meat pies, Mr. Harris. I go to New Zealand strictly for the meat pies. There's that little transfer up to board slide off the wall ride feature. And Zoe's been one of the pushers of progression in women's slopestyle for the past few years. Look at that, 270 coming off switch. A little bit of a wash around in the snow, but getting back on her line. Switch backside 540. Trying to stay low and compressed. Big, slow rotating frontside 720 melon into the bottom hit here. You can just see how comfortable she is in the air. Wow. So nice. Big back nine. End off that run. That's what we are talking about, ladies
Mary,
and
you
gentlemen.
look at the landing on her second jump, and it was so smooth, and she just translated all that speed into the third one, and you saw how far she carried it.
She's a really strong rider. I mean, I remember when she kind of exploded on the scene at the 2018 Olympics, I was just like, whoa, who is this? She can hold landing so well. She's just all around. She rides backcountry, she rides rails, she rides slope. I mean, she is just so good at snowboarding.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites to watch. I mean, anytime that we are, commentating competitions like this, I get really excited to watch her come down because I think that she has a very smooth style, and she's not afraid to push the limits. I mean, look at this backside 900, perfectly stomped tail grab. Look at this. Gets the grab, holds onto it, spots it the whole time, opens up, and sets it down like she's just coming out of a backside 180. That was so perfect for her right there. Got to be happy.
Yeah, and Zoe's going to go into first place with an 88.50. So as we said, as the riders warm up, the judges warm up, the scores start to climb. As you see the sun now peeking over the tree line, and now it's the Kiwi on top. Japan sitting in second, and Finland in third. Top place American right now, Courtney Rummel with a 71. In the midst of run number one, we take it back up to the top. Another American, one of the 8 of the 15 that made it. Julia Marino now, originally from Westport, Connecticut. She is a Mountain Dew team rider, and she puts serious style on her runs.
There we go, nose slide, pretzel out. Front side 180 off of that rail there.
Can I be the first to mention the board, Mary? I mean, when did you think that Prada would get involved in snowboarding?
Yes, and what I want to know too, do they give her an off-hill clothing budget? Because that's really key right there.
You're going to see she has any leftovers.
We're almost the same size.
Yeah. So Julia Marino having issues there on run number one, Todd, as we were talking about her Prada sponsorship. But Julia Marino, when she first burst onto the scene, Todd, remember her back in Boston at the Big Air? Never thought, oh, she's a big air specialist, big air specialist. Not so fast, my friend. She is so good on rails.
Yeah, but I think that came with work and dedication too, because in the beginning of her coming onto the scene, like you said, she was more of a backflip-based rider, but right here you see having a little bit of problem keeping speed up, and then that backside 540 just goes awry. So Jules Marino will head back up here for runs number 2 and 3. Actually, that was 7.
Was it just the case of not being able to slow the body down? Because it looked like she was still rotating when she landed.
No, she comes in that switch 720 and just a little bit too much rotating of the body. She was still twisting when she tried to set that down, landing on her heel edge. Ultimately, when you do switch 7s like that, you want to land on your toes so you can ride out clean.
Ellie Weiler now out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, just down the hill, about 70 miles from Copper.
Ellie Weiler is definitely one to watch out for. She's part of the new generation of women coming up in contests, and she's a killer. She's going to be in slopestyle tonight. She can jump. She can hit rails. She's definitely one to watch for.
Mary, as the editor of Snowboard Magazine, and you hear guys like Todd and I talk about women's progression, what does that really mean? When people say, oh, what does that mean, women's progression of snowboarding? How would you categorize what we're trying to get out to the folks watching?
Well, first, right now, it's super exciting, the progression on the women's side of snowboarding. And a lot of times when we think about progression, we talk about jumps. Like, we see the double corks, we see, more off-access spins, and we see different grab variations and what these women are doing, like right there. Going big. So, but also it's the rail progression is so important. I mean, the girls that are coming up now, they have to be good on both things. Yeah. It's not one or the other. So that is also incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and slopestyle too is the great exposer of weakness. Not only do you have to be proficient in being able to do the technicality off the jumps and the technicality on the rails, but you have to know how to structure and put together the complete package, the run. What's going to work here to set me up for something else? As we see her right here, little 50-50 off onto the wall ride feature. And there's the back-to-back wall rides, kind of gets up into a little bit of a nose slide right there. Board slide, pop off to fakie on that flat down. And right there, we see the switch front board. Comes off. So up top, she's going fast, carried a lot of momentum. There's the little tip to tail. And set her up perfectly, and it was that last, last table with a big inverted move. Look at that, right there.
Oh, Instagram.
The iguana backflip, made famous by Damian Sanders back in about 1987.
That was a great run for Ellie Weiler. A lot of style in there, 58.25, has her in the top 5, and she still has 2 more runs.
That's a great showing for her first ever pro competition.
Yeah, that was great. So not rattled, and I think some of the youngsters get really rattled by the pressure of these comps as well, especially with the Dutour.
This is 21-year-old Haley Langland from San Clemente, California, and she was a part of that 2018 Olympic team looking to go back for Beijing for a second go-around. The key for her, Todd and Mary, I think, is if she is healthy, she's a threat.
And Haley's got one of the best styles, I think, in women's slopestyle.
I agree. Completely.
Look at that. Over to backside lip slide on the flat down. Lip slide fakie, setting herself up here for the jumps. Switch backside 180. Now it's all about tucking into these bottom 2 features that are starting to run significantly faster. Frontside 720. Look how easily and smoothly she lands. Slow I was going to say slow rotated backside 540, but coming up just a little bit short.
So Haley Langland looking very good, but checks up on the backside on that last run. And Todd, that surprised me because that second one she ran it so smoothly, so that should have had translation of all that speed in there, and she is feeling it right now.
Ouch. Anyone that's competed in slopestyle or ridden jumps in the park knows the feeling that she's going through right now.
Getting that grab in on that transfer to the backside wall.
That right there was so sick. Up into the frontside disaster, stalls it out on the wall ride.
She just, like you said, Todd, she has impeccable style. Look at that backflip. That is a textbook backflip.
Yeah, it's the grace of these moves and the finesse when she's on the rails. But then she gets in the air, and Haley's just as capable. Switch backside 180.
Totally, and she's been bringing it to the backcountry the past couple seasons as well, in between, still kind of rolling on the contest circuit.
Right there. Ouch. And that's one of those butt checks that hurts, especially this early in the morning. That snow is very solid.
Yeah, that is a brick right there.
Yeah.
This is a great view.
We call that one the other cup of coffee. The first run when you butt check like that, that'll wake you up.
This one.
Look right there. That is none other than Red Gerard giving words of encouragement. He will be competing later on today in the men's slopestyle.
Is he wearing your jacket?
Yeah, it's hot with the kids.
It looks, I'm
there. Is this fire?
Yeah,
like a friend center.
Right, cool.
That's what they call the drip, I believe.
Isabella Gomez now, originally from Minnesota, now resided in Salt Lake City. She was a late add as Anna Gasser pulled out just before the start of competition. So you get the call, and Izzy was ready to go.
Isabella is a favorite of the women's snowboarding scene. She's really awesome. She's on the come up right now, balancing college and snowboarding out in Salt Lake City. And she's another all-around rider. She's won bank slaloms. She rides slope. She's going to be in the rail jam also tonight. Very good board control overall.
So that switch backside 180 coming up just a tad bit short.
I was going to say she's going to have to pull off.
But the rail section up top, like you were saying, Mayor, she's spending time in Salt Lake City. You have access to a lot of rail riding, either at Park City or at Woodward or
just urban.
Or just the urban. So you can always tell these people that come out of Salt Lake City, they are very proficient on the metal.
So Izzy Gomez will look to runs 2 and 3. Get a good feel for the course. And now she'll have to put it together. It's only one run of the 3 that counts. So you've got some play, some give there. But I've seen so many competitions, Todd, where if you go out and put something down on your first run, it becomes a lot easier to build off that with the momentum.
building a house.
There you go.
You know, you want to have a strong foundation so you can kind of let loose, let your hair down on run number 3.
Annika Morgan now out of Germany. Saw her recently at both Big Air in Steamboat and then Grand Prix here at Copper.
And riding very strong, coming off a little bit early on that board slide to 270 out. Kind of popping up and over the flat down. Backside 270 onto the down bar right there. Technical move. Takes a lot of precision to make sure that board ends up between your feet. Front side rodeo flip. Dropping that shoulder. Coming in switch. And this one. Oh my gosh.
Wow, she's got the knuckle tricks.
Yeah. So she came up a little bit short on that first jump, Todd, and I thought she might pull the ripcord and say, I just don't have the speed, and she went for it.
That's called, was that an on-purpose
I don't know, but it was something.
I think she has that in her back pocket. She does that for fun. You can see it on her Instagram account, but I feel like that was not fully planned, but it was
I'd give her points. I'd give her the points for the improvisation.
Wow. The come up short, pull the ejection. That was insane.
She is incredible. She has so much pop and okay, this is wild.
Switch 180.
Oh yeah, I think
too late. Fronty off of the knuckle. That was heavy.
That takes some serious jam to pull that off this early at Copper Mountain. Look at this.
Look at 180. Boing.
Oh my gosh. You know her brother, pro snowboarder Ethan Morgan, is watching from home and very excited about seeing his sister do that.
All right.
Okay,
this
here we go.
Redonkuloid. Land on the lip.
Flip
straight,
it out.
tuck it over. That was, you know, you're just thinking in the moment. Okay. That was cool.
I stand corrected. She was not coming. That was all
I want
by design.
This is what I want in slopestyle, and we're getting it. I want crazy I can't say improvisational moves. My lips are cold.
That's the third cup of coffee.
Annika Morgan, wow, just coming out, showing us her personality.
No decaf.
You know what?
No decaf.
Everyone's going to pay attention to the second run. I guarantee that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so we're down to the last 2 competitors. It'll be Raira Iwabuchi of Japan, and then Lori Bluin of Canada will have the final say here in run number 1 of the women's snowboard slopestyle final at Dew Tour.
Here comes Raira, one of the riders to watch out here to potentially take the win. 270 off, not able to get that full rotation around so she can ride out of that clean.
So this is a training run again.
Yeah, 50-50 to front side lip slide. 270 off of that board slide there.
So clean.
Yeah, very clean. And she's one of the riders that has the doubles in her bag of tricks. She has the double rodeo 1260. Hopefully we'll be able to see that later on here in the competition.
So Raira, after an issue on rail number 1, will just pull off, save herself. She's got 2 and 3 still to go. Similar kind of rider to Haley Langland. She's diminutive, a little smaller, doesn't carry a lot of physics coming down the hill, so she has to maximize what speed she gets on that first jump.
Yeah, that can really make a big difference. I mean, it's just, you know, for everyone watching at home, the weight that you actually have can really, you know, turn it either way on jumps into different conditions.
So Lori Bluin now, the last athlete to go. As you take a look at the current standings, Zoe Sadowski-Sanat has the highest score with an 88.50. Enoruka Yarvi in third, and Coco Moras in second with the 85.75.
There comes Lori. Now, if you're up in the start gate at this point, you have to start to take into consideration how these other riders are clearing these jumps and maybe put together a quicker rail line. A little less technical, a little more momentum through the upper section to make sure that you can clear these jumps. You see it right there, the 50-50, nothing super technical, just able to keep a line into this first jump. Nice. Under flip 540 into the first jump. Big backside 720 melon grab with that front hand behind the front binding. And front side 900 attempt. I don't think she needed that. All she needed to do was land that 7, and she would have been looking good.
It looked like she had plenty of speed though, Todd, especially the way she came off that second jump and landed it so cleanly.
Yeah, look up top. As we were saying, Mara, you know, you got to adjust your strategy, basically just to clear that first jump.
Totally. I mean, all of these competitors, they have 2 7s on, 2 7s out of the rails, and we are seeing them having to dial it back a tiny bit, just like you said, to keep that flow high, keep that speed.
Yeah, and it's all about your personal interpretation of this slopestyle course, but you have to make it technical enough for the judges to reward you, and you need to be able to make it into the landings, and that's becoming a problem for a lot of these riders here this morning.
And Mary, this isn't a hardcore alpine event over in Europe. The athletes are talking to each other. They're sharing information, saying how watch out for run number 2, jump number 2. Just they share, they're kind.
Totally. Vibes are high in the athlete tent at the top, I'm sure.
Vibes are high. Quote of the day. Thank you very much for that. It is Zoe Sadowski-Sanat who leads the way with an 88.50. Kokomo Rossi of Japan sits in second place, and Eniruka Järvi sitting in third. That's one run of 3. Jamie Anderson, when we come back, takes another crack at this beautiful course at Copper Mountain. You're watching Dew Tour 2021. Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Toyota. Let's go places.
The competition,
Really high highs and low lows.
it's insane. That will to win that I had, you have to go huge, you have to land perfect. I just love the competition.
I'm playing to win. I would say my advantage is knowing how to deal with that pressure.
You don't have an opportunity to really think about what's coming at you.
I tried so hard, but I knew deep down I had it in me.
It takes a lot to fight back.
I just remember thinking, okay, well, this is some fuel to the fire. I'm here to stay.
I think everybody handles it differently, but your headspace at the top of a contest is...
I think everything, the hardest part is doing it the first time, and then once you do it once you get your teeth dug in, everything starts to come a little bit easier.
1, 2, 3, get that job done.
I try to not get too amped up. I think you can overamp really easy, take too much speed into the first hit or something like that. To really know what you're about to do takes quite a bit of focus. Really visualize your tricks before you do them.
You don't think, you just react. When you get up there, you just do what you do and it just clicks and you just go with it.
I need to focus and really put some runs down to make the team. People forget, you start seeing ads on TV that here's your hopefuls for the Olympics. We're hopefuls, obviously. we got to make the team. So here it is, the Dew Tour, its third qualifying event for the Olympics. Using that momentum and that fuel and pressure, I think it's really going to motivate me right at the end.
Mental strength, certainly something that makes a champion. Coming up tomorrow, you will see the men's snowboard Superpipe final. Today, though, it's all about the women's snowboard slopestyle final on a beautiful, crisp morning here. Day number 4 of Dew Tour 2021. Todd Harris, Todd Richards, and of course, Mary Walsh joining me on the call. There are the current standings after one run. Kiwis on top, 88.50. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat laid that down on run number 1. Kokomo sits in second, Eniruka Järvi sitting in third as we check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, Todd, just a quick recap after that first run. Jamie Anderson admitted that she messed up on the landing of that first jump, and it just threw her off for the rest of her run. The speeds. Now, Annie Rukijärvi actually said that it was faster earlier in practice. It's been kind of weird, so they're going to have to make the right adjustments moving on to the next 2 runs. But Zoe Sadowski-Sanat came down, and she just had the biggest smile on her face. And why not? Because she does have that high score as the rest of the field tries to catch her.
All right, thank you, Tina. Todd, you touched on it just a little bit. Wax Tech's earning their money today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is one of those things that can really mess with you, and we talk about the mind state of riders in the start gate. When speeds are a problem, that can mess with you more than watching somebody else's run that's better than you, because really it all comes down to, will my board perform for me?
Yep.
And never mind what you do, what you can do in the air, but will my equipment actually make it over this jump? And that's weighs a lot on these riders.
Courtney Rummel now set to drop in. West Bend, Wisconsin native at 18. Started the competition off, and the temperatures were really cold. Well, they're still cold, but we were really cold when she went, and she had to warm the judges up. Remember, she started things off with a 71, Mary. That is not bad for your opening run of a Dew Tour.
No, that's really great considering, she's only 18 years old. This is her first time competing in the Dew Tour or any pro competition. No, there she goes, upside down.
Yes.
And, it's her along with a couple other girls from the U.S. right now that are here really bringing in the next generation. It's really exciting.
And I'll say right now, Courtney rides really strong, and she's just, her composure on the rails up top and how she just interpreted the upper rail course, super strong rider. Yep. Super strong rider. The future is very bright. Like we say, Jamie Anderson is the veteran out here, but as far as what's going to happen in snowboarding over the next 5 or 6 years, just looking how these riders are approaching, just the rails and the jumps, the sky's the limit at this point.
Also, I'm so impressed that she's just wearing what looks like a very thin sweatshirt.
I was going to say.
It's not warm today, so, she's got that nerves of steel.
Right here, she comes up a little bit short, has to revert around, and definitely she doesn't have the speed to clear it out, so she wisely pulls off to the side. So Courtney will have one more run to try to improve upon her first run score of 71, and she is still smiling, back to business. Jay Thurgood now out of Salt Lake City.
Another rookie on the U.S. team right here, coming up with Courtney, really dipping her toes into the pro-level circuit right now and doing so with aplomb.
They've got that training facility, Woodward at Park City, that has all the ingredients, and it's another, like Mary was saying earlier, it's getting those laps in, short lip with a whole bunch of features. You can definitely up your bag of tricks for sure.
Aren't you an ambassador there or something like that? Or
yeah, I may or may not be talking about this
key or something.
540 off the first hit to set the pace into the bottom 2 bigger jumps. Big backside 360 coming up just a smidge short. And that will do it for her. Look, now you can see right there.
Yeah, the distance.
The distance you need to clear, that is no joke. You do not want to be coming into that second guessing if you're going to make it to that knuckle.
And people at home want, why are they pulling off the course? They could have done that. It's like, no, they know exactly the speed they need.
You know what's great, Todd? Walking down the stairs during the holidays. And you may not be able to do that if you decide to try to clear a jump without the right amount of speed. It's taking consideration of what's to come for the holidays.
It's the little things that you like to focus on.
The big picture.
Yeah. So she wanted to be able to walk down the stairs on Christmas morning, and she said, you know what, I just don't have the speed, so let's save it.
Yeah, see here the backside 360 comes up a little bit short on the knuckle. The momentum isn't there, opting out, and you're looking at a 60-foot tabletop, at least 60 feet to the sweet spot.
Ty Schnorbusch now will give it a go out of Monroe, New Jersey. Had issues on run number 1. It's all good. 3 runs, only the best run counts. So treat this as that first one was a training run. Now this one, you can make it stick. And if you have problems here, you still have the 3rd run. But then you back yourself in the corner, and then we start talking about headspace and mental stability and all that. So just go ahead, Ty, and throw this one down.
Coming in goofy. Here we go, Ty. Board slide, pop off the first feature. Transferring over the flat down, little board slide, fakie there. And the switch board slide, carrying a lot of momentum into this first jump. Good line for speed right there. Little bit of a jack-in-the-box 180. That means you get kind of popped straight up in the air off the jump. Switch 540, landing up high, but able to keep that momentum. We shall see.
Ooh, you heard the call of the wild in the air.
never good when you hear a shriek in the air.
Is that a case of Mary, she's up there and she knows what she's carrying, and I don't think I'm going to make it past that first blue line?
Oh, definitely. For these riders, they hit jumps this size so frequently that they can tell from the moment they go off the lip if it's going to go well.
Yeah, and the bigger the jump, the longer time you have in the air to really sit there and think about what's coming.
Yes.
That second cup of coffee.
You know, those cameramen have a great position on the knuckle up there. I've stood in that position many times, and you hear a lot of yelling, both positive and negative, from riders in the air.
Yeah, and you can it really is a window into a rider's personality if you're talking to yourself in the air. I would do that all the time, just be yapping at myself. Oh my gosh.
Guy's resilient, though. She grew up on the hard, icy East Coast, so
those are 19-year-old knees, no problem.
This is the softest landing that you'll see in New Jersey.
Exactly.
On the knuckle right there.
So Ty will have one more crack at this course here at Copper Mountain to do towards she can right the ship on the third and final one. Tess Coady out of Australia, where it is, I don't know, around June around there, equal our time, late spring, early summer.
Well, you know what's interesting, too, is she's actually a sleeper local. She spent a couple years living and riding out of Copper.
Yeah, a lot of riders come here and they just post up for months.
Didn't you come to Breck for a while and you just never left for a long time?
Yeah,
right?
I just didn't have any money to leave.
Made it to Colorado from the East Coast and stopped.
That's it. That's plenty.
Okay, carrying momentum into the first jump. Switch backside 5.
Clean.
Very clean. Carrying momentum into the second. Frontside 720. Landing on the knuckle. And opting out. What a bummer, because that upper rail section with the Wally to Crippler, and then she had the switch 180 to 180 off on the flat down. She had everything, all the ingredients were there. The switch backside 5 was smooth.
Nice transfer.
I love this, Mary. You were talking about it earlier. This is one of my favorite interpretations of that obstacle.
And she was saying this was inspired by men's slopestyle competitor Reni Renikangas, who is from Finland, and very, very creative. Really cool to see that being thrown into the run.
And there's that switch 180, 50-50, backside 180 off, putting the combos in.
And one thing, sorry, Todd.
Oh, no, go ahead.
One thing right now to keep in mind is that on a very sunny, cold day, conditions could be changing in between every run too. So it's just so hard to tell for the riders.
And that's the big mind screwer when you're up there in the start gate. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Totally.
Jamie Anderson giving out a pre-run squawk, and she's sitting on a score of 26.50. I cannot remember Jamie Anderson having scores like that. Usually they disappear pretty quickly. She's got the music going. She's got a little dance going. And now the two-time reigning, defending Olympic gold medalist is on course.
There's that cannon pop off into board slide to fakie.
Much cleaner this time.
Way cleaner. This is where she had problems the first time. And she opts not even to hit the down portion of the rail, pop up and over the whole thing. Board slide to fakie coming off.
Past the Toyota Tundra jump, and Jamie making it look clean. Does she have the speed?
Backside rodeo.
Wow.
Switch 5. That line was setting itself up.
So,
Ouch.
Even for the two-time reigning defending Olympic gold medalist, she is down to her third and final run. Todd, we've seen this story play out before, and Jamie usually comes out on top on that third and final run.
I mean, but even for someone like Jamie Anderson, who's done so many events over the years, this weighs on her, because I think at this point, you know, she conquered the rail section up top. Everything was smooth. She kind of switched her line up here, popping out 270 instead of trying to catch a trick on the down portion of that. Backside rodeo flip, 540. And then straight here, unfortunately coming up just a little bit short.
And to your point, Todd, I think she was backing it down just a little bit strategically to lay down a smooth run. Let's find out what she was thinking. Jamie Anderson standing by with Tina Dixon.
Oh, Jamie. Oh, what's going on up there with these speeds?
Honestly, the speed's kind of good. You just have to be really on point. So every little mistake makes a huge impact. I didn't quite get my rodeo good, and almost hooked heels, so clearly wasn't going to have the speed. But it's there. You just got to be on point. It's really, really cold today, so the snow's a little I don't know, chalky, kind of like dry smoke. But gosh, it's beautiful. Wish I could have landed a run. Next one.
Hey, that's why we have 3 runs. Best of luck, Jamie.
Jamie Anderson, always with the positivity. And Todd, you talked about it earlier. You mentioned it as Velcro. She called it more chalky.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. It's just, the snow is just grippy.
Yep.
And it really kind of, alludes to that you have to have a strategy, and you need to be able to make sure that you're landing flat base and able to pump between the features, especially from that last rail feature into the first jump, because that's going to set your momentum for the rest of your run. So you need to be precise and on point on everything.
One young rider who has been on point, this is Kokomo Murase of Japan. She has the second best score so far, 85.75. Mary, I gotta ask you, is someone like Kokomo or Eddie, are they seeing Jamie Anderson struggling, thinking, today might be my day to strike? Jamie's not on point. Today might be my day.
I bet it's a mix up there because all the competitors really are friends. They train and ride together so much throughout the year. But I'm sure Jamie, as we said, she is the queen of competition, and she's the one to beat always.
Wow. Kokomo's looking really smooth here. Backside 9, coming up a little bit short. Ouch.
It's a ragdoll treatment coming down the hill that pops right back up. Todd, again, we talk about the physics. She's more of a diminutive rider. It looked like she had the speed on that third one. Even gave an extra pop off the lip, but just didn't carry enough distance.
And if you're landing towards where the rollover is, the knuckle on that second jump, you need to be landing a little bit further down to have a little bit more downhill momentum going into that third and final jump. You can't make any mistakes here. Jamie Anderson alluded to it in her interview with Tina. You've got to be on point. Everything has to be lined up to set the pace for the next feature.
Exactly. With chalky snow that's going to be a little grippy like that, there's just no room for error.
Yeah, there's no wiggle room at all. You can't land on top like that and expect that you're going to have the momentum to clear it. Almost did, though. Yeah. Almost had the momentum to get her over on the backside 900.
Nowhere to hide on these bottom 3 jumps. If you don't have the speed, you will be exposed, as Kokomo just found out. But she has a good score so far to fall back on. That's something that Jamie Anderson does not have. So Jamie will have that third and final run, basically a one-run contest for Jamie Anderson, where Kokomo is sitting on a pretty solid score that has her on the podium right now. Annie Urukijärvi. Annie's got a nice score as well. 77.75, has her currently in the third and final position on the podium.
And he's always one to watch. She's very smooth. There you see that precision with that 2.7 off right there on the front board. Her rail game is just always been on point.
Yeah, and she was one of the riders to really kind of usher in that new era of women's slopestyle, when it went from a couple backside 360s in a run would win. She started to bring the 7s, the 900s, and change the game. Look at that big backside 5, super clean. Annie Urukijärvi getting her hand on her board this run. Cab 720, nose grab.
You can see, too, she's great under pressure. Nothing really phases her. I mean, she has 2 Olympic medals also from 2014, 2018, and a litany of, competition podiums. She just knows what to do.
So how does she find the line? How does she find the speed, Mary, that the others aren't? Because her landings were so spot on.
Honestly, I think growing up in Finland probably has really helped. One, it's like Todd said earlier, the experience. She's been doing this for quite some time. She's a veteran on the contest circuit. But also, riding park in Finland, I'm sure, she learned how to ride every aspect of the mountain there.
Just burning laps over and over through the rail garden. And here she is. So here are the jumps as she finished up tight. Comes off cleanly, translates that right into speed on that first hit.
And also having that awareness that you need to let your board run. You can't be on your edges at all. You need to let that flat base do its job and get you the momentum you need. Look at this, right over the cameraman, kind of a drifting 720 there.
How bad do you want to see his angle? How bad do you want to see?
Here it is.
Right into your front room.
There you go. Straight over his head. Was that actually a tap? Did we get a tap?
That was a cameraman bunk.
That was sick. Board tap on the head of Jim Wettlake up there.
Jim.
Oh, wow.
I want to, before the run, and he said, so I'm going to come down on the final one. I'm going to tap your camera. And I'm going, don't worry, trust me. And it's a 90.75 for Annie Urukijärvi out of Finland. And she goes into first place. So now, really warmed up. And you got to give Jimmy some of that score, too. So well done, Annie Urukijärvi.
Yeah, if she wins, hopefully he'll be benefiting from the 10%
There you go.
rule.
He'll be able to know.
I'm just going to play through here, okay?
Annie Rukajärvi, the first one to go into the 90s.
Check this out. I think we're going to get some audio on the tap. So there's the big back 5 to set it up.
Coming at you.
And the drifting hook.
Oh my gosh! That's a nightmare for me. Like,
so
I've stood in that position, and that is the scariest thing.
Take a bow, Jimmy!
Just tap it in over there into the landing.
Oh, that was amazing!
Wow!
And he held his position.
Do the cameramen have to wear helmets?
I don't think Jimmy did, but man, that is a baller move right there. He held his ground. Camera stayed up,
and that she ran it out.
Yeah. That could have been very bad.
Wow.
Zoe Sadowski-Sanat now out of Wanaka, New Zealand.
So far today in freestyle riding, we've seen the come up short front flip and the cameraman tap.
Oh my God!
You know that's going to be called the wetland. Or the Jimmy.
Yeah. Jimmy tap.
The Jimmy tap. Zoe was in first, now in second.
Switch board slide popped out into over the flat down. 270 on. Carrying that speed. Zoe, the switch backside, 540, pulling that tuck knee up and above her. Let's see it here. Front 7, carry that speed. Will this be another big, beautiful backside 900, even cleaner than run number 1. Her strategy's playing off.
Back-to-back stellar runs from the women. You got to wonder if the course is softening up just a little bit, Mary. The boards are running a little bit better.
And two, I just think that Zoe can ride anything.
Yeah, she's a damn good rider.
Yeah, we saw her get in the backcountry last year in competition in natural selection, and she won the first stop. I mean, right here, she can adapt. She adapts, and she's very, very strong.
Board slide, half cap board slide on, pop out 270 over the flat down. Look at this, switch backside 540, pulling it up above her head.
You really see that style. The judges love that.
Yeah, it's how you interpret these tricks in your own way. Everyone can do basically all the moves that are necessary. It's how you make them look good, like that backside 9 tail grab. Super good run.
So waiting for the score to drop. Zoe, yes, first place, 95. So back-to-back scores that go into the 90s on the women's side of competition here at the Slopestyle final, and the game is on.
Wow, Zoe's got to be stoked. She can put on her Sunday Reds for run 3.
Wow. We get a camera tap, and then we get a 95. Unbelievable showing by the women in this finals. We check in with Tina.
That second run. What a score for you. First of all, how are you finding the line out here?
It's a pretty good day out here at Copper. I'm stoked to be back at G-Tour. The speed's a little bit of a challenge. Like, you have to go completely straight into every jump, but I'm having heaps of fun, so stoked.
What's your take on that second run?
I'm just so stoked to put that down. I accidentally did a revert in the middle of my last run, and yeah, I'm just stoked that I landed that, so now I can build on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Build on that and that already fantastic score. Thanks so much, Zoe.
How great is the Kiwi accent, by the way? Just while we're talking accents, Mary. I mean, I like yours.
Have you heard the Boston accent?
Oh, don't even.
It's equal. It's not greater than.
When Todd Richards starts talking about a wicked hot birch hitting him in the shins, it's classic.
Yeah, any day you go up the hill there, you take a birch across the shins.
It's wicked sick out there.
All right, we get distracted momentarily. We're back to the competition. Julia Marino out of Westport, Connecticut, 24. Had issues on run number 1, but she has the skills, no question, to vault herself up onto the podium. But the scores, Mary, this is crazy. Back-to-back scores in the 90s.
Yeah, it's really heating up right now. So I know that Julia's going to want to get on that 90 train right this run.
Look at that big 360 out of that 50-50. Jules is really upping her rail game right now.
And we know what she can do in the air. 2 more hits to make it all good.
This is where that mindset really comes in. You have these seasoned competitors like Julia, like Jamie, who they can really turn it on when it counts.
And Jules really is right here. Opening up on a double.
Was she going to double? Halfway through, it looked like Todd, she just knew that she didn't have the pop.
But that run up until that point was perfect. She had a 900 in there, beautiful frontside 720, setting herself up for the switch double underflip 900. But man, oh man.
We're going to be talking about that third jump for a while.
And her rail section was great.
Wow.
Pop off from that half cab to 50-50 to 360 off. Board slide 270 out. Yeah, everything was going great. There's that 900 that sets her up here for the final move. Off the heels. Goes for the double, but that's just good air awareness as well, as that Jules knew where she was, and I need to open up right here because this isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
She's so smart.
That could have been a lot worse. If she had committed to that second dump of the shoulder, things could be a different story right now.
So Julia Marino, same boat as Jamie Anderson. She will look to the third and final run as Ellie Weiler gets ready to roll. Fans made the short drive 70 miles up from Highlands Ranch to watch her perform here at the Dew Tour, her first showing.
And again, I think this is just the precursor of what's to come for her. First showing ever at a pro level contest, and every time I've seen her ride in person, she's been a head turner. She's got the skills.
See that board slide come off. Really get a good look of it here. Follow cam into this first jump. Switch backside 180 tip to tail, or tail to tip. Now into the bottom two jumps. Backside 360 carrying speed. What's Ellie got for the last one? Big underflip 5, coming up just a little bit short, but putting herself inverted on the last jump. So solid showing on run number 2. She needs to clean a couple things up, but she's got one more to get the job done.
You talk about, Mary, the young up-and-coming riders, and Ellie Weiler obviously on your list. Is there a scouting report? Is it all part of the Rev Tour? Where do you find these young kids, and where do you find out who is a legit threat?
Well, the women's snowboarding community is very, very tight-knit. I mean, the entire snowboarding community is. You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of it is Instagram. We all follow each other. We're checking out what everyone's doing. And then periodically through the year, there's events where all the women come together for, you know, things like Miss Superpipe, where everyone gets to ride, and you really watch
it. Wow, that person can ride. You had a little event like that. Was it yesterday here?
Yes, yeah. We had a women's ride day with Beyond the Boundaries. We had a bunch of the competitors who came out to ride with women from all over the area.
How cool was it?
It was so cool. Both awesome and chilly.
There's that switch backside 180, tail grab to tip grab. And you're going to see here on jump number 3, there's a backside 360. Drops the shoulder on the inverted 540, but comes up just a little bit short. A little more momentum would have carried her into the sweet spot of the jump.
The difference between the landing, Todd, if it's on that first blue line and 5 feet further, is night and day.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All right, Haley Langland now, trying to make it good, sitting on a 33.75, mark to beat 95.25.
Look at that right there, up that cannon feature into the wall ride, little in the air, and then the front blunt. On the corresponding feature on the other side.
Oh, love that back lip.
Yeah, that's so sick. She has like one of the best backside lip slides in the business when you gap out to it like that. Perfect balance on it. Very statuesque on the rail.
Definitely.
Switch backside 180, landing up top. Trying to get the momentum here for jump number 2. Front side 7 a little bit short. So Hales is going to have to look for run number 3.
Yep. The pride of San Clemente, California, a great surf town, as she's trying to get the speed that she needs. And it looks like, Todd, it starts on that first hit. She's got to find a way to either change up her line or do something that's going to give her more speed.
I think actually, you know, it really comes down to that final rail feature. How you come off of that and letting your board run into that first feature of the jumps is really the defining factor.
Isabella Gomez now. Izzy had some issues on run number 1, but run 2.
She killed the rail at the top. This first, you know, the back-to-back little wall ride features up top are so cool, and Dew Tour does a really good job of creating interesting obstacles for these riders. They've always done that.
Yeah.
Watching Izzy ride, she is part of this contingent of up-and-coming women, especially we're seeing on the American side today. Nice method kick out right there. That, you know, are showing us, kind of giving us a glimpse of what's going to be happening over the next couple of years in competition snowboarding.
Oh, going for the front side 9 after the, you know, the little backside air method grab. Method tweak out, I should say. And then down there on the bottom jump, unable to have the speed, but her rail section up top, really strong.
Shout out to those pants, too. That's actually one of my favorite new pants Roxy came out with this year. Very cool track pants.
What's up with this weird new style where, like, you're expecting a flood? It went from, like, thugged out pants. You know, Grenier and I have had conversations about that a lot. It's all about
Todd is the Mr. Blackwell of snowboarding fashion.
That track pant look, cinch it up, bring it up the boots a little bit higher, very in right now.
Yeah.
Not so much for backcountry deep powder, though.
No.
All right, Todd, let's talk not about the fashion, but of the style.
Yeah,
of
look at that. Off that cannon feature, popping up into lip slide, coming off fakie. There's that method. Tweaking it out there, landing up top to carry that momentum in. I thought she was just going to go for a front 7 here, but actually you watch the hip whip on the last rotation.
Oh,
well, maybe she, no, you know what? I think she just over-rotated a front side 7. I thought she was going for a 900 right there.
Down to the final 3 competitors in run number 2 here at the Women's Snowboard Slopestyle Final Dew Tour 2021. Annika Morgan, if you remember, she did the bounce, pop, and drop. I don't know if it was a fire drill or what, but we'll see if she does it here. The young German on course.
There you go, 270 off. That first rail feature. Oh, kind of pretzeling it around, a frontside board on the down flat.
Here we go, the main event.
Yeah, it happened on jump number 2. I don't know if she's going to bring it. Ooh. Maybe she will again. Oh my gosh, please.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. And we want to say that was on purpose, but I really don't think it was. I think it was all about air awareness of where she was and what was going to happen when she made that impact.
Yeah, she just is a creative rider. She's able to find those lines.
So Annika will try to set us up for something special on the 3rd and final run. That becomes a throwaway for her. Just did not have the speed, smartly pulled off, not wanting to risk those knees coming up short. Ryra Iwabuchi, 20-year-old from Higashiyama, sitting on a score that she would like to get away with, a 9.75. She is quite a ways away from the top score of a 95.25.
But she does have a pretty solid double cork 1080 in her bag of tricks. If she can carry the speed all the way through to the bottom jump, we may just see it, and that would bump her way up into the upper standings.
Strong start on the rails right now.
Very strong.
And here's where she really shines.
Into the first jump, big front 5, carrying a lot of momentum. If you don't like to see that snow chuff up from the edges, it means that they're losing speed. 540, what has she got on the bottom jump? Looking to pump every ounce of speed out of it. Big back 7. She's going to jump way up to the standings. Is it going to take the top spot? I do not think so.
But this is going to be a top 5.
Probably maybe even the top 3 right now.
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah, because the rail section up top is really strong.
Yeah. So to get in the top 3, she's going to need better than an 85.75.
The 2.7 out of that board slide on that first rail.
Oh, dude. Really solid.
Into the switch up. And then she comes in here and another 2.7 out. I mean, that's very technical and also very stylish.
Yeah, gap out into that board slide to 270 out and then straight into the speed pump. Front 540 off this first hit. See here on hit number 2, switch 540, landing a little bit tight to the top of the knuckle. I didn't know if she's going to have enough speed, but she somehow pumped it in. Backside 720 stalefish to end off that run. You can see here, watch her trailing hand grabs there behind the
Look
back
at the difference.
binding.
Look at the difference from the blue line and 5 feet further down.
Yeah, you stand up.
You don't
right away
bounce.
standing up.
Rywa will check in with an 81.50, so just off the podium into 4th place. Final athlete to go here in the women's 2nd run of the Slopestyle Final Dew Tour 2021. Folks of all ages turning out. Red Gerard here to support as well.
He'll be coming up shortly later on this afternoon for the men's slopestyle final.
Yeah, the Gerard family has their compound just down the road.
Yeah, just down in Silverthorne, just down the road, about 5-10 miles. Lori Bluen out of Canada now. 39.75, so that's got to be a throwaway for her if she wants a shot at the podium here at Dew Tour. Blown out of Stoneham, Quebec, Canada. She's used to icy conditions, but that is not the case here on the second run, guys. It is starting to warm up. We'll get more from Tina Dixon on the snow conditions, but maybe that chalky's gone away.
A little bit of a mistake on that first feature. 50-50 out to front board.
Todd, can you tell when people come out that they are either a rail specialist or a big air specialist?
Yeah, and I can tell because I was one of those guys who just wanted to get the rails over with. I just want to get
just give me the jumps.
Get me into the air as much as I can. But, you know, it just depends on where your comfortability level is. But this is looking way smoother than run number 1.
Oh! Save it. Oh.
And the lines are blurring so much more. I mean, like I said, we talk about jump progression a lot, and it's totally there, but the rail progression is huge lately. I mean, the technicality of tricks is really jumping forward.
Yeah, and they're very subtle, too. Like the subtle technicalities of like gapping out into or over into, and, you know, doing tricks in and out of the rail features. That's where things get a little bit more, you know, crazy technical with these riders, and you can really differentiate yourself from the rest of the pack by just bumping up a couple more points on your rail section. You may have the same jumps, but if your rail section is that much stronger, you're going to get those scores.
Totally.
All right, 2 runs complete, 1 to go. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat of New Zealand has the lead with a 95. I don't know if anyone's going to catch that today. Eni Rukiarvi of Finland sits in second. Coco Morase sits in third, 85-75. And remember, the Americans, look at that. A lot of American flags mired down in 10 through 14. They are looking for points. They are looking for podiums to try to punch their ticket to make it onto Team USA and make the trip over to Beijing and Secret Garden. Courtney Rommel will start things off. One of the first Americans, 8 of the 15 women in this field from the US of A. Todd, you talked about Courtney's got a nice line. She's got some nice tricks. She's just got to clean them up.
There's that 360 off of the 50-50 on the first feature. Great style, a lot of finesse, not a lot of crazy body movement going on between the features. She knows how to ride a snowboard and use her edges. Carrying her speed into the run, into the first hit. Under flip 540. Much more momentum going for her on this third and final run. Big back 7, staying up on her feet. Will she stomp out the front 7? And she does. What a great rookie run for her on the third and final go through of the women's slope.
Wow, and this is exciting to see this happen because we're really wondering who is going to ascend to that third and fourth position for the U.S. team to the Olympics.
I'm thinking that she has a very strong potential here to make that Olympic team by virtue of runs like this. Strong rail section, a lot of style, way in control. Look at that, putting a little individual flair on it, really upside down on that underflip 540. Backside 720. Into the front side 7, stays up on her feet the whole time. This is going to bump her up significantly. I don't know if she had her hands on some of those grabs as long as I would have liked, but definitely got the job done.
So she needs better than 85.75 to get onto the podium, but for Courtney, it's not going to be that big of a jump because she's already sitting on a 71. So her day is done as she takes in the sunshine that's starting to wash across all of Copper, and look at this, an 83.50. So Courtney into 4th place.
I'll be back down. I'm gonna go grab mine.
And this is a big deal for an American trying to make Team USA, guys. We talked about it as we take a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing the athletes who are the closest to achieving criteria to be nominated to Team USA, and that's important. Nominated to Team USA for those 2022 Olympic Games, and there are multiple pathways to qualify. There you see Courtney Wright currently in 5th place, and those are the events. That's where you get it. Haley Langland, U.S. Snowboarding Grand Prix in Aspen last year. No podium for anyone at Steamboat a few weeks ago. And then it's the Dew Tour, and then wrapping things up, Todd, at Mammoth.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, especially if you don't have that result early on. You start to get the super tension of, am I going to pull it off? And you see it every year. Nerves can consume the best of riders.
So Jade Thurgood, also Team USA, trying to get some podium, trying to get those points. And she's got a slow burn uphill, start off with a 17, followed up with a 25. And to Jamie Anderson's point when she spoke with Tina Dixon, you've just got to be spot on. Really, you got to look at this as 6 parts of a run. 3 rail, 3 jumps, and each one has got to be near perfect.
Yeah, you said, it's like a recipe up here. You have to have the perfect ingredients to get a big score from the judges. All your rails, they need to be strategically, your tricks need to be strategically placed so you can carry momentum, especially on a day like today when the speeds are slow. So Mara, when you look at a run like this and you see a rider, maybe not do the most technical tricks and kind of sacrifice it for the jumps. I mean, what do you think that says about the state of like slopestyle and the way the courses are kind of built? As far as like making sure that flow, not only the riders have to have flow, but the courses need to really integrate that flow as well.
Totally. I mean, I've been watching Jade, and she's a very technical rail rider. She does a lot of switch tricks, switch forward sides, switch front sides. These are very challenging jib tricks. And so I think it's probably a little bit about conditions as well as the flow of the course. And just, it's time in the water, as they say, I've heard in surfing. It's, just the experience of coming to this being the first competitive event at this level.
Ty Schnorbusch now out of Monroe, New Jersey, currently sitting 4th on the U.S. snowboard team Olympic qualification points. And right now she just wants to vault herself up. Points, podiums, whatever it takes to get her better standing for Team USA to make that top 4 that'll be going to Beijing.
And we've got a 4-pack of this tidal wave of young American riders coming up right now. 3 in a row right here with Courtney and Jade, and they're very close in point standings to make the U.S. team, as we saw. So it's really anyone's game right now.
And I think that when you look at the overall of all the different disciplines of snowboarding going into the Olympics, slopestyle is the one where I think there's that. I don't know, I guess you could, the mix-up, like with the new generation is really making a push. You don't see it as much in pipe. It's still kind of the same old faces, but in women's slopestyle in particular, you're starting to see that push.
Completely.
Where the current standings, you see that the Americans have not had the best day, especially early on, but that could all go away with one run. 3-run format, only the best run counts. And right now it's Courtney Rommel who is the top placed American in the field as Tess Cody now drops in.
So Tess looking to clean this up for run number 3. The final 3 runs here. A little pop into that wall ride, into the Wally Crippler. Using that wall ride feature as basically a jump. Pop over off of the cannon feature into a board slide fakie. Switch 180, 50-50, 180 out. And in here, switch backside 540 tail grab, landing up high, trying to carry that momentum into the first jump. Front 720 tail grab, landing high again, a lot of momentum. Final jump, there's the windup, snaps into a back 7, and butt checks off of the knuckle, almost there, almost there.
And we're talking, 2 or 3 feet, and she's into the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's such a bummer, and you can really tell that some of these riders maybe needed another buffing of their boards just to carry the speed.
There's just so little room for error today, as Jamie was saying. Any nuanced weight that you're putting on your toe or heel edge between the jumps is really going to affect your speed for the next kicker.
There you can see the gap over board slide to fakie. There's the switch 180, 50-50, backside 180 off. That is a very technical move. You're 180ing in, 180ing off. Switch backside 540 tail grab, lands up high. I thought she had it. I really thought that the momentum was there for her. And then she comes around here on the backside 720, just a little bit short. And that compression, you just can't take that. Your knees can't handle that kind of an impact, and you just get washed out.
So the day is done for Tess Cody, and she will sit on the 3rd and final run score of a 48.75, which will slot her into 7th place for the time being. So Jamie Anderson currently sitting in 11th. Did she make a wardrobe change?
She did.
Okay. Todd's got me thinking fashion all day now, so Jamie's going to try the jacket change and see if that makes the difference. 2-time Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle, looking to get back onto Team USA, possibly for a 3rd go-around.
Ooh, there we go. Now we're talking the 180 into front board off there. Board slide 270 out. Now Jamie coming in, switching up this line a little bit. Frontside 720. Stay up on her feet. Backside 540 now. Landing a little tight to the top. Does she have the momentum for the jump? Oh, she does not. Ouch.
But she went for it. I just thought that's so impressive. That last jump, Todd, I think she could have probably backed it down difficulty-wise, landed cleanly, and probably gotten a top 5 score.
Yeah. You know, Jamie just wants it, you know?
Totally admirable to see her pushing the progression like that on that last jump.
You see Jamie right there. You know, just after that double 900, it takes a lot of commitment to that jump, especially, you know, when you know that you might not have enough speed to fully commit and just, you know, put your faith in what's going to happen. But you can see that gap out to board slide up on top of the wall ride feature. Her rails were impeccable up top. So good.
Yeah.
Switch 180 to board slide. Pop up and over. The switch up there to front board.
Classic Jamie Anderson style with the switch up on the flat down.
270 pop off there, carrying a lot more momentum than she had been on the first couple runs. Switched her lineup as well. There's a frontside 720. She was doing that backside rodeo run number 1 and 2. And then commits to the double.
Right here.
Double 900. Doesn't have enough rotation, just not enough airtime basically to get that done. You see here the commitment, the second head drop. And she saw that she wasn't going to make it right there. And just that impact, you can just see the crater that she made with the nose overboard.
But you don't become the best in the world without taking risks like that, and that's why Jamie Anderson is in the position that she's in.
This music is very dramatic.
Yes, it is.
Just the mental anguish as she wanted that so badly. 99% of the time, Mary, we've seen her enough compete, she lays that down.
Oh, totally. If there's anyone that can be in a challenging position going into the last run and make it to the top, it's Jamie.
You see the frustration on her face, so Jamie Anderson will not make it into the top 3. She does move up with a 50.25. That is very un-Jamie Anderson-esque.
But she does still have a large point lead when it comes to the WSTL
She leads the way with 934, and the next closest athlete on that list for the Americans is Haley Lang with 655.
Starting off with a wall ride.
Coco McMorris on course right now. Does that little front blunt attempt there on the wall ride.
Kokomo currently sitting in third on the podium, 85.75.
So decent rail section up top. Yeah, now 270 off into the first. Switch backside 180. Sets this up here, big frontside 720 lean grab. Lot of momentum into the final jump. Back 9. Little bit of a bounce. I want to see that again from a different angle because it kind of looks like she hit hard right there. But still, decent run. I don't think her rail section was as strong as Zoe's was. Here we go off that cannon rail, gapping over onto the wall ride. Slows down, tries to do a little front blunt right there. Board slide to fakie.
Actually, did you say Kokomo's more adept at the rails or the airs?
Usually I would consider her to be like a really good jump rider.
I agree.
I thought she had it, Mary. I thought that she had enough momentum to get the job done.
I thought so too. She looked so smooth going into that final jump.
But we're going to have to take a look at it here once again. That front side 720, that was about as good as you could possibly do one. Landed that thing down with no drama at all. And then backside 900. Ooh, what hit right there? Was that her hands or
her head?
Let's see right here. Gets her mitten on it for a split second.
Just a little toe.
A little bit of a touch, but that was more of an impact touch. She wasn't using her hand to balance herself on the landing. Here's another look at it right here. Yeah, does put it down. So that's going to be a decent score.
So Kokomo already sitting in a podium position with that 85.75, and she gets an 87.75. So it is an improvement by about 2 points. So she now sits firmly ensconced in third with the 87.75 for Coco Morase. And Aruki Yarvi now sitting in second with a 90.75. She's 5 points away from overtaking the lead, held down right now by Zoe Sadowski.
That's a solid spread.
Yeah, 5
points is a lot to make up in a run, especially if you feel like you've already done the best you could possibly do. Gets bucked right there on the first feature. So Annie is going to rely on that score that she has up right now and has her in second place.
97.5 is the best she will do, and that is so disappointing. First feature of 6, and she just gets tossed.
Yeah, you could see her weight was a little off on that first feature. But, you know, she's happy with today. I'm sure, you know, coming in second right now and hoping that she can hold on to that. She's got a good chance of getting on the podium.
Oh, boy.
She's looking for Jimmy Wetleg again?
Switch 900. She does have a bit of a drift from right to left on that jump at the bottom. But, you know, that's one of the hardest things to stomach when you fall on the first feature, because you have a lot of real estate to cover now, and with everyone's eyes on you after you just fell on your butt on feature number 1.
Right.
I've been there quite a few times. Getting bucked off there, you can see her heel just slid out on rails. You need to keep that board and that base flat. But look at this, backside 180. That is the thing of beauty.
It really is.
And then switch 900. Gets that nose grab, comes around. Yeah, Annie is she's going to be one to watch once again here in Beijing. I mean, she's a sleeper weapon when it comes to putting down slopestyle runs.
Current leader in the women's slopestyle final competition is Zoe Sadowski-Sinat of New Zealand. A 95 is what she threw down on run number 2. Does she up the ante here, or feel like, you know what, Jamie Anderson's not going to overtake me, and Rukiarvi can't overtake me, maybe back it down?
Yeah, that's a really interesting take on things. I mean, she could easily, she's got the doubles, she's got the 1080s. Does she do one just to throw the stoke out, or does she save it because she knows she's got a long season coming?
Well, and she's still got Haley coming up, Rira.
Oh! Switchback 9 on the first hit, straight into the front 7.
So much for backing it down.
She's my favorite woman snowboarder. Backside 9. We are talking like a 98 or 99 for a score. That switchback 9 on the first hit was insane. I think I'm lucky if I did 2 of those that look like that in my career. Holy macaroni.
Zoe Sadowski-Sinat already on a 95 with a large lead, and comes up with this third run. Forget the backing off. It is all about progression in women's snowboarding, and that's exactly how you do it.
Zoe sends. There's no other way to say it. She just sends.
Such perfect style as well. There's that gap up and over. You know, really sending a message here to everyone that, like, hey, guess what? There's a new sheriff in town. Pop out 270. But it really was, for me, all about this switch backside 9. I love switch backside 9s. Probably because I never really was that good at them.
Well, that's a really hard trick.
And it was huge. Giant as well. Switch backside 9. Comes around, opens up early, able to spot that, and just greases the landing straight into the front 7. Mellon lands that one about as good as you could do it, and then straight into the backside 9. Look at that. Look at how perfect these landings are. Zoe is a champ.
Yeah, she is that rare snowboarder that comes along and literally can just handle anything. It looks like she was born to be on a snowboard.
Man, oh man. Talk about smooth landings, technicality, and looking stylish while in the air. Zoe's at the top of that list. Another look at, what do we got here? Watch the landing. When you open up early like that, and you can just spot it between your feet and just know you have it.
Man, that was smooth.
Wow.
New Zealand talent. I'm telling you, there are some really talented snowboarders that are from New Zealand over the years, and Zoe is just the latest of the greatest.
Wow. 97.75. So as if the 95 wasn't enough, she ups the ante. Todd, you almost called it as a 98.
I almost think
97.75.
I almost think that's a low score for what we just saw. That was so good. Considering the conditions today, that was incredible.
So now the gap is 7 points between her and Annie Rukiarvi. Coco Morase. Wow, what a performance as Zoe just sent it. Julia Marino now with an opportunity, sitting on a 42.75. Remember, 3-run format, only your best run counts.
Yeah, Zoe just put the pressure on, but you don't want to count Julia out. I mean, she also is another one that has, you know, nerves of steel and can pull it out in clutch situation.
Yeah, the question's going to be, like, if Jules can nail this double 900 underflip. I still don't think it's there as far as technicality because, I mean, technically, the double underflip's probably easier than the run that Zoe did. and you can't win a competition on one trick. Oh, but she's going for it, though.
Yep.
Tries a backside 9 setup for the double underflip 900 on the bottom jump. That's what you got to do. You got to bring it.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. That's something that's coming into play with progression on both the men's and women's side right now, is how you do that double, what axis you're on, can really affect actually how difficult the trick is.
Yeah, exactly. So when you talk about Jules and the way that she does her double underflip 900, it's more gymnastics, more backflip based. And technically, that is easier to do than maybe even, the switch backside 900 that Zoe did. Even though it looks more spectacular, it's technically easier to do because you're rotating on that different axis that makes it easier for you to flip over and kind of cheat some of that rotation.
Exactly. A flat spin can be more challenging.
Ellie Weiler now will try to pick up where the Americans have just unable to lay anything down to put them in the top 3. Top placed American right now, Courtney Rummel with an 83.50. She sits in 4th.
There's that cannon rail to wall ride transfer. A little bit of a board slide fakie, kind of losing a little bit momentum, but she's got a chance to make it back up here in the lower section of the rails. 180 on pop over the flat down. And then that switch frontside board slide. And then coming in here to the first jump. You keep seeing it all day long. They switch backside 180, tail to tip. Back 360 Stalefish, had her hand on there for a split second, and then into the giant frontside underflip. But, kind of came out of that last portion of the rotation a little bit loose, kind of let go a little bit early.
Yeah, that's going to get a little bit of knockdown from the judges, of course. But I think the story with Ellie is that, she is here and she's going to keep progressing more. We're going to see her. She's going to be a name in these competitions in the seasons to come. Yeah,
it's baby steps for some of these riders. You don't get to a position where Zoe or Jamie Anderson are on your first go-through. It takes a little bit, I'm sure that she has days when she can nail everything that she tries, but you throw the nerves of a contest and the nerves of the Olympics and all this crazy pressure, it kind of stunts your bag of tricks sometimes.
Totally, and she was actually mentioning before the contest that for her, she's just stoked because she's riding against women that she's been looking up to the entire time she's been snowboarding. That's pretty wild.
It is wild. So Ellie will stay with that first run score. We go back to the top. It is Haley Langland's turn now as we give you an update on those current standings. Top placed American, Courtney Rummel sitting in 4th, Ellie Weiler in 6th, Jamie Anderson in an unfamiliar 7th.
So here we go. Haley Langland really needs to bring some spark here on run number 3. There's that little transfer over the wall ride. Front D up on top. Frontside disaster. If you're going to do that trick, you need to commit to it and get up on top of the feature. Gap over to backside lip slide. Hale's looking strong so far. Setting her up here. Switch into the first jump. Switch backside 180, landing up top. Needs to get that speed going. Frontside 9 comes up short once again. This will not be Haley Langland's day.
So Langland will have to stay on the 33.75. And again, Todd, to your point, coming out of that last rail, you have to have enough momentum. And then by the Toyota Tundra jump, you've got to keep it going because those last 2 kickers, they're just not to be trifled with if you don't have the speed.
No, and it's unfortunate, too, because her rail section up top was so strong.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, I think we can't underline that enough, is that Haley's style on rails, and just in general, is so phenomenal. And she's a textbook.
Isabella Gomez now will drop in. She took the spot of Anna Gasser, who dropped out just before the start of the competition. She represents the final 4 competitors to go here in the women's slopestyle final.
Really good look at it here from the cable cam of the flow of this course. Up top there, you have these 2 opposing wall ride features. There's that cannon feature gap into the flat down. And then that gap to down bar over the Ducan. Method air there over the first table. Here we go. Oh, that frontside 720 attempt. I thought she had it. But unfortunately for her, goes down. So speed being the ultimate competitor here today, and there's really only been a handful of riders that have defeated that hardest of competitions.
You can see it in terms of the riders that have experience in these situations. That really helps them a lot in terms of judging what they need to do to adjust.
Look at these score spreads right here.
Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, 97.75. And that is the last American to go, is Isabella Gomez. So no American will be on the podium today at the Dew Tour in the women's slopestyle final. Hard to say that as you look at the names up there with the Haley Langlands, the Julia Marinos, the Jamie Andersons. It just wasn't their day, Todd. We've seen enough snowboarding competitions where sometimes you just aren't in tune with the course.
Yeah, you're just not on it for whatever reason that may be. But, you know, it's just somebody else's day, and that's exactly how you have to look at it, because there are a few more competitions yet to go to qualify for that U.S. Olympic team spot.
Anna Morgan now. We will see what she will do at the bottom. Everyone waiting to see what she does in the jumps. Remember, we'll flash back as she did a off the jump, came up short, pop, bounced up and over. It was like a fire drill, stop, drop, and roll. Still deciding whether it was intentional or not.
Well, it was definitely intentional, but I don't think she wanted to come up short.
Yeah, that's a mid-air landing adjustment, I think.
Much better here on this third of final run on the first two jumps.
And straight air to knee crusher. Ow.
And you can tell, you know, there's just such a difference between her and Zoe, just about how their boards are running on this course. And it really does come down to how well you've buffed out your board, how well that thing can run in between the features.
Yes, the nuances today. The small details.
Yeah, but they carry big consequences. And you see right there, Zoe is a very comfortable leader. 97.75. I mean, that is just such a gigantic score, but she did a pair of really good tricks there on the bottom jumps. But there's a couple more people left that could possibly shake this.
7 points clear of second place, Enu Yurukiyarvi, who's gone already. And that takes us down to the final two competitors. Raira Iwabuchi will be followed by Lori Bluin, and then it will be set. So the worst case scenario is Zoe Sadowski-Synnott ends up in third. But that would mean that Raira Iwabuchi and Lori Bluin do better than a 97.75 on a course that everyone struggled with.
Let's talk about what could possibly bump that score up, and it's going to happen on the bottom jump if everything goes right. She has the double cork 1080. Actually, I think she has the double cork 1260 as well. If she could possibly put that trick down as an exclamation point to a perfect upper run, could potentially see it, but this has got to be perfect. 270 out and that gap over the Mountain Dew can feature. Remember, that was a switchback. She's not going to have it. She's not going to have it.
Not enough speed.
So unfortunately for her, I don't know if she needs to even hit this hit. Backside 360 almost comes up short there in the end. So once again, a bullet dodge for Zoe. I just don't really see anyone bringing Zoe.
No, not a 97.75 on this course today, as Raira Iwabuchi is so talented, and she struggles on speed and finding the speed. So it all comes down to the final competitor in the women's slopestyle final. It will be Lori Bluin from Stone in Quebec, Canada. The 25-year-old will have the final say. It'll either be herself or it'll be Zoe Sadowski-Synnott of New Zealand and the 97.
Like we said, what is a 97? Well, apparently it's a pair of 900s that are done perfectly, a super technical upper rail section. So you would think we got to see a 1080 here to get bumped into the upper 90s.
To get a 98, you're going to have to throw something huge.
And you can't count Lori out. I mean, she was silver medalist of the 2018 Olympics. She's got the tricks. She has the doubles. But can she put it down right now?
You know, I don't even know if a double would do it. But right there, that little switch up on the flat down, adding the technicality to the rails up top, just getting those little incremental points to possibly put you in contention.
She's going to be better than 87.75 just to get on the podium.
Doesn't look like she has enough speed to clear this, but somehow stays up on her feet. Will this be a double here on the bottom? Ooh, nope. Just not enough momentum. So
that has been the theme of the day, speed and where you can find it on course. And that means that Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, the 20-year-old from Wanaka, New Zealand, will take the top honors here. What a performance, Todd. She upped it from a 95 to a 97. Her score line is so impressive. She has the 3 highest scores of the entire competition. 88.5, 95, 97.
I'm not lying when I say that she's one of my favorite people to watch ride slopestyle on both the men's and women's side of things, just because I love women's slope these days and women's big air because I'm seeing the progression happen at every single event. Men's, yeah, you know what you're going to get.
Right.
But with the women's, it's like you're seeing it just jump up by leaps and bounds every event.
What a performance by the young Kiwi, and she's standing by with Tina Dixon.
Oh, yeah, what a day, Zoe, including that beautiful switch backside 900. What does it mean, though, to finally be able to add a Dew Tour win to your already big list of accomplishments?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Dew Tour was the first invited competition I ever got invited to, and to come back and do well for once, I'm super stoked. And yeah, I had a pretty weird build up into the season. I fractured my tibial plateau at the end of the New Zealand season, so I wasn't sure if I'd be back for now, and so I'm just so stoked to be back. Yeah.
You just kept building throughout the day. How much were you testing combinations of your tricks?
Yeah, training went pretty well. We had a really weird kind of build up during training just because of the weather at the start of the week, but yeah, the speed was there this morning, and I managed to do what I wanted to do, and yeah, it came and flowed through into the top run pretty well.
And then this is a really big year. Beijing is less than 2 months away. How important was it for you to get this big result so early on?
Honestly, I was just stoked to be back competing. It's been like 9 months, and just to see the girls again and see how well they're riding and be amongst it is pretty sick.
What a performance. It was so great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tina, for your efforts down in the corral today for the women's snowboard slopestyle final. Once again, it's Zoe Sadowski-Synot, 97.75. What a performance, Todd. It started from the very first run when everyone was struggling on a very cold morning to find speed. She comes out and throws down, a casual 88.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just, her style is so on point. The technicality of her tricks is perfect. How she composes herself in between the features is great. And just being smart and letting that board run and doing what she needed to. I mean, Mare, this was like unbelievable textbook competition riding.
Oh yeah, Zoe is just such a good snowboarder. I feel like every time that she enters a competition, she just gets better. It's amazing watching her ride.
Kokomo Morase of Japan will finish in 3rd place. Not a bad day of riding for her. Her best score in 87.75.
You know, and then also any rookie RV with the helmet tap.
Still the play of the day.
Switch 720, unreal. And then Zoe here with a pair of gorgeous 900s in her last run. Powerful riding, start to finish, smart. Everything was perfect, and these guys just came out here. These women today just dominated a challenging field. You know, the conditions were a little bit weird, but they got the job done.
It's not always going to be 40 degrees in bluebird sky with a soft landing for everyone, but they powered through, and Zoe Sadowski-Synot of New Zealand was the best, no question about it. 97.75, the winning score for her, so she takes home the Dew title for the women's snowboard slopestyle final. What a performance by all the athletes under challenging conditions, especially those first runs where it was just so cold. Courtney Romo, though, top 4, not a bad performance.
Oh yeah, Courtney's going to be adding to that WSPL point list for herself. I mean, this is a good start to the Olympic qualifying process.
Todd, not the day the Americans were hoping for after they got 8 into the field of 15. So now what do? You regroup, you go back, and you look to Mammoth.
Yeah, you've got Mammoth coming up, and I think that, you know, in the case of like the Jamie Anderson, the odds-on favorite to go and win yet another gold medal, I think that it's, you know, she just basically has to bring her mental game back into play. You saw her just in a little ball after trying that double. Sometimes, you know, it's just not your day from the time you wake up or whatever it was. And I know Jamie is very, very much a person that's in tune with the vibe that she has going on that particular day. And sometimes, you know, you have to force through it and just make things happen. And if it doesn't flow, you know, for a person like Jamie, doesn't flow, let it go. That is a decent way to look at things.
Todd Harris, Todd Richards, Mary Walsh with you. Mary, it was a great showing, but it was kind of disconcerting to see Jamie just could not. Even when she talked to Tina, she said, you have to be on point on everything, and she just could not seem, as Todd said, to find that flow.
Oh, totally. Today was about the details. I mean, any weight imbalance that you had coming off of any of those jumps would affect the rest of the jump line. You had to be completely on point and smooth between every jump to, like, make the entire line work.
Todd, as far as technical course goes, how do you think this ranks? I mean, we've seen some crazy courses in Sochi and Pyeongchang. How do you think this is going to rank what you'll see at Secret Garden in Beijing?
Well, I think, you know, once you get towards the Olympics, there is a formula to it of how many rails, how many jumps. But I do, you know, I just wanted to add on to what Mara was saying about really putting faith in letting your board run. And we're moving on to the men's competition here. It's the same set of circumstances. You have to let your board run. You have to let your snowboard do some of the work for you.
Well, Courtney Rommel was a top-placed American in the field of 15 today in this final, and she is standing by with Tina.
Yeah, and it's a battle in the battle for those valuable Olympic qualifying points, and the top American, Courtney, finishing 4th. What can you say about this result for you?
I honestly have no words. I'm so excited about it. This is the best run I've ever put down in slopestyle. Like, I'm so excited. It's amazing.
To get a result like this at this point of the season so early on, I mean, how special is it and important for you, moving forward to the rest of the slopestyle events?
Super important. I mean, it gives me that extra confidence boost for the next Grand Prix coming up in Mammoth, so I can hopefully do good, and I don't know, it just is a lot for me.
Yeah, and finishing as you should be, finishing in the top 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Todd.
Thanks so much. Courtney finishing in 4th place. Mary, it is always difficult. She had to be the first one to go, the guinea pig to go out there, and it was an impressive performance by her. Right now it's time for the awards, and we kick it down to DC.
Introduce to you a very special guest, our awards presenter, Christian Thomas. Thank you, Christian, for being with us. Christian is the Dew Tour Partnerships Director. So thanks, Christian, for presenting the awards out here. Appreciate you. And now for your podium out here. Congrats again to all the women, but your top 3 holding it together in 3rd place, representing Japan. Let's hear it for Kokomo Murase. And omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, 3rd place finisher, Kokomo Murase. Well done, Coco. And in 2nd place, representing Finland, let's make some noise for Eni Rukkajärvi. Let's hear it again for your 2nd place finisher, Eni Rukkajärvi. And your champion, representing New Zealand. This is her first Dew Tour podium and doing it with style, getting up on the top spot. Let's get loud and proud for Zoe Sadowski. Sit it! One more time, make some noise for your champion, her first Dew Tour podium and doing it on the top spot. Zoe Sadowski, sit it from New Zealand, and your podium for women's snowboard slopestyle. Congratulations, ladies.
So the women putting on a great show here at the slopestyle final. Congratulations to Zoe, doing a fantastic job. Coming off the injury, telling Tina Dixon, wow, what a performance for her, Todd and Mary. It was a great day of snowboarding. The progression was there. The tricks were there. Some people were feeling the flow. Some people were not. But again, for the Americans, it's on to the next event, which will be coming up in January, and that's in Mammoth.
I think what was so exciting today is right now in women's slopestyle, it's kind of anyone's game. There's so many good riders that anyone can rise to the occasion on a given day.
Todd, are we seeing a changing of the guard in women's slopestyle?
Well, on any given day when Jamie Anderson decides that she wants it, she can take it home. But Zoe is not going to make it easy for her. There is definitely obstacles on the way to the podium. But you know what? All in all, it's all contributing to progression in women's slopestyle and women's snowboarding in general, and that is a great thing for this activity that we love to do, sliding around on a stand-up sleigh.
Anna Gasser will be back from Austria. Jamie Anderson will look to the next day, but what a great competition. Again, the women's snowboard slopestyle final goes down, and it is Zoe Sadowski-Synnott who gets it done. Her score, a monster, 97.75 to claim top honors. Team USA put 8 women into the final. No one placed higher, though, than Courtney Rommel. She finishes in 4th place. We had a camera tap in midair. We had a little bit of everything here at Dew Tour 2021 and beautiful blue skies at Copper Mount. So congratulations once again, Zoe from New Zealand, getting it done. 97.75, the winning score as we put a wrap on the women's slopestyle competition. So, as we get ready for the men's competition coming up a little later on, we want to remind you still to come here from Dew Tour Live. It'll be Todd Richards leading an Olympic roundtable. Interesting conversation, even more interesting guests that will join him here on the desk. So, for Todd Richards and the editor of Snowboard Magazine, Mary Walsh, I'm Todd Harris saying so long for now. The Kiwi reigns supreme. Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Circle K. Take it easy.
U.S. team right now, I don't think has looked better.
Chase, looking good here.
Being able to go to the Olympics and represent Team USA is an amazing opportunity.
all the kids on the team have such individual styles.
Here at Dew Tour this year, it's the second Olympic qualifier of the year, so a lot's at stake. The younger generation, we're more hungry. We're trying to get our names out there. We're trying to make a name for ourselves.
We don't pick our team until right before the games. So everyone you see up there, they're fighting for their spot. The margin for error is so small. You have to be on your A game every day and always be very focused. What I think impresses the judges the most is amplitude. Flow is everything. You have to have the big tricks. You can't be afraid to go huge.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
The Olympics has this really crazy aura around it and this like very stressful event vibe because it's just so gigantic.
Everyone's really kind of stepped up their game. A lot of girls are pushing it and wanting to just get better and go bigger.
I think being able to hold your composure at the Olympics when it's only every 4 years shows a lot of mental strength.
If you're not on top of your game, you're pretty much not going to the Olympics.
Welcome to the halftime show. This is Dew Tour Live. How's it going, everybody? I'm Todd Richards, sitting here next to JJ Thomas and Chris Grenier, and we are going to talk about, well, basically, the Olympics. What is the Olympics? And what does it mean to snowboarding? And we've got a couple, I've been, JJ's been, Grenier, I know that you pay attention to Olympics, just hockey mainly, snowboarding on a sidebar, but let's just jump right into it. We got a lot of stuff going down for this year for these riders. And JJ, you and I have had this conversation a bunch of times about like how much the pressure just decimates what you think you have for runs and like your plan going into a season.
Sure. I think it's safe to say that these Olympic qualifiers for the Americans have just as much weight and pressure on them as these guys are going to feel when they get to the Olympics. Mm-hmm. It's the same type of pressure because it's a huge country. We got a lot of talent. It's hard to make. So it's pretty much these guys are going to have the same nerves they're having right now as they're going to have at the Olympics.
Yeah, and yesterday, Trish Burns sent me over this Instagram video of when I had to qualify for the Olympics in '98. And I don't know what it was about that, but like all of a sudden I got that crazy sense of like butterflies and like I have to poop feeling because it was so gnarly. And I didn't like who I was when that was happening. And in hindsight, I'm like, wow, I went at that completely crazy. As an outsider's point of view, Granny, you've got your whole bomb hole empire, and you're looking in at this Olympic thing, like, growing up on the East Coast and seeing snowboarding being shown on that stage. What was your thoughts about that and what these guys are going through?
I'm just a fan of sports in general. So when it comes down to the Olympics, it's the top tier of competitive sports. It's the highest bar there is. So from just a competitive standpoint, when you're watching hockey, when you're watching snowboarding, it's all exciting, and that always it gets into a fun conversation about speculation. Who's going to be the favorite? Who's going to do good? We get the conversations going. Right. So let's talk Team USA. Who are the ringers for Team USA? Who you got, JJ?
There's that one kid.
Well, where do you guys want to start? Half pipe or slope?
Let's start half pipe. That's your.
You guys are a couple of U-ditchers. Let's go to the U-ditch guys.
Well, you have to start at the top. I think right now our team's looking pretty strong with Sean White, Taylor Gold, Chase Josie. Those three have shown that they're making the finals and they're getting in there. So I think those are our top guys. And then with Sean, this is his 5th Olympics. This is huge for him. He wants to do this and do it right. And he went on camera the other day saying this is it, which was big coming from him.
I would be saying that too if I had to deal with Raibu and Yuto and Ayumu, especially after watching Ayumu the other day, basically just phone in a winning run of a couple back-to-back 14s and with like no drama at all on his face or in his riding. The level is bonkers right now.
The thing with Sean, though, you got to remember is that he has that ability to crank it up to 11 and just go 10 feet higher than everybody if he needs to. He's got that incredible competitive will that we love to watch. We've been watching it forever.
Yeah, and you've been firsthand with this as a U.S. team coach now and as Sean's kind of private coach during the Pyeongchang Olympics. What do you say? Do you just slap him on the butt as he goes out the gate? What do you tell a person like that basically has the weight of competitive weight of competition on their shoulders at the biggest event of their lives?
It's one step at a time. When the day starts, it's get the boots on. Let's get out the door. and then let's get the bib on, because when there's pressure, it's not fun.
Do you feel like having a child has helped you coach these guys?
I feel like
first
coaching,
you put the shoes on and you have your cereal.
I think coaching has helped me with my parenting, if anything, but they definitely correlate. But it's one step at a time. Get the people out the door, get them to the half pipe, because they don't want to go. There's a bunch of pressure. It's not fun. But if you can just get them doing their thing, once they loosen up and they start breaking off tricks, they're like, oh, I'm ready now. But that doesn't come till game time, like really right before they go. Otherwise, they're just not happy people, which I understand.
And then as far as Americans go, two people we got to talk about is Chase Josie and Taylor Gold.
Yeah.
Those guys have really elevated into a league of their own in these past couple contests.
And I feel like, too, is like I'm such a fan of bucking the trends of what is considered to be like the compulsory moves in pipe, because we've seen the back-to-back 1080s. Even the 14s now are like, it's kind of like, well, you need this in your run. I like to watch a guy like Taylor Gold come in. I like to see this back in the day with like the Teeters when they would come in and do something different, or like Otterstrom when he kind of like started doing the switch backside 900 spins in the pipe, to kind of chuck the game on its head. And I think that Taylor Gold has a completely different run at what it takes to win. Like he's got that double chuck backside 1080, potentially into a switch McTwist, which is just like, okay, well, here's the formula that everyone else is using. I'm going to go this way and see what happens with the judges. Like, so when you're in the position to coach these guys, I mean, are you encouraging like what the judges are looking for versus like what you want to do?
It's a combo, right? It's really up to the guys. And the thing I love about Taylor and Chase is that they're not following what the other guys are doing. They're just doing what they want to do. They've been in this a long time, and they're not going to chase a trend right now. They're not doing it. They know what they want. They know how they want to look, and that's it. And I just respect that, and I love it.
Yeah. And Grandies, listen, you got your finger on the pulse of snowboarding now with the bomb hole, and I mean, you're getting the inner workings, in the sock drawers of everyone that's in snowboarding. What does the core, what does the dust box think of Olympic snowboarding? That's really what I want to know.
Be honest.
To be honest, it's not for everybody. There's some people, it can be divisive. Some of the little compartmentalized sections of snowboarding aren't watching the Olympics, but that doesn't mean that it's not a great thing for snowboarding. It's not a great thing for getting people into it, appealing to a broader audience. The progression's been out of control. One thing I'm curious about, JJ, is going back to early season, a lot of these guys have been putting out footage doing triple corks in the half pipe. Do you think, are we going to see triple corks in the Olympics
tomorrow?
Today?
Are we going to see them tomorrow? That's what I want to know.
Here's the truth about triple corks. You need speed, a lot of speed and a lot of height. So it's really weather dependent and half pipe dependent. So there's cold temps right now. You saw in that slope competition, people were coming up short. That's because there's cold snow. There's nothing you can do about that. If temperatures heat up tomorrow and this pipe's running fast and guys are on, you could see a triple go down. I think so, but it's all speed. It's all speed.
How many people have that finishing move at this point?
4.
4 dudes have it.
I saw 4 people in Switzerland land a triple cork. Ayumu, Yuto, Ruka, and Raibu.
Wow. Okay, so you've got that. How many people did you see not like almost make the triple cork?
2.
That's the more interesting topic. It's like, I've almost got it, but now I can't walk.
Yeah, no, they did fine. This kid from China did one pretty close, and Scotty got really close as well. They each did one, and then they were like, all right, we're going to chill.
And just kind of jumping back to the topic that you were saying, just competitive snowboarding isn't for everyone. But if you do want to follow that track, I mean, the Olympics is the pinnacle, sort of. I mean, snowboarding is not going to change either way. If Shaun White wins the gold, it doesn't affect your experience in snowboarding, whether you're like the super gnarly dust box dudes, or you're one of these guys that's hiking in the backcountry, Jeremy Jones. It doesn't affect the actual sport of snowboarding. But what it does do, and I think it's kind of cool, it opens a window into perseverance, and basically, like, if you want something bad enough, you can go out and get it. So, basically I'm just trying to relate this to people like yourself that were in the streets for so many years. You've got a video part, you have the pressure of look, I got to fill 2 minutes. I've got this song picked out. I don't want the abbreviated version of the song. I want the full song. So coming into like mid-season and knowing you're sitting on 2 shots and you've got a rolled ankle, maybe your wrist is maybe broken and you've got to fill the rest of this video part with footage. Like the pressure's kind of the same.
Totally. There's some comparisons as far as mainly the pressure you put on yourself, probably the same with the athletes competing in the Olympics. You always want to do your best. And going back to what you said earlier, there's room for everything. There's room for split boarding. There's room for street snowboarding. There's room for half pipe. It's all incredible. And the thing that I think people don't realize, if you look at, take people in the street snowboarding world, right? Maybe there's comments about spinning to win, too much spinning, it's crazy. But the thing that's wild is if you come here and you watch practice and you watch Mark McMorris do a backside 5 nose grab, it is beautiful. Yeah. And just because people are doing triple corks, they're doing 1440s, they're doing giant rotations, you watch these guys and girls do any warm-up 900 and it is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, these are weekend tricks.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
Exactly.
The triple cork is a weekend trick. You're not doing that every day. You don't want to go out and throw the triple cork on in the slopes, triple back 16. You're not doing that on a Tuesday. That trick starts to happen on Thursday. Maybe you do it Friday. Saturday for sure you're doing it if you make the final. So it's 3 days a week you get to do that trick. It's very much like a job, really. You're only working 3 days a week, but you're trying to pull down. So let's talk about a little bit more of like Olympic smorgasbord here. We've got, skateboarding joining the Olympics, surfing joining the Olympics. Let's get some personal thoughts on that. JJ, I know like you and I live kind of close to each other down in Encinitas. We're in a very, very tight surf skate community because that's where the hub is. What do you think about these sports kind of joining in?
I loved it. Personally, I loved watching them, and I really like watching the whole community get behind it. Because we're snow guys, and we've been in it for a long time now, but it's been fun watching it branch out to the surf and skate communities and see some of the pushback and some of the acceptance, and just kind of watch the whole thing unravel. And it's funny, too, because snowboarding is probably the youngest board sport, but we've been in the Olympics the longest, so in a sense we were kind of the old wise ones here. So it was
We've
fun
done some Goonie stuff, though.
Sure. Of course. I'm not saying we're not kooks, but it was fun kind of leading the charge on this one and then watching these guys and the whole industry respond to it. But I thought they did great, and I was a huge fan of it. That surfing actually really surprised me too, because it looked like garbage when we were looking at the webcam. Like, how are they going to do this? And they put on a show.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Okay, so you're a betting man. I know that you're deep in the bets. Who are your picks right now? I want to hear some picks for slopestyle today.
Well, I'd like to say allegedly for legal purposes to start that off. Picks for slopestyle, I mean, Renecongas has been looking really strong. Red Gerard always shows up. When it comes to slopestyle, I'm a huge Dusty Hendrickson fan.
Yeah,
his style, he looks like he got shot in the tranquilizer with a tranquilizer dart to the neck. He is asleep at the wheel, doing double corks, just looking phenomenal out there. So those guys, but it really, when you look down the start list, it's scary if you're one of these competitors because anybody can show up. Mark Mick is always lights out.
And for pipe tomorrow, JJ, and I know you're Team USA, but let's just strip that away and let's just look at this. Who are you looking at?
Let's be honest, it's going to be hard to keep Japan from sweeping. If those guys are on and they're landing, they're top 3 right now. I think everyone kind of knows that. If one of our guys can step up, now we know Sean has the ammo, but he's kind of getting back into the swing of things. But if he has a good practice day, he could crack that top 3 for sure. And like Taylor, Chase, a lot of guys could, but we have to be clear. Those guys are pretty locked up right now. They're sharp.
Look, I want to see Sean play to his strengths. I want to see him do a 25-foot high method air to start his run. And then we can just see where the cards land. Well, thanks, guys, for coming out here and hanging out with me. We got much more to come. We got slopestyle for the men coming up. A whole bunch of dudes. We got 2 runs, best of 2 format. All the stars are here. Stick around. A lot more action here at Dew Tour.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.
The way things are going right now is pretty insane.
Slopestyle's progressing so much.
It's really cool to be a part of it.
Always pushing the limits of creativity.
To push the progression here.
I ask myself what the hell I'm still doing. I don't want to just walk away when I'm on top.
It's wild. I've never seen something like it.
There's so much talent within the United States.
Really great style, his composure in the air. Really sets him apart from the other riders.
You know, as we go on with this slopestyle, we're seeing a lot of bigger tricks come in.
He can adapt like no one else.
The most important part is making it past that qualification day.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
Ready for any rotation.
They're pretty top dogs in slope. Their trick list is insane. I'm constantly inspired by them. You can't really know women's snowboarding without knowing Jamie's name.
She's just been killing the game since she got into it and has not stopped yet.
Yeah, 11-time Dew Tour champ. Whoop! That's kind of crazy.
The slopestyle event's really anyone's day. It's how you view the course and who's riding it the best, who feels the most comfortable, and I think that's what makes slopestyle so amazing.
It's really quite hard to end up on a podium these days.
Mark McMorris, slopestyle GOAT, I would say.
Mark McMorris is a legend. There's no other way to put it.
I wanted to be Mark when I was younger.
I have the tricks and I just got to put it together.
You kind of never know. It's always a gamble. Everybody's so amazing at snowboarding and just has their own unique style and trick selections.
Once I put headphones in, I kind of just treat it like any other day. Make it look as flowy as possible.
The most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
When judges are looking at runs, it's mostly about the flow. I think that if the run can make them want to go snowboard, that's a winning run.
The stakes are high here at the Winter Dew Tour. The world's best snowboarders have gathered today in Copper Mountain, Colorado to compete in the slopestyle event with U.S. Olympic qualifying on the line. Strong group of young Americans are on a quest for the podium and valuable U.S. ranking points if they hope to get to the Winter Games. To come out on top, they must take on an elite group of riders on a challenging slopestyle course that takes tons of style and nerves of steel to conquer. Hello everyone, I'm Todd Harris alongside snowboarding icon Todd Richards and Tina Dixon. Todd, what are these snowboarders up against here at Dew 2021?
Well, we've got a technical rail section up top. We got 3 big jumps. The best of the best are here to play. We got your Mark McMorrises, your Red Gerards, your international field, Marcus Cleveland coming out of Norway, and I've got my job cut out for me because I got to count spins, and that is the hardest thing for a commentator to do right now in men's slopestyle because the tricks are up to 1800s and 1980s.
It's a different format as we're going to see today. The field is large, and I mean large, 25 making this final cut, but they're going to move it to 2 runs.
Right.
Because of the qualifiers, because of some weather situations. So Todd, how does that change your strategy? Instead of having 3 runs best run count, it's 2 runs.
Yeah, and not only is it 2 runs, so you don't have as much chances, but there's a lot of time waiting between runs. So you need to keep yourself warm. So here we go, the competition format, 25 riders, 2 runs, best run counts, and you're scoring this out of a possible 100. The judges are scoring you on overall impression, what your interpretation of this slopestyle course is. You need to be technical, you need to go huge, you need to have a variety, a continuation of your line, and your tricks need to be hard, and you got to stomp everything.
Well, Team USA is well represented. As you take a look at the U.S. snowboard team's current Olympic qualification standings showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to nominate it to the U.S. team for 2022. And Todd, there are a slew of talented Americans that could win this competition.
Yeah, there are. You know, you got guys like this kid right here coming out of Silverthorne, Red Gerard. He is the one to beat out here, the defending gold medalist. And there, Brock Crouch, this new crop of up-and-coming riders. Brock did really well at the last Dew Tour that we had here in Copper 2 years ago. And those are the favorites right now. Also, Dusty Hendrickson, the dude that looks like he's asleep at the wheel when he's snowboarding in the best possible way. Judd Henkes out today with an ankle injury. Yep. You know, and then we see the rest of the competitors here, but you know, it's really going to be all about, you know, those top guys trying to make the spots.
And there are multiple pathways to qualify for the Olympic teams this year, including World Snowboarding points lists and podium results at tryout events. So let's take a look at the start list. It's a big one, 25. And Todd, it's fair to say this is quite possibly the best of the best. This is a preview of what you'll probably see at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and these are the who's who of technical park riding. Mons Roysland is going to kick us off. We saw him, really throw down a couple weeks ago over at Steamboat, the first big air competition that we've seen in the United States in a few years. Absolutely mangling it with a frontside 1800 to take that. So that just gives you an idea of what we're talking about for spins. They're going to be huge. The rails are going to be technical. It's going to be a fun day.
All right, fun indeed. As we look at the blue sky out there, for more on the course and the conditions and the athletes, we check in with the third member of our team. Here's Tina Dixon.
Yeah, what a heavy field we have out here, with only 2 runs as well. Strategy is really going to play a big part out here, but the good news, conditions are turning out to be ideal for a slopestyle. You said it, Todd. Clear skies. There is no wind to speak of right now. Now, in the earlier women's competition, speed was an issue, but I've been watching practice, and the riders seem to be figuring that out and adjusting. But what's interesting, the Olympic gold medalist Red Gerard was down here in the viewing area the entire women's competition. He's a smart competitor, so I'm sure he was gauging to see what the course was doing, because today you're going to need talent and some strategy, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. Red Gerard, the reigning Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle from just down the road, quite literally 15 miles from Copper Mountain. He's used to these conditions. He's been at this park a lot. He's very, very involved with Copper Mountain and what they're doing with Red's backyard. We'll get in more to that, but today it is all about slopestyle. A unique situation. Normally we have 10 to 12 finalists and they get 3 runs. We are now at 25 finalists and they will get 2 runs. Best run counts. So strategy, Todd, a big deal. Not as much of a leeway. You can't go out there, get a test run in, maybe build on that a second one and leave it to the third and final run.
Yeah, you have to have eye of a tiger from the beginning of this event.
We just called the women's competition a little bit earlier, and Tina alluded to it. Snow grippiness was a factor. They figured it out in the end. Zoe Sadowski-Sanat and Uruki Yarvi did not seem to have a problem with it, though. 30 seconds. So Mons Roysland will kick things off. The 24-year-old from Oslo, Norway. Todd, he has been around this game for quite some time. He has talent. And let's not forget, if you were on your country's slopestyle team for the Olympics, you were also participating in big air.
Yeah, that's right. And Mons is a powerhouse rider in slopestyle. The amount of technicality, and you talk about control in the air. Once this guy leaves the lip, the grab starts early and it holds through the entire rotation. The style is there. Talked about him on the rails. We're going to see some crazy technical tricks. Now, Mons is going to set the table here for everyone with the scoring from the judges, and will also give us a chance to show you, the viewer, what's going on with this course. 2 back-to-back wall ride features straight off the top, multiple lines in and out of those. Mons right there with the pop out, cork flip out of that. You just see he's coming out the box swinging early. A bunch of different rail features up top. Then into the first jump of 3. This style feature, as Mons just clacks into a 1260. And tries to back that up right there. So you're going to see riders trying to keep their speed up between the first jump and the second. There's been, some problems with speed here in practice this morning, just because by virtue of how chilly and how cold it is. But geez, Mons is really getting started off. That is a Caballero up to disaster, then kind of opening up on a wall ride into a crippler flip, and then right this 270 pops up and over into a cork 450 out of that rail, back 270 onto this rail, pop out 270 as well. So Mons Roysland, throwaway run for him, but man, they are coming out swinging this morning.
21.75 will be a throwaway, as you mentioned. He will look to run number 2. Ruki Tabita is 22 Kawaguchi on his first run. Todd, I don't know what has happened over the last 5 years, but Team Japan has certainly been the team on the rise.
Yeah, they very much have been. Look at that. Look, alley-oop into that wall ride feature. Lip slide to fake you out of the opposing wall. Sets him up here into the second. Now there's a little feature here. Flat down bar as he comes off of that 270. Switch back 270. It's coming in switch into this first hit. Coming off the heels hard. Into a switch 1080 off of the first jump. Into the switch backside 9. Carrying, you see the squat there to hold onto it. and somehow sneaking out a 16.20 on the bottom jump. So basically, you know, you're really fighting for that speed there coming into the bottom two kickers. You got to land that top one and set your line and let that board run. Let your base do its job and keep your momentum through. And here we go through the replays. The flat down rail up top. A lot of rail features, but the riders are really choosing to stay over to, I guess it would be riders, lookers left as you're coming down the course. I think that's the fastest line in. Let's switch backside off the first hit. Snapping up into the backside 16.20. Coming up just a little bit short. You see getting that final rotation coming around. Staying up on his feet.
Send it. First American to be dropping in here at this slopestyle final with 25 athletes is Lucas Ferry, 17 out of Pennington, New Jersey. The great thing about slopestyle, Todd, it really doesn't matter. You don't have to come from a resort town to excel in the sport. And sometimes you might be better off being at a smaller hill where you just focus on the rails.
Yeah, you get a lot of reps in, as they say, if you have a small feature-filled rope tow accessed terrain.
And Lucas making quick work of that rail section.
Yeah, quick being the operative word as he comes into the first jump and just goes awry on the switch backside 900 off of that top feature. And then he goes into the front flip there. So this will be a throwaway for him. But in this format today, this adjusted format due to the qualification process, these guys only get 2. So there's a lot of pressure on him coming into run number 2.
So Lucas down to his final run number 2. Looked good through the rail sections.
Yeah, and he carried a lot of momentum, and I think that's going to be really important here today, is after that final rail feature, you need to have a lot of momentum coming into this first jump. There's the switch backside 900. He puts that down, but unfortunately just wasn't as clean as he needed it to be, and he washes out.
Beautiful look at the course here at Copper Mountain on a picture-perfect day for Dew Tour 2021. And what a way to start things off. Mark McMorris out of Saskatchewan, Canada. Really, a lot of people refer to him as the GOAT when it comes to slopestyle, Todd. His experience, his backcountry riding, he is a snowboarder.
Yeah, Mark is the complete package as far as, you know, being able to compete, put video parts together, and keep a good head on his shoulders. Here we go, McMorris. Backside 450 into the wall ride, straight into the cork 540. Mark is a tactician when it comes to putting together runs in slopestyle courses.
We've had these conversations before, Todd. Some guys favor the rail section, some guys favor the big air. McMorris can do them both equally.
There you go, Mark snapping into switch backside off of the first hit. Now, a lot of the riders have been having problems keeping speed up. Double cork front 1080 into the triple 1440 off of the bottom jump. So we saw switch back 12 and then into front 10. I mean, that was a clean run.
Yep. So McMorris lays down a very clean first run. Remember, it's just a 2-run format, best run counts.
Look at that. Backside 50-50, 450 into the wall ride, straight up into a wally, which is basically a wall ride where you're jamming off the top of it, keeping your momentum up into a cork 540. Mark's upper section of the rails was pretty much perfect. Switch, pop on, gaps over into the backside lip slide, comes off switch, and then coming in here into the first jump. Switch backside spin, sets him up perfectly. Double cork frontside 1080 into the triple cork backside 1440. Now this is just getting one on the books for McMorris.
And the landing just picture perfect.
Yeah, check it out right here. Wind up, snap, 1, 2, 3 corks. Stomps that out. Mark's been having a little, kind of a rough go at it here for the first event of the season. He tried to put one down at that big air that was in Switzerland, tried to put one down again in Steamboat, but was kind of finding problems, getting that run under his feet, but no problems here today for McMorris.
He is talented indeed, to the tune of a 90.
There
so
we
Mark
go.
McMorris setting the bar early and high. Takeru Atsuka dropping in for Japan. One of the nations that Todd and I have talked about, certainly a threat to both the Americans and the Canadians for snowboarding dominance when it comes to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and just their air awareness and the way that they've approached slopestyle, they're the ones with the big 1800s, you know, the 1980s off of the jumps. I don't think we're going to see any of that here today. Perhaps we could see an 1800 off the bottom jump, but the run up top will have to be perfect. But over the past few years, the Japanese have really come on strong as far as technical riding goes. Here we go, starting things off. Switch backside 900, double the dip on the shoulder. Triple 1440 off the first. And then a smooth backside 1620 off of the bottom jump. So that was a actually, maybe that was a backside 1260. It would look so smooth.
Wow, Takeru with a great opening run. Remember, because it's just a 2-run format, only your best run counts. This first one is so key, it really can't be a throwaway.
It really needs to be perfect. There's that Wally crippler. I'm going to have to take a look at that bottom, because now we're going to compare what McMorris's run was. He sets the pace with that 90 into what Takeru has offered here on his jump. Switch backside 900. Dipping that shoulder up and over. And then down here off the jumps, holding on to it. Starting that thing off, and then here we go. 1, 2, 3 dips to the shoulder, front side 1440, then another wind up. Backside 1260 on that bottom jump. There's the 7, there's the 10, and the one more rotation, 1260.
And when you hit that sweet spot on the landing, it looks so much better. The judges love that landing, certainly part of it. An 86 for Takeru, so he goes into second place behind Canadian Mark McMorris.
It's so hard these days to look at these spins and envision in your head what you're actually seeing, because it happens too fast to even count.
Finn Bullock-Womble out of Mebane, North Carolina. One of the youngest competitors in the field at 16. When you think about North Carolina, you think about basketball, you think about Michael Jordan. Snowboarding not on the top of that list, but here he is at the Dew Tour.
That's changing up, though. There's a lot of really powerful riders coming out of that zone over the past few years. It's those small mountains where these riders can get multiple reps in a day, these little rope toes, these little chairlifts with just feature-packed slopes. Here we go, coming into that first jump. They were calling this the style jump, you know, when they kind of unveiled it to the riders. It's a smaller jump, so basically what does that mean? You're not going to get as many rotations in, but you have to make it look good.
Wow, Finn unfortunately gets into the back seat on that last big kicker, the biggest of the 3, so he will have to look to his second run, his final run here in the final.
Yeah, unfortunately for him on that bottom jump, coming up just a little bit short on the rotation, but up top, looked really strong.
Americans have brought a large field, a contingent heavy with talent. Hunter Goulet out of Park City, Utah will be the next athlete to drop in here, trying to get himself a spot on Team USA. And Todd, we've had this conversation before in years past. Just making it on the Team USA is 90% of the battle.
It's really a battle. I mean, just making it to the point where you can say that I'm going on an airplane to the Olympics is really rough. There's that Wally crippler off, using the wall ride as a jump to propel him upside down. Popping 270 off of that flat down rail. Ooh, little switch up there. Coming back pretzel, board slide pretzel out the opposite way. Coming in, switch backside, and then into the 2 bigger jumps. Staying on his feet, trying to carry as much momentum as he can into the final jump. Remember, trying to take down McMorris, who's right now is sitting on a powerful 90. And that, to have that as being one of the very early competitors to come down, that's no joke.
Well, it's scary as you look up at the leaderboard and you say, okay, what's the mark to beat 90? Who put it up? Mark McMorris. Oh, my.
Yeah, but then again, you look at this roster of riders that have yet to come. You know, this may be a very smooth run. I don't think it's going to be putting up the huge scores as we see the front side, the switch backside 900 off that top jump. And then the snap, a little pencil-y on the initial portion of that rotation, but getting it, that grab going. towards the end there. And this is the final jump. You see it right there. A little bit of a guy in the sky angle. Smooth run from top to bottom. But we are going to have to wait and see how that pans out. Look at that drift from right to left.
Our cameraman, Jimmy Wetleg, doing excellent work up there. No fear. So Hunter looking for his score to drop in. It's a solid 50, which has him currently in 4th place. Canada's Liam Brearley. Gravenhurst out on the eastern part of that great nation in Ontario. Canada brings talent, Japan brings talent, the Americans are bringing a lot of talent, then you have a smattering of Europeans.
Unfortunately goes down on his move right there, the Wally into the cork 540. I did like the way that he approached that very first wall ride feature though. So the rest of this run will be a throwaway. It's 2 runs, best of 2, and by virtue of who we have in this roster, you have to be perfect.
We have not seen yet the Sebastian Teutons, the Kyle Max, the Sven Thorgrens, of course, Red Gerard, Chris Corning also still to come. I mean, this is a heavy, heavy field, and a lot of these guys have upped their game because some of them are basically big air specialists who've now gone out and mastered rails. Ryoma Kamada now out of a beautiful part of Japan, Aichi.
Once again, another Japanese rider who has everything that it takes. And you know, Todd, if you kind of associate Japan with riding the deep powder of in Hokkaido out of Sapporo, but if you go to the main island of Japan, there's a lot of those ski areas that are like heavy repetition, rail riding, park riding, and that is contributing to how strong these riders are.
Well, we saw that last summer at the Tokyo Games, the skateboarding scene in Tokyo, and that entire nation is amazing.
They just really embrace it. It's on all facets of action sports. They're very progressive and at the forefront of what is possible on a snowboard, on both the men's and the women's side of things. So here we go into the first jump that sets the pace here into the bottom 2. Now it'll be between this right here and the final jump. That is where all your speed gets siphoned away into the front side triple that I did not think was going to happen. He kind of got that late dip of the shoulder done after he had cleared the knuckle.
And this may be a podium position early on in the competition for Kamada, but nonetheless, that was a great opening run.
You see that? The switch 180 up on top to backside 360 off into the landing there. Very unique line. We haven't seen too many people approach it like that. And there's the gap over. Nose slide, pops out, lands switch into the first jump here. Gets a 1080 done up top, frontside 1080. See that? 1080. You can tell by the angle they're showing me here. And then stomps out the second jump and then winds up here into the triple. This was a late dip of the shoulder on the final rotation of that.
Yeah, that last one. Look how close this is as he's coming back towards Earth.
He just gets the clutch on the slob grab, that front hand grabbing right behind the front foot and holding it the entire rotation. So he's up there.
67.25 for Kamada of Japan. Current standings in the men's snowboard slopestyle final. It's Canadian Mark McMorris leading the way as he laid down a 90 on his first run. A smattering of top-placed Americans still to come as they try to work their way onto Team USA going to Beijing. This name also is one you probably need to know. Brock Krause from Carlsbad, California, just 22. He is so talented for how young he is, Todd. Currently sitting 3rd on the Team USA standings. You need to be in the top 4. Those top 4 positions will be going to Beijing.
Yeah, Brock is super talented. He's one of these new all-terrain vehicles of action sports. As well on a surfboard, he rips on a skateboard, and he just knows how to kind of flow and put it together. He's one of these guys who definitely, is all about what music he's into on his run to set the flow for him. He's all about flowing. It probably comes from his heavy surf background. He wants to make sure everything kind of flows together.
That'll work.
Yeah, switch backside 1080 on the first hit. Straight into the cab 1260 nose grab. And then winds up. And puts down. Brock Crouch right there That is a solid way to start off your campaign to make it to the Olympics. I mean, that was such a powerful run from top to bottom. And when he lands, I mean, Brock just absolutely stomps it out. There's the 50-50 to alley-oop into the wall ride, into the front side 50-50, back revert off. Back tail slide 270 out. And that Caballero will gap out to back lip slide, setting himself up for the switch backside 1080 off the first hit. And that set him up switch into this next one. 1260 nose grab, and then winds up really hard. Comes around on a 1440 on the bottom jump. 1, 2 spins, 3, and then the 4th right there. So Brock Crouch ending that run off very strong. He's going to jump up on the podium for sure right now for the time being.
One of the top runs we've seen so far early in this 2-run format, normally 3, and Brock Crouch, the American, goes into second place with an 88.50. So Brock Crouch out of Carlsbad, California, moves into second place here on run number 1. Mark McMorris leads the way. Crouch sits in second, and Atsuka of Japan is sitting in third. 12 Americans made this 25-man heat final. They're all getting 2 runs where only the best run counts. Good look at the start as Kunitake Hiroki get his opportunity to drop in as well.
Here he goes. Another one of these talented young Japanese riders who can spin like a top when it comes to these bigger jumps. Backside 360 off of the wall ride feature up top. You can see the combos that you need to put together on these rails. Some of these rails are just like shifted a little bit next to each other, so you have to gap from one side of the rail to the other. You need to make sure that your runs are absolutely perfect up top, not only for the judges, but so that you can keep speed up for these 2 bigger features at the bottom. Very important here today. Speed has been an issue all morning, and you see it play out right there. Coming up short on that rotation.
Hiroki now looked good, especially on that second to last jump, the penultimate jump. It was so smooth on the landing. Thought he might be able to translate that speed, but he comes up short, hitting the knuckle, not into the sweet spot. Team USA has 12 athletes into the final in this 2-run format with 25 athletes, where Mark McMorris of Canada leads the way right now with a 90. Brock Crouch, top-placed American, sitting on an 88.50. Todd, we talk about Canada, we talk about the USA, we talk about Japan. They're dominating the leaderboard right now. But there is a nation that you always have to consider, the Viking power, the Norwegians. They come to play.
And Marcus Cleveland will be the next one to take out this slopestyle course. One of the people that I consider, and many riders consider, to be the most technical slopestyle rider that has ever graced the sport. Is this a sport? Is this a lifestyle? I don't know. But the way that Marcus Cleveland attacks is incredible.
Ranked number 1 in world rankings, the Norwegian Marcus Cleveland now on course.
Technical off the first hit, switch back 270 on, 270 off. Cleveland is a tactician when it comes to putting together rail lines. He's got his own ski area in his backyard in Norway, so he definitely gets those reps up. McMorris put down a flawless run. Cleveland, oh my gosh, running out of speed on that, but just absolutely going crazy. 1620 on that jump to set up for the bottom.
You made the analogy before, similar to Olympic diving. If you see a puff of snow like water splashing up, it means the landing was not what they were looking for.
No, you want to have that clean transfer of your board into the snow. You don't want to see the snow chuff up. What that means is you've scrubbed off a little bit of speed. And especially on a day like today where speed is either your friend or your worst enemy. Look at that, Cleveland popping out 270 out of that switchboard slide. Comes in here on these first hits. You see him reach down, tighten his bindings up because now comes the jumps.
This landing coming up right here.
Watch this wind up. Snaps up into it. Holy cow, back 16 I think that was?
Look at this.
They just spin so fast. There's the 7. There's the 10, there's the 14, 16, 20.
Heavy onto the heels.
Unfortunately for him, not able to land smooth enough and clean enough to set him up for that next jump. So Cleveland will have to bring it on run number 2. They only get 2 in this competition. 1 is a throwaway.
Happy birthday, brother. One of the 12 Americans to make the final here at Dew Tour 2021, Luke Winkleman out of Blowing Rock, North Carolina, the western part of the Tar Heel State.
It is his birthday today, so happy birthday, Luke Winkleman. You know, it's a great present. And, you know, I get it. Like, my birthday is in December, too. We get the shaft, okay? We get the shaft having Christmas-oriented birthdays. But, you know, it would be a great present. Start off the holidays for yourself, if you celebrate Christmas, with a perfect run here for Winkleman to find himself on the podium.
Currently sitting in 7th place in the U.S. Snowboard Team Olympic qualification on 582 points. Top place is Red Gerard with 913 to give you a little bit of context.
Winkleman looking good so far up top in the rails. Really clean. Now he just needs to bring it into these jumps. Make sure he carries enough speed. Casual switch 720 on the quote-unquote style jump. Into the switch backside 1260. Trying to carry enough speed here. And just comes up a little bit short. So it comes down to carrying maximum momentum into that first jump to find you into that sweet spot to be able to propel your momentum into jumps 2 and 3.
I liked his line though, Todd, especially coming off the rails.
Yeah, he had a very unique line up top. Little late pop off there in the 270 out. And Winkleman's another one of those riders that has a small ski area that he gets to access and can put a lot of runs in. And just, you know, it's like when you're skating, you get a chance to go out and do a trick over and over and over again. With a snowboard, you got to wait to go up the lift, so maybe you lose kind of that eye of the tiger when it comes to learning new tricks. But when you have those small ski areas and you can have multiple tries at it in very rapid succession, you get people like Winkleman who come out and just absolutely destroy rails.
Shout out to Banner Elk, North Carolina, a fine little ski resort in the western part of that state. And Winkleman, with that score, will go into 7th place and look to run number 2. Start house here at Copper Mountain for Dew Tour 2021. That is Sven Thordren out of Stockholm, Sweden. Been around the game for quite some time, 10 years plus competitively snowboarding, and he has certainly been part of the progression of slopestyle on the men's side.
And a ripping skateboarder as well. Sven Thordren is an absolute crusher on a wooden 4 wheels. And when he comes here into slopestyle, Sven is so good too. He has kind of some unique rotations off of the jumps that other people don't even mess with. There we go. That 270 onto that flat bar. Here we go, Sven Thordren. Double Michael Chuck.
Nice.
To start things off. Setting them up switch. Casual switch 900. Being smart. Just try to carry enough speed. Triple cork 1440.
He had it.
Front side, he almost had it there.
So you know exactly what he's looking for, Todd. He cleans up the landing on that last hit, and he's probably looking at a top 3 position.
Yeah, and he played it smart, too. I mean, there was that 900 in the middle, which by today's slopestyle standards is low on the math scale. But it doesn't matter. If you can put it down and really bring it on that bottom jump, you know, you can bump your score up. And remember, a lot of these international athletes, too, they're all trying to qualify for their respective teams. So any jumping up in the points in the position definitely makes a difference.
Sven Thordren with a nice run through this middle section. It was the landing on the final hit that gave him problems.
So Sven here just gets that 900 around and then sets himself up for the frontside triple cork 1440. See those shoulders dipping 3 times to kind of get that whipping momentum to get the rotation around. That's 4 times around. And if you drop that shoulder down, it kind of can make it happen a little bit easier, but just juicing out on the tail a little bit on that landing.
51.75 for Sven Thordren of Sweden. Kyle Mack now, 24 out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. Dropping in on his first run of 2, part of that American contingent looking to make their way to Beijing.
So those 2 rails up top, they're 2 opposing wall rides with features into them. See Kyle Mack coming in here. Change up right there, popping it over to front board on the way in on that rail. 270 on, 270 off.
Todd, do you think Kyle's strength is in the rails or in the big air?
Well, Kyle, you know, he's one of those riders that really could bring it with the quad cork, the 4 dips of the shoulders. But that's a one-off trick that you really only see in big air events. And Kyle did medal in big air. Unfortunately for him, going down hard on jump number 2. So pressure is on for the American for run number 2 here. Feature number 2's been claiming some people here all day long. But you see right here, Kyle, that nose press, popping it out pretzel style into the wall ride. There's 2 features up top to set your momentum. Board slide, change up. And then unfortunately for him, that bail cost him there on the second hit where he went down. Everything was looking good up top. But unfortunately for him, not able to put down that trick where he needed it there, coming up just a smidge short on the rotation. Will send Kyle into the flats, and depending on run number 2 to put up a score to find him on the podium.
Dew Tour 2021, this is the men's slopestyle final. 12 Americans made the cut in the top 25 where they get 2 runs, not the normal 3-run best run count, so a little added pressure there. And right now it's Canadian Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90. This is Sebastian Toutot, fellow Canadian coming from the eastern part out of Montreal and Quebec, Canada. This guy has so much style, Todd. He has been around the video parts, the backcountry. He can do it all.
He can, and not to mention he's the reigning gold medalist in big air from Pyeongchang, so he carries some heat and some momentum into this. He's won the X Games multiple times. Whoa, Wally backside rodeo 720 up top. Very unique approach. So far, Sebastian is really setting himself apart in this run. Backside 270 on the hard way onto that down bar. Here we go. Double cork 9 to start off his run into the jumps. Switch double 1080 into the bottom one, and he doesn't have enough speed, which is unfortunate because the top portion of that run was so sick.
So for Seb Toots, it's cleaning up the landing on jump number 2 before he got to that big kicker. Smart enough to know that he did not have the speed if you do not want to come up short. It's a 65-foot gap, and it is completely flat, hard-packed snow.
Watch the way that he lands his tricks. Wally, backside rodeo out of that first wall ride feature. And he just, Sebastian Toutot just stomps. That's like what his trademark is when he lands, he actually puts all four bolts of each binding firmly into the ground. But unfortunately for him, on jump number 2, just a little bit of a mistake. It wasn't even that big of a mistake. Switch 1080, technically he landed it, but just kind of washed out on his toes and didn't set him up perfectly for that bigger jump at the bottom.
That's experience right there. Sebastian Toutot, the 27, becomes a throwaway for him. Dew Tour 2021 men's slopestyle final. Canadian Mark McMorris leads the way, the only athlete to get into the 90s. He's got a 90 even right now. This is Rene Rinnekangas out of Finland. Todd, you talk about this oftentimes. Finnish precision. They just ride the course differently.
I'm going to say with Rene, though, it's Finnish precision mixed with this crazy artistic spontaneity. That is why Rene Rinnekangas is the rider's favorite rider. He's so fun to watch. 360 into a big Wally 450 out.
Oh, what a transfer that is.
Yeah, Rene Rinnekangas has a unique approach to a lot of rails. Unfortunately, scrubbing a little bit of speed there. That's going to cost him that one mistake.
So now we'll try to recover first at the Toyota Tundra jump. Now the big setup for the final kicker.
And there is a frontside 1440 spinning flat. And a 1620 up the bottom jump. So you can see what Rene has got in the bag, but he did scrub a little bit up top coming off of one of those rails. But Rene, he's so fun to watch just because, you know, he brings these unique interpretations.
He sees the course differently.
And he really does. There's that Wally grabs slob, kind of opens it up on that 450 out of that, basically turning it into a cork 540 off of that first jump, using the wall ride as a jump. 270 on, 450 off. Unfortunately, washes. There's the 270, pops off 450, puts his hands down. Now, usually if it's a hand down because of compression, they don't count it. That was a tripod. He was keeping himself up.
And in this field, Todd, a touchdown not like that is just going to take you out of the top 3.
No, but it just kind of gives you an idea of where Rene is going to go with this.
Yeah. So start thinking about if this run had not the touch on the landings.
1440 into a 1620 off the bottom jump. That's great, though, for Rene. He's got different style of spinning. He's not dipping his shoulder like a lot of the other riders. He can spin these tricks flat, which is more difficult in the eyes of the judges these days.
So 74.75 for Finland's Rene Kangas.
With a hand touch, he can clean that up. He will bump up.
Mark McMorris continues to lead. Brock Krauts, American, sitting in second place with an 88.50, and then it's Takeru Otsuka of Japan. So that is the top 3. Hunter Goulet sitting down there in 8th position. Certainly an icon in the world of freestyle snowboarding, Ståle Sandbäck, coming to us by way of Oslo and pretty much every resort around the world.
Yeah, Ståle just dropped a heavy movie the other day, very much a subject of gimbal gods, one of the undisputed champions of POV follow cam with the GoPro. Ståle Sandbäck pop out. You'll notice with his style, everything is done with precision and stomped landings, putting both his feet into the snow very firmly when he lands. Ståle coming into these jumps, he's a master spinner. He spins a lot of his jumps flat, which means that he doesn't drop his axis into his shoulder. You can see right there.
He stays more upright.
He stays more upright, but unfortunately for him right there, coming up just a little bit short, scrubbing. Big fan of camouflage,
yes,
I will add as well.
He's not wasting any space there. Is the dip in the shoulder more of a regional thing? Is it more of a North American thing?
What it does really is you can cheat the spin by tripping your axis to have you go end over end more. It creates momentum. You think about when you throw a Frisbee, think about how hard it is to throw a Frisbee flat. It's a lot easier for the average person to whip a Frisbee on its side.
And watch it tumble.
Right, so you think about that in terms of just being relatable. Once you drop that shoulder, it kind of speeds up your momentum. It's a lot harder to spin a trick flat.
And Ståle looks so good through the rails sections.
He did. So here we go. This is that precision that we see from Ståle Sandbäck, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short on that landing. That may be the first time I've ever used a Frisbee analogy in snowboarding. Whammo. That little come up short, but then he does a little knuckle method off the bottom jump here to keep people like me happy. Snap. Boing.
Oh.
Wow, look at that. That was way better than the average method to be done off of a knuckle.
As your throwaway for Ståle Sandbäck. Working our way through the first runs of the men's slopestyle final. Dave Retzlaff now nearby Vail, just up I-70 from Copper Mountain.
Just over the pass, as we like to say.
Down the hill.
Here he goes, doing a little switch 180 into the wall ride. Oh, and getting just bucked out onto his chest off of the second wall riding feature.
A term you like to use a lot. He just got spit out.
Yeah, he got spit. And that basically that happens when you load your board up into something and all that flex pattern of the board comes back at you and spits you onto your face. Not good.
So Dave will just use this as a training run, get an opportunity to get these hips one more time.
Whoa, that was a crazy whip of the hips there. And big penciled out nollie front flip off the final kicker.
I see him. Dave will look to that second run of 2 where only the best run counts here in the men's slopestyle final. Send it. This is American Storm Rowe representing Jamaica, Vermont.
Jamaica, Vermont, which is close to Mount Snow
Yes,
and
is.
also Stratton Mountain, Vermont. If you drove up to Stratton from Worcester, Massachusetts every day like I used to do, you would travel through Jamaica, Vermont on the way there.
On your way stopping for a Fribble at Friendly's?
I could stop for a Fribble at Friendly's, but talk about these young riders that are coming out of the East Coast. And what does the East Coast do for you as a young rider coming into slopestyle? Well, this is the softest day you would ever get on the East Coast unless it's March. No stranger to hard conditions, but it lets you be a little bit more risky because you know that you can take a hit. Big front double 1080 off the bottom hit.
Nice way for Storm to open things up as he slides into the corral.
But knowing that a 1440 is the minimum amount that you need to be rotating now to bump yourself up into that top 3. But for the Americans, it's all about that positioning of yourself in that point lead to make it onto that Olympic squad. And you see right there the 270 spin of the board onto the rail, popping off. Coming in switch. Switch 900. Actually switch 1080, that late hip whip. Here's another look at it up top on that first jump. And then into the second. Getting it there, switch 900. And then into the final kicker. Just a nice 1080, nice clean 1080. Puts it down on the tail. So he needs to clean up a couple things there, but still the ingredients are there for a good score.
Mark McMorris of Canada continues to lead out of Saskatchewan. He's got a 90, the only man to crack into the 90s. Brock Crouch and the Americans sitting in second place as Storm Rowe now is slotted into 7th. Large contingent of Americans making the final as it is expanded to 25 athletes, 12 Americans in the field of 25. Sean Fitzsimons out of Hood River, Oregon. West Coast in the great state of Oregon now on course.
And a ripper on a skateboard as well. He's got such good skills when it comes to riding concrete and, you know, actually skating vert, which is something that doesn't really happen anymore. You see right there, he's very well at home on these rails. Coming in here, rookie on the U.S. team. Able to throw down, switch backside 900 off the first hit. Spent a lot of time this fall over in Europe. Basically lands that, and the compression bounced him off of his line.
So Sean Fitzsimons, who has Mount Hood as his backyard, will have to look to run number 2 and make it all come together. Rail section, not a problem.
Not a problem for him at all, and this is one of these kids that can actually just really gain momentum in the air as soon as he leaves. If it doesn't look like he's going to get the rotation around, his smaller stature, and he's compact and strong. He can kind of create rotation in the air where others maybe couldn't.
One more
So pressure is on.
Beautiful day at Copper Mountain, Colorado, Dew Tour 2021. Before the competition started, we talked to these athletes about this course. Here's a little taste of what they had to say.
I think the most important part in a slope run is your flow, top to bottom.
The course starts out with the first rail features, which they're more like wall rides.
I always think as a judge's perspective, if you're hitting a different feature than everyone else, it's probably going to get scored a little bit higher.
I don't really think about the judges.
I put a lot of emphasis on style in snowboarding because I just love how unique you can get with it, and I don't really try to plan too much or do too much because then I just overthink about it, just try to flow.
My approach to rails is just to try to make it look as fun as it was when I was 7 years old riding Big Bear.
I don't really love rails. I like jumps. I think jumps are my stronger area on a slope course.
Because the first jump is smaller, you're going to see a lot of style tricks, a lot of 540s to 900s, and then heading into the 2 jumps, a lot of 1260s to 1620s if I had to guess.
Coming into the 3-pack, it's just kind of, you're thinking about what the judges want to see in a sense, like they want to see all 4 rotations and a lot of them, so you kind of try to fit as much as you can in as different many ways as you can in your own way.
I kind of just think like what's going to feel good for me on my snowboard and just landing and going big and having like flow top to bottom.
Beautiful day at Copper Mountain for Dew Tour 2021. 12 Americans have made the 25-man final, where it is a 2-run format only. The best run counts. Mark McMorris leads the way right now with a 90. Next up, it'll be American Dusty Hendrickson out of Mammoth Lakes, California, just 18. And just to get him to this point, it's a lot of work, a lot of hard effort out on the snow, but also a lot of sacrifice by way of his family.
Yeah, my family has done everything they possibly could have done for me to get to the level I'm at, just in like moving locations, like from Big Bear to Mammoth. It's just, yeah, families they kind of make or break your career, honestly, because like you can't pay for anything when you're 5 years old, and that's when a lot of us get into it. So yeah, I cannot thank them enough.
So Dusty now calling Mammoth Lakes home. Great training up there, the Unbound Terrain Park, one of the best certainly in the West.
Let's give some shout outs to Dusty's dad. Dusty's dad cut his teeth at the original Bear Mountain Snowboard Park back in the day. One of the first snowboard parks that we ever saw.
Yep.
His brother is very, very in the snowboard scene as well. And it's just, it's cool. It's cool to see a family affair. This kid he's so cool. I love anytime I get to talk to Dusty Hendrickson, it's rad. And he brings a swagger to snowboarding like none other.
I was going to say, and he's also a pretty amazing snowboarder at just 18.
Yeah. Here we go, Dusty Hendrickson. He likes to bring style to it, and he sure does. Just watch the upper body. And it's just something that you either have or you don't. It's very hard to fake the bang, they say, you know, to make your snowboarding look stylish. Look at that big rodeo flip 540. Going into a switch 1260. Dusty looking strong here. Oh, and tries to squeak around the back 12, but unfortunately for him, comes up a little bit short in the rotation. But made it look easy up top. He just needs to carry a little bit more momentum. My favorite part of that whole run was that rodeo flip off the toes, off, you know, dipping into that shoulder. Not a lot of people are carrying that rotation, but just look at the swagger. That was a little wild coming off, you know. I'm sure he would say that too. But just as far as like the way that he approaches the rails, even the way he comes off, and there's a lot to be said the way that you carry yourself in between the features as well. It all comes into the overall expression. And there's that rodeo flip off the toes, dropping that front shoulder, whipping that 1260 around, and then unfortunately down here on the bottom jump just didn't have it. But that 12 came around. There's that double, tries to bring it around 12, but just a little bit short in the air time. Had he been another foot higher in the air, he would have been able to make it past that line and get a smooth landing. But he's got another run at this.
So Dusty Hendrickson will look to run number 2. See if he can improve upon that and get himself in a podium position, where right now it is Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90, and we check in with Tina.
Yeah, well, I talked to Brock Crouch earlier, who is still sitting in that top 3. You know, he said in terms of speed between that second and third jump, it's sticky. It's like Velcro. In fact, they didn't even get a chance to really practice hitting those big jumps off the third one. That was the first time he landed the triple all day. But one thing I noticed yesterday in ski slope style, the rail section became more important than ever.
Yeah, it's equally balanced for the judges, Todd. But to your point and to what Tina was reporting, you talk about that chalky snow.
Yep.
Jamie Anderson mentioned it in her run. It's a little bit grippy.
Yeah, we're going to refer to the trough between jump 2 and 3 as Molasses Valley. If you can make your way through that and carry speed, it's going to set yourself apart from the rest of the competitors.
Final 3 competitors to go in run number 1 in this 2-run format. Cassie Sharp of Canada out of Whistler, BC will be the first to go, and then it'll be 2 Americans with Chris Corning and Red Gerard.
Here we go. Darcy is a metal rail tactician. See right there, 450 off at the top there. Darcy is so smooth. Switch 50-50 over to switchboard, 270 out. 270 on, comes off. Switch stance coming into the first hit. Switch backside 9, double grab on the nose. Wind up in here.
Big snap into a 1080, and then carrying a lot of momentum. Triple 14 off the bottom jump.
So Darcy with a full pull top to bottom. Her sister Cassie Sharp, not a bad athlete in her own right.
Yeah, she's a pretty darn good skier, if I recall. But let's see back up top there.
It was the first rail, Todd. If they're going to dig him, it's going to be on this landing.
Yeah, I don't even think that was, something to be taken out. You see that 270 off of the cannon feature. Just kind of landed there, not quite perfectly in the transition as he popped out 270 off the top of the wall ride. But you know what? He's got some stuff going on here with the rest of his run. And that's, could make the judges kind of forget about what happened up top.
Talk about how difficult it is to make Team USA. Talk about making Team Canada in slopestyle with McMorris, who is leading this competition right with a 90. You got Sebastian Touton. The list goes on and on for the Canadians.
But Darcy's always been one to watch here in slopestyle.
So looking for his score to drop here to see if it gives him something to work off of. Top 5 possibly, as he will look to his second run. Remember, it's a 2-run format. Only the best run counts. So it's a good opening run. Again, that small bottle at the top where he came off had the double hand touch. The rest of it looked very clean, showing a different look for the judges. And I think after a while, you watch 50, 60, 80 runs in a row. You want to see something that makes you go, whoa, I haven't seen that.
Thanks for watching. Yeah, and at this point in today's competition, the judges go, whoa, when you actually land that second and third jump cleanly.
Big score.
The judges taking their time here.
What's up, fam?
What that means
Mom and Dad. Love
is
you
they're
guys.
trying to figure out where they're going to put you. It was a great run by Darcy Sharp. What are they going to give him for points here? They're looking again. This is the judges looking again.
Comes off there clean.
Darcy had a very technical upper rail section. The only thing that I can take away from that run is that little bit of a sketch up top.
Yeah.
But he put it together on these jumps. That switch backside 900. You see him coming in there hard on his heels, kind of opposite the way that you would even approach that. It's kind of an awkward way to spin into it.
Right. And the score coming in for Darcy Sharp, and you can tell by the body language he is happy with that. Why? Because he is going to go into second place with an 89.25. So right now it is Canada holding down the top 2 spots. Mark McMorris in first with a 90. Darcy Sharp, and that's the moment. 89.25 up on the board. So Canada 1-2. Brock Crouch sitting in third for Team USA with an 88.50. Carry his sister all the way back to Whistler. 89.25, Darcy Sharp looking very good and feeling good. Final 2 competitors in the men's first run of 2 in the slopestyle final. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with American Brock Crouch sitting in the 3rd position, that last podium position. But 2 heavy hitters still to come. We'll start things off with Chris Corning out of Silverthorne, Colorado. And it'll be Red Gerard, also from the same neck of the woods.
So just looking at how these scores are shaking out, and by virtue of what Darcy Sharp just put down, what are the judges looking for? Well, look, if your rails are lacking, you need to bring it heavy in the jumps. There's really, I don't really see a favoring. All I'm seeing is that you need to be a tactician on top and at the bottom of this course. Corning with the alley-oop 50-50 pop off, and the mirror version of that trick on the second wall ride. Corning is great once he gets in the air. He's one of the only people in the world that can do the quad cork, the 4 dips of the shoulder. So here we go into the first of the 3 jumps. Corning 1080 to set up into the second jump. Here we go, switch backside 12 into 1, 2, 3, triple.
Hey.
So solid run for Corning.
How do you compare that to Canada's Darcy Sharp with the score he just got with an 89?
I think Darcy had a little bit more technical of an upper rail section. And a little bit more flavor on some of the jumps. But definitely, as the day goes on, the judges tend to heat up. But look at that right there, the pop-up alley-oop 50-50, and then the mirror version of that over there on the other wall ride feature. Corning had a smooth run up top. No slide pretzel out there. Back 270 on, 270 off. And Corning starting to set things up, coming off hard on the heels. Switch 1080. And then into the switchback 1260. See that right here? Gets that late whip of the hips around. So 1080, 1260 into the 1440. That's going to be a solid score for him. So Corning, is one of these kids coming out of Colorado.
Right.
Definitely has gone for it in the big air department.
Yeah.
Can, really push it as far as that goes. Like I'm talking about the quad cork and things like that. Really trying to push the level of these stadium jumps, these one-off
of
events.
what's possible.
Right.
So Chris Corning looking for a good score here. It'll put him in the top 5 with an 83, and he'll make his way back up to the top for his second and final run. Final man to go in the men's slopestyle competition. Look at the start house here at Copper Mountain on a Bluebird day. Current standings, Mark McMorris leads with a 90. Darcy Sharp in second. Brock Crouch currently sitting in third. The last man to go will be Red Gerard from Summit County right here in Colorado, down the road in Silverthorne. And Red Gerard still flying high off that performance in Pyeongchang, where he walked away with the gold medal in slopestyle. He told us how it's changed his life.
Winning gold impacted my life. I was 17. I feel like my brain wasn't really fully developed, to be honest. I was put in this spot to, force to mature. I got to meet a lot of cool people, and, I got a lot of great opportunities, and I feel like I was put in this weird spot where I was forced to mature and become, act a little bit older, and, you're not really just representing yourself at that point, you're representing your country, which I think is so cool about the Olympics. There's a lot of bad stuff that people say, but there's also this really cool thing where it's 4 of you and your best friends going to represent your country, where you're from, where you grew up, and at that point you're not really representing yourself as much as you're representing your country. That was really cool for me.
Red Gerard, a Dew Tour athlete. Todd, we were there in Pyeongchang. He went on the Magical Mystery Tour. When he won that gold in slopestyle, he was whisked off to New York City and then to LA, did all the talk show, and then he came back to compete in big air.
Yeah, it's very cool to see Red. We saw it in 2014 with our boy Sage Kotzenberg,
Sochi,
and we saw another repeat of that, where like the underdog, the perfect representation of snowboarding, does it again. So here we go, Red Gerard. He was the last person to win this event here. Look at that alley-oop, front blunt slide, and then we see there the Cavallarial Disaster.
He is a product of that backyard rail section and jump features that he has at the house.
Yeah, and that's really going to lend itself here to the way that Red looks at this upper rail section. Switch back 270, bring back. Comes back to regular. Into that frontside 720, keeping his speed up. Red is one of these riders who can snap into these big moves.
Yeah.
Back 12. Into switch backside 1620.
So
Red Gerard, solid run.
Red Gerard is a regular foot rider, which means normally he likes left foot forward, but he's so adept at riding switch, it's hard to tell. So anytime you see him with his right foot forward, he's riding basically backwards.
So Red Gerard, solid up top. Watch this right here. Alley-oop frontside blunt slide, pops off.
Love the stall.
And then in here into, actually alley-oop backside disaster revert. And then on the rail section, pop up and over. Backside lip slide. And then comes in here. Switch backside 270, bring back. Fights his body's momentum to bring it back to regular. And then comes hard off the toes. Beautiful 720. So right there, alley-oop 720 is going from the left side of your screen, the momentum carrying over to the right. And then super perfect 2 jumps. Switch backside 1620 to end off that run. So solid. We're going to see Red do a complete shuffle up here of the top 3, I predict, just by virtue of how smooth, how technical, and just perfect that run was.
Has his riding changed a lot, Todd, in the last 4 years from what we saw in Pyeongchang?
I think that he's definitely matured. His
his riding has become more powerful as he's gotten older. Whoa!
87 for Gerard. I would have
kind of gnarly.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit less points than I thought. I thought he was going to shuffle into the top 3 for sure.
So Red Gerard sits in 4th for the time being at the end of run number 1 with an 87. He's standing by with Tina.
Yeah, and Red still had that giant trick on the last jump. Sitting in 4th right now. Great run. Where does that run sit with you?
Yeah, I was happy with it. You know, that first jump is kind of a weird one. I think we're all a little confused, like whether we're supposed to go small spin or big spin. I tried to go the small spin, try to take a little more of a style route, but yeah, I was pretty happy. I mean, all I can do is just try to land some runs, so yeah.
It's crazy to think that Beijing, the next Olympic Games, is less than 2 months away. As the Olympic gold medalist, what are your thoughts on potentially returning to the Olympic Games?
I'm happy. I can't wait. Yeah, it's right around the corner. You know, the first time was such a surprise, and this time, yeah, I'm just happy to go back and experience it again.
Thanks so much, Red.
Thank you.
Red Gerard sitting on top of the U.S. snowboard team Olympic qualification points, and right now he sits in 4th place after one run here at Dew Tour 2021, a qualifier for those Olympics. Mark McMorris came out run number 1 and laid down a 90. Darcy Sharp, surprise score there, Todd, for me, 89.25 happens in the second, and then 2 Americans, Brock Crouch and Red Gerard, your top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid showing up top, but it's the crazy thing is for me, McMorris putting down that 90 and that 90 holding from early in the first round.
Some of the talent that has come through, and it has been a surprise, no question about it. Brock Crouch, one of the young American up-and-comers, absolutely crushing it on his first run.
Yeah, Brock came down, was solid. Darcy Sharp coming out of Canada, his rail technical prowess up top definitely paid off. And then it was all about Mark McMorris, who was immaculate from start to finish on his run. Started off with a bang and ended with an equally powerful triple cork 1440.
It's the North Americans doing battle, Canada versus the USA. Who will emerge on top? We'll find out when we return to the Dew Tour. Back at Dew Tour 2021, Copper Mountain, Colorado. Todd Harris, Todd Richards, Tina Dixon with you. Todd, saw a little bit of everything. No surprise to see Mark McMorris on top, but guys taking different lines, trying to impress the judges, still trying to figure out what they're looking for.
Yeah, but you know what? There are some people who have tapped into the formula. Brock Crouch being one of them. He's leading for the Americans. Darcy Sharp, her team Canada. I mean, he got a solid score for his first run through. And now, by virtue of that, a lot of these riders are looking at what Darcy did, being like, okay, well, maybe I need to kind of take that formula. But he really put down a solid one. The triple cork frontside 1440 paid off for him. But Mark McMorris early on in round 1, and we don't typically see this, is a giant score like Mark got, holding up for the entire final. Now, you have to mention that guys like Marcus Cleveland fell, Mons Roisland fell on run number 1, so not really in a safe spot. The scores tend to bump up, as well as the heat of the riding in run number 2 as well. Remember, only 2 runs today. It's not a 1 out of 3. It's 2 runs.
Because the size of the field, 25 making the final cut. They'll just get 2 as opposed to the normal 3. Mark McMorris is 90, as Todd pointed out, standing the test of time. He was one of the first athletes to drop in for the first 5 out of the 25. And to see names go through like Cleveland, of course, Sven Thorgren, Kyle Mack, Sebastian Toutant, and his scores still stay there, says something about the judges have not seen the runs that they want to see to give the big scores.
Yeah, but we've seen some flashes of brilliance. Mons Roisland on run number 1. Here he is in the start gate. Started off with a bang. This kid could make a big shift in the top 3 if he can put down the run that we know that he is capable of.
Mons Roisland out of Norway has the capabilities to, on this run, jump himself right into that top position. 90 is a good score, Todd, but there is still some wiggle room the judges have left out there.
Coming in there off that Wally into Crippler feature. Front 270 into that cork 450 out. Not a lot of people are doing that trick. See him here, back 270 on, coming into the first hit. Back 1260. He's got to stay on his line right here. There's the 1080 coming into this final jump. Oh, tries to somehow muscle himself into another flip on that rotation and just flat splacks on his back.
So normally this would be a 3-run final and Mons would have another opportunity to go back up there and clean it up, but now his day is done.
Watch this here. Kind of 270 on and then into that Wally Crippler where you use the wall ride as a jump to propel you upside down. But it was this right here, the inverted 450 off. Basically what you do is your body just kind of like, you hook into the rail a little bit and let the momentum of your body flip you up and over. And then in here on the jumps, there's that 1080, and then tries to keep the speed up into the bottom jump. Tries to just muscle around another flip, but he did not even remotely have enough hang time to get it done. But it just shows you,
look at that,
the willpower of trying to get that done, just trying to like muscle another flip around.
Not Mons' day at Copper Mountain at the Dew Tour. As we go back to the top, Ruki Tabita currently sitting in 9th place with a 60.25. Tell you what, that's a tough team to make. Japan's slopestyle squad.
Yeah, definitely. The Japanese riders are so strong. To see what happens here. Alley-oop into that front wall ride. Frontside lip slide revert. And coming in here, switch onto rail number 1. Switch board slide, no slide, pretzel out. That's when you pop out the opposite way of your body's momentum. Switch backside, 270 on. Trying to stay low and compact to keep that speed up. Carrying that momentum into jump number 2. Stay up, but he's not able to ride out of that clean, so that will do it for his run number 2.
So Tabita is going to have to stay with a 60.25. Also, would love to have a 3rd and final run. Todd, you talk about this course, and they obviously get some rider input, but Copper's done a great job of putting it all together. Do you like the flow of the course? Do you think the riders are responding well to it?
I think the upper section of rails is really cool, the way that it flows with those 2 wall rides. The Woodward Park crew here at Copper Mountain has done an unbelievable job. And you see a lot more of these unique features kind of playing in. You know, like Woodward has always been about trying to create new and fun things. The Dew Tour has played a hand in that as well. You know, they're partnering up with guys like Danny Davis and his Peace Park imagination of what is cool in snowboarding. What kind of cool features can we create? And I think that Copper has done a really great job of putting that into a contest format.
Lucas Ferry now, one of a handful of teenagers to make the final here at Dew Tour 2021. To get some points. Remember, for Team USA, it's all about points and podiums to make it onto the squad.
Slow rotating, switch backside 900, but unfortunately opened up a little bit too early on that and goes down.
So we're seeing this a lot more, Todd. You see the big shadow there on the backside of those jumps. Is that an issue or is that a non-factor?
I think, you know, you want to be able to have as much light on the takeoff, even more so than I think in the landing. You want to be able to see where you're taking off. Then you can kind of feel it when you're going into the landing.
Mark McMorris continues to lead. Darcy Sharp in second, Brock Crouch, and then Red Gerard, your top 4 as we're in the midst of the second runs of the men's snowboard slopestyle final. Just another beautiful day in the Rocky Mountains here at Dew Tour 2021. This is Dew Tour Men's Snowboard Slopestyle Final. Mark McMorris of Canada leads the way with a 90. He put that down on his first run. It's a 2-run format. Only your best run counts. So now an opportunity for McMorris, Todd, to go out there and improve upon it, because I think the run he did was impressive. Obviously, the judges liked it to the tune of a 90, but he left some meat on the bone.
He did, and I think Mark did that intentionally too. You know, he has the 1620 in his bag of tricks. He's been able to bring that out when he needs to. The switch backside 1620. I just want to see him put it together. There's that back 450 onto the wall ride, essentially doing a backside 360 off of that cannon feature into the wall ride. So technical in the beginning there on those 2 features. Popping off here into the lower rail features. Here he comes, McMorris, into this first of 3. This is going to be one that sets the pace. Switchback 900. Big 1080 off the first hit into the bottom. What has he got? Another triple coming up a little bit short. So the door is kind of open, knowing that McMorris cannot come through on a 3rd and final run because of this abbreviated format. He's got to sit on that 90. And, you know, he doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. I'm looking at the, you know, you got
look at the names.
Sebastian Tutat, Rennie Rennekonga, Stale Sandbeck, not to mention Marcus Cleveland. So you've got a lot of heat yet to come down this course. But that combo up top, done with precision. Mark was on his way here. That gap over to lip slide the fakie. McMorris, you know, he's been to the Olympics a couple times now. He's been on the podium. He's yet to come home with the gold medal, which I feel like McMorris could do in his sleep.
Absolutely.
So there's the switchback side 900, and then straight into a slow rotating frontside 1080. Perfect style. Then into the bottom. Just wanted to get the triple 14 with the indie grab.
Todd, if he lands that, do you think that's better than his 90 on run number 1?
I think so. I think he bumped up his technicality up top on the rails too. That run was a lot cleaner. But unfortunately, McMorris is not going to get another chance at it. He's just going to have to sit and watch the rest of the competitors come down.
So this will not be an improvement on the 90. The 46 becomes the throwaway. So Mark McMorris, the 4th athlete drop, now will sit and watch 21 other riders try to knock him off that top spot. Takeru Atsuka of Japan will try to see if he can't move up from the 5th position that he currently holds with an 86. He needs better than a 90 to move into 1st place. He needs better than an 88.50 to take over the 3rd spot, the last spot of the podium, which is being held down right now by American Brock Crouch.
Here we go, Taku on course.
Takeru, second opportunity.
Takeru popping in frontside 360 for that first wall ride. Into that crippler out. Making short work of the rails up top. Back 270 on, pop off. Now he's coming in switch into this first hit. Switch backside 900. Trying to keep his speed up. Ooh. Front triple 14 coming into the bottom hit here. 1260 on the bottom jump.
That penultimate jump was no joke.
So very similar to what we saw run number 1. That frontside triple 14 off of hit number 2. He gets a lot done in a short time. Actually, that was a switch 360 into that first wall ride, and then into that ever popular Wally to frontside crippler, the inverted frontside 540 out. And I'm calling that a frontside 540 because it is a frontside transitional hit. I'm kind of referring to it as a half pipe wall, which I'm not going to get deep in the weeds here. But anyway, there's that switch backside 900, and then into this snapped frontside 1440 triple cork. That is a lot of whirling being done in a very short amount of time, and then trying to combo that into that right there, the finishing move. But you know, just I think he did that run a little bit better his first time through.
but maybe by virtue of, you know, just a little bit coming up a little bit short there on that bottom rotation.
So looking for improvement, and Takira will hold on to that first run score. Finn Bullock-Womble now out of North Carolina, one of the youngest competitors in the field. Some issues on run number 1 in this 2-run format. He's got his opportunity right here to seize the prize.
Look, this is a unique period for North Carolina. They got 2 riders in the final here at Dew Tour. That's pretty rad, because that snowboard scene, I mean, it's a great snowboard scene, but it's pretty small compared to like what you think of like Summit County, Colorado, or Utah.
Right. Wiekelman being the other Carolinian to make the final here at the Dew Tour.
Coming in, switch. 900 off the first hit, kind of opening up a little bit on the last part of that rotation. Frontside 1080 tail grab. And then into the final hit, you see the windup. Whoa! He almost had that. He almost had it. The pop off of that jump was absolutely perfect. You saw how high he popped up off the jump. You couldn't have like set your edge and popped any better. Unfortunately, came around and just wasn't able to stomp the landing. But that was so good.
Remember, Finn's just 16 here at the Dew Tour final.
Yeah, we will see him again for years to come. Coming in here, switch backside 270.
Caught it perfect.
Came off perfectly. And then here into the switch 900 off the first hit. Sets him up forward into this next jump. And look at the pop. Off-axis rotation just a little bit. Unfortunately, wasn't able to nail the landing, but that was such a cool rotation in the air, though.
Carries this thing deep, too, and just gets onto the heels and just unable to ride it out.
Oh, what a bummer. It was right there. The pop off of the jump, and that's what you need to do. You need to figure out a different way. All kinds of different rotations have different ways of popping you through the air to get you that momentum you need to clear it. And that off-axis rotation that he did definitely did it for him.
Mark McMorris, the leader in the midst of run number 2. He's taken his second run, did not improve, so he'll sit and wait, holding on to that 90 with Darcy Sharp still to come. Brock Crouch still has to take his second run, as does American Red Gerard. Hunter Goulet now.
Trying to build off a 50 by virtue of run number 1.
Right to left. Launching.
Hunter doing his version of the Wally Crippler, which is basically when you ride up the wall and invert yourself, popping off.
Talk about a great place to train, Park City Mountain Resort.
Yeah, and you know, just being in Park City, you have access to the Woodward facility that's over there by the junction, which is incredible. Woodward Park City is a great place for these riders to, you know, get those reps up. Short lift rides with maximum amount of features. And that's really what you need these days to get it going. Copper Mountain 2 also has a great lift that runs right next to the park over here. It's a very short lift ride, and you get access to all this stuff. And the great news, once the Dew Tour ships out of town, these riders that come up here every day to Copper get to ride this stuff.
So Hunter having some issues there on the 3 jump features, and not going to be an improvement on his first run score. Lean Brearley now looking to drop that 20.50 and join fellow Canadian Mark McMorris up on the leaderboard. It'd be amazing if he could jump into 3rd place ahead of Brock Crouch. You'd have a Canadian sweep of the podium for the time being. But as you pointed out, Todd, so much talent still to come. International field, the best of the best are here.
They are, and you've got to bring your A game for this final lap through. As the riders come down, the riding improves, and as the judges' scoring improves. For some weird reason, that hasn't really affected Mark McMorris yet. Usually when you come down the course early on in the running and you put down a run, you'll see even a perfect run get bumped down by runs with flaws, just by virtue of the way that it goes out throughout the day with the judging. The scores always pop up.
So McMorris waiting to see if that score is going to stay 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Right next to him, we see an influencer in snowboarding. Do we even have those? That's Stan. Stan from Slush Magazine.
Last Resort Stan?
Yeah, last resort stand. It's a last resort if you have to stand next to him in the corral, really. So we see here up top some moments of greatness in that run, but you've got to be absolutely immaculate when you come down and you want to put down the giant scores. And McMorris is definitely going to be down the bottom there, sitting with Stan, biting his nails, because there are so many talented riders yet to come down. But we were talking about it earlier on in the show, just about how hard it is even to make the Canadian team.
Sure.
So unfortunately, a washout on the bottom jump will keep him from the top spot.
Liam Burley sharing an icy cold beverage with Mark McMorris. Stan.
Actually, no, that's a Gerard. That is Malachi Gerard, Red Gerard's personal filmer.
There's a lot of Gerards.
There are Gerard. I mean, I think Gerards are like about a quarter of the population of Silverthorne.
Yeah. Run that town. So Mark McMorris trying to stay incognito.
Been here before. Doesn't want to be there.
Ryo Makamada now of Japan. Currently sitting in 8th position, a 67.25, so not a far cry to get himself onto the podium, but he's going to have to clean things up, especially on the landings here on run number 2, the final run for him.
Nice off of the top feature there, kind of combining a whole bunch of tricks. Switchboard slide, popping over to no slide, coming out of that. Switch backside 270, 270 off. So a lot going on up top on the rails. Now it's into the jumps. Backside 900. Setting up switch backside 1260 on jump number 1. Coming into this, carrying a lot of speed. Triple cork 14 catches the top of the lip. Replace your divots. You saw how much snow chunked up there. Basically the knuckle stopping his rotation. Just glad his lower body didn't stop spinning. His upper body kept spinning.
Doing a quick inventory, making sure he's got everything and everything is where it's supposed to be.
How are these guts doing? Watch this as he comes around. This just cuts his rotation short. Boom. That nose goes in. You see all that snow fly up. Ouch.
It's the ultimate speed bump.
Watch this right here. As the nose makes contact with the snow, about almost 3/4 of the way through, kaboom.
So in the midst of run number 2 here at Dew Tour 2021, Canadian Mark McMorris still leading the way with a 90. Top placed American Brock Crouch set to drop in here, and man, his first run, Todd, was so solid.
It was solid, it was stylish, it had all the ingredients the judges want to reward you for. It's all there for the taking, you just need to put it down, and Brock did absolutely that. So here we go, run number 2 for Brick. And then Chris Corning from the United States too, a unique approach to this, but he's going to have to really bring it on run number 2 as well. So pressure is on for these Americans. Brock has got a little bit more wiggle room though.
And Red Gerard, who went dead last, living just down the road in Silverthorne, I was kind of surprised. I thought he got underscored a little bit, but
I know why though. I know why the score didn't reflect. It was this first jump. It was just, a mild frontside 720. He's going to turn that into a 1080, and if he can up the rotation there on that first jump, we're going to see a big jump in his score.
So the man that's currently holding down the last podium position, the top-placed American, Brock Crouch now, 22-year-old from Carlsbad, California, sitting on an 88.50. He needs better than a 90 to move into first place.
Here we go, the Brick starting his run off. Alley-oop into the wall ride. Full stall. Little nose butter out there, just, adding a little more condiments on this. Trying to make it taste a little better for the judges. There's that 450 out. 270 on. Here we go. Brock has a great jump line. Let's see if he can spice it up a little bit more. Ooh, Brock. Uncharacteristic fall. I think he just didn't really... I'm going to have to see the replay of that.
Yeah, that was strange for him. Some of the best air awareness in the business, and Brock Crouch midair.
Switch backside 900 gone awry for Brock Crouch off of the first feature. I think he just kind of got locked up in the air. Maybe held onto it a little bit too long.
So what that means is he will hold on to the 88.50 in third place to start with the rails.
50-50 alley-oop frontside air into the wall ride. And then you see right here, frontside 50-50 stop, 270 out the other way. And then right here, 270 out of the front board, or I should say 450 out of the front board. And then 270 onto this rail. Perfect composure on the rail. Very statuesque. You want to look like a statue on the rails. Not a lot of business going on with the arms. And then here's the switch backside 900. Just kind of like his momentum wasn't there. He didn't have enough momentum to actually. There's going to be a switch backside 1080. So that's where it went wrong. Is Brock did a switch back 10 on run number 1, and I think he figured out that he didn't have the momentum to bring him around 1080, and kind of panicked and opened up.
Yeah.
So Brock is just going to have to sit and wait.
All right, let's check in with Tina, who's standing by with Brock.
Yeah, and Brock still holding down that top 3. The jump, a little unusual there. What happened? Walk us through that.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it's a little sticky out there, so just kind of like caught a little grip off the takeoff. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure with all this Olympic stuff going on, so super thankful to just put one down today. It's been a crazy week with everybody just wanting to cancel and move to today, and 2 runs is kind of puts a lot of pressure on you for sure. I was really nervous going into that first run, but yeah, just so stoked to land one and got an okay score, and hopefully it holds, but the field is pretty gnarly, so I'm just happy to land one though, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you talked about the pressure, especially with Olympic implications. On the American side, there's so much talent, and there's a lot of young talent coming up.
I know, it's crazy. I like all of these interviews and stuff, everyone's kind of asking me that, and it's crazy to think that me and Kyle Mack are like the oldest kids. I'm only 22, and it's just, yeah, it's insane. Everybody's riding so good, and yeah, but then again, when the contest comes, it's always puts a lot of nerves on you, so just happy to land one, and no matter what happens, looking forward to the next couple of contests for sure.
Yeah, and you're still holding down that first run score. Thanks so much, Brock.
Thank you.
So Brock sits in 3rd place right now in the overall. If you looked at the U.S. snowboard team qualifications, he is in 3rd place on points with Red Gerard leading. He's in 3rd with 750 to Red's 913. So there are the current standings. McMorris, Darcy Sharp, the 2 Canadians lead it. Brock Crouch in 3rd, Red Gerard in 4th, and he is still to take his 2nd run.
But you know what's really important here, Harris, is like if you have to get a podium. Like that could really cement your spot.
Oh yeah, huge if Brock's score holds up. Kunitaki Hiroki now of Japan. Another youngster, just 19. You know, I think the Japanese team, again, like the Americans, like the Canadians, can be tough to make, but the Japanese half-pipe team is next level.
Yeah, and we're going to see that tomorrow here at Dutour. We've got Superpipe finals coming up. And yeah, the Japanese are no joke in snowboarding right now.
They have a very good opportunity, and many people think the odds-on favorite to sweep the podium in half-pipe in Beijing.
Yep, but we're talking about slopestyle right now, and these guys are all trying to take down the Canadian in the top spot. Here we go. I don't know if he's got enough momentum to get this around.
Oh, yeah, you saw
You can tell right when they come into that, you know, we talked about it's Molasses Canyon there between the 2nd and 3rd jumps. You get into the trough, and if you don't have enough speed and you get any momentum onto the edges, it's going to suck all your speed. There we have Annie Fast from the U.S. snowboard team over there you know, having a little conversation with our Canadian competitor.
Our neighbors to the north.
The neighbors to the north. And there we go, a little bit short on speed. And unfortunately for him, not able to complete that run. It was going pretty well until right here. Yeah, that Molasses Canyon, the Velcro snow, will take you out.
Doesn't get much better than this at Copper Mountain as we take a look at the current standings in the midst of run number 2 here at the men's snowboard slopestyle final. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with Mark McMorris leading the way, the only man to dip into the 90s. Brock Crouch, highest placed American, in 3rd, with Red Gerard currently sitting in 4th, still to take his 2nd run. Number 1 ranked rider in the world in slopestyle is Norway's Marcus Cleveland. Todd, he had an uncharacteristic issue on run number 1, only scored a 36, and this is just a 2-run format, so this is going to be his only opportunity to go into the lead.
I think there's a few riders out here that have more expectations on them than this guy right here. Marcus Cleveland coming out of Norway, super technical rider. I mean, what he can do off a bump in the snow is more than I spin in an entire season. Here he comes, Marcus Cleveland. Problems on run number 1. Will he clean it up? Cleveland into the 2 jumps.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow.
Here we go.
Marcus is on point. Will he stomp this out? And he does. He stomps that out.
Okay, it's going to be a big improvement, Todd. He did come up a little bit short on that last landing, coming up around the
Just
knuckle.
a little.
But he was able to ride out of it. Still feeling it.
Marcus Cleveland getting the job done on run number 2. Now there's going to be a really close paid attention by me and by the judges on what happened on the second kicker. I think it was a backside or cab 16. I'm not positive.
Let's talk about the rails first, though.
Yeah, let's talk about the rails. Look at this, 50-50 over, board slide, 270 out. Really clean up top, clean off the jumps. So Marcus Cleveland.
Man, he's so good in the rails.
He's so good. He's so smooth. You see once again there that
tighten it up.
Tighten up the binding. Cleveland comes around, switch backside, 900 off the first jump.
Yeah, this is that style
Actually,
jump.
nope, that was a frontside 1080 off that jump.
Flying past the Toyota Tundra. Here he is.
Wind up. 1620.
Okay, this is the one. Watch where he lands.
Into the switch 1260. Okay. He did clear the knuckle.
Did clear it.
Held on to it the entire time. So Marcus Cleveland's going to be putting up a big score right now. But I don't know if it's enough to get him into that top three.
So Cleveland waiting for the score to drop. It is an 85. Big improvement for him. Puts him into 6th place.
Of course. Oh, not by Chris.
And again, Mark McMorris dodging another bullet. So as the #1 ranked slopestyle rider in the world, Marcus Cleveland comes down. He's unable to crack that top 3. He moves into 6th. Mark McMorris's 90 is safe for the time being. But will it stand the test of time? American Luke Winkleman now is going to give it his shot. We saw Winkleman had a really interesting line, Todd, on run number 1. He's got to clean up the landings. The judges want to see perfection. You are going to have to earn the spot if you're going to take it away from Mark McMorris.
Yeah, every single point you're going to have to earn here. Ooh, a little bit wild in the air. Now, technically you landed, but judges want to see you they want to see your upper body be quiet when you pop out.
So when you say wild in the air, that's not his style. That's
no. You can tell that there was a little bit of a mistake just by virtue of looking at the rest of his rail section. Kind of got sucked up a little bit on feature number 1. So he comes into the bottom 2 jumps. Winkleman needs to stay on his feet right now. Currently sitting in 17th place, and it's all about, that charge for those points to make that U.S. team.
So the pride of Blowing Rock, North Carolina, with a nice full pull. This should be an improvement off that 42.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big bump up. The only thing that I really saw in that run that was a little bit wild was that pop off of the first wall ride feature. He had to wiggle it around in the air just a little bit. Now watch this. Watch his upper body as he pops on here. Rolls the windows down a little bit on that. So judges are going to look at that. They're going to see like, is he out of control in there? I mean, technically he didn't land.
Safe to say judges are control freaks. They want to see control.
Judges are control freaks. Man, I tell you what. So Winkleman, though, really brought it here towards the bottom.
Yeah, he did.
We're going to have to see what the judges think of that run. For the U.S. team, it's very, very important that they keep stacking these points, stacking these placings. Brock Crouch right now in a really good position on the podium to solidify his spot going over, but there's a lot more riders yet to come, and those are the ones that really need to battle it out for these points.
Mark McMorris can appreciate that run from Luke Winkleman. I love the fact that he locked
Coco
on.
Ho is down there.
Wow, the celebrities
are out today.
All the way from the North Shore, Luke Winkleman. It is an improvement to a 65.5, giving some love out to Virgil Abloh. Puts Winkleman into a top 10 position as we check in with Tina.
Yeah, and first of all, big happy birthday to Luke Winkleman. Tour, we were talking earlier to Brock Crouch and some of the other riders, and they were talking about the pressure of this event with Olympic implications. But to get a landed run, what's it been like here for you?
Yeah, I mean, stressing about the Olympics and trying to make the team is always in your head, but really just coming out here to snowboard and try and put one down and have the most fun I can. You know, it's my birthday, so I'm hyped and already blessed to just snowboard every day, so I'm so happy and glad I could put one down, and we're leaving today safe, so it's all good.
And coming from North Carolina, that's not the typical place where riders come from. What's the scene like there?
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina, the snowboard scene is very strong. We don't get a very long season, so we make the most of it, and everybody there is just happy to snowboard when we can because it's short season, so I think I got a lot of my passion for snowboarding from there, and North Carolina is me, baby.
Hey, thanks so much and happy birthday.
So Luke Winkleman celebrating in a top 10 position right now. Back to the top we go. Want to remind you, Mark McMorris is the leader with a 90. He is done for the day, though, because it is just a abbreviated 2-run format instead of the normal 3-run. Canadians holding down the top 2 spots with McMorris and Darcy Sharp. Then is Brock Crouch and Red Gerard. Sven Thorgren now.
Here comes this ripper out of Sweden. He's got some very unique moves. Sven, as I said in run number 1, an absolute destroyer on a skateboard. And it translates very well over into slopestyle as well. Backside lip slide off of that top wall ride feature. Coming in switch stance. Switch over, front board, bring back. You heard the rattle of that rail just rattling under the impact of Sven Thorgren's board slide. There's the double the double backside rodeo to fakie. That would be a Michael Checkers in the pipe. 1260 coming up a little bit short. Oh, Sven.
Gonna do it.
Upper section was so strong.
So Sven Thorgren, after a great rail section, having issues even before he got to Molasses Valley, Todd. So his speed wasn't a factor there. It was before he even got there. Comes up short.
Yeah, first one's butter dip into Molasses Valley. It's all about having the right wax and the right momentum.
Oh, you're ready. Kyle Mack out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. Olympic medalist in big air, looking for something special here. Currently sitting in 18th place, would love to jump up. Obviously chasing the points and the podiums like all the Americans here, trying to get those U.S. Snowboard Team qualification points.
There we go. K-Mac on course. Nose blunt slide, or front side nose blunt up there, I guess, maybe. There's no trucks, but whatever, we're pretending. Switch up there on the down, the flat down. Switch 270, pop out. Now he goes into the jump section. Kyle Mack trying to carry as much speed as he possibly can. 900 off the first hit. Looking for speed in between the butter dip and Molasses Valley. Is he going to have enough to get it done? Comes around a little bit short on the rotation of the triple on the bottom jump. So it's really, that speed is, it's so important.
We see the same expression from a lot of the athletes when they get to the bottom, Todd. It's just, I'm so close.
You got to grease it. You got to grease it between those first 2 jumps. Now up top, Kyle Mack's run looking really strong. You see right here, popping it into that wall ride switch. Coming up into the switch nose blunt. Or switch frontside blunt, I should say. There's that little switch up on the flat down. 270 on. Lets the momentum pop him off 270. And he did have the top portion of this run was going really well for Kyle Mack. But unfortunately down here, the speed just got zapped in between those 2 jumps. And it's just been the ultimate in equalizing these runs all day long. If you can somehow power through those 2 jumps, you're going to get a big score, but unfortunately it's playing a lot of people.
So Kyle Mack with a lot of the other Americans will be looking now to Mammoth in the final qualification event for Team USA. Getting down to the nuts and bolts of this competition, a 2-run as opposed to a 3-run event where only the best run counts. Mark McMorris leading the way with a 90, and some of the heaviest of heavies are set to drop in on their second and final run here at Dew Tour 2021, including this man, Sebastian Toutant, already Olympic gold medalist in big air. The Canadian can throw down out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. What does he have for Mark McMorris?
Well, pay attention to the first feature. He's got a very unique line off the wall ride. He does a backside rodeo, basically uses it to backside rodeo 720 off of it. Here we go. Use the wall ride, boom, up and over. Uses it just like a jump. And coming into the rails. Sebastian Toutant won everything in slopestyle. And he also, like you said, has that gold medal, switch backside 270. Coming in here. Switch backside double 9 and goes down again, unfortunately.
Catches an edge. I was surprised. It looks so, I mean, again, his rail sections are spot on, Todd, and usually, oh, that's a thing of beauty.
They have just the method air to end off that run. The signature of any good rider. Are you able to do a method? It doesn't really matter if you can do a quad cork, but you look like hot garbage in the air trying to do a method. You want to get that trick under your belt.
You look at the names that have come and gone, and Mark McMorris has got to be shaking in those Burton boots because the best of the best are still out here. His 90's a good score. It's not a over-the-top score. It's a very good score.
Yeah, and I'm looking at who's yet to come. Rennie Rennekonga, Stale Sandbeck, not to mention some of these other heavy hitters.
So McMorris sits and waits with the 90. Darcy Sharp still to come. Red Gerard still to take his second run. Rennie Rennekonga now. Smile on his face, pretty much 99% of the time, other than when he's not sleeping.
You ever having a bad day? Go grab Rennie Rennekonga. He's like human Prozac. He will make you happy.
Yes, he will.
His riding is like none other. He dropped a movie this year that will blow your mind. The way that he attacks urban features as well as the way that he attacks jumps and slopestyle features alike, it's crazy. Here we go, Rene coming in. Popping up and over, Caballero into that first hit, then into the Wally 540 out.
See how he arched his back coming off of that.
Yeah, puts a lot of English on his moves, or Finnish. I guess that's where he's from. There's that 270, 450 out. Switchback rodeo 900. Trying to carry that momentum through the butter into the first. Oh, Rene! Just not enough momentum. Another person claimed by the speed demon in between those two jumps. So Rennie Rennekonga not able to get it done, but we will be seeing him for months to come here. He's another one of my favorites to bring home something from Beijing.
So the leaders in the men's snowboard slopestyle final, Mark McMorris has certainly set the bar at a 90. It's going to be a tough score to beat the way the course is running today, Todd, but we've seen great performances from Darcy Sharp, Brock Crouch, Red Gerard, and still more to come.
Yeah, we got some more contenders yet to come down. McMorris, Darcy, Brock, they're all sitting there waiting to see what's happening because now they have to contend with Stale Sandbeck. Never mind Red Gerard. Yep. You know, so Dusty Hendrickson as well didn't have the run that he wanted. And these are three of the riders that I think potentially could jump onto the podium at any given moment.
So the Americans hungry for points and podiums as they try to make their way onto Team USA. Only 4 spots available. Norway's Stale Sandbeck now will be the next man to take a swing at Mark McMorris' top score right now of 90.
So here we go, Stale with his unique style of spinning. We talked about it earlier. What is the difference between a double cork and the way that Stale spins? Well, Stale spins it flat. He relies on the torque that he puts on his toe and heel edge to propel him through the air, which is oftentimes more difficult than doing those cork moves, and the judges do reward. Stale here, up top, getting these rails out of the way because where he really performs is as soon as that fork leaves the air off the jumps. Up and over trying to get that bring back on that 270 to front board. Switch backside spin goes awry, and he is done for the day.
You think of the stars and the talent that comes through, Todd, and he just have not been able to figure out this conundrum of a slopestyle course. Meanwhile, Mark McMorris, who went early on his second run, is just sitting and waiting and spinning his bib, saying, is that 90 going to stay for reals?
He is down the bottom looking like Neo in the Matrix, just dodging bullets left and right. And I swear to God, I mean, it's like McMorris is not comfortable right now. He knows that that 90 is a big score, but it's not like it's not obtainable if any of these other riders put down their perfect runs.
It would not be a surprise to see Mark McMorris not be on the podium in a normal competition. That 90's good, but I can see 91s, 92s, 93s coming in with the talent that we still have to go. Right now, he's holding on to it, so credit to him as we move with the next American to drop in, Dave Retzlaff from nearby Vail, Colorado, just up to 70.
Dropping in next, Dave Retzlaff.
Here we go, just over the pass here in Vail. 450 out there of that wall ride feature. Good combos up top. We saw him have problems on run number 1, but that was in the jumps. The rails looking great.
See him tighten up that back binding.
Yeah, getting the clench on, getting ready for these jumps. As that shadow creeps, it could add a little bit more speed in between those jumps. A solid stomp on number 1 of the 2-pack at the bottom, but unfortunately, just not enough momentum to carry him into that landing.
You would think with that shadow coming across those landings, especially on the penultimate jump, Todd, it would actually make it a little quicker, ice it up a little bit more, but we are not seeing that as you appropriately tabbed it. Molasses Valley is not being kind.
Now, we've had fresh snow this week. These jumps are man-made. Sometimes the adherence of that fresh snow to the man-made snow isn't what you would want it to be. You want that snow to work in and get packed in. Sometimes that fresh snow, because of the moisture content, I'm going deep in the weeds here.
Yeah, you are.
The moisture content of the man-made snow doesn't let you have the snow combine. And what that does just causes more friction, more traction. You don't want that traction. You want to slide through there very rapidly.
Storm Rowe, one of the bright spots of run number 1 was his take on his interpretation of the course, currently sitting on a 54.25, but he's got the makings of a nice run, Todd, if you get up the amplitude, baby, in those middle jump sections.
Yeah, and that being the key, you need to carry your momentum and go as big as you possibly can. Rails, no problem. Plenty of speed up there for these riders. But it really comes into this jump right here. How are you landing that? He already landed on his heels. Does he have enough momentum to carry him into this landing? He does. Lots of speed here coming into jump number 3. Oh, and just overcooks it a little bit into the front side 1260.
So the pride of Jamaica, Vermont, unable to improve on that 54.25, and it all came down to that third and final jump for him.
Yeah, and just overcooking it, carrying a little bit too much momentum in his spin to be able to contain that and land it where he wanted to. I'm sure the frontside 1260 is in his bag, but that might not have been what was necessary today, and might not what he had planned for either as soon as he left the lip. But it's all about, the best riders in the world can improvise while mid-air, and that really separates you from the rest of the pack as well, and also keeps your body intact as well. If you can switch it up while you're mid-air and be like, okay, well, this is not going right. This was supposed to be a 12. I'm going to turn it into a 1080, or I've overcooked this. I need to chill out here while I'm in the air.
So Storm Rowe, man, I tell you what, this would have been interesting to see what this score would have done if he would have landed that last jump.
Just a little bit too much momentum, or maybe not enough momentum. Only time will tell. Well, actually, time won't tell. I got to ask myself.
Down to the final 5 competitors here in the men's snowboard slopestyle final, where Canadian Mark McMorris leads the way by way of a 90. This is Sean Fitzsimons out of beautiful state of Oregon. He comes by way of Hood River. Mount Hood is in his backyard, giving some love to his friends and fellow competitors. Now, I loved his first run. He had a different line, Todd. It was a very creative line. He's got to clean it up.
Yeah, he needs to clean it up just a little bit. Came up a little bit short on his rotation on his bottom jump on run number 1. So here he goes, Sean, trying to get this rail section out of the way, because I know that all he's thinking about is that mistake that he had on run number 1 and just making it through. Here he goes into the first of 3. Here we go. have enough speed to make it over jump 2. Front trip 14. One more to make it through. Trip 14. Sean Fitzsimons is now in the running. Welcome to the program. McMorris going, hey, where's that at? What's that going to stick up in his mind?
What a finish.
Let's go!
There we go, buddy.
Sean Fitzsimons in a pressure-packed situation, and he delivers on that last kicker, comes up and just puts it down, bolts.
Back-to-back 1440s. I think that Brock Crouch is shaking in his boots. I don't know where this is going to end up putting him. Dare I say this might even be a better run than Darcy Sharp's. I still don't know if it's got what McMorris brought. Well, actually, he's got 2 14s back-to-back. That's the most 14s we've seen so far.
All going to come down to the rails, you think?
Yeah, they're going to look at those very closely, although Sean had a really technical upper rail section as well.
So he needs better than a 90 to take the lead, Todd. He needs better than an 89.25 to go into second, better than an 88.50 to bump American Brock Crouch out of third.
Switch backside 900 to start off the top of the jumps. Into the front 14. Snaps this one. 1, 2, muscles this final rotation around. And then he's thinking about this right here. Do I have enough speed to get this triple around? 2 1440s back to back. Fitzsimons about to make a big jump in the standings and potentially upset the podium as it sits right now.
He was sitting in 21st place. Not going on a limb here to say, Todd, he is going to move way up. This, I would be surprised if it's not his top 5.
Yeah, I'm saying top 3. 2 1440s. Judges are taking their time watching these replays like we are. 2 back-to-back 14s. Able to manifest a second 1440. Ooh, oh boy.
Yeah, Mark's like, oh, that was great. As long as it's not greater than a 90.
Yeah, the U.S. team coaches up top, they love to see it. Red loves to see it. He's yet to come down.
Red Gerard right there, wearing bib number 100. This is a backup board, too. We're getting word that he broke his primary on the first run, so he goes to the backup. This is a Cinderella story. Come on. What are the judges going to do?
Give him the score.
With Sean Fitzsimons.
They're sitting there, the judges, they're tabulating.
And I really think it's going to come down to the rails. Were his rails better than Mark McMorris's or Darcy Sharp's or Brock Crouch's? McMorris with the 90, Sharp with the 89.25. Brock Crouch currently in the final podium position with an 88.50.
They are taking their time. You know they are tabulating a big... Whenever judges take their time like this, you're going to get juiced.
You're not going to take this much time to give him an 80.
No way. Sean Fitzsimons coming out of Hood River, Oregon, a damn fine skateboarder as well, which gives maximum respect from me. This guy can do a frontside air well over your head. He's got a vert ramp in his backyard. I'm giving you a lot of information about this kid because I'm trying to fill time because the judges are definitely procrastinating. Give him the score.
Let's look at this last hit one more time because the back-to-back 14s to me is difference maker.
It is a difference maker, especially since so many people are having problems with that speed. So 2 1440s, the front side and the backside.
And it wasn't even close, Todd, to where he landed. I mean, he had a beautiful, right in the sweet spot, rode away clean, little snow comes up. Here we go, Fitzsimons in the second, 89.50.
Let's go.
I agree with the judges, and I think you called it right. Yep. Maybe not quite to McMorris level, but definitely over Darcy Sharp. So Sean Fitzsimons of Hood River into second place, and now he's with Tina.
Yeah, boy. Oh, bumping himself up on the podium. Wow, the judges sure did make you wait on that one. Back-to-back 1440s. Where did that run come from?
I don't know. I was like, last night I had like 3 runs in my head. I didn't practice that until today. And I was like, I just didn't feel like the run I was practicing earlier this week was enough to get on the podium. So I just like had 30 minutes today. I was like, I'm just gonna try to make this happen. First run, did the front 14 in practice. It's really quick. It's a small jump. Really psyched to land. And then that first run, I just like landed kind of fronty, broke my board really bad. Luckily, I brought a backup. Wasn't going to bring one today because I broke a board last practice day. So that's like second board two days. And then, I don't know, I was going to do switchback 9, back 10, front 14, and then I was like, whatever, I'd either want to land and get up there with the run I was doing, or I don't know, or just, I didn't want to like settle for like maybe just like getting one down and getting like somewhere in the 5 to 10 range. So I figured I might as well just give it everything I had.
Hey, it paid off on the podium, and guys, this was not his first board.
On the backup, Sean Fitzsimons throws down an 89.50 to break up the Canadian stranglehold on those top 2 positions. So now the Canadians have 1st and 3rd, the Americans 2nd and 4th, as well as 5th, with Red Gerard still to take his 2nd run.
Flip it up, guys. Mess it up.
As we've mentioned before, Todd Richards, there are 2 ways to make Team USA, podiums or points. And Sean Fitzsimons right now in a podium position. Dusty Hendrickson now. We got a chance to get up close and personal with him earlier, making the move to Mammoth Lakes, California, giving a lot of respect to his family who sacrificed so much to let him live out this dream. And you wonder if Sean Fitzsimons' run is going to kind of give a little boost to the Americans. He rides with all these guys. He trains with them all. Hey, Sean just threw down. I can throw down.
They're all super tight homies as well. These guys travel the world together. You know, basically it's just a big party when they're not competing. When they're out training, they're having a good time. Here we go. Dusty Hendrickson, smooth as always, bringing his style to this slopestyle course.
We'll see if that smooth riding is contagious for Team USA.
There's that 540 rodeo flip. The judges have said that that first jump is more of a style jump, but I don't know if they're adhering to what their formula was. There's that double 12 into his version of the triple.
Okay.
So, where's that going to place him? Stomped out run. Back-to-back 14s.
It's going to be better than a 43.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think he's going to jump up, probably put him, I would say, like maybe in the 6th or 7th place position.
Is it going to hurt him just doing an easier trick on that first jump, the style jump?
Well, there we go. The frontside lip slide, popping out, pretzeling out to backside revert. Stopping the momentum, making it go the other way. Up and over 270, bring back. Brings it back to the way that he traveled into that rail. And there's that rodeo flip going off the toes, dropping it over that front shoulder. And then here's his version of the 14. Oh, I didn't see that
in the shadows.
No.
Okay.
Little butt dragger.
Well, unfortunately, the judges have slow-mo replay as well, and it's going to pick up that tail drag.
I was going to do that on my run. Then my first run tried to try it, but I kept missing the grab. I think I'm going to catch toes on it up every time.
Dusty explained exactly what went wrong there, and it was that 3rd and final jump on the landing. Still a good run, good showing for Dusty Hendrickson, but as you see, almost, identical, 43.75, so we were waiting to see that replay, and it was definitely a seat dragger.
Send it, brother. Send it.
Final 3 competitors here in the men's slopestyle final from Dew Tour 2021. It'll be a Canadian and then 2 Americans. Darcy Sharp, who was sitting in 2nd till moments ago, American Sean Fitzsimons bumped him down to 3rd. So what does Darcy Sharp need to do here, Todd Richards, sitting on an 89.25?
Well, the way that he's going to differentiate himself from the rest of the pack is play to his strengths. His rail riding is really good. There we see Dusty off of that top wall ride feature, just adding a little bit more flavor into his first hit. Now you're just trying to chip away at the points. Anything that I can possibly do up top to separate myself from the rest of the pack. Oh, as Dusty goes down, Darcy goes down. He tries to pop out of that a little bit more and just add just a little bit more spice on his run, but unfortunately, he's going to have to sit on that score right now, the 89.25 with 2 riders yet to go.
Talk about a precarious situation right now. He just got bumped from 2nd to 3rd, so he's on the podium with an 89.25, but Chris Corning and the reigning Olympic gold medalist Red Gerard still to go.
So Dusty Hendrickson, unfortunately for him, that mistake up top at the beginning of a strong run. Pop on, pop off, adding a little bit more flavor to the top portion of his run. You saw in run number 1, a little bit of a mistake, cleaned it up that time. You can see right there, transferring between those 2 rails, popping off 270. And there's the 270 on and tries to 450 out, but unfortunately not enough pop He's going to have to sit and wait now in third place to see if he can get bumped by the final two competitors.
So Darcy Sharp of Canada will sit and wait to see if he stays on the podium. This is not going to be an improvement, falling so high on the course. Mark McMorris of Canada still leads ever since he put up a 90 on his first run, and he has watched the world's best come down and take shots at him. Final two competitors here at the slopestyle final as the world's best have congregated here in the Rocky Mountains, Copper Mountain. Chris Corney now dropping in. First run score in 83, that's only good enough for 8th place. But in the 2-run format where only your best score counts, he gets better than a 90. He goes into first place and guarantees himself a spot on the podium. To get on the podium right now, he needs the best Canadian Darcy Sharp's 89.25.
Here we go, Team USA's Chris Corning. Alley 50-50 comes in backwards. Looking to get something up into the high 80s. Now, once he gets into the air, that's where Corning really shines. He's one of these riders who has really been pushing the limits as far as what's possible off of big air jumps. The first person we ever saw to do a quad cork in competition a few years back. Question is, will he bring it out today? Corning looking like something special here. Okay. Wow! Now we're talking about Corning being in the mix. For that top 3, that run was the best we've seen out of him all day long.
Mark McMorris sits and waits to see what the judges will do with that. Todd, the last hit was amazing. The penultimate jump, though, the rotation, the landing, spot on.
So Corning up top. Watch this here. Alley-oop 50-50. Comes in. Frontside alley-oop 50-50. So when you take this and you break it down versus what McMorris has, McMorris had that, inverted 540 off of that wall ride feature up top. So a little bit more technical. There's the 270 on, comes out 270, and then into the jumps. So 1260 top jump. Coming into the second jump. Hard off of the heels. Perfect landing into the bottom jump. So he gets that grab, drops out of frame. Perfect landing. Somehow able to keep his speed up.
Locking that grab in for so long.
Yeah, 1440 on the bottom jump, and he is very happy with that one.
So Chris Corning currently sitting in 8th place, needs better than an 89.25. That would put him on the podium, knowing that American Red Gerard, the Olympic gold medalist, is still to come, as Gerard will have the final say in the competition. But a great run, great way to end the weekend for Corning. Morris leads with a 90. Fitzsimons in second with the 89. Darcy Sharp with an 89.25. Red sits in 5th, but again, still has another run to go.
This is going to be another one of those, the judges are going to squat on this score for a little bit because it's important. Darcy Sharp there with Mark McMorris right now. Darcy's biting his nails.
Yeah.
That was me.
Corning, strong in the jumps. It'll come down to the rails. Was his rail section technical enough to give him the points he needs? Let's take a look at those final 2 jumps once again. Here we go. Somehow managing to take out the buttery curse between those 2 jumps. 16 into back triple 14. What's he got? What are they going to give him here? There's another look at it. Grabs melon.
Deliberate grab, too, and
locks,
holds
locks his hand in, comes around that rotation, standing up tall on the final landing.
Well, the judges, I don't know if they're using abacuses or fingers or
no, what they're doing right
the
now is they're like,
where do we put him?
They're like, why did we give Fitzsimons his score? Why did we give Darcy his score? They're trying to figure out a way, how is this shoehorn into the top 5? Because I honestly do think that was in the top 5. Will it make it into the top 3? That is the question. I think Darcy Sharp is likely the one that's...
Oh wow, 91.50! Chris Corning into first. Yes. Well, the judges definitely appreciated 3,000 degrees of rotation on the final 2 jumps, and McMorris go, did I just sit down here this whole time to get bumped out by the second to last guy? So now Corning sits on top, McMorris second, and Sean Fitzsimons in third. The Americans holding down first and third, and Red Gerard, the defending Olympic gold medalist, will have the final run of this competition here at Copper. Pressure
Pressure
much?
on by virtue of those 2 final jumps, and Corning spins so fast. We might have seen a frontside 1800 on the second jump of 3, and that's where it's going to be. That's the differentiation point. The view that we get of that is how we're going to determine it. But Red Gerard right now has to bring something that he hasn't brought all day long.
This is quite literally at Red's backyard from Silverthorne, Colorado, just up the road. Red Gerard, the final competitor on course.
Red's got to be perfect. He's got the triple 14. He's got the switch backside spins, the switch backside 14 as well. He's got it all. He needs to bring everything that he possibly has here. And front 1080 now on the first hit. We saw that was only a front 7.
Yes. All right.
Stomping.
This, the last jump.
Red switch backside and gets it. Gets it.
We heard the scrape. We're going to have to look at it, but that was a clean run for Red Gerard.
Once they disappear into the shadow, I can't see anything here. Wow. Wow. Jeez. We're talking about a final here in the dying minutes of this competition. We've seen some of the best riding we've seen all day long.
Todd, do you think the course softened up a little bit? Do you think the speed came back?
No, if anything, it's firming up between those 2 jumps, giving these riders an opportunity. Alley-oop, blunt slide, into alley-oop to backside lip to pop out, 270. Red Gerard up top on the rails, looked flawless. It's all gonna have to come down to what they're gonna reward him on the jumps. You saw on run number 1, he did a frontside 720, just a slow frontside 720. Ups the ante here into the frontside 1080. That's going to add a couple more points. That's off the toes as well. Very difficult to do that off the toes, especially when you're spinning cross court like that. Then
so
setting
the one.
up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Committed. Fully committed to that.
1260 into the, what has he got here at the bottom? There's the back 12 into the switchback 16, I think this is. Switch backside 16-20, stomps it out. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Yep, switch backside 16. Kind of a little nose pivot.
Did you see the nose?
I did see the nose pivot. Now, if I'm a judge, am I looking at that going, well, he didn't really complete the rotation.
But he got it around.
Complete the rotation, but he kind of hooked up his nose just a little bit.
So Red Gerard looking for better than an 89.50, which would put him on the podium. Better than a 91.50 would give him the win.
Red Gerard, the judges are looking at this very, very closely.
Here it is. Watch the little puff of snow, but I'm telling you, Todd, that is, come on.
Switch backside, triple 16, very difficult move.
Boom.
Just clips the nose coming in. Just clips the nose.
I still think you got to,
He's got it, dude. He's got it. I think his rotation was already in the books. It just happened to be that nose swung through the snow on coming around.
So we'll see how closely the judges watch that landing on the final jump for Red Gerard. He is the reigning Olympic gold medalist in slopestyle. The score comes in. How about that? 93.25. Red Gerard, take a bow.
Wow. Repeat winner. The last Dew Tour we saw here in 2020 does it again.
After Chris Corning laid down a 91.5, we said Mark McMorris is smart enough to know that he's not safe. And then the last 2 guys to go, 91.5, 93.2.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable clutch performance by Red Gerard. Holy moly.
Insane. Clutch indeed, Todd Richards. Red Gerard, the 2021 slopestyle champion in his backyard at Copper Mountain. He takes top honors and just serves notice to everyone else that, yeah, all I need is one run as we send it down to Tina.
Oh, wow, Red, final moments, a final competitor. You knew you had to step it up. How surprised are you with that run?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. I can't imagine being a judge and, doing that. Those last 4 or 5 runs, that was actually the most insane thing I've ever seen, Like, the first jump, we didn't know how we were supposed to do it, and it was a whole learning progress, and I am honestly speechless. I cannot believe it.
Before you, Sean hopped up on the podium, then Chris Corning went and just put down a run. How much did those guys influence you?
I mean, those are my 2 best dogs right there. Sean, I could not believe. I was telling him at the top, don't leave anything on the table. Just fucking do it. Let's go. And he did it, and I honestly, the team is thriving right now. Yeah. The U.S. team is thriving.
Yeah, what a performance for you. And just to be back at Dew Tour, go back-to-back with wins. How do you describe that?
I can't. I really can't describe it. I could be dreaming right now.
What a performance, Red Gerard. Doing it in the final moments, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. As you take a look at the U.S. Snowboard Team Olympic qualification points, Red Gerard was already leading with 9:13.60, and he comes now and gets the win. Man, I tell you what, he's got to be almost a lock, Todd, to be on Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Gerard, I mean, look, it's hard to come back and fulfill the expectations. We're looking at the gold medalist from Pyeongchang, the winner of the last Dew Tour that we had here. To be able to come back and back that up a few years later is no easy feat. Nope. And Red is just, I can't believe that he's 21 at this point.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me, and he's crushing it. There's his brother. Actually, that's Stan from Slush Magazine, but there's his brother, Malachi, getting in there. Unbelievable performance to have, be the hometown kid from Silverthorne and to come through. What an amazing day for Red Gerard.
Let's take a look at the final standings on what turned out to be an epic performance by all the athletes. Red Gerard on the final run of the day throws down a 93.25 to get the win. Chris Corning throws down a 91.50 on his last run to take second. And Mark McMorris on his first run put down a 90. Those are the only 3 athletes to get into the 90 club. Sean Fitzsimons was so close at 89.50, but he will take those points towards his qualification of Team USA. Darcy Sharp with a great first run, and Brock Crouch really got things started for the Americans with that 88.50.
Yeah, it was a great day. A lot of great riding. They waited to the last minute to deliver for us, and man, did they ever make it exciting. Once again, congratulations to Red Gerard coming through in a pinch.
What a show here at Dew Tour 2021. The Olympic gold medalist holds serve here in his backyard at Copper Mountain. Red Gerard claims it with a 93.25. Chris Corning, Mark McMorris will join him on the podium. Star-studded affair. Remember, we had a 25-man final. Everyone got 2 runs, not the normal 3, so they had to change their strategy just a little bit, and the course gave them a few issues here and there, but they eventually figured it out. Took Red to the very end to do it, but Todd, I think it's worth looking at it one more time. Red Gerard's second run, final run, was just stellar, but Darcy Sharp really set the tone as well.
He did. Darcy Sharp kind of set the tone early on, and it really would just be a momentum shift in the final competitors to come down this course.
Yep.
Chris Corning started to get things really heated up. Sean Fitzsimons brought an extra bit of flair to it. But really, it was all Red Gerard using that momentum towards the end of the event. I didn't know if he had it. I didn't know if Red was going to be able to bring it in that clutch moment, but he absolutely did. But hey, I've got to say right here, Sean Fitzsimons, him making it into the top 5 when it really counted, shows big promise for this kid. He's such a great kid. It's unreal that he did what he did today. But Mark McMorris getting things started off early with a score that would hold for almost the entire event.
And you talk about the names that came down and took a swing at him. Rennie Rikonga, Sebastian Toutant, Kyle Mack, Sven Thorgren.
Yeah, there was Marcus Cleveland, and he was able to fend it off early. But it just shows McMorris, he's got that prowess.
Yeah.
He can bring it when he needs to. And unfortunately for him, he went down on run number 2. And then it just left the door wide open for these 2 players right here.
Chris Corning out of Silverthorne also. So 2 young men out of Silverthorne end up on the top 2 spots. Such an impressive showing all the way around.
Yeah, and as Red said in his interview with Tina, it's a great time for Team USA. Yeah. They're really showing strong here into the last push to make that Olympic team.
And another event still to come. That's coming up in January. That'll be in Mammoth Mountain, California, where you can really put your statement, hopefully have a lot of momentum. But for Red Gerard to go very last, and he was up there cheering on all the Americans. He was a positive force for everyone, and then to come down and focus and throw this down.
Yeah, he is an animal when it comes to competing. He's very smart. He knew that he needed to switch up his run. He did a 720 his first run. Needed to switch it into that 1080, and then just that perfect setup for the switch backside triple cork 1620 that he somehow miraculously squeaked around in the last second of the rotation.
And then the mic drop, or the red drop, as he hits the deck. So surprised with that score, 93.25 for the win. And Red Gerard, Dew Tour champion, is now time for awards. And for that, we turn it over to the man, DC.
I'd like to introduce you, our presenter for the awards. Thank you very much to Kirk Tanner, CEO of Pepsi North America. Thank you very much, Kirk, for being our presenter out here. Appreciate you, brother. And now, with no further ado, your podium out here for men's snowboard slopestyle. In third place, representing Canada, one of the best to ever do it. Let's hear it for Mark McMorris.
The day. It's almost there.
Mark McMorris is out there somewhere. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. One more time, let's hear it for your third place finisher, Mark McMorris. And in second place, representing the USA, doing it on his final run, let's hear it for Chris Corning. One more time, let's hear it for Chris Corning, second place. And your Dew Tour Slopestyle champion, going back to back. That's right, he is your defending champion coming into this event, representing the USA, doing it on the final run of the day. Let's hear it for Red Gerard. One more time, guys. Let's get loud and proud for your champion, Red Gerard, and your podium out here for Snowboard Slopestyle.
Yeah, boys, let's go.
So, Todd, a lot of times you can say, I didn't really agree with the judges and what they did, but in the end, it all worked out, and I think this is probably the appropriate finish.
Yeah, just by virtue of what those guys managed to do at the final dying moments of this competition is just spectacular. I mean, Red being able to bring it home. The last run, it's so impressive that that's what he brought to his riding today.
Corning on the podium, Mark McMorris, a legend in the sport, and Red Gerard. Congratulations, tip of the hat, but the Americans did what they had to do, and that's getting podiums, that's getting points.
The final two competitors to come down this course, well, they certainly did juggle up the top three. Chris Corning comes down, bumps himself into the lead, knocking McMorris down into second place, and it was by virtue of his mastery of twirling through the air like a throwing star that did it to him. McMorris bumped into second place, Corning on top. Then it was Red Gerard, and Red re-wrapped his focus, brought an absolute A-game to the top of this course, decimated the rails, and somehow brought out a switch backside triple cork 1620 to cap off a day of incredible riding. Red Gerard in the pinch, brings it home, and blows himself away.
He was just shocked Congratulations once again to Red Gerard, Chris Corning, and Mark McMorris for raising the level of competition in slopestyle. This is all the big build-up to the big games in Beijing coming up in February. Still another event to go in Mammoth, but all eyes focused on Copper Mountain, Colorado. When the Dew Tour comes to town, the best come out to play, and that's exactly what they did today. So for Tina Dixon, Todd Richards, I'm Todd Harris. Once again, Red Gerard, the champion of slopestyle.
Look at the sun, see how it shines on our lives. We were never meant to see the truth in their eyes. All your life they brought you up, believing
I think in slopestyle, I find myself doing the same tricks over and over again. So when I get in the backcountry, I definitely make it a priority to try different stuff and try to express my snowboarding in a different way than a slopestyle contest. You figure out a run that works for you, and then you do good at a contest with it, and you just kind of stick with that throughout the year. So when you get in the backcountry, I think for me it's definitely a priority just to try different stuff and add different grabs and look for different features. I think that's what I like about backcountry, is because you can just choose what you would like to do. Usually when you build a backcountry jump, it takes a full day to build and then you go home and come back. So we've been here for a few days now. Just been trying to build some jumps and yeah, get some flips. You sleep on it, wake up early, tired, sore. Sled out there and then you kind of just try to do your tricks. So the whole time for me, it's super intimidating because I've been thinking about it the whole time. I'm a head case and stuff, so that can be scary and it's hard, but it's definitely well worth it once you do the trick that you would like. The first trip that we went on in Jackson, Ben Ferguson and Sage Kotzenberg did ravine, and I was like terrified of it, but I was like, if those guys are hitting ravine, we got to step up a little bit and hit something that we're a little scared to hit as well. And that kind of set the tone for the season, and I think that helped Joy and helped me. I would prefer not to be remembered as the kid that won the Olympics. I'd like that to be like one of the things I did. My goal in snowboarding is just to try to be all around good at everything, riding rails, riding powder, riding half pipe, and riding something crazy, something really big, or something really weird. I think that's what excites me. You might as well try to be able to ride everything. Not only you're meeting more friends and all that, but you're also just making yourself better as a snowboarder.
Dew Tour 2021 rolls on from beautiful Copper Mountain, Colorado. Todd Harris alongside free ski legend Tom Wallace as the men's Superpipe final presented by Toyota underway. And what a way to start things off as Burke Irving laid down an 85.25. Hunter Hess and Simon D'Artois already up and running.
Yeah, right here with Alex Ferreira getting things going real big right off the bat with a 14.40 there. So we're jumping into the action here in the Superpipe, and it's off to an amazing start. You talked about it, Todd. Burke Irving with that first run put down, and then Alex Ferreira there coming out swinging with a 1260 into a 1440, so things are hot. There's a lot of runs, though, so a lot more chances. He had that small bobble there on that 1440, so definitely going to have to look for another run, but getting it going. It is a beautiful day in Copper Mountain, and I think the Superpipe is running as good as it could ever run, so look for some really high-quality action today.
Alex Ferreira coming off that big win at Copper Mountain right here in the same pipe. This is going to be a throwaway score for him, 33.50. Remember, it's a 3-run format, Tom, so only your best run counts, so that becomes a training run, a practice run for Alex Ferreira. He is clutch, but you don't want to leave it to that last run. You don't want to have to step up on your last run and deliver.
Exactly. So he's got a lot more chances. That's the beauty of the 3-run format. We're going to get a lot of chances to see all of these guys throw their best top to bottom run through the Superpipe.
And it will take them, like the judges, to warm up just a little bit.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Aaron Blunt reciting a little poetry there out of Crested Butte, Colorado. Man, when this guy is on, he is money.
Yeah, one of the first athletes to ever do the back-to-back switch double corks, and the way he puts almost a double cork into every hit on some of his really, really good runs. He can up the ante and put a double cork on almost every single wall all the way down the half pipe. So definitely one to watch out for. Back-to-back world champion.
Yep.
And yeah, really the one thing he's missing is a result at the Olympics. So this event, obviously a chance to qualify, make Team USA, and he wants another shot. Big 1440 right off the bat. That's huge. Into that switch double cork. Oh, I could not believe he was able to land that 1440 and then go right into that switch double cork. That was so technical, but gonna have to look for another run to get a full top to bottom there for Aaron Blunt.
So 10 men made the prestigious final here at Dew Tour 2021. As you look at the start list, Tom Wallace, it is a who's who of who's awesome at freestyle and halfpipe.
Yeah, really is. Take a look down this. A lot of Americans in the field. Actually 6 of them, and only 4 can make that team for Beijing. So the battle is hot there, but watch out for the Canadians. Noah Bowman, Brendan McKay, Simon D'Artois, and so much talent.
And the lone Kiwi.
Oh, we cannot forget about Nico Porteous. He is so incredibly good.
10 riders, 2 runs, best run, and we should say 3 runs, best run counts. Coming off that 2-run format that we saw just moments ago from Snowboard Slopestyle when they had a field of 25. They cut it to 2 runs. It is 3 runs here in the pipe. As you look down the belly of the beast, this Superpipe can't get enough credit out to the folks here at Woodward Copper Mountain for dialing this thing in. It is an absolute thing of beauty.
Yeah, absolute thing of beauty. And we saw most of these athletes all competing in the Grand Prix in the same pipe just this past weekend, but the conditions today are optimal. Lyman Courier, huge double cork 1260 there in the middle of the run. The sun is shining. This pipe could not be better. 1440 spins it. The big 1440, and Lyman landing the 1440. We've seen Aaron Blunt, Alex Ferreira do a 1440 in the run. That's 4 full rotations, count them. And he's the first guy to actually put it down top to bottom.
Are these numbers, I mean, you do a lot of spinning in the backcountry. Are these numbers a little baffling to you?
Oh, of course. I mean, these numbers, especially in the Superpipe, compared to what we saw even a few years ago, we're seeing 1440s, and the name of the day, the trick I'm most anxious to see is if anybody's going to bring the 1620, and that number is out of this world. It's something we never would have thought we'd say even just a year or 2 ago, and now there's a lot of athletes in the field with that elusive trick. 4.5 rotations, most of them as double cork variations. So look for somebody like Nico Porteous to start that party, and once that party gets going, everybody jumps in.
Once that train leaves the station, everyone wants a piece of it. Great run by American Lyman Courier out of Boulder, Colorado, just 27. He had a great showing at the Grand Prix last week. Didn't get on the podium, but this is a good run for him. A 69 even has him currently sitting in 3rd, and I guarantee that score will go up.
Yeah, so, I mean, the judges being a little bit critical there, and that's how they have to be. There's 3 runs and a lot of talent in this field, so perhaps seeing some of those grabs, a little bit of the amplitude, any little sketchiness is going to bring your score down, and inevitably, at the end of the day, something in the 90 is going to be the top podium positions, maybe even a few of them in the 90s today.
Brendan McKay out of Calgary, Alberta, really becoming a hot spot for action sports, skiing, and snowboarding.
Oh, getting things started with a switch-to-switch double cork. Another switch double cork, so back-to-back, big rotations up top, then slows it down a little bit there. You see him spinning to the left and to the right. Oh, I love the grab on that 1260. The sun flare with the right side 1260, so things are off to a really quick start.
Does he get extra points for the sun flare?
You know, for me, the cameraman scores a couple extra points, but Brendan,
Instagram edit right there.
Exactly. It makes it harder for us to actually see the grab, and there's the critical grab, reach in the front of the ski, and I love this combination. It's so challenging in the Superpipe to ride backwards through those transitions to maintain. It's so much harder to see where you're going, spot your line, get your pop and your trick right. So to do those two big spins, big flips in a row, look at the grab here, all the way out on the tail. You'll hear me talking about it all day. Where you grab the ski can be harder or easier. This grab on the final hit we call the safety grab. Directly under the boot, the safest, the easiest. But that tail grab, the blunt grab, way out on the end there, that's major kudos, major points with the judges. So that's got to be a big score.
91.50 for the Canadian. Brendan McKay goes into the lead. And Tom Wallace, let's be honest here, there's nothing safe about that maneuver at the bottom.
There's nothing safe about that. It's so hard to say. The grab might be safe, but the right side, unnatural, double cork 1260 is not safe.
Brendan McKay is on top right now, breaking up the American stranglehold. Burke Irving Hunter has your top three as well. As we get a good look at the pipe, you see the shadows starting to fall in. You want to get a good vantage point for this young man. Nico Porteous already with a medal to his name from the Pyeongchang Olympic Games, and here he is. And Tom, I think he's getting better. He's like maturing, his body's getting stronger. He is a huge threat for the gold medal to take away from David Wise.
Guaranteed medal threat in China this year. And anybody at home, if you get motion sickness or you get dizzy easily, don't watch this.
Drop the Dramamine now.
He has, count this, 2 different 1620s, not just one of the most difficult trick in Superpipe history, but to the left and to the right.
So Nico Porteous out of New Zealand on course.
Switch right side double. Into the switch left side double.
And I was just about to say he doesn't have the normal amplitude, the height out of the pipe that he usually does.
That was low for Nico, and that is a new trick for him. That first double flip he does from switch to switch, he learned this summer in Mount Hood. It's a new addition to this run. And after those 2 tricks is the 2 walls where we would eventually see the back-to-back 16s. So just the fact that he's doing those first tricks, leading into the hardest tricks in history, is insane.
So 2 competitors now in the first run of 3. It'll be Canadian Noah Bowman first off, also out of Calgary. And then it'll be the 2-time defending and reigning Olympic gold medalist David Wise from the USA.
Just watch the way Noah Bowman skis the half-pipe. It's so unique, so different than the other athletes. The style, how smooth he is. He makes the switch-to-switch tricks in the pipe look effortless. One of my all-time favorites to watch. Oh, and there's the Bone Air, named after Justin Dory. Super smooth, double cork, now building the amplitude and the technicality to the bottom of the run. Right side double cork with a bit of a hip check, hand drag.
Those will happen, but in this competition, when you make it this field of 10, the judges are going to ding you.
Yeah, judges are going to be very particular today. Judges are looking for a lot of things. The top thing in Superpipe is amplitude. So how far Noah and the other athletes are going out of the pipe. You see on those height meters, they want to see you going big. They also want to see you doing technically good tricks, so lots of spins, lots of flips with good grab. That shows the execution, and then of course the landings. We want to see the smooth landing, making it look effortless, and there's that Bone Air. I mean, it's so awkward. It's so awkward.
It just doesn't seem physically possible what he's doing.
It goes against the laws of physics. He goes into the wall backwards and then dives into the wall and over. It's just a really unique trick that really only Noah is doing out there.
So that'll be a throwaway score for Noah Bowman. Let's take a look at the U.S. free ski team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to be nominated, and that's a key point, nominated Team USA for the 2022 Olympic Winter Games. Now, there are multiple pathways, Tom, as you know, to qualify for the teams this year, including FIS points, the list, and then the podium results at tryout events.
Yeah, exactly. So some of the first thing you're going to look for is the top 6 in those FIS rankings, and then from there, any result at these events you see listed, if you get on the podium, a podium result or two leads a long way to making the team for Team USA, and there's a lot of talent from the Americans, so just making the U.S. team is going to be a challenge.
In the world of skiing and snowboarding, I would say that half-pipe skiing is more of a veteran's game. You kind of have to earn your stripes, and case in point right now, 31-year-old David Wise, the two-time reigning Olympic gold medalist in this discipline out of Reno. Can he put it all together here?
Yeah, I mean, David is one of the most successful athletes in all of Superpipe history with back-to-back gold medals in the Olympics. Here's a big switch, double cork. Oh. David going down on that one. And he is our top qualifier too. And you spoke about it, the age. Men's Superpipe, for the most part, is an elder statesman game.
Yeah, you're not 17, 18, 19.
Other than Nico at 20, a lot of these athletes in the field, mid to upper 20s, David early 30s. It takes time and experience to put together runs and learn the technique of the Superpipe. And David, you don't see him go down on that one very often. We saw him land that trick perfectly in his qualifying run. So just a bit off here in run number 1, but of course, a lot of chances left. Let's see what goes wrong on this one as we get a replay. Just a little bit under the degree of rotation, so needs to get those feet all the way perpendicular to the wall. Instead, they're parallel with the slope, the fall line of the slope, and that's what makes that ski blow off, which
should do.
You want it to do.
Yeah,
that's
rather have the ski blow off than your ACL blow off.
Exactly.
Well, beautiful look at the Superpipe here at Copper Mountain as the shadows are starting to creep across the middle. Brendan McKay has set the mark to beat, and it's a good one. 91.50. Burke Irving, Hunter Hess, and Lyman Courier lead a trio of Americans hot on his heels. Then Noah Bowman and Alex Ferreira fresh off his win last week at the Grand Prix. And then David Wise, Aaron Bluck. You know they're not going to stay there.
Oh, no. We're not going to see Nico Porteous at the bottom of that list for long. That is for sure.
This is a case of musical chairs. 10 amazing dancers. When the music stops, there's only going to be 3 chairs on that podium. Who's going to grab them? All right, back to the top we go. We start off with run number 2 of 3, Burke Irving from nearby Winter Park, Colorado. One thing you need to know about Winter Park, Colorado, it is way up there. And I'm talking about elevation. You live at Park City, you know what elevation is about. Winter Park's next level.
Yeah, and what a way to train.
Yeah.
All that altitude training for Burke. Never gets out of breath in that Superpipe here at Copper. Something.
Yeah, he's looking down. Something's not right.
Yeah, and I saw him at the top of the run too. Something wrong with the ski. Maybe a malfunction. Something with the brakes on the ski. It just looked like he wasn't feeling it. He dropped in switch and just didn't have the. Didn't feel comfortable.
Did you hear what he landed on the first trick, the hard slap? And I'm just wondering there if maybe something got loose and he wasn't. And you want your equipment to be dialed in. If you're going to fly 15 feet out of a 22-foot Superpipe, you kind of want to make sure the stuff's dialed in.
Yeah, you need everything to be perfect, and you can see him taking a look down at it. We'll hope for him to get back to the top, have the U.S. team coaches take a look at that. They have techs up there, try to get that equipment dialed in so he's got a better setup and a little bit more confidence to lead into that third and final round.
Nothing a little WD-40 and a Phillips can't fix.
I mean, everybody's got a Leatherman. You can fix anything with that.
Burke Irving, so he will look to his third and final run as Burke currently sits in second place with an 85.25. Let's take a look at his first run. We just missed out on as they got the competition started, and this is classic Burke Irving.
Yeah, so this is what we're expecting to see. We missed this one. Everybody at home, look at that wrapped up switch spin, got the tail grab. Huge right side 12. A little bit of a bobble on that landing, but really it's just in between the tricks, not on the actual landing of the stunt. So he had a 14.40 in his run as well, and clearly that's what's given him that 85. And if he's able to just clean that up a bit, that run has the makings of a 90-point score.
Current standings here in the midst of run number 2 in the men's Superpipe final, presented by Toyota. It is still Brendan McKay of Canada on top, Burke Irving and Hunter Hess, your top 3. Speaking of Hunter Hess, here he goes. Run number 1 garnered him a 73, capable of so much more as all 10 of these athletes. And Tom, that's what's so interesting about this competition, the parity here. You could make a case for, I almost think, every single guy in this final to win this thing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes it so fun to watch. Every event is different. You never know whose day it's going to be. Hunter Hess, if you don't know Hunter, take a look online and Google a video of him doing the very first triple cork in the half pipe on skis this summer. It was outrageous. I don't know if we're going to see that today, but he is one of those guys that's always trying to push the sport, try a new trick. There's the nose grab on that 1080. So super unique, adding a bit of flavor and flair to that trick.
I got to ask you, Tom, about the conditions. The pipe obviously has been manicured overnight. The shadows, it was really cold this morning, warmed up this afternoon, and now the shadows coming across. Is that going to cause any issues? You're going to have to re-wax something like nature?
I wouldn't worry about the re-waxing. The thing that the shadows are going to do, it's going to make the visibility challenging because you go from sun to shade so quickly that is difficult on the eyes to go from this wall so blatantly bright and in the sun, and then you land and it's so dark on the other wall that it's really challenging to be able to spot your landings correctly. The half pipe is always rock solid ice, so really no matter what, it's not getting any firmer or any softer today. It's just rock solid.
Is that something a pair of Tom Waller's signature goggles might be able to rectify?
I tell you what, if you got a pair of those 5 Tom Waller's goggles on you, you could see anything in front of you.
Superman vision. Hunter Hess will look to his third and final run as he sits on the 73 for the time being. Fans turning out in force. Now, if you come to Copper Mountain and you've paid for a lift ticket, but you're still willing to stand 3 deep at the Superpipe, there must be a good show in town, and that's exactly what the Dew Tour brings. People want to see the very best, including this man, Simon D'Artois, out of Canada, currently sitting in 9th. The Dart set to drop in out of Whistler, BC.
Yeah, just amazing to have fans back surrounding the half pipe. I was just out watching the Snowboard Slopestyle finals, and it's just so exhilarating to have this fan base out and celebrating winter sports, celebrating winter being back, and just amazing to be a part of. Simon starting things off with a double cork. So we're going to see a lot of those big double rotations today. That's the name of the game. That's how you stand out. It's the most difficult tricks you can do in Superpipe. Simon doing another 1260. I don't know how he landed so low. That was a sheer muscle. He's been in the gym doing his squats because I have no idea. He was just airing about 15 feet out of that Superpipe on a double cork and landed on basically flat ice.
We've talked about landing switch on skiing and how difficult it is on a big jump, a kicker, on a slopestyle, but landing switch in a Superpipe, there's just such a small margin of error.
Tiniest margin of error, and when you're landing backwards, not only is that landing initially hard, but you only have a split second till you run directly into a vertical 22-foot wall on the other side, and to be able to keep your balance, composure, speed check, control your edge control, it just can't tell you how difficult it is.
So what you're saying is you can't skip leg day?
No, none of these athletes in the field are skipping leg day. I'd say they don't even do arms. They're probably all legs.
Wow, that was an impressive performance. Remember, everyone chasing Brendan McKay right now, the Canadian, leading the way with a 91.50 in this 3-run format where only your best run counts. We're in the midst of run number 2. Simon D'Artois out of Whistler, BC is going to throw down a 66.25, so he's trending in the right direction after that fall on run number 1. He's got one more run, currently locked into that top 5 position.
Yeah, there's the 1260 comes around. You can tell that was just so flat. And the judges, they definitely want to see you landing higher in that transition, carrying your speed, landing smooth, and one more chance to clean that up.
One of the most exciting skiers to watch in the Superpipe is this man, already with an Olympic medal in his pocket. Alex Ferreira looking to get on another U.S. team because he would be one of those guys who would be an odds-on favorite to be on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. The silver medalist from 2018 and just one of the fiercest competitors. Back-to-back big double corks. There's the 1440 that he did not get the landing on in run number 1. The switch double cork to finish it. Another 1260. Alex Ferreira with a major run.
When the pole's swinging, Ferreira is happy. Alex Ferreira with a tremendous second run as he brings the heat. Had issues on run number 1. This is going to be a monster bump up from the 33.50 that he got on run 1. And the fans here, the kid from Aspen, just over the pass, giving him something to cheer about at Copper.
Yeah, that was an incredible run. The combination that stood out to me is that 1440 to the left in the middle of the run, immediately into the switch double cork. And we've talked about it a couple times already today, the backwards riding switch through that pipe, maintaining your speed, composure, and control. Watch this. Sets up, huge spin, gets the safety grab behind the boot there a little bit, all the way to switch, and then immediately has to land, look over that right side shoulder, and go into this switch double cork. So that combination is just so difficult, so challenging. finishes it off with another 12 here at the end. There's so much spinning in that run, and that's the landing the judges want to see. You see him landing high up on that wall. A little bit of a Liu Kang, we would call that. He's grabbing safety, but kicks the other leg out. I'm going to have to throw a shout out to Mike Nick there with the Liu Kang.
Alex Ferreira waiting for his score to drop on run at number 2, and it is a good one. 94.75, Ferreira into first.
Huge score, and he's pumped. And you know what? He still has one more run. He's up in the 94.75, and you know he's not going to hold back. He wants more out of this Superpipe.
94.75 is a rarefied air. Getting to a 90s is pretty darn good, and now the mission at hand for one Aaron Blunk. He is a 2-time world champion, had issues on run number 1. He just needs to go to his happy place. When he's in his happy place, he is outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, his combination, his technicality, it's really unmatched. As long as he can put that whole run together, it's incredible.
Out of Crested Butte, Colorado, the 25-year-old getting ready to go, getting a little positivity from his crew. So he looks down the course, this 22-foot wall, the Superpipe here at Copper Mountain, due toward 2021. Will it be the day for Aaron Blunk to drop a mind-numbing score? To do so, he's going to need better than a 94.75 to top fellow American Alex Ferreira.
And Blunk coming off a traumatic injury just over a year ago where he got really hurt, bruised his heart, and really, I mean, rethought everything. And he came back and is back in the Superpipe skiing so well, so quickly. There's that 1440 to switch double combo. That's the same thing that we saw Alex Ferreira do, that combination. A double cork on every wall so far. The final hit, right side, 1080, okay. So, we've seen him do a final double cork, but scales it back with the 1080 and does a massive run, including running into the crowd.
Unceremoniously into the crowd, not a judge feature, but Aaron Blunk with a very strong run as he comes in. Gives you an idea of just how much freight he was carrying across the finish line.
Yeah, and how low he went on that bottom hit. There's that top hit we saw, the 1440, locks in the grab, and then here's the back-to-back double cork. This one is so blind. He does it just as a switch 900, where most of the athletes are spinning as at a switch 1080, like that one. And just being able to hold that body position, looking straight up the pipe, land completely blind is just...
That's so ridiculous. I mean, that is just... Oh.
Look at that, gets the grab, and you can see it's very hard to see, even for us with the cameras, into the shade here. Just imagine for the athletes going into that final hit, he puts down the 1080.
And it's an 80, so Aaron Blunk, what do you think?
I didn't get a good look at that final hit.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe the judges saw more than I saw, but man.
I was anticipating more along the lines of an 85, but
I saw that being higher. I saw high 80s, maybe low 90s.
I ride shotgun with Tom Wallace. If he says high 80s, I agree with him. So we move back up to the top of the half pipe here in the midst of run number 2. We just saw Aaron Blunk drop in. That'll take us down to the final 5 men to go. Lyman Courier came out with a smoker on his first run, and that has Courier currently sitting in 6th place with a 69. But since then, it has definitely been re-racked as everyone has started to say, oh, you know what? The 90 Club's not some bad place I wouldn't mind being.
No, exactly. And just everybody knows you're going for your hardest run. When there's a 3-run final, a layup run, a simple run is not going to get you on the podium. So from run 1 to run 3, they're going all out. They might fall on 2 of the 3, but if you can land 1 of 3, that is all that matters in this overall 1-run format.
That's a great view of just how steep those walls and the pitch is in this Superpipe here at Copper Mountain.
Just dropping into it in the shade, pure ice at full speed. Lyman starting things off with the switch 1080, landing a bit low there.
Yeah, something
knows it.
And it sounded like he made a comment that he was not happy. Yeah. After the ski slap, which usually, Tom, as you've taught me in the past, you want to land up higher on the wall, which makes it a lot quieter.
Exactly.
If you hear that slap, it's not a good thing.
And the worst possible case is that you don't land in the pipe at all. And you land up on that coping or the deck, we'll call it. And that's where people really get hurt. But talk about the field today with linemen in there. I mean, we've really got 6 Americans, a couple Canadians, and only 1 Kiwi. This is a North American dominated sport right now.
Of those 6 Americans, if I had to tell you right now you can only take 4 to Beijing, how long would you stew over what 4 to take? I mean,
that's so difficult. That's what makes the Olympics so unique, is that there is a limit. So where America and Canada dominate this sport, they're not going to get more than 4 athletes. So it almost opens the door for more international competitors that maybe wouldn't normally have a chance to even make the finals with the talent that we see at a big event like this.
Canada's Brendan McKay was in first place, has been bumped to second with a 91.50, just behind Alex Ferrer's 94.75.
Now run number 2, Brendan knows he's got to up the ante if he wants to move up in the rankings as well. He's got the confidence from that first run, and there's the double cork with the tail grab, capping it all the way out on the end. The right side 1260, so doing that run again, cleaning it up, trying to smooth everything out and just add to the flavor and the grab and the execution of everything.
U.S. Space Force height meter, he goes 13.3, the highest point. Now add that to 22. You don't have to have an abacus to say that's what? Very high, 35 feet plus.
Higher
so jump out of a 3-story building.
Higher than I want to be out of the Superpipe right now when it's icy like that. But I mean, Brendan showing no fear in this, and this is one of his biggest airs of the day. You can see on the hardest trick, the double cork 1260, gets the grab. So same run, just trying to up the execution, which is a major part of your score, the length of time you hold the grabs. The judges want to see you from takeoff to landing. As long as you can hold that grab, there's not a timer. The whole scoring is overall impression, but they do want to see, and they calculate and keep track of how good, how long, and how varied the grabs are, as well as the tricks and the amplitude.
So Brendan McKay looking to see if he can get another improvement and bump himself up a little bit higher. And his score comes in. It is an improvement, 92.25, so the judges liked it similar to what he did before. It's a nice bump, but it'll keep him in second place. And he's now standing by with our Tina Dixon.
Brandon posting that high score in the 90s, sitting in second right now. But the pipe and the runs that we've seen so far, what's your impression?
Yeah, I mean, the pipe is perfect. It's super fast, so everyone's able to do their best stuff. And yeah, couldn't ask for more. Stoked to be out here.
With Olympic implications on the line, how much tougher does it make it out here?
Yeah, for sure. There's, I think everyone's feeling the pressure. Everyone wants to perform. But just trying to ski my best, I guess.
And you have been. Thanks so much, Brendan.
Thank you.
So Brendan McKay will stay in second place. A nice improvement, 92.25, as he inches closer to the leader, Alex Ferrer of the USA. And there you see the current standings: Burke Irving, Aaron Blunk, Hunter Hess. Who you don't see on there is Noah Bowman, David Wise, guys that you think, oh, they're normally going to be in the top 3. Remember, it's a 3-run format, and we still haven't even got to the third runs. And this young man, Nico Porteous, at any time can spring something that will put him into the lead. So he's going to need better than a 94.75 to pull that off. Tom, he'll need better than an 85.25 to move into a podium position.
Yeah, and that's well within the wheelhouse for Nico Porteous. These last 3 riders to drop in the start order are the top 3 qualifiers, so they might not be high up on the list right now, the rankings, but they have the runs and they're capable of easily bumping into the 90s. Nico capable of almost doing the best half-pipe run you could ever see. Switch, double corks to get things going. Does he have the amplitude? Wrapping up the 16.20 to the right. Back-to-back 16.20.
Oh, catches the wall. Had he pulled that off, we could be talking about new leader.
Oh, man. If he does that combination, the 2 switch double corks up top into, count it, 16.20s. Let's take a look. Kind of misses the grab on that one. Able to get it around to his feet, but I just think that throws him off. Doesn't quite have the speed and not able to get that second 16.20 round. Now, we saw Nico at the event, the Grand Prix, in the same half-pipe last week, do the left side version of this trick and not that version, the right side version. So he really is, he's going all out. He's not leaving anything on the sideline. He's going for the hardest run we could ever see. If he puts that down in run number 3, no one out there can beat him.
Question for you, how many of these runs that we're seeing today at the Dew Tour and the Grand Prix do you think we'll see in Beijing in less than 2 months' time? Or do you think they're going to add a little something, a little more sizzle by the time we get there?
I think there's a little more sizzle coming. I think, honestly, I mean, you're seeing some incredible runs, but that at the big show, no one's holding back. You're really going to see the big spins out of every single athlete.
Canada's Noah Bowman now on his second run out of Calgary, Alberta.
Oh, so smooth, the way he rides so fluidly. Oh, the 540, just back-to-back switch tricks like that, being able to consistently.
Landed a little low on that one, and I think he had a bit of a hand drag on that first landing. So in his mind, Noah's thinking, you know what? Why risk it? I'm going to save it all for the third and final run. Bowen currently sitting in, what was that, 9th position.
Yeah, and he's, you know, that's the kind of skier he is. He lands so smoothly and so good. If he lands flat like that, you lose so much speed. The way you generate speed through and down the Superpipe is by landing high on the transition and pumping through it like you do on a swing set to generate speed. So if you land low, your ability to do the trick on the next wall goes way down, and Noah knows that. He's going to have to look for that third and final run.
The pride of Reno, Nevada, the 2-time defending and reigning Olympic gold medalist in the halfpipe, David Wise on course.
Big switch, 720 there. Okay, now the double cork party is getting going. Right side, 1080. Here's where we went down in run number 1, the switch double cork 1080. Right side double cork to finish things off. Ooh, David Wise.
Hello.
Okay. 3 different double cork variations, as well as a 1080 in there. The only thing he's lacking is that first hit is relatively simple with a switch 7, but take a look at that height meter. He's got 12.5 feet average height, so big amplitude. Judges love that. And just really cleaned everything up. This 1260 at the top gets the grab all the way out near the tip of that ski, and that's the exact same trick, but to the left that he has at the bottom of his run. So, of course, the left and the right, judges love to see both directions, showing you can do it both ways. And yeah, having no trouble with that switch variation this time, just absolutely perfection. Let's see this landing at the end. Clean, hands to the side. I love to see that. We need more afterbang in the Superpipe.
David Wise is currently sitting in last place. I'm going to go ahead on a limb and say that will change here momentarily as the man who loves Camel more than anyone else you'll ever meet goes into 4th place now with an 82.75, so within striking distance of the podium for the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. 2 runs complete of 3 as the shadows begin to fall at beautiful Copper Mountain, Colorado Dew Tour 2021. This is the men's ski halfpipe final. Go ahead and get yourself a picture in front of that beautiful copper sign. Alex Ferrer may be down there as well. 94.75, he is the leader. Brendan McCann second. Burke Irving quietly lurking there in 3rd place. And then we just saw what David Wise did. Alex Ferrer, though, he's feeling it. When the poles are swinging at the bottom, you know he's feeling very good. 94.75 for the leader. New Tour Copper Mountain 2021 on a picture-perfect day here as we get set for the third and final run, men's ski super pipe final presented by Toyota. Todd Harris, Tom Wallace with you, Tina Dixon down in the corral. What you need to know right now is Alex Ferrer is leading the way. Tom, he put up a big score, not just I'm just dipping into the 90s. He's put a pretty strong score into those 90s. How do you think that holds up, and what do you think the reset mindset is for all the athletes that are getting ready to take this third and final?
Yeah, I mean, they've seen Alex. They saw that run get put down, and they know he still could add more to it. So there's a lot. I mean, everybody knows the pressure's on. The pipe's running great, so you really can't hold back. They need to go all out.
So to kick things off, it'll be Burke Irving out of Winter Park, Colorado. Coming in switch, coming in hot.
And just having trouble with, he had the equipment issue in run number 2, and I'm not sure if it's equipment again or just having trouble through the flat bottom there riding switch. It looks like he's just catching an edge. Maybe he's, I don't even want to speculate. I don't know.
Well, the good news is he's here. He made the final, so those are points. What he's looking for are podiums, and there's one more event coming up in January in Mammoth.
And let's not forget, right now he's sitting in third, so I don't know if an 85 is going to last for this entire third run with all the talent we have in the field, but still, great score on that run number 1. 85 has him sitting on the podium for now.
Hunter Hess with a nod out of Bend, Oregon, riding the big mountain, Bachelor. Man, the folks are turning out. People, the word is out on the mountain. The final is going down. The final runs in the final. There's still an hour and a half of riding left to do here at Copper Mountain. People say, you know what, I know I paid top dollar for my lift ticket, but I want to watch this.
I mean, who would not want to watch this? This is some of the absolute best skiers in the world on a picture-perfect Bluebird day on one of the best super pipes you've ever seen. This is what we all came to watch.
Yeah, no question about it. Hunter Hess now going through the body memory, muscle memory situation, looking down this beautiful super pipe, and he is on for his third and final go.
Coming in with some speed, going double cork right off the bat. So you saw him rehearsing that at the top, reaching for the tail grab on that trick, just spinning. 2 different double corks. There's the nose grab again, all the way out on the tip of the ski. Final trick, the 16-12. A massive rotation for Hunter on the final hit. Final run for him today, a massive 16-20.
Yeah, his crew's pretty stoked about that. Let's talk about this run. You got to be pretty proficient in the Bikram yoga to be able to grab the nose of the skis. The stretching involved in this is a thing not many people should attempt.
Yeah, exactly. Reaching all the way out to the tip of that ski, the hamstring flexibility. So those 2 double corks up top. The only critique I have, the thing that judges are looking for most, are the grabs on those ones. And you saw just coming a little short on the tail grab and on the double grab there on the second. So those are just unfortunately going to be deductions, as well as on that huge 16-20. It's such a technical trick, but the execution part of the score, when you don't get the grab, and you can see he reaches for the grab and just has to spin, it becomes a little too aerialistic, and that what separates it from aerials is that grab, that style factor, that additional flavor. So judges are definitely going to be critiquing that, but the technicality of this run was off the charts. The execution just needs a little bit of work.
The air awareness that Hunter Hess has, that is so impressive. His crew's saying, give it to him, give him the big score. And to Tom's point, there were some few deductions in there, but man, being able to bring that at the final hit, and it's going to be a 73.25, so a slight improvement for Hunter has him in 6th.
Yeah, and that's just tough. The judges have to be critical of that. That's such an important part of the sport, is those locking in those grabs. But man, I can see why the fans are excited. That was a massive trick, the 16-20. Who doesn't want to see that?
Current standings, American Alex Ferrer leads the way, Brendan McCann 2nd, Burke Irving in 3rd. Simon D'Artois from Whistler, BC. Big mountain skier, can do it all, and in the pipe, man, he is special. Had a problem on his first run, Tom, crashed out with a 9.75, so he's currently sitting on a 66.25, but that can all go away. One run is all it takes. It can be a tall order, though, to get better than a 94.75 and cap Alex Ferreira.
Yeah, the spot to be looking for, though, too, is that Burke Irving position at 85. So to get onto the podium, it doesn't have to be the craziest run ever, but you need to be landing good. And landing low like that is tough. That's what we saw him see the trouble with in run number 2, is he's landing very low, not able to maintain his speed throughout the run. Oh, that 1260, much better. A huge improvement from that run number 2, the alley-oop double flat spin. So he got some big deductions in run number 2 because of those low landings, backseat, a little bit awkward. Definitely better, definitely an improvement there in run number 3.
So D'Artois, not sure he's going to improve greatly on the 66.25, but it was a clean run.
Yeah, but I need to take another look at this and really see. I mean, starting things off with the right side double, and he just lands a little low on that one, but no hands down. Impressive that he's able to get into this rotation to do the double cork 10. So 3 full rotations, where you see a lot of athletes doing that same rotation all the way to 1260 and landing forward. A little bit more difficult, I would say, almost to stall it and land it, switch at 10. That one so much cleaner. So that one particular, way better. And I think the whole run's smoother. I don't know if that's enough to get onto the top spot, but...
78.25 for D'Artois has him in 6th place, and his day is done. So 7 more men to take their 3rd and final run. American Alex Ferrer still the leader with a 94.75. Brendan McKay at the 92.25. And to your point, Tom, Burke Irving's spot on the podium, 85.25. That's a good score, but for all these guys, they've all thrown down 85s and better. So at any time, they could uncork something big. Speaking of uncorking something big, Alex Ferrer, the current leader, now on course. What does he do with a 94.75 for an encore?
He's got to bring out the 16.20. That's what I'm here for. I'm ready to see Alex go for broke here and go for the... Oh! The 16.20! He did it! Into the 14.40. That is an incredible combination. Bottom hit, one more double cork. Oh! Alex Ferreira, 16.20 to 14.40 combination. I'm dizzy just watching.
That's more than 3,000 degrees of rotation on 2 hits of 5.
The beauty of it is that he's spinning to the right on one and to the left on the other, so he sort of uncorks himself to prevent getting dizzy, I would imagine. And here it is. Let's take a look and see if he gets the grab on this one. The 16.20s are very hard to grab. You see him reaching back, holding the tail grab, sort of tindy, we would call it, when you get on the outside of the ski, not on the back of the ski, and then a little bobble with the pole. But, I mean, this is such a technical run. He fits. That's the same run we saw him do, but instead of a 1260, he adds a full twist, a full 360 into that rotation to make it a 16.20. So upping by a long shot the level of difficulty in that run.
Alex Ferrer, the whirling dervish here. This is so impressive. Do the judges want on the grab, we talked about capping or getting the grab, does it need to be more than one rotation to establish that control?
Yeah, exactly. They want to see you holding it for much more than just one spin, one 360. Otherwise, you really could just spin and then tuck, and that's not the look. So definitely being able to hold it. Let's see, he kicks this one out. I mean, that is definitely a Liu Kang. We're going 100% on that. He's no longer doing a safety grab. That is a Mike Nick signature Liu Kang from the line ski board days. I like it.
Look at this. Man, that is clean.
I can't wait to see what the judges think of this one.
Well, similar to what he had with the 94, and he's going to go to a 95. 95.75 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing, and what a way to step out of the pipe on his 3rd and final run. And he's standing by with Tina.
Yeah, just increased his score there, and the 16.20 to the 14.40. Just walk us through that combination.
I don't know, I'm a little dizzy. No, I've been working really hard to make this run happen, and yeah, I'm just super excited to put it down and to be healthy and to be out here with a great crowd. Thank you, Copper. Thank you, Dutor. Thank you, Tina.
All right, well, we still have a couple competitors to go. Thank you for the thank you, and we'll see if that score holds up. Thanks, Alex.
Let's keep it rolling. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Alex. Tom, thank you.
Yeah, let's thank everybody. It's been an amazing day, and really Alex's day right now, as he is absolutely on fire.
He certainly has the momentum. Again, coming off a win last week at the Grand Prix in the same half pipe. And Alex Ferrer, remember, has one more event to go. That will be in Mammoth coming up in January. If he ends up on the podium or wins that one, can you think about what he's going to be thinking going into Beijing? I mean, it's like winning the last 3 events and now the Olympics.
Yeah, the momentum is building. And coming off that second place finish at the Olympics in 2018, he's basically won every single other event in skiing. So you know he wants to take that top spot away from David Wise, who will not relinquish that gold medal. He continues to go to the Olympics every 4 years on those dates and perform. So Alex building that momentum at the right time.
Aaron Blunt now looking for some good momentum to come his way. He's currently sitting in 5th place on an 80, so he's 15 points off of where he wants to be to take the lead away from Alex Ferreira.
Let's see if he starts things off again with that huge 1440 up top. Oh, so smooth on the landing. Switch, double, back to back, this one to the right. Oh, so smooth. Aaron Blanc off to a great run right here. Double flat spin, final hit, right side, double cork.
Invitation to the 90 Club.
That could be an invitation. I'm going to have to see that bottom hit again to see if he got the grab. But I'll tell you what, that 1440 up top and that switch hit combination, switch to switch through those. You can see Alex's. Oh, that was a big one, Aaron.
But on that 14, your point at the top, he does like a late grab. It's like he's not going to grab it all of a sudden. Oh yeah, let me throw the grab in there for an extra little point.
Exactly. You see him spin the first bit and then cap that tail grab. So as long as you're getting it for at least half of the rotation, that's good for the judges. The longer you can hold it, the better. Obviously, they'd love to see you hold it from start to finish. You can't miss it. And look at this, switch to switch.
Blind.
He's facing uphill the entire time. You might as well put a blindfold on him and you could still do that trick. I don't know how he spots it so well. It's incredible.
Man, that was an amazing run. Yeah, you got to look at the bottom hit. Finish, yeah. This is going to be the determining factor if he joins the 90 Club.
If this is a grab, if he can lock on the grab, the double flat spin solid with the safety. If he can lock this grab, even for just a bit, I mean, he's going for it.
Yep.
That comes down to the judges. How critical are they going to be of just a tickle of the grab on the final hit? Because there's double corks all the way through that run. That is so difficult.
Coaches at the top were liking it. Standing ovation because there are no chairs. So we'll see what Aaron Blunt gets from the judges. What a great way for him to end the weekend. Get a little momentum sent into the holidays, and he will reset, make his way to Mammoth. Alex Ferreira, he's smiling, but he's gripping at the same time, isn't he?
Oh, exactly. He knows how good of a run that was.
Oh, look at that, a 90. Oh. So Aaron Blunt well into the 90 Club and into second place. So Team USA right now locking it down to first and second.
Wow, Aaron Blanc, a 94. The judges loved it. That 1440 at the top was perfection.
All right, we are down to the final 5 athletes here at the Superpipe Final presented by Toyota. Best skiers in the world making their way to the Rocky Mountains for a little pre-holiday festivities. Lyman Courier would like to join that club as well, currently sitting on a 69 that he got in his first run. Had some issues on run number 2, but this guy, as they say, has the skills to pay the bills.
Exactly, and talk about how daunting does it have to be to look at that. Needs for first, a 96.
That's
when you're dropping it in, you know you need to put down a near perfect run. 4 points from perfect just to take over the top spot.
He needs better than a 92 just to get on the podium.
Incredible. So much talent in this field. Starting things off. I was just about to get into it, starting off with the switch 1080 and just landing back seat there, and we're hoping he's okay.
He landed flat. Those transition walls are there because it absorbs that drop from the sky, and when you hear those skis slap down, he immediately said, that's it, done.
And I know Lyman over the last few years has a lot of trouble with his knees. He's had a couple ACL surgeries that he's had to deal with, so I'm sending good thoughts and vibes down to him, seeing him nursing one of those legs and just kind of skiing gently. So let's hope he's A-okay.
If I speed dial my orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Lance Montgomery, and say, is this good for knees? He's going to probably tell me not so much unless you land on the perfect spot, the sweet spot on the walls. But to get to this level, Tom, you're going to have to take some beatings, correct?
Oh, yeah, a lot of beatings, especially in Superpipe. The level of the margin of for error is so hard. If you pop too little or too much, there's danger lurking everywhere. Brendan McKay getting things going again with those big double corks and boosting that 900. Not holding anything back. What do we see on this final hit? The right side. Oh,
and the slightest of sits. I mean, normally that is a contest make, but with the level of ability and the judges scrutinizing every single move, they're going to call that a contest sit. So Brendan McKay is going to have to stay probably with that 92.25.
Yeah, so that was the same run we saw him do throughout the course of the day. And in run number 2, it was executed just about as good as he could ever do it. So that hip check, butt check at the end, as well as sort of missing that grab. I mean, this is just, it's not going to be as good of a score as it was in run number 2, which was, I mean, that 92 is big, and that makes that podium spot. He's going to have to dodge a couple bullets, though, to stay on this podium. We have Nico Porteous, Noah Bowman, and the Olympic gold medalist David Wise ready to go. So this is going to be a stressful few minutes for him.
New Zealand, Canada, and the USA still to go, with an American sitting in first and second right now. Brendan McKay holding down that third position right now on the podium, and he'll hold on to the second round. Look at that, and that's some good scoring right there. 91, 92, he throws away the 63, he stays with the highest, which is a 92.25. And that man, shaken, not because of the temperature, but because he knows what's coming. The proverbial hurricane of talent, led by Nico Porteous of New Zealand, then Noah Bowman of Canada, and then the two-time defending and reigning Olympic gold medalist David Wise will have the final say.
I'll tell you what, Nico Porteous needs to get those 1620s. Now that Alex has the 95.75 and he did the 1620, Nico realizes just how important it is to have that massive level of technical difficulty in his run. He has it. We saw him last season link those 1620s together, and if he lands that, that run is almost impossible to beat.
Let's not forget, he's just 20. He burst on the scene at 16 at the games in Pyeongchang as the youngest member of that country's contingency. And man, he came out and put on a show. Look at this.
Oh, the 1620 to the right. 1620 to the left. He gets it, just holding on. Double flat spin.
Oh, in the back seat. Oh, the most nervous person on the mountain right there, Alex Ferreira.
Oh man, Alex Ferreira, watching him come down, doing those 1620s, and then to just a bit of a sit back on that final trick. That's the kind of run. And he played a different strategy there, Todd. So he started at the top where we saw that switch double. He does a switch right side 900, I think because he wanted to maintain a bit more speed to really get those 1620s. And here, throughout the run, he's definitely holding on. Gets the grab, but he's just kind of ends up carving down the pipe too much. And just unfortunately, if he lands that final hit, that definitely, top 3 could potentially take over the top spot. I mean, 2 1620s, that is unheard of.
And that was that spot you were talking about right there when he came up a little bit short, had to carve back into the other wall.
Yeah, just sliding down the pipe a bit too far, gets off his line a little bit, and unfortunately, I mean, that's going to be a full run, but that's not going to be a huge score.
Nico Porteous feeling the elevation here. Base camp Copper, over 9,000 feet above sea level. These guys all travel the world together. They're all friends. You won't get any aggro, tension among. You've been around these guys. They're all buddies.
Yeah, I mean, every nationality. I mean, free skiing as a sport is just camaraderie. Everybody wants to see everyone do good. Obviously, you want to win at the end of the day, but you want to see everybody else land a trick. You want to see them land their runs. It's such a unique, fun vibe.
Final 2 competitors here at the men's Superpipe final presented by Toyota. It'll be Noah Bowman of Canada first up, and then David Wise, the American, will have the final run of the competition.
Let's see if Noah...
This is different.
Yeah, sliding in with the little tail press there. Noah always adding a bit of flavor, a bit of style to his half-pipe runs.
Is he going to do this entire run switch?
I hope so. There's the bone hair, switch to switch. Switch double cork. This is where he had trouble in the first run. The right side double. Oh, smooth skiing there for Noah Bowman.
I think everyone appreciates, sacrificing the first hit for a little steez. Never hurts.
Loving it. Carving in, sliding across the top of the coping there, sort of just showing off the style of it. And here we see the big switch hit. So smooth. That's the trick. the single version of what we saw Aaron Blunk do. So where he does the switch double flip, that's the single version. Noah just steezing it out. And this trick, oh, so unique. The way he dives forward, going backwards, it's just so unnatural. Goes almost against the laws of physics, the way he pops that, gets the grab. Then here's where he starts the double train with the switch, then into the forward right side double. But overall technicality, that run might be beautiful, aesthetically smooth and fun to watch, but Alex Ferreira had 1440, 1620 in his run. Aaron Blunk with the 1440. That's going to be tough to challenge those top few spots there.
For the Groms, young kids watching at home, do these tricks start on the trampoline, then to a foam pit, and then onto a small jump?
Exactly, especially nowadays when there used to not be foam pits and trampolines or airbags, all this stuff. Now there's a lot of that, so you can learn in a safe way.
84 for Bowman, so he goes into fifth. So it comes down to this. It will either be American Alex Ferreira and a 95.75 with the win, or it'll be the two-time defending and reigning Olympic gold medalist in the halfpipe, David Wise. David Wise has the final say. David Wise can also make it an American sweep if he can top Brendan McKay's 92.25.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember from 2018, but this is exactly how it went.
Same
Alex
kind of
Ferreira
scenario.
was in first, and David Wise came down on his third and final run and swooped that gold medal right off of his neck and onto his own. Let's see if David Wise can do it again. Big switch hit, so getting things going with a huge amplitude right off the bat. He's really going to need to go big. He doesn't have the 1620 in his run, but if he can go huge on these double corks, he's going to have a chance. Right side at the end.
Right side double
1260. Oh.
Okay, it was good. Does it have get out of your seat good? Does it have better than 95.75 good?
I don't know if that can challenge Alex Ferreira's run. He is going so big, so technical. He has the 1440 and the 1620. David is big, smooth, and consistent, but does have a 720 up top, which is just on the lower side of degree of difficulty. Let's take a look at these grabs, though. I continue to talk about it. The longer you grab, the further out on the ski, the more unique the grab, the better. And let's see if the judges are going to like this. They love to see you reaching for the tail all the way to the tip, everywhere in between. Let's see this Japan grab there. Oh, here's the right side 1080 again. So, I mean, the grabs are good. The amplitude's good. Here's the Japan on the switch double cork. Just, you know, loses a bit of speed there, has to muscle this right side 12 around. And it's good. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is an incredible run, but with the level we're seeing from Alex Ferreira and Aaron Blunk and how many tricks they fit into their run, I don't know. I'd hate to be a judge.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why they get paid the big bucks. As David Wise, the last man to go in the competition. This is the Levinsky Superpipe Final presented by Toyota. Alex Ferreira is the leader right now, 95.75. Does he hold on to that crown? Does he take another title 2 weeks in a row? Aaron Blunk sits in second, Brendan McKay in third, and David Wise will jump to fifth with an 85. So no podium for him and no podium sweep for the Americans. But Alex Ferreira and Aaron Blunk will take the top 2 spots with Canadian Brendan McKay joining them on the podium. Let's go, Alex! Do it!
Wow, Alex Ferreira. I mean, exactly what we thought was going to happen.
2 wins in a row for Alex Ferreira, and he's all ready to say thank you to Tina one more time down in the corral.
Well, the level of skiing that we saw from Alex Ferreira today, wow, just beyond impressive. What does it mean to you to be back up on the podium here at Dew Tour?
Well, thank you kindly, Tina. I'm just super excited. I can't even believe it. I've never done well at Copper besides last week and this week, so, you know, I'm soaking it up. I'm just totally living in it and enjoying the present moment.
In less than 2 months, you have the opportunity to potentially go back to Beijing. You have an Olympic medal. What can you say about an opportunity to go back?
Yeah, just please give me the opportunity, and I'll do everything in my power and my ability to represent not only my town, my state, but my country of America.
Well said. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Alex Ferreira may not have a good history with Copper Mountain, but the last 2 weeks, Tom Wallace, you might want to set up residency here.
Yeah, honestly, the last 2 weeks have been a dominant performance from Ferreira. The 1620 today, that's the trick that's going to be the staple of the gold medal run come Beijing. putting it down today, that is a huge confidence builder for him, and just, I mean, such an incredible performance with those 2 runs, both of which, the 94.75 and 95.75, could have each won this event.
And I know it doesn't affect the scoring, but is there a nicer guy out there than Alex Ferreira? I mean, the courtesy, he's thanking everyone out there. He'll thank the course marshals. He'll thank the judges. Alex Ferreira reigns supreme in the half pipe today at 95.75. Aaron Blunt finishes in 2nd place. Brendan McKay in 3rd. And then look at Burke Irving and David Wise. Lyman Courier, we hope he's okay. It looks like he took a hard shot. Wish him the very best, and he'll bounce back. And we hope to see him in Mammoth, with Nico Porteous having an uncharacteristic day for him, normally in the top 5 at every contest.
Yeah, I mean, expect for him to come back at the next event with a vengeance. He's known for the technicality. Wasn't able to land any of those runs full top to bottom today, but he'll be back. Don't worry.
No question about it. So that means its only thing left to do is the awards ceremony. Alex Ferreira being mobbed by fans, autographs, as we send it down to our good friend, DC.
Very much, Jimmy Coleman. I had to put my jacket on. It's getting a little cold out here, so the holiday sweater is hiding under there. But hey, everybody, put a big round of applause out there for all the guys throwing down. Absolutely epic contest right there. Congratulations to everybody. But there was only 3 that could get up on the podium. Before I bring you those top 3, I'd like to introduce to you our award presenter. Thank you to Christian Thomas, Director of Partnerships with the Dew Tour. Appreciate your help, Christian. And here we go, your podium out here for Medski Superpipe, presented by Toyota. In 3rd place, represent Canada. Let's hear it for Brendan McKay. Hands together again for Canada's Brendan McKay, 3rd place. And in 2nd place, representing the United States of America, let's hear it for Crested Buttes, Aaron Blunk. And one more time, put your hands together for 2nd place finisher, Aaron Blunk. And your champion out here, holding it down with the 2 highest scores of the comp, but he only needed 1 to get up on the top spot. Coming out of Aspen, Colorado, representing the USA, let's hear it for Alex Ferreira!
Yeah, that's...
Let's put those hands together again for your champion, Alex Ferreira, and your podium out here for men's free ski super pipe, presented by Toyota. Well, we got an amazing evening planned for you guys with 4 amazing street style events.
Well, what a great showing from all the athletes. Tom Wallace, we talked about this already. You could make a case for each one of the 10 guys that made it into the final, but in the end, it was Alex Ferreira and that impressive 95.75.
Yeah, huge run there with the big rotation. Just such a talented field of athletes and such an incredible day in the Superpipe here at Copper Mountain.
So Alex Ferreira goes into the holidays feeling very good. He's definitely on Santa's nice list after winning the back-to-back competitions. First the Grand Prix and then the Dew Tour. What a performance, Alex Ferreira, and congratulations to all the athletes participating in the women's slopestyle competition and the men's slopestyle competition, where Red Gerard walked away with the title. Tell you what, the folks at Copper, they rolled out the red carpet, and they have been the best hosts thus far, and that's why the Dew Tour keeps coming back to Copper. Dew Tour 2021 will certainly be one for the record books, but congratulations once again, Alex Ferreira, to get the win. We'll be back at 4 p.m. local, that's Mountain Time. So for now, for Tina Dixon and the free skiing legend Tom Wallace, I'm Todd Harris saying so long for now. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Hannah Peterson, and you're watching my setup. So I ride an interior plane project 147. This is from the Retrograde collection. It's a minimalist camber, so it's not flat. It's a 4 or 5 out of 10 out of stiffness. So IPP is a brand that has branched mainly from its Midwest roots. It's used for all mountain terrain, but really rips in the park. I have the Flux GS bindings from the women's collection. They're a way soft binding, which I like because it allows for a lot of movement when I'm navigating in the park. Yeah, they really hold my feet on good when I'm doing a press. My stance width is about 19 to 20, somewhere in there. I rock Vans boots. They're definitely way stiffer. I like them to be a little bit more stiff so that way when I'm locking into a press, I have a lot of control on it. Because I'm from the Midwest, I've just sort of harbored the usage of safety glasses. So I've just accumulated multiple pairs of safety glasses from working construction all summer. I don't really have a pair of goggles that I like to rip. Because I'm always in the park, I feel like if I didn't have a helmet on, I would be extremely vulnerable. So I have my ProTech helmet here. It's honestly not even like wearing a helmet at all. It's the comfiest helmet I've ever had on my head. I've got the Swift bib overall and the Mid Polartec hoodie. I like wearing a bib because if I slip out onto a rail, I don't get snow up my back as easily. Because I'm in the Midwest, I just feel too constricted in a coat, so I always just feel more comfortable in a hoodie. So for when I do wear a coat, it has the Zip Tech feature here, so it can zip right onto the coat, which is extremely nice when you're riding in powder out here. So these are premium Midwest park ripping tow rope mitts from Collab brand. They're a new family-owned business. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're interested in any of the gear that I've listed, look up their website.
Yo, I'm Benny Milam, and this is my setup. So here we got the Capita Outsiders 154, pretty soft, good jib board. 1 to 10, it's a 6 on the stiffness. Mostly camber board, twin tip. Yeah, this board actually is an ATV, you can ride it anywhere. It's good for jumps, good for rails, good for everything. Yeah, I usually detune in between my bindings, leave the contact points nice and sharp. You never know when you need them. All right, so these are the Union team bindings, pretty much the same thing as the Union Force. These bindings are kind of stiff. My stance width is 22.5, and my angles are 9, -9. All right, I'm rocking the Vans High Standards, lace up over BOA any day. I feel like lace up boots just stay tighter and you don't really have to worry about the laces breaking. These boots are really soft. Good for jibbing, really good for jibbing. All right, so these goggles are the Electric Visual Marcus Cleveland's. Kind of a darker lens. It's usually pretty easy, just pops out like that. I prefer sunglasses over goggles any day. So this is the Volcom No Hood X jacket, and for the snow pants, these are the Vico Hunter pants. Not insulated or waterproof, but it's got the zip tag where you can connect your pants to your jacket, keep the snow out. Inside ventilation for when you're hiking to keep you nice and cool. All right, and for mittens, I rock the crab grab mitts. I sometimes listen to music, but it depends on the mood. At a contest like this, I'd probably run in headphones. I listen to, I don't know, everything. Rolling Stones, Young Thug, everything but country, sad music. You can miss me with that. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you like my gear, and feel free to pick it up at your local shop.
Hi, my name's Cassie Sharp, and you're watching my setup. These are my skis. They're Zuma's 173, available in Japan. My fiance, Justin Dory, used to be a professional half-pipe skier, actually came up with these skis and pitched them to Zuma, and they made them for us, and I think they're the best pipe ski in the game. Pipe skis are pretty stiff, so if I had to compare them to an all-mountain ski, stiffness would be a 9. Having skis that are stiff with really sharp edges allows you to hold your edge up the wall and go big. These are Look Pivot 14s. They are really good. Hold your boots into your skis. They're actually really safe for your knees and allow your boot to release when it needs to let go. My DINs are set at 9, so these go up to 14. The guys have 18, and they generally set their DINs a lot higher, but based off of my weight, I set my DINs a little bit lower so that if I crash or something happens, my bindings will release. I've had these Technica boots for probably 6 years, just changing the linings with Surefoot. I have boot heaters on them because I am a big baby and I don't like it when my toes are cold. And when you spend probably more than 50% of your time in your ski boots, it's better to be comfortable than uncomfortable. These are the goggles I ride. They're the Giro Ella. My favorite thing about these goggles is that if I'm wearing them, I can just pop the lens out super easily and switch it out for another lens. It's got magnets and pops so that it doesn't come out too easy, but it's a lot easier than the old traditional way of pulling it all apart. It's a vivid lens, and all of the lenses for this frame are vivid and allow you to see in all different kinds of light. These are my Columbia gloves, and they're fleece lined. Like I said, a bit of a baby with the cold. I don't like mitts because it's harder to grab, so I have gloves. I don't love having a lot of bulk on my hands. If it's a beautiful day, I actually prefer to wear liners, but with how cold it is here right now, I went a little thicker. Giro helmet with MIPS technology to prevent head injury as much as you can. I put my own personal sticker on the top. It says Wild Child because when I joined the national team, I had no technical skill. I was just a wild child, and I thought I'd bring it back to my roots this year. I like to ski with music. Currently, I have a crazy dance music playlist. It is just mostly techno, dance, things that fire you up. Imagine being at a rave at 2 in the morning, and that's what I'm listening to. Outerwear. I'm in my Columbia titanium shell because all of their base layers are so warm. I have this fun hoodie, but it also has Omni heat in it. Columbia's got me covered with the heat. Same with the pants, they're also titanium, super warm. Yeah, it's all around just good stuff. This is my face mask. I had the people at Lululemon make it per request. I am very specific when it comes to face masks. It can't be too thick, can't be too thin. So I came up with this one with a nice outer lining, but also a soft inner lining so that it's warm and functional. Thanks for watching. If you like any of this stuff, hit up one of your local ski shops or hit me up on Instagram. I'll give you the details.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark McMorris and you're watching My Setup. Starting with my hard goods setup, I am riding a 157 Burton process, sort of my bread and butter. Over the years, we've implemented some of my changes into the stock one. Full-on camber board. The process 157 is a twin shape. I set it up a little bit directional, but rides like a true twin. I would say this is like a 7 on the stiffness scale if you're going 1 to 10. Especially mine, coming from the Craig Kelly factory, they make them a little stiffer. Just lots of snap, carbon fiber under the feet, make it a little stronger, and it's became one of Burton's best all-around boards. I'm honored to be heading it up and helping with the construction and design. Bindings, these are the Malavita. A little bit of a change in straps and stuff. I run a small strap with a medium binding for ultimate tightness, but the Malavita binding is just classic, good for everything. I use it in the backcountry, I use it in the park, and I just love the way it rides. Stance width, 22. 14 on the front foot and -7 on the back foot. So obviously a little bit more angle on my front foot, but a little bit of angle still on the back foot for switch tricks. I'm riding the SLX boot, one of the most high-end boots, third stiffest boot Burton makes. It's Driver X, Ion, and then the SLX, which I love this boot for. It's really high performance. Obviously using the speed zone and loving every minute of it. Goggles, the Oakley Line Miner. It's my signature goggle. Loving this landminer frame, and this is the low light prism lens, the lowest light lens they make. It's really good for days when the sun's coming in and out. Even on the sunny runs today, it's not too low, so it's pretty good for everything. And then obviously when it's flat light, this is your lens of choice for sure. It's super cold today, so I'm running this sort of Expedition S8K Burton mitt. It's literally the warmest thing ever. Sort of like a shell with a puffy mitt inside. Honestly, stole them from my filmer, and it's my first time riding in them, and I'm ordering myself a pair. I love them. I prefer mittens when I'm on the resort and riding park and stuff for mainly the way they keep your hands warm and for looks almost too. It just looks better to me. But anytime you're in the backcountry, you got to be wearing gloves. If you're snowmobiling or heliing, get into your backpack quick, build shovels, build probes. So don't wear mitts in the backcountry, but on the resort, they're kind of the best thing going. Outerwear, AK, 3L, Gore-Tex, everything, you know, just trying to stay dry, trying to stay as light as possible. Wear the least amount of stuff and stay the warmest I can. This AK stuff's incredible. Can sit in the snow, be in the snow all day and not get wet. Yeah, this is the 3L jacket, as thin as it gets. And then obviously layering is key when the jacket's so thin. So I wear a bunch of Burton AK first layer underneath. I wear an XL bib pant with a large jacket. The XL pant is just so I can like actually squat and not run into the material. So keep it spacious. I use the Skullcandy Inked Wireless mainly just because it's easy to connect to. The two headphones are connected to each other. It's weighted down on my neck and I like to just ride with one in, and yeah, it seems to work great for me. Anyone else I talk to that runs this headphone seems to love it, so Inked Wireless it is, Skullcandy. Today I was listening to a lot of Travis Scott, the Jack Boys album. The last event I did, I had The Box by Roddy Ricch on repeat, so it always is changing. But I like to keep the hip hop in my ears for sure when I'm snowboarding. Thanks so much for watching, tuning into my setup. If you like anything you see, go to your local snowboard shop and cop.
What's up guys, I'm Taylor Gold and this is my setup. So this is my Donek snowboard. It's full camber, 158. It's got this black base, which makes it really fast. It's actually a custom board that I had made with a longer side cut radius for the half pipe. I went through a couple different models with Donek and we just kind of tried a bunch of different things, and this is kind of what came out. For stiffness, it's probably like a 6 or so not super stiff, but yeah, just kind of fun and playful and stands on edge real well. Yeah, we have a wax tech with the US team that takes care of the boards and basically just keeps the edges real sharp, deburrs everything, and then obviously having the fastest wax possible. Yeah, these are Union bindings. I've been riding these for a few years. These are the Union Forces. Haven't really broken them or had any problems. I like how adjustable they are. I usually twist the high backs to match the edge. Other than that, maybe just pull the straps in a little bit. I usually run a couple clicks of forward lean. Just feel like that kind of helps with that heel edge hold. Really simple binding, just kind of no like crazy bells and whistles or crazy tech, just a good solid binding. I ride these goggles, they're the Zeal Hatchets. I really like these for everything. They have a really easy lens changing system where you just pop them off like that. There's some magnets down here that hold them on. So it makes it really easy to change lenses with the variable like conditions. I usually prefer mittens to gloves, but I do like the finger division in the gloves because my hands get really hot. So I really like these because they have the little dividers between all the fingers, and the trigger mitt's nice too, just because it makes it easier to pull your phone out and video something or whatever. I've been riding this helmet for a couple years now. This is a Giro helmet and I really like it. It's got this little boa in the back here to make it adjustable, and then I wear this padding called Unequal Technologies that I've been using for a while now. I've been liking the hood a lot this year, just kind of feels good on those cold days like today. When I'm riding, I usually have at least these 3 clip snacks with me. These are kind of my favorites just because they kind of hit every little thing that I might need. So this is a energy shot, which is kind of nice when you're just feeling a little tired on hill and need like a little boost. This is actually kind of a similar thing, the Cliff Blocks. These ones have caffeine, so I usually have these in my pocket all the time when I'm riding just to pop on the chairlift or whatever. If I'm really hungry and I don't want to go in for lunch or whatever, I usually have one of these in my pocket. Yeah, having these 3 is super nice to have on the hill. So I've been riding Strafe outerwear for the last couple years, and they're just this little company out of Aspen. They make really high quality gear. This jacket's a sample for next year. The fabric is super waterproof, and their thing is like having waterproof, breathable fabrics. So all their clothes are super comfortable, breathe well. A lot of stuff is stretchy, like these bibs are really comfortable and stretch really well. So yeah, the Strafe stuff is sick. I always listen to music when I ride, and I've just been using the Apple headphones that came with my phone, and riding with music is kind of the perfect thing because you can adapt it to whatever your mood is. So if I'm like tired, usually I'll put on some like Metallica or something to like get me juiced, or listen to some Bob Marley. If you're all nervous, you can just like chill out. It sounds perfect. Well, thank you guys for watching, and if there's anything that you liked, you can check out the company's website or hit me up on Instagram if you have questions about anything.
Hi, my name's Cassie Sharp, and you're watching my setup. These are my skis. They're Zumas 173, available in Japan. My fiance, Justin Dory, used to be a professional half-pipe skier, actually came up with these skis and pitched them to Zuma, and they made them for us, and I think they're the best pipe ski in the game. Pipe skis are pretty stiff, so if I had to compare them to an all-mountain ski, stiffness would be a 9. Having skis that are stiff with really sharp edges allows you to hold your edge up the wall and go big. These are Look Pivot 14s. They are really good. Hold your boots into your skis. They're actually really safe for your knees and allow your boot to release when it needs to let go. My DINs are set at 9, so these go up to 14. The guys have 18, and they generally set their DINs a lot higher, but based off of my weight, I set my DINs a little bit lower so that if I crash or something happens, my bindings will release. I've had these Technica boots for probably 6 years, just changing the linings with Surefoot. I have boot heaters on them because I am a big baby and I don't like it when my toes are cold. And when you spend probably more than 50% of your time in your ski boots, it's better to be comfortable than uncomfortable. These are the goggles I ride. They're the Giro Ella. My favorite thing about these goggles is that if I'm wearing them, I can just pop the lens out super easily and switch it out for another lens. It's got magnets and pops so that it doesn't come out too easy, but it's a lot easier than the old traditional way of pulling it all apart. It's a vivid lens, and all of the lenses for this frame are vivid and allow you to see in all different kinds of light. These are my Columbia gloves, and they're fleece lined. Like I said, a bit of a baby with the cold. I don't like mitts because it's harder to grab, so I have gloves. I don't love having a lot of bulk on my hands. If it's a beautiful day, I actually prefer to wear liners, but with how cold it is here right now, I went a little thicker. Giro helmet with MIPS technology to prevent head injury as much as you can. I put my own personal sticker on the top, it says Wild Child, because when I joined the national team, I had no technical skill. I was just a wild child, and I thought I'd bring it back to my roots this year. I like to ski with music. Currently, I have a crazy dance music playlist. It is just mostly techno, dance, things that fire you up. Imagine being at a rave at 2 in the morning, and that's what I'm listening to. Outerwear. I'm in my Columbia titanium shell because all of their base layers are so warm. I have this fun hoodie, but it also has Omni heat in it. Columbia's got me covered with the heat. Same with the pants, they're also titanium, super warm. Yeah, it's all around just good stuff. This is my face mask. I had the people at Lululemon make it per request. I am very specific when it comes to face masks. You can't be too thick, can't be too thin. So I came up with this one with a nice outer lining, but also a soft inner lining so that it's warm and functional. Thanks for watching. If you like any of this stuff, hit up one of your local ski shops or hit me up on Instagram. I'll give you the details.
Hey, my name is Julie Marino and you're watching my setup. Here we have the Talon Scout 149 centimeters. It is a regular camber board and it's really good for everything, I think. It's like pretty light, so like the feeling you have between your feet in the snow, you feel like really connected with what you're doing, which is nice. And just in the park in general, it's super fun on rails and it has like really good control, like edging control on jumps when you're like setting up for tricks, so it's good for small jumps and big jumps too. It's a twin because, you know, obviously riding slope course, you go switch a lot, so you gotta have both sides. On a day off, I would definitely probably ride this one. It's kind of the only one that I've felt the best on for all terrain and everything. But if there's a powder day, I'll definitely try to like whip out a powder board or something. Luckily, we have a wax tech with the US snowboarding team, which is pretty nice. So he takes care of our boards before we go to a trip and then during the entire competition. He'll, you know, keep them nice and fresh and fast. I don't really have to do any of that work on my own, which is really nice because They're the professionals in that area. These are my bindings. They are the Lexa EST. I pretty much ride the same model every single year because I love them. They're super comfortable, not too stiff, not too soft, just the right amount of, security. They come with 3 different sizes, but it's really easy to adjust to, whatever size foot you have. You can adjust the bottom, the foot pad, as well as all the straps. So you can really crank your foot down into the binding. So my stance has actually kind of changed over the years. I used to ride a way wider stance, which was, I don't know what was going on there. That was a little interesting. Now I brought in my stance much closer, which I feel a lot better with because I feel like I have way more control. And the angles, I just kind of try to keep them straight, a little bit ducked out, but not too much. They're pretty much pointing forward because that's just how I feel comfortable riding my board. So I'm riding these are brand new boots. They're Ritual 8.5s. They are one of the softer boots that Burton makes. You feel secure in the boot, and they're also really comfortable and easy to set up. These are speed lace, and the tongue is also Velcroed in, so you get a little bit more of that extra security around the shin. I'm riding the Danny Davis goggle. It's the NFX2 by Dragon Alliance. They're pretty cool because you can just kind of unsnap here and just pop your lens out and then just clip it back in super easy. So it's really nice when you're, trying to change your lenses fast. If you're at a comp and you got snow in your lens, you can just kind of switch them out really nicely. So I like these goggles for that reason. I'm riding the Burton AK Puffy jacket. It's super warm. You pretty much need just 1 or 2 layers underneath and you should be all set. So that's really nice for cold days. It is possible for it to get too warm in here because this is a super insulated puffy. So having that little ventilation option is pretty nice. These are Burton bib pants. First time riding a bib pant, and I like it a lot. I think the feature I love the most is the knee pad look that they put on here. They have a nice little pouch right in the front. You can hold your phone or wallet or things that you don't want to be jingling around in your pockets, which is pretty handy. Overall, they're just stretchy, comfortable. You don't have to feel stuck or anything. You've definitely got all the movement. So Stamina Pro is basically a pain relief patch, and they do other things besides pain relief, but that's their biggest thing, and it's really cool because it's all natural. It's pretty much a sticker that you put on the part of your body that is sore or hurting, and it's connecting with your body's natural healing abilities and just kind of feeling you through that. You don't have to take Advil or ibuprofen or anything that's damaging if you're putting it inside your body. It's super good for you, and they have ones for peace, ones to help you sleep, ones to for immune system, which I use all the time, especially when I go on the plane. I always pop a couple immune patches on and just helps me feel good. And yeah, they've got a wide variety of products that are good for the body. Thank you guys so much for checking out my setup. If you guys saw stuff that you liked here, head over to burton.com or your local snowboard shop.
When I think about what initially drew me to riding halfpipe, I think it was really guaranteed airtime.
Just when I saw snowboarding, it just was eye-opening, and I just really saw the sky was the limit.
2 feet or 20, as long as you come back down 6 inches under the coping, it's like you never left. And that's the feeling that hooks everyone.
What amazes me about pipe riding is they go big. Some kids just really sends it.
People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
When I look at the pipe today and I think of where it came from to where it is now, the thing that doesn't change is whoever is going the biggest is the winner.
People like that danger factor. It's just what drives people to watch sports. It's nuts.
It's just come so far, but I don't think it's changed that much, the reasons why we do it.
The halfpipe is the essence of freestyling in snowboarding. It's kind of like all the other stuff came after with freestyle.
I grew up a vert skater on the East Coast and predominantly skated vert because that's really what we had, skated ramps. And When I had started snowboarding, originally I was like, oh, cool, I'll just do whatever I do on my skateboard. And it was so wrong because it didn't translate very well. A couple years went by and snowboards got better and the equipment was better. And I started to see half pipes in magazines. And you started to see this parallel of, wow, you can really make it feel and look like skateboarding. In my fantasy land, I was like, okay, well, once we get a half pipe, it's just game on. I can just pretend to do all the things that I ever wanted to do on a skateboard in a snowboard half pipe.
When you look at half pipe riding and where that began, you know, the Tahoe City half pipe is kind of like this early thing in snowboarding. And when you look at snowboarding now, sure, it's on Olympics, and I think the core snowboarding community kind of thinks it's rad, but dude, this is like part of the core of our sport of catching air.
My local resort was actually making a half pipe. I couldn't really picture what a half pipe was in my mind. I've seen some pictures. One kind of sticks out. It was Craig Kelly doing a slob air, and he was just leaning really into it. And I didn't understand where he came from because, you know, how did he get in that position in the air? But later, I found out that was a half pipe.
And front side layback number 16, Craig Kelly.
Tenny Mountain Snowboard Bash is the very first half pipe on the East Coast. It was 2 piles of snow that a snowcat pushed up, a bunch of shovels that everyone brought them from home, and you just went out there and started digging away at transitions and trying to scoop these things like you're scooping sand on the beach. It was just all wacky and out of control all the way down.
If you were lucky, the sun didn't melt it out in a day or two, or you get a bunch of snow and now it's filled up and you got to do it all over again. It took a lot of time, a lot of manpower. They weren't even that good, but we were loving it. In those early days, because we were trying to essentially replicate skateboarding onto snow, the half pipes were built to mirror a vert ramp. The wheelbase of a skateboard and the effective edge of a snowboard are really different. There was a limiting factor in that you just needed a more elongated transition, and that's when things started to play with bigger transitions to accommodate the sport of snowboarding, as opposed to just trying to be skateboarding on snow.
Somehow, this construction worker from Vermont figured out how to feather a front loader to make perfect 8 or 9 foot transitions in a half pipe. And that was, you know, giant revolutionary leap as far as like smooth transitions. I finally got into the sport and started to see where the other influences were, especially on the East Coast. It was very race-oriented. Like, let's go down the hill very fast in between gates and let's go for time. The people that were well-established were not very skate-influenced, just alpine, weird, like it looked like mogul skiing, just sideways.
Yeah, looking good with that neon tie-dye swimsuit on.
As my generation came in, you know, there was guys like Jeff Brushy, myself, Chris Roach. We're all skaters first, and we basically brought the proper ways to grab, because for a long time, it was just wherever your hand hit was cool. And it wasn't until some, like, you know, really Puritan skaters came into this and said, no, like, you don't grab there, don't do this, don't do that. Like, a set of rules kind of came in, and those rules kind of basically dictated style from then till now. When the fork in the road happened where slopestyle began to become a thing, or free riding and filming became a thing, people who spent their time hiking the pipe became pipe jocks. And I mean, to be good at anything, you have to be a jock. And what is a jock? It's someone like who's dedicated to their craft, who goes out and trains, whether that means, I mean, back then it wasn't in the gym, it was like just reps in the pipe. We wouldn't ride the lift. We would hike a half pipe from 9 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And that was our jocking out.
Jeff Brushy is the hottest of the East Coast freestylers, and a giant backside air. That's probably the biggest air we've seen.
At this point in time, we're talking like early 90s, late 80s, there was the European riders who were very heavily alpine. But then there was the West Coast riders like Sean Palmer, who they were more freestyle oriented. And that's really where the sport began to go like this. And an event that really personifies that and really where the fans came out was the US Open in Stratton.
I feel like if you're not nervous during a contest, then it's like, I don't know, I feel like I always do a little better when I'm nervous.
When something new goes down, it's really usually based off of the rest of the field. You've landed the best you have. You're not in first, so you gotta try something even crazier.
Sometimes it's hard to get yourself to do it, and sometimes in the moment of competition, you kind of forget about all those things and go for certain tricks, and that can be quite progressive.
You know, the longer you sit there at the top, the trick's gonna get no different. You're just gonna get more scared.
That's the best pressure to have, is just from yourself.
For most of us, that feeling of perfecting something so difficult is the real reward.
It's an opportunity to really ride at your best. So the more that you do that, the better you're gonna be.
In the beginning, it was all happening so fast. We knew nothing but competition, and that was how we all traveled as a circus. Every single weekend, we were either in California, or we were in Vermont, or we were somewhere across the planet, but we all went as a pack. We didn't realize what your impact was on snowboarding culture as a whole until, once again, the US Open. Where it was like you went to where the fans were, the real fans. It was like the truly passionate people that really just were excited that you were there to show them the best riding on the planet. At this point, the US Open was the biggest event of the year, but then it started to become commercialized, and we started to see it on TV, and people were coming after it and seeking snowboarding. The household names of snowboarders started to kind of basically happen. They became these icons of the sport.
The whole thing was so cool. It was changing every day. These guys were one-upping each other every day.
Go bigger on Brushy and Palmer. That was a good recipe. I thought, like, if I can be as technical as Craig and go as big as Palmer, then you can win contests.
You started to become aware of people knowing who you were, and that was like insane. And then to be a part of that, where like you were maybe influencing another generation, was crazy.
I grew up, I think about 9 miles from where the US Open was, and I went there as a spectator, long before I was a competitor. I remember getting Michelle Taggart's autograph, seeing Trisha Burns compete, Shannon Dunn, and I remember waiting in line to get Barrett Christie's autograph.
She's been competing in the halfpipe all year, and as you watch her style, you can see why she does so well. She does a lot of the difficult.
Those are some of the women that I really just looked up to, and seeing where those women had taken snowboarding, all of a sudden that became a reality for me. I saw Nicola do back-to-back sevens, and I thought, I can do that.
When we look back, if something never changes, if everything stays the same as far as terrain and format goes, then it's a very hard place for snowboarding to grow. I think snowboarding's always kind of had that progression, right? Because we're strapped in, I think it allows us to obviously just being loose, chucking a back seven for your first time on a snowboard, you're probably gonna be okay, like chucking it on a skateboard or surfboard, your feet are flying. So, you know, snowboarding really lends to that spinning.
It wasn't until the very first X Games where they brought in a format that was best run of 2. And that's when the progression happened, because you could throw a run away. That's where we saw, you know, someone did the first fakie-to-fakie 720 in competition. And there's moments in snowboarding that you can see that are like pinnacle moments, like when Terrier unveiled the Hawken flip, the inverted fakie 720.
The Hawken flip was like a cab upside down accident, or like, I think we were trying cab to McTwist.
Or like Mike Michalchuk brought his version of a backside 540 to the half pipe. So he basically just did a backflip on the backside wall and kind of changed the trajectory of snowboarding in that way.
Todd Richard got the wet cat.
And then, you know, some of the Europeans came in and they showed us that the 1080 was possible.
Was there a little bit of a grudge match going on? You came in second to Terrier Hawkinson at the Worlds at South Lake Tahoe, and today you squeezed him by 0.3 of a point.
The only grudge match between Hawken is because he blasted me in the face with champagne at the Worlds, and he ran away from me, and I couldn't get him back.
There's been great rivalries since I was a kid. Rivalries make it just that much more fun and that much more intense.
Rivalries are always fun. This has existed in sports forever. David versus Goliath, right? This is the nature of competition.
There was always people that I looked at that were problematic in my quest to try to stand on top of the podium when I was like in full contest chomping mode. Terrier was one of those people.
The Terrier-Todd rivalry was huge, especially because Terrier was this kind of like mystical figure that you were lucky to see. It was like a Terrier sighting.
He was the best. And in order to bring the best out of you, you always need the boogeyman.
I just remember I wanted to go in the pipe and try to have more fun than everybody. And having fun was going bigger than everybody.
When he came to the events, you wanted him to do good just to keep the legend going, but Todd was my guy, so I was like, give him a run, Todd. You can beat him, I don't care.
Todd Richard is a really good competitor. I only felt him as a threat if I crashed.
I wasn't even thinking about him. You know, I would watch his run, but it was all about me trying to like do the best run I possibly could.
Just seeing those two battle was really exciting for me. Todd, I think, really became the first great technical half-pipe rider.
But after that, you know, this was coming up into the Olympics in 1998, and honestly, Terrier kind of bowed out of competition right around 1998. It's kind of when he disappeared from half-pipe comp.
Obviously, if somebody that don't know by now, it's you help building up a sport. This other federation comes in just for the capital, and they start sports dictating all these people, and basically just taking a format somebody else created. And I understand a lot of people want to go to the Olympics and have their face on the cereal box and get to a late night show. But if I ever regret not going to the Olympics, I wish I had gone. I'm like, no.
When I think about the history of the Superpipe, I imagine, you know, those drawings of like the caveman, you know, turning into like the businessman running.
Terrier is incredible. I am playing. Oh, he slid down the wall a little bit. That's going to slow him down.
We were hunched over. It hurt a lot, to now it's just these huge, colossal, perfectly manicured things. I think right around 98 is really when the pipe began to change. Going from 12 feet to 15 feet seemed like a lot, but it just made sense. It was just so much easier for us to ride it. It felt like you could just flow through the walls instead of fighting to stay in the half pipe and not flying into the middle of it. There was a couple people within snowboarding that were really instrumental in working with the people that groomed the pipes. Frank Wells was one, Jimmy Scott was another, and they really worked with the guys that were cutting the pipe to make the best possible walls for us to ride.
So I started working at Snow Summit
Big Bear Lake, Southern California in 1992. I was part of that era where we were still digging them by hand. That was how they were done until a really big game-changing moment, which was the pipe dragon. The first pipe dragons had essentially a conveyor belt system that took a series of metal panels and shaved upward on the wall. It was saving so much time in hand digging and creating such a good consistent shape. So as the tricks got more progressive and demanded that the pipes get more consistent, bigger transitions, cleaner, consistent walls, that only allowed tricks like double corks to all of a sudden become part of the equation. Anything Terrier's doing has always been revolutionary to the sport. He started creating the Arctic Challenge. It was definitely placing a higher emphasis on big transitions, whether it's pipe or quarter pipe. I think that definitely had a bearing on what's possible and then ultimately what would shape where things went with half pipe riding.
So I decided actually, let's just make the pipe bigger because we have straps on, we can go a lot bigger than skateboarders. But that's when we started the Arctic Challenge. They went from 12 feet to 15 feet, 18, 20 feet. And that's kind of like the birth of the Superpipes. We were hand shaping them. So we just started focusing on the quarter pipe then. It was really cool when people felt it was a little safer because there was more tranny to ride. You can actually see how big we can go.
Now, when you go from 18 feet to 22 feet, this is where the whole animal changes. If you drop into a 22-foot deep Superpipe right after you rode an 18-foot deep Superpipe, and you took the same amount of speed, the amount of centrifugal force would squash you in the bottom of that transition because it's just so much more. 18 foot, you can ride straight up, straight down. 22 feet, now you have to take a line that goes down the half pipe. You're no longer riding it like a pendulum. We went from like having 8 hits, now we're down to 5 or 6. So it's a lot of adapting. It's so different than what it was.
I remember when snowboarding became an Olympic sport in 1998, and I had recorded that competition on a VHS tape. I knew then and there as a 14-year-old that this was exactly what I wanted to do. If you look at the 2002 Olympics, I kind of flew under the radar. Salt Lake City was unlike any event I'd ever been to. I knew that I had to pull out all the stops and do my run the best I had ever done it. I went bigger, faster, and did my run more perfect than I ever had, and I won the Olympics. It was the first American to win a medal, and it was snowboarding.
We heard Kelly won gold, and so we're like, okay, that's some good momentum. And I just said, what was it like out there? She's like, it's insane. I go, what do I need to do? Tweak every grab as hard as you can and just go big.
There hadn't been a US sweep in a very, very long time at the Olympics, and all of a sudden it happened with the sport of snowboarding. And snowboarding was thrust in the mainstream America.
So in between 2002 and the next Olympics in 2006, this little kid Sean would show up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit up the pipe.
Around 2004, I remember Sean not being so little anymore and starting to win everything.
Making the Olympics for United States snowboard half-pipe team is never easy, as you know, but something changed, and the main difference was the name Shaun White.
When I was 16 years old, I had this amazing breakout year. So 15, I didn't make the Olympics, and 16, I pretty much won everything I entered. And once I got a taste for it, that's all I wanted. There was no other place. Second place, third, I mean, I just wanted to win.
Shaun White has won his first Burton US Open.
It was the Shaun show, and he'd been waiting 4 years to win that Olympics, and he showed up and did it. He delivered. That was big.
By the time my turn came around to compete in Torino in 2006, you know, it was a highlighted event. All the eyeballs were on it, and when I won, it changed everything for me.
Sean was like one of the first people that I've seen play chess with snowboarding. It's probably the most brilliant competitor that the sport has really ever seen. That was really the big breakout moment for a superstar in snowboarding.
In 2009 season, right before the 2010 Olympics, the sport changed big time, specifically at the New Zealand Open.
The half-pipe trick selection changed to, I want to do a 1080, but I want it to be kind of double dipped. You know, that's going to add another flavor for the judges.
These guys show up flipping twice, and we're all looking, only 3 guys had double corks, really. The rest of us are looking at each other like, seriously? Great. How do we do this now? Who wants to try this? No one.
I'm not only spinning 1,080 degrees, but I'm also flipping twice.
It was a lot to comprehend. I remember watching that final and just going, are you kidding me? It jumped overnight. I mean, that was probably the biggest leap I've seen in the sport ever. We saw Louis Vito drop in and do the first frontside double ever in competition. Sean went after and did one.
Sean, Mason, and Luke, their air awareness was unlike many at the time.
Luke Matrani had one, and it became a doubles comp.
Luke was on like a whole other level, almost like gymnast style. The double corks brought in new fear that you would deal with. You know, a commitment maybe is what I would call it.
And I've been waiting my whole life to see him land something like that, and I know he has too, so proud of the kid, proud of my little brother.
A whole new game these days, you know? Everybody's doubling. People are a little scared. Me, myself, scared for sure.
It wasn't the same game before where it was like kind of cool, loose. The stakes were too high. Going from corked spins to double corks, just the danger and the speed level and the amplitude it takes to do all that was big time. It was pretty scary. Hands down, that's all it was scary. You ready?
The credit I would give is really to Sean and Kev. Those two had this head-to-head combat going with like who was gonna push the level of half-pipe riding beyond what it was. You know, we had big goals. Sean made his own half-pipe and went to go learn these tricks. Foam pit. Kev saw that happening and was like, fine, I'm doing the same. Kev calls up Nike, wants his own half-pipe with an airbag, and he brought all of his friends. He brought Jack Matrani, myself, Luke, and was just like, let's learn these tricks. And my mindset was like, let's do this. At that point, though, it didn't feel like snowboarding was changing, but what it did feel like was, what's my double gonna be? When you're doing a double, like, you better commit to going upside down twice, because if you go 1.5, things are going wrong. I wasn't scared whatsoever until 2009 when Kevin had his brain injury. I mean, we thought he was maybe dead or a vegetable for the rest of his life, and all from wanting this trick that he felt like would make his run that much better than the next guy. I was getting really mad at snowboarding because, and these tricks, because it like damn near killed my friend, and it was just like, is this worth it?
Canadian freestyle skier Sarah Burke has died. from injuries sustained in a training accident earlier this month. The 29-year-old died 9 days after crashing at the bottom of the Superpipe during a training run in Utah.
When Sarah passed away, I just thought, this is it. I am done. I don't want to risk my life.
Burke was the best-known athlete in her sport and played a big role in getting freestyle skiing added as an Olympic sport starting in 2014.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it, honestly, that she died. Because she was the star of skiing. And you don't think that stuff happens to people like that, and it did. It was rattling. And especially right after Kevin got hurt so severely the year before, it was just like, I was out.
When things switched to the 22-foot wall, the entire way that you rode a half pipe really changed. It was a real dividing point in the sport where it really stopped one entire generation, and a new generation really started from 2010 on. Apart from Sean and I, there was a handful of people who made that jump, but the fundamental aspects of the sport changed dramatically.
Halfpipe has changed, tricks have changed, but the one thing that has remained the same since 2006 was this kid from Carlsbad, Shaun White. You had been competing with him at that point. You had seen that he's become this dominant force. I was doing the commentary every single weekend. It was like Shaun was winning. Like there was no way he wasn't going to win. Did you at any point predict that he would reclaim the gold medal and take himself to this new, even crazier place than he was before?
I think we all knew leading up to that 2010 games, the only one who could even touch him or had a chance at him was Danny Davis.
The story about Danny Davis is this: he has every trick necessary to take top honors here as well as make the Olympic team.
Danny Davis had that unfortunate accident and got hurt right before the Olympics. And so once Danny was out, Shaun just had to show up and do what he could do, and then he did.
His drive to win is push progression to where it's at. I mean, that's why it is so dangerous, because he's trying to do tricks that other guys can't do or don't have, so he can go in and just have it locked up. But to do that, you have to risk your life. The stakes are high, but these guys are pros and they all want to win, because if you win, your life changes for the better, as long as you don't mess it up. When you're on the top of the half pipe getting ready to do a crazy run, the most fear comes before you drop. Just sitting up top thinking about it, that's the scary part.
I would go for a walk, just get away from people. I just wanted to get out of my own head, talk to myself, you know, basically convince myself I could do it.
It's you versus the half pipe.
I definitely get a lot of butterflies and a lot of anxiety. You just kind of embrace it and then it goes away.
The absolute worst thing ever, you're just like bristling with energy, like it's time for you to go, you run, and they go, hold, we gotta hold.
Everywhere I turned, I was earning my place to be there. I wasn't like given the golden ticket. It just drove me to this place of determination. I didn't care if people liked me. I didn't care if you were a great rider or whatever. I just wanted to win. I wanted to be better than you. I wanted to take what you had. But that was my world. It was based off of winning. And it was achieving what people said I couldn't do. I think that was the biggest thing, is that everybody said that I couldn't do it.
Oh yeah! Give it up for Shaun White!
I was watching Shaun White on darn near every talk show you could see. I saw my snowboarding going was amplitude and polishing up my edging, and how can I get to the level that Shaun's at? Maybe I wanted some of his fame, you know, I don't know, but Sean was going through this huge explosion and bringing snowboarding to Rolling Stone magazine, the Today Show, every mother in America and father and kid, like they all knew Shaun White. And Sean was really putting the sport of snowboarding on display, and it was starting to really become this thing that was really impressive for people to watch.
Even after I won everything, I still had to like create these things in my mind to drive me to that place. Honestly, up until Sochi, that was my motivator.
It almost seems like it was like this snowball rolling downhill at this point where like progression was going.
I'd agree. When I saw Sean do the first backside double McTwist in front of my eyes in New Zealand, I just told myself, that was when I was really starting to think about retirement. I was like, this is over. So I saw that and I said, I'm done. He can just have that. And I think a lot of people, no one even really tried it. He was sitting on that trick solo for years and he had the pipe locked up.
Then we have all these other players now. We have these young Japanese kids that are in there.
Ayumu Hirano, holy cow. Ayumu is on one here.
We have the force of Danny Davis.
Another big McTwist. Thank you very much. Check, please.
Scotty James.
Scotty James, who can execute these big spins and multiple flipping tricks, but they've found a way to crack the code of having like a different look and a style.
It's mind-blowing what Scotty's doing, what those guys are doing.
We have Yuri Podlachikov.
Oh my goodness. Comes into the double cork 1080 frontside. He's got it. Wow.
Yuri learned Sean's double McTwist 1260.
Into the double McTwist 1260.
Invented the cab double 14, aka what he named the YOLO flip. So it was the iPod show, and the rest is history.
Nice. There it is. Gets that around twice. Frontside double cork.
You know, we used to get nervous, and you still do. But I think the difference between 02 and even 06 to the 2010 and 14 games specifically is that these guys are nervous now up top to perform and live up to their expectations. It really kind of went from this surfy skate thing to almost UFC octagon type deal.
To think where we are right now in terms of what is possible, it is insane. It's the one thing in snowboarding that you can look at and you can't argue with. People going huge.
The halfpipe is the essence of freestyling in snowboarding.
You can go head high or you can go head high.
Wow, he's flying. That's really what it is.
It's jaw-dropping.
Having the guy behind you being able to take a different line than you took.
Tricks get bigger, spin, flips, numbers increase.
Massive!
And I think that's why the halfpipe is such a rad venue. It's this zone that you can look at.
It's that air. People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
You're trying to progress and be your best, yet take down your competitors at the same time.
It's amazing what they do now. They go big. Some kids just really sends it.
It's like a festival down the side of the pipe. The screaming when someone does a really good air. You've got to risk it all to gain it all.
It's all muscle memory. All these tricks these guys are doing, they've done on snow or into an airbag so many times that it's muscle memory. It's like a golf swing or a free throw or throwing a football. Your body should know how to do it. But sometimes your muscle memory fails you or the trick goes haywire.
Put your hands together for Chloe Kim. Big backside air to get this run started off.
Chloe's one of the most naturally gifted snowboarders I've ever met. And you combine that with her work ethic.
Wow.
And it's just game over.
Huge frontside 1080.
Chloe Kim has pretty much redefined what women's halfpipe riding is.
I love when she does something she doesn't have to do.
She's going bigger and as fast as the guys, basically.
Back to back tens. A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim.
It's just awesome. Like that, for me, makes me more proud than seeing her, you know, just stand on top of the podium.
She's just a gamer. It's so fun to watch her compete. I'm a huge Chloe Kim fan myself.
Peace Park is something we've been kind of experimenting with for years. We dreamt this up because it was just getting stale riding the same stuff. We were going out and riding the same half pipe every contest, every photo shoot. We were just getting bored. For us, it's fun when you introduce new features, new transitions, new terrain to ride, sort of taking that skate park feel and putting it on the mountain. Things like Peace Park, modified Superpipe, lend to showing up somewhere and not knowing what your run's gonna be. Really, that's something that kind of makes it fun.
I think the modified Superpipe is so cool. Is it gonna be a hip into the half pipe? Is it gonna be some sort of rail feature in there? So I'm a big backer of it.
Modified halfpipe is one of the best things I think to happen to halfpipe skiing and snowboarding in the recent years. Just kind of adding a new flavor and new almost skate park approach to a format that definitely has an expiration date on it. So I think it's super important to kind of ingest creativity, and I'd say the modified halfpipe almost exposes the people who can't ride all around as well. And I think that's cool.
Having something fresh and new to ride is important for the sport.
Riding halfpipe, you definitely have to have a serious love for it. You land 6 inches to the left on a halfpipe wall, 6 inches to the right, you're done. Definitely something you gotta have a lot of love for because it is really intense. The weightless feeling that you have riding a halfpipe, you can't really get anywhere else on skis. If you love it enough, it's definitely worth it in my opinion. What I really liked was getting a lot of jumps in a really short period. And if you did land them, you would ride smoothly. It would just feel good in the transitions.
Once I got in it, I was just hooked. It was such a scene and it was such a cultural hangout. Unlike slopestyle and the other things where it's all spread out down the whole mountain, halfpipe's just right here. And you can see everything everyone's doing all the time. And it's a really pretty intimate experience.
It is so unbelievably nuanced, and I think that's why I loved it, because perfection is elusive and the finish line is always changing. You're always learning something new, and it never got old for me.
What drew me to the halfpipe was it was just the easiest thing for me to like catch air, dig a toe edge in and rip across the flat bottom and blast a frontside air and feel like I'm Noah Selaznick or something. It unlocks a little world that I can't tap into anywhere else.
Oh my goodness!
When I watch the halfpipe today, I feel kind of like I'm watching a fight. I'm scared, but I'm really happy, and it's all these emotions because it's gotten so dangerous and so radical that you're kind of on edge. Then when they pull it off, you're just so happy for them, and it just creates this feeling of lightness and energy that I love it. I still love it today more than I ever have.
When I look at the pipe today and I think of where it came from to where it is now, to the size of the walls, to the equipment, to all these technical tricks, the thing that doesn't change is the guy going the biggest is going to get the biggest cheers.
The future of the halfpipe is more crazy, mind-blowing tricks and a solid big 22-foot pipe. I think you're gonna see triples come into play. I think you're gonna see back-to-back 14s be a thing. It's gonna keep progressing. But I also think you're gonna see this other parallel of modified pipe. You're gonna have that, and then I think you're gonna have the main 22 heavyweight title fights. That's what I hope to see.
I feel like we're in a transition phase, you know, the youth, you know, myself and the guys that I grew up competing against, we're all kind of standing side by side on the podium now.
You need to have the young guns in there that are pushing you to keep riding.
It's kind of our job now to make sure that that perception of snowboarding sticks, and we do the best we can doing that.
Scotty James.
I think what's coolest about halfpipe riding is that it involves some of the best parts of snowboarding. Its history is super rich. It's fun to watch. Makes me feel like a sick surfer. It makes me feel like a sick skater. Halfpipe is a huge part of what snowboarding is. It adds so much to the sport and brings so many people into it.
It takes so much for the average kid to get to the mountain to go snowboarding.
It's not like, you know, skateboarding or basketball where you just go play wherever you want. You need a mountain, first of all, snow, the whole gear setup, tickets. Making it more accessible is super important for the growth of the sport.
My backyard started in around 2012. Started there, just a few rails, and then each year it grew and grew, and then I got put in this really cool opportunity to bring them to a couple resorts, and right now they're at Copper Mountain, Killington, and Woodward Park City.
The most beautiful thing about it is that it's free. Getting more kids boarding and giving them a spot to really like learn some tricks, jib, hang out with their friends. I've even taken a couple runs through Red's backyard, which is saying a lot.
Can't go after that.
Having Red's backyard here at Copper is pretty rad.
Jib's got a jib, you know?
I'm looking up and I see the Red's backyard features in the street style. I'm like, okay, this is kind of incredible.
Red has accomplished so much at such a young age, and to be giving back to his community is really inspiring.
Giving back to snowboarding is rare, so props to Red for just thinking about others. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, it is a beautiful thing, and thank you very much, Red. And there it is, a shot right here at Copper Mountain of the Dew Tour Street Style course. Street Style makes its return here to Copper Mountain and the Dew Tour. Hi, everybody. We're going to kick it off with Women's Ski Street Style Final. We've got 4 Street Style events out here tonight. We've got men and women's ski as well as men and women's snowboard. Jimmy Coleman here in the booth alongside Pete Arneson. We got DC out in the field, and well, you got quite a lot to work with out there in that street style course, Pete.
Yeah, it's a nice long course, lots of options. Hoping to see some really good skiing tonight from men and women, and snowboarding as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a party vibe out there. Last year we did this, we had everybody hanging out from the Dew Tour experience along the fence line, and it's a good time. So we actually have 9 skiers in the field here in the women's comp. It's a 25-minute jam session, and it's top 3 overall impression, and then we got the little bonus prize for best trick. You get a little extra Dew Tour cash, Pete.
I love it. Great to see it. Lots of the ladies from the field that we saw earlier, or yesterday, excuse me, out here skiing in slopestyle, and then a few other names mixed in there. We have Eileen, who's first place in pipe, doing triple duty out here this weekend, and then a few other cool names in here as well, like Taylor Lundquist. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, so apparently 2 dropped. We got a newer start list, so I stand corrected. I should have trusted my graphic. 7.
7 works. I like 7.
Sorry, that's 1 less Mountain Dew kickstart for me tonight.
No shotguns.
Nope, terrible. Okay, so here we go. Let's get this thing underway. It is a jam session here, and again, it's 1, 2, 3 cash prizes for 1, 2, 3, and of course, there's $1,000 up for grabs here in the best trick department.
Dropping in, getting things started on that first rail, making her way down to that flat down, little disaster lip slide back to forward. Way to get things started out here at Copper under the lights.
McKenna Brown there starting us off again, and once we got our first competitor in, the jam session clock starts, I should say, and we are underway here just under 25 minutes.
Front 270 out. Way down there.
That was Sky Clark out of Vancouver, British Columbia. So I'm guessing they're going to run them in order here as we go through this jam session.
There's Mathilde Grimaud, Swiss skier, a little switch on, trying to get that front 2 out of the down flat down. First lady taking that one on so far. A lip slide transfer, so coming from one rail to another there. And then switch tails over, side 270 out, nice and clean. Looks like Johanna Keeley.
Yeah, Johanna Keeley from Norway.
There's Taylor Lundquist, great street skier, always putting out great video parts. Frontside switch up, 270 out, and losing a shoe there. Lots of style. One of the most progressive lady skiers out. Kelly Silderu, frontside 450 off, and then a frontside switch up K-Fed on the drop rail. Kelly making her way through here.
So the hits are coming quick here. We're just about 1.5 minutes in here into this 25-minute jam session, and like we were talking about at the top here, it's not about an individual run. Judges are looking for the overall impression out here in this jam session before they determine our podium out here tonight. What a scene out here under the lights, too. The sun's kind of gone down behind the mountain. Fire up the lights here. What an awesome way to cap off day 4 or 5 out here for Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021.
This is definitely one of the best fan-friendly events. You can see the whole entire course. You get to watch them make their way down, and it's under the lights. It's hard to beat.
So this course actually stays here throughout the course of the season. So it's not like this is just up and then we take it away once this party's over. So Red's Backyard is here and it's open to all, Pete.
Oh, I'm going to have to check that out. Work on my rail skills.
You can come back next week after Christmas.
I think
just
I might.
A session Red's Backyard here.
I'm really enjoying Copper.
Hang out with Lucy, the Copper dog.
Yep.
Pete Arneson, friend to the animals here at Copper Mountain.
You know, you check out my Instagram. All I'm doing is posting pictures of dogs and you.
Pete's Dogs of Instagram and stories with you and I up here in the booth. Okay, so no action right now, but time continues to tick away on the clock here.
Yeah, that's a long hike back up for each run here. Looks like someone's dropping in right now. Slide to forward there. Making her way into the down flat down.
Taylor Lundquist there.
Frontside switch up. Was McKenna Brown.
McKenna Brown.
Go dropping in switch. The switch on, bringing that one to forward, nice and clean.
That was Sky Clark.
There's There's a front side switch up of her own there on the down flat down. Rails are sliding nice out here tonight. Go with the front side 270 on switch 270, locking that one to forward until Grimaud. Johanna Keeley dropping in with a switch 270 of her own. Oh, and going down on that.
Just catching an edge there as we are winding down to 4 minutes down, 21 minutes left to go here in this women's ski street style final jam session. See, look at everyone just lined up against the snow fence. They're making their way up from the dew tour. Everybody's coming down after last mountain runs. They're like, hey, this thing's still going out here tonight? Sure is. Welcome to day 4 or 5 out here for the dew tour. We keep the lights on.
There's Kelly Silderud with a frontside switch up, pretzeling the 450 off there. 270 on from Taylor Lundquist. Backside switch up all the way through that flat down. Nice run there from Taylor.
Hey, look at that. She just pops the skis off and she's just getting ready to make the track back up the mountain right there. So it's a little bit of a hike there. It looks like the course is just, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the course is a little bit bigger than what we had out here last year.
Does seem to be a little longer, a few more options for them.
Yeah, you get a little bit more real estate to work with here. So it's a little bit of a hike to get back up there, especially when you only got 6 or 7 in the lineup out here. See the branding right there, Red's Backyard. So if you're watching this and you're like, you know what, I don't have any plans after Christmas, after New Year's, come on out to Colorado, everybody. Hop on a plane, come to the Centennial Stage. You can come on, and you too can ride Red's Backyard.
Love it. Johanna Keeley. Oh, with the backside switch up, pretzel 270 out.
Do you know why they call it the Centennial State? You want a little history trivia?
Let me know, Jimmy.
It's because it became a state 100 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Makes sense.
There you go. 1876 was when Colorado became a state, hence the name, the Centennial State. There you go. You get to see cool tricks at the Dew Tour and you learn things.
Thank you for that, Jimmy.
See, I try to be a dual threat. So 5.5 minutes down, just under 19 and a half left to play here in this jam session for the women's ski street style final. You know what we need besides a couple of Mountain Dew kickstarts?
What's that?
We need to have like that little conveyor belt that they put at the kiddies runs to just kind of tow you back up to the top right there.
That's a good idea.
There you go.
See what Red can add to his backyard in the future.
Or maybe even a couple of sled dogs just drag you right back up to the top. That would even work as well.
I do like dogs. There's McKenna Brown, nice full pull through that down flat down, sliding that to switch.
Out of Bend, Oregon.
I have to visit Bend, Oregon soon. I like that place.
It's a good time.
There's Eileen dropping in. I got Red Bull helmets confused earlier and thought that was Matilda, but Eileen doing the super fed there on the drop rail.
She had a dominant performance in pipe the other day. Her Kelly Silderud having a bit of a battle there, but Eileen Gu coming away with a big win in the women's ski Superpipe final.
And then a second place in slopestyle.
Yeah,
so she's triple threat out here.
She's been on a run, man. She got a big air win in Steamboat, then she got the pipe win here in Copper for the Grand Prix last week. Speaking of the devil, there's Kelly Silderud.
Taylor Lundquist dropping in, backside switch up on that down rail. Making her way to the down flat down. Front side switch up, pretzel 270. Taylor very consistent out here so far. You love to see it.
So you're no stranger to the judges booth. You've been in there before. If you had to put this into a ranking situation by what you've seen thus far with this first handful of minutes underway, how would you rank this as of right now?
You know, the few ladies who have landed more consistent, you're looking at Kelly's landed a few tricks, Eileen as well. Johanna Keeley, so they're up in the mix, and they're just looking for consistency and just an overall impression using the whole course, not just hitting one rail, but making their way around and hitting multiple.
Hey, we're going to get some replays here.
Oh, nice K-bed there from Kelly Silderud. It's the frontside switch up continuing too. It looks like that's McKenna Brown on the down flat down with a frontside switch up of her own. Taylor Lundquist with that nice 270 onto the down rail. And backing that one up with the backside switch up on the flat down. Joanna Keeley, the backside switch up, pretzeling that 270 out. So stopping her rotation from the one-way and then going back the other direction. And Eileen with the super fed, so frontside switch up continuing force. A lot of good skiing and a lot of landed tricks so far.
Yeah, and there is still a lot of time left on the clock here in the jam session.
The judges are going to have their work cut out for them tonight.
It's half the judges. It's only 3 in this go.
Right.
So the other half get to crack a Mountain Dew and hang out and watch the rest of this.
I wonder how if they Rochambeau'd or flipped a coin.
They had to put they put credentials in a hat and someone just had to draw one out.
Well, my guess is that Adam is definitely judging. He kind of gets the short end of the stick pretty often.
Maybe he volunteered for that. Maybe he was like, you know what? I really want to judge street style.
He is a rail guy, so you never know.
See, he might have lobbied hard to make his case to still sit in the booth out there.
I would have. That's why I'm here. I really wanted to be here with you, Jimmy.
See, I love it. I was getting a little bit of separation anxiety after not getting to work with you yesterday in the morning. I had to sit over here and call the women's pipe final with Tom Wallish.
Yeah, that guy Tom loves his heater tubes, doesn't he?
Hey, at least they left the blankets in the booth here.
I'm happy about it. I'm not complaining.
Not at all.
No.
Hey, so getting you to walk that scoring plank again here, a ranking plank.
Oh, Kelly Silderoo swapping like crazy there.
So thus far, we keep talking about how there's a best trick prize up for grabs for $1,000. Where would you put that now? From what?
Right now, that's probably at the top.
Okay.
Right, multiple switch ups on
See
that
what I did there?
big flat down. Way to set me up for that one, Jimmy.
T-ball, buddy. T-ball.
Love it. McKenna Brown threw that down, flat down to switch. Very clean.
I keep wondering if we're going to get a shot at DC in that lovely Dew Tour holiday sweater that he was rocking earlier. I don't know if we're going to get to see it tonight.
Might be a little cold, yeah.
He's got to put on the outerwear. He's got to get the moose jacket going.
Nice frontside 450 off there for Taylor Lundquist. Looking good. Great to see some of these other skiers in the mix, not just the ones who have been in the slopestyle competition, but we have some film skiers and street skiers out here mixing in with them. Here's a look at Kelly Silderoo.
Hey, this is a first for us over here at the Dew Tour Live booth. We get a twofer. We get the 2-box, Pete.
Toyota twofer. There's the backside switch up, continuing switch up, continuing 2 out there. So just hopping around on these rails tonight. What a fun looking setup.
Yeah, see, look, everyone's just hanging out. The party continues out here at Copper Mountain.
Joanna Keeley with a frontside 2 on that C rail. And then making her way across, switch on, frontside switch up, continuing 2. Switch on to the K-Fed there for Yo-Yo.
And the fans seem to love it. We
it.
do have current standings. Look at that. Johanna Keeley, Kelly Silderoo, and Eileen Gu. I didn't think we were going to. I thought this was
making the judges work extra hard tonight. I like it.
I was about to say that I was wondering if we're just going to get the big reveal at the end, but there you go. You ask for mid jam session rankings, and you get them. We're giving the people what they want, Pete. Well, I guess we're not.
Going.
The graphics department is, but
true.
You and I are just talking our way through.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah.
There's Eileen Gu. Made her way through on that nice transfer rail up top. Get the hike back up.
She's got a lot going on this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know how she's still
pipe, and then I know my old legs would have given out long before this, man. But she just keeps going and going and going.
There's a look at Kelly Silderoo up top.
And we didn't get to see Kelly yesterday in the slopestyle event. Ended up withdrawing from that. Originally, we were told she wasn't going to take her first run. She was going to take her second, third runs, but then actually backed out of those, so glad to see her back in competition out here this weekend.
Nice switch left 270 onto that down rail. And then the front side switch up, pretzel front side switch up with tons of control. She uses those edges to change direction on the rail, switching up the way she's standing. There's Taylor Lundquist dropping in. The backslide, so the one ski slide, and the backside switch up, looking like she was trying to lock for a pretzel there.
Coming into that first rail with a pretty good clip of speed there as we're approaching the halfway point. So 12.5 down, 12.5 to go here in this 25-minute jam session. One of 4 street style events we got for you out here tonight.
There's McKenna dropping into that top rail. A little slide, trying to get to that transfer. Ooh, dangerously close to taking a rib check there. Luckily saving that one.
Pop the skis off, make the hike back up to the top of the start structure there. So just under the halfway point here. Again, we got women's snowboard street style final coming up later on, and then we're back to men's ski street style and men's snowboard street style coming up at Copper Mountain. Is our host out here yet again for the Do It Tour here in 2021. It's one of the riders' favorite places to be out here, is good old Copper Mountain.
Copper is king right now of Colorado. Breckenridge was always king. Breck fell off. Copper took the reins, and they are running with it.
It just became the hub of what's going on.
I love coming here. The half pipe's good every time you come, whether it's, you know, a random Wednesday or a competition. You know exactly what you're gonna get.
These guys just love it. Like, their park builders love building stuff. They really want to test their limits, and I just want to ride at a mountain where their park builders want to test their limits, and I want to test my limits.
Yeah, I think snowboard parks in general are sort of a dying breed these days. It's not a cheap thing for mountains to invest their time in.
They're one of the last resorts in the United States to provide a 22-foot half pipe year-round. Without them, we'd be struggling to find half pipes.
They really listen to what we have to say, and they want it to be fun for all the riders.
My whole strategy gearing up for the Olympics was to basically come to Copper, ride, and then just stay here.
You can really come here and progress however far you want.
Over time, it's evolved into this thing where they want to be a proving ground for snowboarding.
You know, half pipe in the United States that we can depend on, that we know we're going to get amazing training. I look forward to it every year.
This is the best venue in America, hands down, for half pipe.
Well, who needs Yelp, Pete, when you got those glowing reviews from some of the top athletes here?
JJ Thomas with a
that was harsh right out of the gate.
Opinion.
You know
Impressive.
what? I mean, if you're going to make a statement, make a statement.
Yeah.
He did just that at the top of that feature. But
Let
my goodness,
his opinion be known.
if you ever need anybody to write you a glowing review, you know who to call right there.
Definitely.
But hey, we're glad to be back at it. I mean, you know, Winter Dew Tour had a home in Breckenridge for so long, and then we switched gears last year, February 2020. We came out here, and it was a good time. And well, then obviously the world went through some changes there, so we had to wait a little bit to come back here. But again, thanks to Copper for playing host yet again, and hats off job to the course builders, designers, and builders, and everything that they've done to make all this happen, especially with some snowfall that we had on Wednesday. But let's take a look at some highlights here, Pete.
Yeah, looking back, here's Kelly Silderoo making her way through those rails. There's a look at Eileen Gu with the frontside switch up on that transfer rail. There's a lot of risk there because that is not one solid rail. There's a look at Taylor Lundquist, a film skier out here competing in the street style. Cool to have different people in here. Lots of different skiers. There's Joanna Keeley from Norway, always one of my favorites. Lots of great skiing, lots of landed tricks so far. It's good to see it, and hopefully their legs are hanging in there as they're hiking up there. And
it's the youth, Pete. It's the youth.
You're good. At altitude too. I would be suffering, Jimmy.
Yeah, we're quite a ways up here.
We are.
You have to take some precautions when you come up here. So if you do decide to come up here and you want to check out Red's Playground, you know, you got to stay hydrated. Mm-hmm. Stretching is important.
It is.
And yeah. We're just under 8 minutes left to go here. Johanna Keeley in the driver's seat right now. Kelly Silderoo and Eileen Gu. So those are your current standings. However, it is an overall impression, so it's far from over. And let's not forget, as we tick down the remaining 7.5 minutes and some change here, there is still a best trick $1,000 up for grabs. That'll buy you a lot of Mountain Dew.
Yeah, there's a nice 450 out there from Sky Clark on that last rail. Nice and clean, tons of style. Judges are looking for execution out here, and they're looking for difficult tricks.
Cheerless are still running. It's after 4 o'clock, man. They're just full throttle out here tonight at Copper.
There's Eileen with the front two, then the switch 270 disaster pretzel 2. So that's what's getting her up on that leaderboard right now. Love to see it. There's Taylor Lundquist.
Good save right there, cheating that one around. We got 7 minutes to go here.
a look at Taylor, that backslide. So just sliding on that one ski and then going for that backside switch up. She's trying to lock that maybe to pretzel, but doing a continuing 2 out that time. Kelly sealed her a little front side switch up on the down rail. Coming into that down flat down backside switch up, locking it in the switch. Very controlled, lots of style on that one.
Just so casual and controlled through that down flat down rail. Just making it look way too easy.
One of the best rail skiers in the world. Always nice seeing her out here.
It's a walk in the park for her. In this case, it's a walk in Reds Park.
Oh, nice.
So coming up on 6 minutes left to play here in the women's ski street style final.
Kenna Brown sliding that first rail and trying to disaster lip slide onto that down of the flat down, carrying lots of speed.
Judging from that reaction there, she kind of looked like she wanted a little bit more out of that towards the end. She kind of threw her hands up a little bit. It's like,
A little surprised, maybe catching just a little bit of that part of the flat there, throwing her off. As a look at Joanna Keeley up top, our current leader.
You know, the other thing too, we haven't talked about that fatigue factor. Like, you take a run and then you got to walk back up to the top of this thing and keep doing that throughout the span of 25 minutes with pretty much no breaks.
So look at Eileen making her way through the course. Lots of tricks so far. And then Kelly also with the front side 4 off the C rail. Look at that. Backing it up with the super fed there.
Getting more paperwork as we continue. Oh, it's another start list.
It's updated for you, Jimmy.
Look at that. You know, I mean, if the full 25 minutes, they don't get a break. We took a break while we were watching the, the highlights there of the athletes talking about Copper Mountain. But while that was going on, the clock kept rolling and they were still skiing.
Oh yeah, still landing tricks.
That's why we came out of that. We had a highlight package right there because like we had to recap what we missed while we were going through that.
And we had a leaderboard switch up. We had the Norwegian skier Joanna Keeley jump up into the lead.
Yes, we did, and we're just under 5 minutes, so we may get another snippet, another look in there at our top 3 standings, and then we'll find out at the
front
end.
Side switch up pretzel 2.
Find out at the end about our $1,000 best trick winner as well.
Sky Clark there with a nice frontside switch up pretzel 2 on the down flat down. Another nice run from her. I wouldn't be surprised if she jumps up into the mix.
So we're just under 4.5 left to go here. Looking up top, that's Taylor Lundquist. Hey, what more could you ask for on a Saturday night? You got the lights all fired up. Everyone's hanging out down there by the Dew Tour Experience. Everyone's having a great time today. She's like, come on, Copper, let me hear you make some noise out there. I like it. She's playing to the crowd. We're just under 4 minutes as we roll on. Let's check in with the third member of our crew. DC, where are you at, buddy?
Thanks, guys. Hanging out here on the course, watching these women throw down, and we got a beautiful crowd out here at Copper, so there's only a few minutes left, so I want you guys to get these women fired up. Let's hear it for them. Make some noise for these women throwing down out here for you. It's a Saturday. The full moon is about to come out. You guys can get louder than that. Let's hear it for these ladies throwing down. Taylor Lundquist hiking up here. Taylor, how you doing?
So good. Thanks for the hype, crowd.
Thank you for hyping everybody up and killing it out here. If you have not listened to Taylor Lundquist's episode on the Bomb Hole podcast, definitely check that out. But yeah, women are throwing down. Love to see it. Copper Mountain, Colorado. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting. And yeah, keep it up, ladies.
DC not only with the crowd pump right there, but keeping you appraised of the lunar schedule out here at Copper Mountain.
Yeah, I'm letting you know about the bomb hole. We had Chris Grenier out here calling some slopestyle earlier today.
He's throwing plugs. He's telling you about the full moon coming up later on.
He's one of a kind. He really is.
He is an all-inclusive announcer.
And he's doing everything.
So he wears so many hats.
So many hats. He's probably wearing 2 hats right now. Usually it's the bill and then the 1 hat on top.
And possibly 2 sweaters because it is a little chilly out here tonight.
There's a look at Joanna Keeley. Last update, she was our leader. There's Eileen Goose. Switch on to that first row, coming in hot with the right side 450 on. Disastering down to the down of that flat down.
Okay.
So she's got more in the tank. I don't know how.
Well, yeah, it's youth, man.
Yeah.
Got a couple of 18-year-old, a couple of 19-year-old,
she is running back up.
She is the
She's
youngest
gonna go get
one
that
in the
450.
field. See, you have that kind of energy at age 18. You can run back up to the top of the start.
So look at that 450 on, just coming off a little bit early, but going for that big trick out here. Probably one of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
Then again, you know, the judges are looking at an overall impression during the jam session, so we'll see if that shakes up the standings here under the final 2 minutes to go here in this women's ski street style final. We bring back in Taylor Lundquist.
Taylor dropping in, one of my favorite skiers to watch. 270 on, locking that back to switch. I think she wants that 2 pretzel too, so she's going to get back up there maybe for one more go at it.
Say if she hustles, she's got time for one more here. And again, let's not forget, we keep talking about it, we're going to throw it out there because it's extremely relevant. There's a $1,000 prize up for grabs for what the judges deem as the best trick of the entire jam session.
Here's a look back. Sky Clark, frontside switch up, pretzeling that 270 out, so spinning back the other direction. There's Taylor Lundquist with the back 270 with a tail grab there, and then capping that off with a K-Fed. Shout out Kevin Federline with that one. Frontside switch up from Kelly Silderoo, making her way into the down foot down, going for a backside 360 switch up. McKenna Brown with the big disaster to backslide going for it there. Looked like we just had Kelly Silderoo land something big there, a lot of noise.
With that 2-box, that's live on the right side, the top left there, the bigger of the two. That was replay, so Kelly just put something down big. You could hear the reaction from the crowd there. We're under 30 seconds left to go here, Pete.
Coming in hot here, going for the last couple runs. Oh, going for that down flat down, just coming off a little early. Got 10 seconds left, everyone's last drops. Here's Kelly Silderoo.
Yeah, this is a look back to what went down there. We had the 2-box going there.
Coming into that down flat down. There's the backside 360 switch up, so she did lace that one. That's definitely gonna be bumping her up.
So Kelly Silderoo making things happen here in the last 30 seconds. I believe we are out of, that should have been it.
Final drops here. Joanna Keeley on course, switch on, backside switch up, oh, and just tipping over a little bit.
Just had to put the hands down to push off for the save there.
Taylor Lundquist making her way into the down rail. 270 on, locking that to switch. She wanted that pretzel too. A great showing, always fun to watch Taylor ski. What a great showing. What do you think, Jimmy?
I mean, awesome 25-minute jam session here, and I mean, the hits just kept coming.
McKenna Brown, look at this disaster to backslide all the way down there, coming in so hot.
You get your replays with this lovely NFL film style background music.
It's nice. Look at that backslide, locking in, just sliding on one ski. So difficult to hold that all the way through. Cool trick. I love it. That was great.
I mean, that was an awesome 25 minutes right there. I mean, it was non-stop action. I mean, fatigue never set in for anyone. I mean, it just kept coming one right after the other.
Some of the best rail skiing we've ever seen from the women out here. Such a cool course. Big features, but very trickable features. So we saw a lot of hammers out here tonight.
You know, and to bring it up again, the fact that this is going to be here all season long and that anybody can come out here and ride Red's backyard, that is absolutely huge. So look at that. When it all comes down to the end, Kelly Silderoo within the last 30 seconds of the jam. Obviously, that was enough to put her in the top spot, so she gets the win here at Women's Ski Street Style. And then Johanna Keeley in second, and Eileen Gu, she's going to be on the podium yet again. That's her third time this weekend. She won Women's Pipe. She got second in Slopestyle. Now she finds herself in third place here. So she
3 for 3 on the podium.
She batted for the cycle out here, Pete.
Good grief. Very impressive.
She got a first, second, and a third out here.
Love it. But great skiing from all the women out here tonight. Huge tricks, very consistent, and the judges paid off and rewarded Kelly Silderoo for that first place.
We have yet to see who's getting the $1,000 for the best trick. That one didn't come up yet. So everybody hanging out down there. They got to clear the course out because we got some Dew Tour live action coming up, and then we've got women's snowboard street style still to come. DC's your Iron Man out here tonight because he's out there in the trenches for all 4 of these events. You and I get to dip in and dip out of the booth here. We'll be back for the men's ski street style event a little bit later on, but look at all the fans out there in the corral area, the Dew Tour experience, still hanging tough out here and just having a good time.
I don't think I'd want anyone else but DC doing that job out there, always getting everyone hyped up.
He's a man of the people. He loves
it.
You know, he always gets you the inside scoop as to what's going on.
Oh, there he is right there.
Yeah, some maybe some inside lines on what people are going to do in their runs. He gets you all the injury updates. If you're riding somebody else's equipment, you know, like he manages to just be everywhere at once and always find out what's going on. Not to mention when you're out here in the elements, I mean, it is cold out there. And he's been out there not just for this, he's been out here all day long.
Yeah. Great to see it. Getting a little darker out here under the lights.
It's a whole different animal out here when the sun finally goes down and the lights are up. It's cool. I mean, we've always done street style at night out here at any of the Dew Tour stops in the past where we've had this event. So it's just a different vibe, and I love it.
Yeah, women's snowboard coming up next. That's going to be a great one to watch. And then we're back in the booth for men's ski.
I know, we're not done yet. We still have another one to call. Men's ski is going to be a 35-minute jam session, I believe. We have a fluctuating start list on that one. We've got some late-minute additions and a couple of drops there, so we'll keep you posted on that when that time arrives a little bit later on this evening. But look at that. They just cleared everybody out of there. Looks like they got some of the crew out there maybe doing a little grooming around the features there on the course. So we'll take a little bit of a breather here, but right now let's take a look back at some highlights from the women's ski slopestyle final that went down yesterday afternoon, Pete.
And there's our second place finisher in the street style tonight, Joanna Keeley. I believe also got second in slopestyle. So great skiing out here this weekend. Oh, third, excuse me. She got third in slopestyle. There's your second place finisher and third tonight, Eileen Gu.
And first in pipe early. Yep. I mean, she ran 2 events yesterday. She had 2 finals yesterday afternoon.
I've been dropping some great spins out there. Very clean runs. Always fun to watch. And she's a threat for the top of the podium in every contest. When it came down to it, it was Tess Ledoux ending up in the top spot. Consistent through the rails, lots of styles. Is definitely rewarded for her hard rail tricks. And then so clean through the jumps. That left side 9 there at the bottom, capping that tail grab. Love to see it. Great skiing yesterday. Such a fun show to watch.
That was a stellar performance out of her yesterday. So she stands at the tallest part of the podium in the women's ski slopestyle final yesterday. Also, got to give her a shout out. She took a heck of a knock in one of those runs yesterday and was kind of favoring that left shoulder situation. So sending those positive vibes and well wishes out Tess's way there. But again, she walks out of here with the big win. So that's how it all went down in slopestyle yesterday. And I believe we're going to give out, we're going to do the awards here before we move on to Dew Tour Live and into the women's snowboard street style event. DC gets to take care of that duty as well. And it looks like we are ready to go, so let's send it down one more time to DC.
Ready to do this, hand out some hardware. If I can get up on the stage. Copper Mountain, make some noise for all the ladies throwing down out here for street style. Respect. All right, well, with no further ado, let's get to your podium up here. In third place, make some noise for Eileen Gu throwing down. One more time, hands together for Eileen Gu. Thank you, Chris Ortiz, handing out the hardware. In second place, Yo-Yo, Johanna Kelly. Make some noise again for second place finisher, Yo-Yo, Johanna Kelly. Norway represent. And your champion out here this evening for women's street style. Show your love for Kelly Silderoo. Hands together for your women's street style champion, Kelly Silderoo, and your podium out here for street style, holding it down on the medal. And we got one more award to hand out to you. Best trick, getting the trophy, getting some bragging rights and some spending cash too. And that was for a switch lip 2-7 on pretzel 2-7 out, going to Eileen Gu. Congratulations. And let's hear it again. Eileen Gu winning best trick, getting on the podium, killing it this week. 1 half pipe, slaying it over on slopestyle as well. Just podiums on podiums on podiums. Congratulations, Eileen. What do you want to say to everybody out there?
Thank you guys so much. This has been such an incredible week, and I'm super happy I got to share it with everybody.
Well, we're stoked to have you all out here. Thank you all. Hands together one more time for these amazing women.
So taking a look at some highlights here one more time for our first of 4 street style events out here, and what a performance it was, Pete.
Oh, what a great showing. Lots of great tricks landed by these women tonight. Super fun to watch out here.
So that's a wrap here from the ski side of things for now. So we've still got more coming up here from the Dew Tour. Take a quick little break. When we come back, we get Dew Tour Live. Mariah Duran's going to step into the booth right here and talk a little bit about skateboarding. And then we're going to have the women's snowboard street style coming up. So stick around. Lots more to come here from the Dew Tour.
U.S. team right now, I don't think has looked better.
Chase looking good here.
Being able to go to the Olympics and represent Team USA is an amazing opportunity.
All the kids on the team have such individual styles.
Here at Dew Tour this year, it's the 2nd Olympic qualifier of the year, so a lot's at stake. The younger generation, we're more hungry. We're trying to get our names out there. We're trying to make a name for ourselves.
We don't pick our team until right before the games. So everyone you see up there, they're fighting for their spot.
The margin for error is so small. You have to be on your A game every day and always be very focused. What I think impresses the judges the most is amplitude. Flow is everything. You have to have the big tricks. You can't be afraid to go huge.
Honestly, qualifying for it is the hardest part.
The Olympics has this really crazy aura around it and this like very stressful event vibe because it's just so gigantic.
Everyone's really kind of stepped up their game. A lot of girls are pushing it and wanting to just get better and go bigger.
I think being able to hold your composure at the Olympics, and it's only every 4 years, shows a lot of mental strength.
If you're not on top of your game, you're pretty much not going to the Olympics.
What's up, everyone? My name is Kim Woozy. I am joined here with my very good friends, Mariah Duran and Mary Walsh. Welcome to Dew Tour Live. Mariah Duran, such an honor to have you here in the booth with us. Dew Tour athlete, or sorry, Mountain Dew athlete, Summer Dew Tour legend, skateboarder, Olympian as of this year. How's it going? How's your year been?
Chilling. I mean, this is one of the best ways to end the year, you know? Just chilling, watching the snowboards, skis, just go for it. So sick.
Yeah, I love the Mountain Dew team because we had Sean Malto in here yesterday, and y'all just rip on every board. It seems like the Dew team's pretty special because you guys get to, you know, skate, snowboard, do a bunch of stuff together. I heard you're pretty good on a snowboard. Tell us about that.
I can get down the hill, you know. I can I can get down the hill for sure. No, like it's really cool to kind of just like see like how it kind of translates. Like I obviously know what stance I am, but it's still one of those things that you just want to keep doing to get better at it. You know, it's just different having the board attached.
Definitely.
You know, like when you fall, it's just connected the whole time.
Yeah.
So like that's one thing that's kind of like, you know, different.
Yeah. A lot of skaters have this fear about being attached and not being able to bail, but I feel like y'all are just so talented that, you know, you crush it on any board. So we're about to get, you know, started with women's snowboard street style. The warm-ups are happening. Mary Walsh, editor of Snowboard Magazine, tell us about women's street style. Like, what is the inspiration for this event?
So, I mean, really cool having you here because obviously street snowboarding takes a lot of cues from skateboarding. I mean, as Kim said, being attached is a little bit of a different ball game. I always envy skateboarders a little bit who can kick out because I feel like, you know, the board being attached when you fall is not the most fun thing. But yeah, it takes a lot of cues from that and a lot of inspiration. It's, you know, rails, jibs, just any feature that's not snow, essentially. Do you do any jibbing or anything like that?
Don't really know the lingo.
Rails.
Rail riding.
Okay.
Sorry, we call it jibbing sometimes.
I haven't really touched a rail yet. I've done like some roll-on boxes and stuff.
Sick.
I'm still like trying to just get comfortable enough to like be able just to like go for it, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, so not too long ago, we were in Des Moines, Iowa for Summer Detour. It was an Olympics qualifier as well. We were looking at some park highlights. What did you think of that event?
The Olympic qualifier for Detour?
Yeah, for Detour Des Moines.
It was sick. I mean, the park that they built and like they just left it there, that's so fire and so good for the skate community for sure. Yeah, it was really sick. Like once the weather cleared up and we were able to skate, it was super sick. I mean, I see footage of that park now and I'm like, I gotta go back and like skate it at like a non-contest because it looks amazing. It's like huge. Really dope.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of the park highlights. So in skateboarding, we have street and park. I think there's elements of both, you know, that translate into snowboarding. I feel like park is a little bit more snowboard-esque because you're going really fast. You have some vertical. But in general, I feel like, you know, there's a lot of translation between skate and snowboarding. And that's what I love about Detour. There's not really that many events that bring both of us together.
Totally, and this is park with kind of the more like bowl walls, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's huge in snowboarding right now. There's a lot of transition-specific events, and then also, you know, look at like 2020 Detour with modified pipe. You see the double wall rides, the top of the slope course this year. There's a lot of transition elements that get worked in, or even like the first jump in today's slopestyle course. Like always trying to do, you know, tranny finders or ride things in creative ways, and that's again a lot of inspiration from skateboarding.
All right, and now we're going to check out what some snowboarders think about surfing and skateboarding getting introduced to the Olympics for the very first time this summer in Tokyo.
I think snowboarding was really kind of the test subject for the Olympics. Snowboarding brought that element of, you know, that newness, that sort of kind of younger generation, and that has really kind of opened the door now for other sports.
Snowboarding, skateboarding, and surfing are unique sports to the traditional sports that you see out there.
They have similar like cultures, and to be able to break ground and kind of give a pathway for those other sports to have this platform in the Olympics is a really exciting thing.
Having grown up in Southern California where board sports are just a part of a kid's childhood. I mean, I don't know anyone that didn't surf, snowboard, or skate.
Snowboarding kind of gave those guys the hint, like, hey, get in here.
And it's cool that skateboarding and surfing can kind of learn from snowboarding's mistakes and strengths.
Board sports are just something that are eye grabbers. Everyone's drawn to them, and it's a sport that really anyone can do.
20 years ago, if your kid was a snowboarder, parents would be like, oh no.
And now someone can go to school and say, hey, look, I'm going for this goal, this dream to be in the Olympics for snowboarding, and people kind of can understand that. Hey, instead of saying, no, that's ridiculous, let me support you.
No, snowboarding is a legit sport now, and people know what it is, and they have some respect for it.
All right, we are back here with Mariah and Mary. All right, I want to talk to you guys about, in our sports, there's filming and then there's contests. Mary, you're behind the scenes in both. You've shot in a lot of photos, filmed. Mariah, you also do both. Tell me what the difference is between filming snowboarding and contest snowboarding.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of overlaps, of course. Like, you know, as you know, being an athlete in both, there's in what we're going to see in women's street style, there's competitors who are in slopestyle today who are also going to be hitting the rails tonight. But there's also a contingent of women and men who spend most of their seasons filming, and that's really important. And this is kind of their time to shine because they hardly are involved in the contest scene, and having kind of rail jams and street style events like this gives them an opportunity to compete, win some money, and be, you know, shown to a large audience.
Yeah, Mariah, tell us, what do you think? You've done both, you do both really well. Do you have a preference? Is there a different mindset going into both?
Yeah, I think they're definitely different. Like, contest mindset is definitely different from like street skating, like filming. But I think it's super important to have a balance of that. I think that's like the only way like your skateboarding will get to the next level, because like when you're just out filming in the streets, you have to worry about security guards or like anything like that, all these other factors, whereas like with competing, this is actually built to skate, and like you just have to get over the fear of like doing it under pressure, you know? So I think it's a very good balance, because like a lot of the times like you can kind of just see the style be developed like through that.
Yeah. Speaking of style and shredding, we are getting the women's snowboard street style finals started right now. So we're watching our first rider here. So format, 25 minutes, full-on jam session. We have 9 riders, and it is just overall impression, right? We have the judges taking into consideration style, use of the course, difficulty of tricks, and it's a full-on hike sesh. So whoever has the best cardio is gonna get more turns in. Mary, tell us what we can be expecting from these top women in street style.
Well, right there we have Ari Maroney. She is a great example of what to expect. Right now I see there a little bit 50-50 front lip. You know, these women, a lot of them, as we said, there's a couple here. We have Ellie Wheeler, who else is in it? Laurie Blauen, who were in slopestyle earlier, but the rest of these women, they spend most of their seasons filming. They're out in the streets, they're setting up actual proper handrails on stair sets and other spots. And so this is basically kind of really in their wheelhouse to really focus on non-snow rail features and other jibs. So there's Alexis Rowland. She is an incredible rider, really, really technical, as you can see with the front board attempting the down flat down 2 right there. So Lexi is from Minnesota, and Minnesota is infamous for turning out really, really impressive rail riders on both the men's and women's side, because it's the home of tow ropes, where you can take, you know, 100 laps in like 2 hours, like Trollhagen, Highland Hills. These are the places where riders, it's like proving grounds for people that are really good at riding steel.
Yeah, and I'm definitely a big fan of the street style contest. I feel like this is more of a traditional kind of setup, and it's a little bit more relatable for those of us who aren't elite Olympians, because this is something you could find at like potentially your local resort, this kind of setup.
There's Nora Beck coming in. Sorry, I had to just make sure watching what Nora is doing. She is an East Coaster. Oh, it goes down on the down flat down. Nora Beck's an East Coaster, but she's out of Bend, Oregon, and she is a really powerful rider. But to what you said, Kim, this is really cool, because you're totally right. These are elements that we see in parks whenever we're at the hill. A lot of these elements here at Copper are taken from Red's Backyard, which is the park setup that is designed to kind of mimic Red Gerard's actual backyard down the road in Silverthorne.
Yeah, and really cool story about Red's Backyard is that Woodward, 3 different locations have taken that on. It's basically a hike park, and it's making snowboarding more accessible. Right there, we just saw Izzy Gomez.
Dang. If you're watching this morning in slopestyle, you saw Izzy's first Tour showing ever in the slope course, but she's a really, really amazing all-around rider, and she just kind of nailed that line right there. And there's Ari Maroney. Oh, I think we're getting a replay of Izzy's line just to check that out again. Let's look at what the Minnesotan turned Washington native, now Salt Lake college student is doing, I think. And I believe that is Veda Hallen. She is a late addition. Oh, here we go with Izzy. So we're going 50-50 transfer board slide down the down bar, excuse me. And then she's heading to that flat down where she's going to go board slide. Comes off a little bit early, but just getting in her groove. That's a pretty solid line for Izzy.
So Mary, looking at our 9 riders here, who do you feel like is favored to win, or is it hard to say?
Honestly, Kim, it's hard to say. I mean, right there we see Alexis Rowland, she has an incredibly deep bag of tricks, and she's very, very technical. That was insane. Oh my goodness. That was a switch front board from Lexi Rowland down the down flat down. That's a hammer trick right there. So Lexi's going to pull out that kind of stuff, which makes her a pretty gnarly individual to be going up against. But all of these women have really, really strong tricks. It's kind of a given if you're going to be in the streets or in slopestyle that you have to have a deep bag of tricks on rails.
So much credit to all these riders for hiking too. Like, to me, that just looks like so much work. Got a nice little stair set there going. But that's a part of it, right? When you're out filming.
Oh, totally. I mean, take Nora Beck, for example. So she films all winter, which, you know, for anyone not familiar, means you're literally taking shovels into the streets, finding, you know, stair sets with handrails on them or wall rides or things like that. And you're shoveling to make a small kicker onto the rail. And you're really working all day. So you're getting that cardio in for sure. You know, and in this situation, obviously, that translates so well, you know, without all the manpower to do the setup.
Yeah, tons of respect for all the snowboarders who are out in the streets filming too. It's really a team effort because you got to shovel, you got to build stuff, and there's just a lot of components that go into it.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's really, really cool about street style is that this is really accessible and just easy to watch. You see a big crowd kind of joining everyone down there at the base. Saturday night in Copper. And there's Ari Maroney. So Ari is actually a recent Minnesota transplant. She grew up in Pennsylvania riding Big Boulder. She's a mainstay of the women's snowboard scene. Oh, that was pretty nice. I believe that's Veda. South Lake Tahoe native. This is her first showing at Dew Tour. She is one of the younger competitors, only 16 years old, actually the youngest competitor right now. Little air off the cannon into the drop rail. And that was Ellie, local Copper rider.
Yeah, Ellie Weiler, just first Dew Tour ever. Big shout out, was in the slopestyle contest this morning too.
Here we have Kalia Opal Driscoll. She is featured in the Uninvited this year. And she is actually from Iowa, not a place known for its mountains, but she, you know, spent the last couple seasons on the road, traveling to other mountains to and street spots and filming. So here we're gonna look back at a couple highlights right now. Ooh, 180 on, 180 off. And here's Lexi going, oh man, going into a switch 50-50 before hitting the down flat down. Nora with the transfer. Coming off a little early on the flat down right there. But that's the beauty of a jam section also, is that this is overall impression. So the judges are gonna wanna see, you know, what you're doing for this entire 25-minute heat. It's not just, you know, a certain run. So you have time to kind of warm up, feel things out, try a couple tricks.
Alexis dropping back in.
Ooh. What's really great right now too is that we're kind of experiencing a renaissance in women's rail riding right now. The tricks are getting really technical, really challenging. It's kind of a given that anyone, any AM or pro woman is spinning on or spinning off, doing 2.7s, and has a big bag of switch tricks, things like that. Like the level of talent in the streets as well as in rail contests and slope contests is very high right now. They have Ari with a 50-50 on the down, flat down. We call her the nose press queen. She's got a really nice nose press that we might see tonight.
How hard is it to hit a rail, come in and switch?
That's a challenge. I mean, obviously for these women, they're very talented, so they've got to have that on lock. But it basically kind of, I would say, if I had to assign a percentage to it, it kind of doubles the difficulty. You know, the more you do it, the easier it gets, of course, but it's like, as they say, the old analogy, riding with your opposite hand, trying to throw a baseball with your opposite hand kind of thing.
Yeah, and I can barely even just like ride straight on the switch, so I can't imagine like spinning onto rails and off. All right, so we're looking at some highlights. We are about 10 minutes into this jam session. Mary, what has stood out to you so far?
Well, I'm liking Nora Beck is kind of sending it, which is pretty much her usual go-to. I appreciate she's got a lot of power in her riding. Kalia had that one line that was pretty rad, and Isabella is pretty consistent. She's putting down some lines right now, and consistency is key. The more tricks you can get on lock and land them smoothly, that's going to help your score even more than just like a single banger. And of course, the switch front board by Alexis Rowland, that's always a heater. I believe that's Ellie with the, oh, that was a nice front lift right there. And a little tap out, switch, tap out 180. I mean, you can get 20 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but these women have, they're hiking fast. They're sending it.
All right, and we're looking at the current standings. We've got Alexis in first, Veda in second, Grace in third. We are looking for overall impressions, so we still have 14 minutes left. Lots of snowboarding and shredding to be done in those 14 minutes. Yeah, what about this hustle, right? Like the more runs you can get in, the more of an impression you can make on the judge. So pretty much have to drop in, hike back up, and get as many runs in as possible.
Yeah, you want to move quickly. I think probably adrenaline helps. I'm sure. But yeah, you want to go quickly. Luckily, we're at altitude here. It's a little hard to hike in, but there's not too much of an incline. A little method from Lexi.
Nice.
Into the front board, 2-7 out. Very cool to see Veda and Grace Warner up in the top 3 of the current standings right now, because they're both young up-and-comers who have kind of been turning a lot of heads lately. Grace was a competitor at the Slush Magazine Game of Snow last summer, and Veda is actually just kind of really newcomer on the scene in terms of getting a little bit more exposure, and she's killing it right now. Proper board slide down the down, flat down. That tube is getting some love.
All right, and now we're going to check out some highlights from women's snowboard slopestyle finals earlier today. Oof, that was rough.
So Jamie Anderson, the queen of slopestyle, did not finish on the podium today, but she's still number 1 in the running for the American standings for going to the Olympics. Here we have the highest finishing American today. That is Courtney from Wisconsin coming down. Courtney Rummel coming down from Wisconsin.
Yeah, things are kind of mixed up this morning, right? There was a little bit of speed issues, but then it seemed like, in general, it was a surprising outcome, would you say?
Yeah, it was an interesting morning with the freezing temperatures. The snow was a bit chalky, and it definitely was providing a little bit of a challenge, but you can see here that individuals like Annie Rukuyarvi and Zoe Sadowski-Sanat, they were really able to make it work. Here we have Zoe. I mean, she is just a force on a snowboard, and her run was about as good as it gets. This was a beautiful 900 cleaning up the day, and she finished, I believe, 5 points above the second place Annie Rukuyarvi, which she still had an amazing run.
All right, and here we are back at women's street style finals in the middle of this jam session.
Gracie Warner with a proper front board and going 2 for 2 front board to switch. on the down, flat down. Pretty sure Grace Warner is quickly becoming a lot of pro riders' favorite young boarder. Oh, and Isabella Gomez goes down on that one. But she's been riding really well tonight. It's great to see a lot of these young up-and-comers get the opportunity to compete at Dew Tour. Not only are they in the running for $5,000 for first place right now, which is an awesome prize purse, but just to, have the opportunity to be in kind of this really cool global competition.
Yeah, and it's so important for progression to be able to have more events, more contests, a platform for these riders to just kind of get their reps in and get their kind of contest experience dialed.
Completely. We've noticed in the last couple of years, there's a lot of women's video projects that have been coming up. Is that the same in skateboarding as well, Kim?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's been a huge sort of like movement in skateboarding on the women's side as well. And it's been really cool to see. There's, younger and younger girls pushing the envelope for contests, and then definitely filming as well. Instagram has been a game changer, as we all know.
Ooh.
Yeah, Alexis. And it's just so helpful to be able to see other girls pushing the limits and just inspiring each other to get out there.
Big shout out to tow ropes. I feel like that is key for many of these riders, like Alexis and Ari, who live in the Midwest, but also this year, tons of riders flocked to the Midwest, to Trollhog and to Highland to get early laps in. It's almost like for rail riders, it's like how the contest riders go to Saas Fee, the rail riders go to the Midwest.
And it seems like you guys were talking about this during the slopestyle event, that the more reps you can get in, the better you can sort of progress, and that seems to be really important to just being able to step up your level of riding.
Totally, it's all muscle memory, right? And in rail riding, putting down proper tricks is really important. Like you want to be squared up to the rail if you're going sideways, things like that. So really getting those repetitions to really nail those tricks down is important.
All right, folks, let's check in with our boy DC down on the slopes. What's up, DC?
Thank you very much, ladies. Hanging out down here with Lexi Rowland. Lexi, how you doing out here tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. The energy is up.
And we got a pretty good crowd out here at Copper Mountain. You've been here before. What do you think? How does the crowd rival when you were here 2 years ago?
The crowd is much better this time.
That's what's up. So you guys hear it right there. Lexi's feeling the love more. Let's show you love out here for the ladies. They got about 9 minutes left. Make some noise for these ladies throwing down out here, Copper Mountain. There we go. Lexi's going to get you fired up.
What's up, party people? Are you ready to rumble? Women's snowboarding! Woo!
Thank you, Lexi. We love you. Much respect. Copper Mountain, show these ladies some love. We got about 9 minutes or so left. So thank you all so much for being here and celebrating with us. We love you.
Lexi Rowland actually just graduated from college like 2 weeks ago, so I'm sure she's extra happy to be here without any finals or schoolwork. We have Lexi and Ellie. A lot of camaraderie in the women's scene. It's really awesome. Even though they're competing against each other for this prize purse, everyone's down to hang, ride, and kind of like push each other forward.
Everyone gets a gold medal for having a blast, which is super important. What's the vibe like out when you're filming? Is it kind of the same deal where you have your crew and everyone's pushing each other, and when someone lands something, you're just like all celebratory mode?
Oh, totally. I mean, it's like a battle in the streets a lot of the times, and you really have to work together to build a spot, make, like I said, make that little jump that you see right in front of the rails to hit something. And a lot of times the spots are fairly consequential, and it's going to take a little while, a couple hours, maybe, most of the day to land the trick. And so when you finally land it, the crew freaks out. Totally loses it. A lot of support.
That's what I love so much about snowboarding and just all of our board sports is that camaraderie, that friendship. I mean, we're out here competing, but at the same time, you're just pumped when your homies land a trick.
Oh, that was a nice 2-7 out on the flat down. So coming from skateboarding side, obviously you snowboard as well, Kim, but coming from knowing skateboarding competitions and commentating at the Dew Tour this past summer, what's your take on this setup?
I mean, I feel like this is really similar to street skating. It's obviously inspired by it. The jam session I really do love, and it's just, it helps people push, their riding to the next level. Everyone watches each other get stoked. Kind of reminds me of like practice a little bit, where everyone's just kind of vibing out. But to me, it is similar. There's a lot of similarities, obviously rails and things like that. I do have a question for you though. For snowboarding, like round rails versus flat rails, what is the difference in difficulty?
Well, it really, I don't know, it kind of depends on what the rail is like. If it's a kinked rail, if it's a flat rail, there's a lot of different elements, but obviously and also there's different widths. Like out here you see larger tubes, there's smaller round rails. Obviously a round rail is going to be harder to balance on, but it really also depends on the number of kinks in the rail or if, that kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah.
So complex questions. There's a lot of science involved in the question.
Nuances, physics.
Wow, that was beautiful. Proper style from Alexis Rowland right there. Obviously a favorite. She just has so many tricks in her back pocket. She also podiumed at the Street Style in 2020.
Yeah, I think the crowd is hyped to see her back on the podium. I mean, what's not to love? She's a hype woman. She's competing, stopping mid-run to give a shout out to the crowd.
Totally. Big proponent of women's snowboarding. She's definitely, all these women are very supportive of one another, but Lexi's extra vocal about it, which is rad. So cool to see Lori Blowen and Ellie Wheeler added to this as well, to have that slope element. I mean, this is an entirely different type of contest mentality. But really exciting to have them in the mix. And here I believe we have Nora Beck on course, coming off that flat portion.
The sun is setting here on Copper Mountain. What a beautiful evening. I love the night vibes as well, Mary. Does that change up kind of the difficulty of just snowboarding in general? It's dark. Does it get icier? Tell me what the factors are here at night.
So the darkness isn't too much of a problem because it's lit. It's well lit. But definitely, as things get icier, it can be a little more challenging. In this situation, I think because there's so many people riding these features, they're keeping it a little bit nice. You get a little bit of that soft snow gets kicked up from their edges and nothing's getting too rutted out because the Woodward park crew is keeping things so fresh.
Yeah, so important to have a solid crew. Here's some highlights from the jam so far. We still have a handful of minutes left. Plenty of time to make an impacting impression on the judges. What do you think so far, Mary, of the riding tonight?
Dang, I'm stoked. I'm stoked to see the ladies kind of sending it. There's been a wide variety of tricks and they're not holding anything back. It's cool.
Yeah, the transfers. Tell me about that. How hard is that to go from one rail to another rail or one feature to another feature?
I mean, anything like that ups the difficulty, because but it also gives you an option to change up your trick if you want. Like if you're going from a transfer from a 50-50 to a board slide or a front board, it gives you a little more options and room to be creative. And here we have Lori Blowen, just smooth style on that. Izzy Gomez dropping in 50-50 to 50-50, coming off a little early. Ooh, that was a nice gap. Izzy's kind of the triple threat. She's got really good board control. She can ride rails. She can ride jumps. Pretty exciting to watch her compete right now.
Yeah, and Izzy holding it down for the Roxy team. Roxy team in the house this weekend with lots of amazing riders ending up on the podium. Of course, we got the legend Chloe Kim, Tesla Du came in first in ski slopestyle, Kelly Sildaru in ski pipe. Definitely exciting to see the Roxy team out here. Big shout out to Jenna, Nirvana, our friends at Roxy, helping to make this event happen.
We're actually kind of hoping we were going to see Nirvana Ortinez drop tonight. Nirvana Ortinez now working at Roxy with Dennis Blinsky, but she was filming video parts, up until about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, big shout out to Nirvana. They were giving out some free hot chocolate, and they had a cool little warming hut over in the village. So if you guys are freezing, definitely want to check that out after this event.
Little switch up in the current standings right now. It's Alexis Rowland, Grace Warner in second, and Kalia Opal Driscoll in third. Anything can happen during a rail jam, and we have just under 2 minutes left for all the ladies to try and put down their best tricks for the judges. They have Grace Warner going 2-7 off. She's got great style. Do you think there's some style translations between what you're seeing right now and what you see in skateboarding?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I also know a lot of these riders skateboard, which is so sick. I feel like the next generation is just so good on all boards, but I definitely think there's some, translation for sure. And I love the riders that can kind of do it all. Those are my favorite kind of shredders.
Oh, yeah. I completely agree.
Looks like we've got just a minute left here in this 25-minute jam session.
There's Kalia getting that flat to down gap rail, but not quite making it. Coming off a little early on the tube there. That tube has really been a favorite of the ladies. I think that it combines enough technicality where you can really try some cool things.
Also, big shout out to Beyond the Boundaries, BT
Aww.
Bounds. I know Mary and Christine had hosted a ride day yesterday, and what I love about what you guys are doing is that you're helping women basically kind of step it up in the park, Like, that's a hard kind of gap to cross, You got your riding down, you can do some blue runs, but then getting into the park is really intimidating. So I love that you guys go out there and coach and host ride days. How was yesterday's ride day?
Oh, it was awesome. Thanks for the kind words, Kim. Yeah, it's all about getting more women to feel comfortable and confident in the park. And actually, we have a couple of our coaches are competing right now. Ari, Izzy, Lexi, all coach for us at Beyond the Boundaries, and we're riding yesterday. But it was awesome. It was a chilly day, but it was also really a lot of fun. Oh, this is exciting. It looks like we're doing some buddy boarding right now, and Lexi is setting up. Oh, there we go. Who was on top, though? We can't see. Cameraman, help us out. Who just 50-50'd Lexi's board? That was awesome. That's the spirit of snowboarding right there. So I'm not sure who the mystery rider was who hit it, but whoever did, that's got to be some bonus points.
All right,
wow.
These are really just for the crowd here.
Beautiful front board from Gracie. Oh man, to the board side, 2-7 off. Grace Warner is killing it. She is going to be a name that we hear a lot in the coming years.
All right, let's check in with DC. He's down in the pit.
Yeah, guys, up here with Nirvana Ortiz, who got called out by Mary Rand there on the call. Nirvana, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Up here, energy high.
That's what's up. So yeah, had a call out. Mary was wondering when we're gonna see you drop in.
No. Leave it to the younger. Got this.
Who's standing out here tonight as far as the most impressive ride? Who slayed it in your eyes?
Oh, I'm pretty biased with Izzy, but there's other girls. Nora out there killing it. Kalia, Lori Boulin. All the girls.
You want to call anyone out? Anything you haven't seen yet that you want to see thrown down?
Ooh, I'd like to see some sort of switch up on the waterfall rail.
Well, I think we're pretty much at time right now, but a switch up on the waterfall rail. If any girl wants to come up here, Nirvana's going to give you $20 if you do it.
I'll buy you a drink. I'll get you a drink if you're of age.
Much respect, Nirvana. And much respect to all these ladies throwing down. Copper, make some noise for them.
All right, we're going to check out some highlights here while the judges deliberate. Was this your favorite trick of the night or what?
Oh man, it's a tie between this. Oh, it's Ellie.
Yes.
That's awesome. It's a tie between that, but I gotta tell you, I love the switch front board, and also Grace's her 2-7 out leg. That board side 2-7 out was beautiful. So kind of tough choice to pick.
I love that so much. I mean, that's what snowboarding's all about, right? What other contests do you see that?
You guys aren't doing that in skateboarding? Trucks get in the way.
That hasn't happened yet, but maybe. I'll talk to Mariah. All right, so the judges are deliberating. Once again, overall impression. We got a first, second, third place winner and a best trick. So we'll have to see what the judges come up with for that one. But overall, lots of smiles tonight. The hype level is high. Good vibes. Copper Mountain. Lots of love here tonight.
This is a really exciting event too because it shows a bit of just a glimpse of what's happening in rail riding on the women's side. There's so much excitement, whether it's at contests, in video parts, at women's events, but women are really, really bringing it right now.
I'm excited to see the progression of just jibbing and rail riding in general because it is something that you can kind of take anywhere and do anywhere. What are some of the hot spots for just kind of street snowboarding and filming right now?
Oh man, well wherever it snows, right? But with that said, I mean obviously Salt Lake is a hotbed not only for spots but for the population of snowboarders who are really into riding in the street. The Midwest, Minnesota is big. You know, there's a lot of European cities with really, really cool features like Helsinki that have been really big in the past. And, you know, sometimes there's some places in Montana and up north that you can get some really good street spots in.
That's so sick. So it's kind of like a way to like snowboard when you don't have ginormous mountains, which is really cool.
Yeah, anywhere that there is a hill and you need to have some steps to ascend that hill in a town or city setting, you have an option for streetboarding.
So we're just waiting for the final results here for women's street style here at Dew Tour 2021 at Copper Mountain. I mean, that was amazing. I'm impressed. That was just so sick to see everyone shredding. I loved especially the camaraderie and just the fun and the smiles that was being had. Mary, what stood out to you in this jam session tonight?
Well, like I said, I think the level of riding is just getting so high on the women's side, and I love to see the girls bringing really clean technical tricks, especially like Lexi, Lori Bluen is great at it, Grace. They're really stepping up the game, and it's really, really rad.
All right. Well, I think personally everyone here is a winner, but the judges have decided who will make the podium, so we're going to go down to DC to find out the results.
Big shout out to Mariah Duran, holding down. And thanks Kim and Mary for the call. Copper Mountain, make some noise for these ladies throwing down out here. If you guys love having Dew Tour here, make some noise as well. And we love having you all here. Wow, that's some feedback. Thank you very much for being out here, bringing the good love. All right, we're going to go ahead and get underway here with the awards. In third place, make some noise for Kalea Opal. Come on up here, Kalea, get on stage. Yo, throw your love to Kalea Opal. I was going to ask, I'm like, am I pronouncing that correctly? I'm so sorry. Kalea Opal, respect. Third place.
Everybody outside, wanna pull up outside all night though.
And in second place, let's hear for Grace Warner.
Oh, now you wanna spill, oh, now you wanna spill, oh, now you got the bill, that's true. Oh, now you got the gas, oh, now you wanna laugh, oh, now you need a cab, that's true. All you do is talk, I ain't got shit to say. Can't no one get in my car, I don't even valet. Long discussion.
Yeah, let's hear for Grace Warner.
You just want to ride. You just want to talk about politics.
Kalea's coming out of Iowa originally. Anybody from Iowa out there? All right. Grace is coming out of Michigan originally. Anybody from Michigan out there? Oh. Yeah, Midwest loves Colorado. Thank you guys. But there can only be one champion tonight for the 2021 edition of Dew Tour Women's Snowboard Street Style. And that representative is coming out of Minnesota. Who's from Minnesota out there? Make some noise for Lexi Rowland! She was here with us back in February of 2020, right before the whole world went upside down on its head. Stoked to be back on the top spot tonight. Make some noise one more time for Lexi Rowland and these amazing ladies up here. And we got another treat to hand out. What's the cash prize on this one too? Because we gotta take part in the 10% rule as well. But best trip for a 2-7 on, 2-7 off is going to Lexi Rowland.
All right, and that is a wrap for women's street style here at Dew Tour 2021. Big shout out to Alexis, Grace, and Kalea for taking home those podium spots. That was an amazing finals. Next up, we have men's ski and snowboard street style, so don't go anywhere.
I think it's crazy, those dudes that are out competing 20, 30 times a year. So it's pretty rad to be a part of it because like I ski a pretty different way than those guys. Little ham and cheese croissant.
Oh, dude, I got my knocks.
Deli Belly, Frisco here.
Check out those words.
Just getting the day started. I'm Will Berman, 29 years old, live in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. From Chicago originally, moved out to Colorado when I was 12 years old. And that's kind of when skiing really picked up for me and got super interested in that and haven't been able to stop ever since. So this is home to me and just fortunate to be up here middle of summer doing my thing. Yeah, stoked for a good day up here. Grabbing a little breakfast right now, heading over to Woodward Copper, do a little bit of skiing, and then hopefully this weather holds up and we're gonna head over to Leadville, do a little fishing in the afternoon. So see if the weather holds out for us and hopefully have a good day about it. Got the barn. What up? You're going wakeboarding? Hell yeah!
Toes are eating asphalt.
Yeah, we're just gonna go park in Union Creek, walk over, get our temps taken, sign the COVID papers. Hi guys. How we doing? Pretty good. Ready for round 2 today. I'm feeling pretty healthy, so.
Happy to hear that. Go ahead, take your temp.
We're good to go. Everyone's healthy and time to go skiing. We're about to drive up Copper right now. About to head up to the little summer park, Woodward. Got the boys in the back here. You got it! You! Parks look pretty good. I've done Dew Tour. I actually started in a couple slope styles way back, but figured out that wasn't really for me, and I started focusing more on my video parts and stuff like that and filming with level 1 and faction skis. That went pretty far. We had a couple great years of traveling and filming, and then once Dew Tour introduced the street style, that's when I kind of started coming back and doing that because that's kind of my area of expertise, I guess you could say. Been doing it, I think, every year since it started in Breck on Main Street. Let's do it. I coach skiing part-time during the winters. I'll coach for Team Breckenridge. Actually, the guy who runs the program over there is the same guy that was my coach when I was 16, and now he gives me a job, which is pretty rad. I also work for Wells Lamont Gloves. Most people know them for their work gloves. They've been around for over 110 years, since 1907, making leather work gloves, and I've been working with them the past 4 years, introducing a line of ski and snowboard mitts and gloves, getting them into the snow industry. And we got some of our athletes out here, so I kind of play team manager role as well as athlete and help with some marketing and events as well. So super fortunate with that, and got a couple of our guys out here repping some of the new stuff, and been going super well. Yeah, we'll head down, link up at the bottom, and grab some food and go from there. You bet. Rigged up. Not ideal fishing conditions today, but gonna try to make it work. When you're out there, you're not thinking about anything else, which is how I feel when I ski too. All right, we're going for a walk. Yeah, oh yeah, there's fish in there right there for sure. We should walk way down though. Oh yeah, one guy right, oh, we should go up there. Yeah, so kind of my summer gig is I'm a fly fishing guide up in Steamboat Springs. Just recently started doing it, but been working in the fly fishing industry for a couple years and got super into fly fishing probably about 7-8 years ago from a bunch of my good buddies from Steamboat that were super into it. Naturally, I fell for it as well. And like I was kind of saying earlier, it's like pretty similar to skiing, and be able to have something both seasons is super nice, and it's equally as fun and equally as exciting for me to fly fish than ski. So yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna try a new spot. Not happening right here. All right, we gotta get one here for sure. Yeah, the new street style copper is great. Like I said, I live here in Summit County, and having it home is awesome. And any chance I get to ski with some of those other contest guys is great, because we're kind of on different programs. So having a contest that allows skiers from like all different backgrounds to ski together is pretty cool. And I'm kind of out of my element in the comp scene these days, but I still enjoy it. I think it's crazy. Those dudes are out competing 20, 30 times a year. I just saw one. Let's see if he'll eat it real quick. Oh! Of course, the bug I took off probably would have been the one to use now. It's a battle for the fish right there, dude. It's crazy, like, it's definitely taught me a lot of patience over the years too. Just being able to chill, and I don't know, if you really think about it though, there's so much going on with fly fishing. It's like not, it looks chill when you know what you're doing, but there's so much going on that it's really not that chill. And then you hook a fish and there's a million things going on at once, and it can get pretty intense. You see him? Who sees him? Someone find the fish for me. There was one. That's a dope little brown though. Man, what didn't we do? We went skiing, we went fishing, we had a great lunch, and yeah, just winding down. Just appreciate you guys following me out here, checking out Colorado summertime.
Well, Pete, that's what I call operating on the fly right there.
Oh, I love it.
Just
hooking big ones out here at the Dew Tour, Jimmy.
Stringing us along with a little teaser right there on the river. But enough about fishing. Let's talk about this street style course out here. We are back in the booth. Chippy Coleman here alongside Pete Anderson. DC's going to be out in the field once again. Iron Man of the weekend. He's out here all day long from 8 a.m. until the wee hours of the night. Doing all the sideline duties. You see the pipes getting cut right there in the background. We got a big day on the pipe. It's all snowboard in the pipe to cap us off for the 5th and final day of action here at the Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021. But here on the street style course, we've got the women's ski street style event in the books, and now we get to do this for the men's field. So it's a 35-minute jam session this go around. And well, if you didn't watch the earlier one, you're just tuning in here. This one is overall impression. So it's 1, 2, 3. So it's your usual podium. However, there's a bonus prize up for grabs. There is $1,000 here for the best trick of the jam session. So it looks like we're down to 12 here on our start list, as you can see right there. And it is Team USA heavy out here for this field, yeah. Pete.
But some very prolific names there with Phil Casaubon, legendary skier out here. Love to see some of these guys in the mix that aren't necessarily in these contests, but more film skiers. So it'll be really fun to see what they have for us tonight.
So 11 in the field, 35-minute jam session. Top 3 overall impression, and again, that prize for best trick, you're walking out of here with an extra $1,000. So not a bad way to cap off a Saturday night out here at Copper Mountain. And yeah, it's a whole different animal when the sun goes down and the lights come up, and it is a party vibe out here on the mountain. So glad to be back out here for our 2nd year of Dew Tour out here at beautiful Copper Mountain. So thank you, Copper, for playing host yet again. Look at that beautiful carving there into the snow with the logo and the green lights. It's festive, Pete.
It is. It's cold out here, but we have a hot course out there, Jimmy.
It's dual purpose. It's Dew Tour and it's holiday branding right there. It's Dew Green and it's Christmas all rolled into one. How do you like that? We're underway. It's a 35-minute jam session, so here we go. Overall impression, hopefully getting you on that podium, and somebody's getting $1,000 for the best trick.
Getting things going. Looks like that might be Will Berman. Little butter off the side there. We just saw a little piece from him up at Woodward here at Copper, and then hooking big ones down in the stream below. Looks like that's Cal Carson with the 270 on. Into the switch 270 to the flat. Bringing that one out switch as well. Tons of style. One of these guys out here always with some of the best pants. There's a look at that 270 onto the drop rail there. Like Phil Cassavon, open jacket style.
I was going to mention that. Just full open jacket with the stees there on the rotation.
Dropping in next. That's Jack Finn out here with the big 450 on, pretzeling that one around.
Much to the liking of the crowd right there. Hangs on to that one.
Locking that one in on his surface skis, bringing it around. Tucker Fitzsimons with a switch to pretzel too.
Everybody's all fired up. They think, you know what, sun's gone down, we don't have anything else to do. They're like, oh no, wait, Dew Tour, still doing this.
Look at that crowd.
Yeah. Like if you've come out here on vacation and you didn't even know that this was going to be going on, you've got your whole Saturday full here tonight thanks to the Dew Tour.
Well, what a great venue here with Red's Backyard, right in the village here at Copper.
Yeah, and this isn't going away, by the way. This stays here all throughout this season. So if you're watching this at home and you're like, hey, you know what, I need a vacation, I'm tired, I'm cooped up at home, come on out here because you too can come out, you can ski or snowboard here on Red's Backyard.
Keegan Kilbride there with the nollie. One of the most stylish skiers in the world. Very different skiing style than anyone else. So unique. Great to have him out here.
So as we get deeper into this jam session here, we will see some replays and no scores. It's just kind of a live ranking, if you will, from our judges panel.
It's a backside 360 switch up from A-Hall to the switch 2 onto that down rail. So Alex Hall with that 2nd place in slopestyle yesterday, coming out here, gonna do some rail tricks.
Trying to make his case to get on that street style podium out here tonight.
Canadian Max Moffitt dropping in, backside switch up, trying to lock that pretzel in. So he'll hike back up for another one, see if he can get that. There's a frontside switch up to the K-Fed on that transfer rail. Backside switch up, pretzel 270 out. Like maybe Colby Stevenson on that one. There's the right 270 on. There's Cal Carson, lip 2 to the flat, bringing that one out switch. Man, they are just dropping back to back to back here.
It is non-stop action here. We've only gone through 3 minutes, and I mean,
love it.
I feel like we've been doing this for 10 minutes right now. I mean,
see if they can keep this pace.
Pick your highlight reel as of right now. And not to mention, I mean, once you get down to the bottom, you got to hike back up to the top of this thing. But everyone's just sending it right now in the early go here of this 35-minute jam session for men's ski street style final.
There's a look at the top. Dropping in there.
Kind of running out of real estate there, going to the snow fence.
Japan to tranny on the back there. Looks like maybe Pete Kukov dropping in. Different approach there with the 50-50. There's Tucker Fitzsimons with a switch 2 on that drop rail. And they are just back to back to back here, trying to get as many hits in as possible in this 35-minute jam session.
And again, it's not about an individual line or individual trick. It's over. However, that will be for the best trick, but still here to try to get on the podium. It's all about the overall impression, the scope of what you do within this 35 minutes is what the judges are looking at.
There was Jack Finn out here from Andover, Massachusetts, doing it for the surface skis there. There's the switch 270 on transfer. Backside 2 out, very difficult line there. Backslide, oh my gosh. Pretzeling that one out, Alex Hall. That was a mouthful.
Just right there with the old meet and greet with the snow fence and the fans right there. That's like the Lambeau leap right there.
You are up close and personal here. There's your winner from yesterday's slopestyle, Colby Stevenson, with the K-Fed there on the drop rail. Unbelievable skiing from those two guys yesterday and tonight so far. There's Cal Carson with the lip 2 on, locking that one in the switch.
I mean, in this first 5 minutes, we have not had a lull in the action at all. So 5 minutes down, 30 left to go here.
Oh, Keegan with the Nolly 270 lip slide on there. Tons of style, pressing those skis out. Judges have their work cut out for them with this one tonight.
And it's half the panel, only 3 of the judges that we've used out here this weekend for the ski side of things. So 3 judges surveying the action here while we take a little bit of a break right here. The clock will keep running, they'll keep skiing. But right now, let's take a look back at action earlier in the weekend. This was yesterday. Let's take a look at some highlights from the ski slopestyle final. Actually, we're going to get a 2-box. We're going to see highlights, and we're going to be able to keep tabs on what's going on here in Street Style, Pete.
Yeah, what an unbelievable final. It cleared up enough, and the speed was right. Nick Gebber there with the 3rd place position. Great skiing from him. And there's Alex Hall. He's competing tonight as well, showing off his rail skills there, getting 2nd place in slopestyle. There's a look at his last jump there with the 16, bringing that one all the way around the switch. And then your winner from slopestyle, Colby Stevenson.
With the party jacket, as you dubbed it earlier in the week.
I mean,
it was good look.
It is a great jacket. It's a great look, and he skied so well yesterday. We're looking to watch him ski these rails tonight as well. There's a look back at his last trick with the switched up 14 stalefish. What an unreal contest. Great weather, great course out here at Copper.
Yeah, and it was a rough go in the qualifying round. They had a field at 26, and they cut it down to 10. And definitely the course was running slow there. We saw a lot of the athletes were having a tough time clearing the knuckles of the landings, but speed was not an issue yesterday in that final. And it was one to watch out here. Look at your current standings. Alex Hall, Cal Carson, and Tucker Fitzsimons are 1, 2, 3 here as we are at the 28-minute mark as of right now. So 7 minutes down, 28 left to go here in this street style final. And again, don't forget, we got that $1,000 up for grabs for our best trick, which we will not find out till the very end once DC does the awards.
Alex Hall with the big back 6 off that up rail.
My imagination, just get some reggae horn in your headset.
Reggae horn.
Someone's having a good time in the production truck there.
Less up out here. The switch 2 on to flat again from Cal Carson.
Hey, it's Saturday night. Why not? Let's have
Saturday night at Copper. Gotta love it. Oh, Colby Stevenson making his way through, switching up with a switch 50-50 on that down rail, locking it back to switch.
I mean, wasting no time. I mean, down to the bottom and then just right back up to the top here. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, the judges, though you mentioned this before, they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Max Moffitt there, transferring over, continuing that 270 out. Backside switch up on that down flat down, but just coming off a little bit early.
It's all right, lots of time left still.
Keegan getting a little loose out there.
Look at how many people are packed in down there. That is the backside of the Dew Tour experience, all the different sponsor tents right there. So everyone's just been hanging out. People that are just here to watch, as well as all the people that have been snowboarding and skiing out here on the mountain all day long. The party continues. Look at all that on the backside of the course over there. I mean, they're all along the snow fence up there going up to the bottom of the pipe corral. I mean, it is standing room only out here tonight. Well, not like there's any chairs, but you know what I mean.
Fair point.
I mean, you could bring your own chair. We saw some people doing that.
I think up on that ledge would be the best place to watch. You get a good view of the whole course from above.
You know, just go down to the lodge, grab one of those stools, and just plant yourself out there.
Not a bad idea.
Grab an ice cold Mountain Dew kickstart, just kick back.
It might be frowned upon though.
I mean, it's 270. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission in those kinds of situations.
I don't see why not. You know. Big shout out to Phil Casabon out here. My favorite skiers in the whole world. Used to compete in the Dew Tour and slopestyle, now out here doing it for street style. Inducted into the New Schoolers Hall of Fame last night. It's a big honor for him, but great to see him out here skiing.
So as we are working our way towards 10 minutes elapsed with 25 minutes left to go here in this men's ski street style final. Keep in mind we still got the men's snowboard street style final still to come. Right now we're going to take a look at some highlights of the action we've seen here thus far.
So look at Cal Carson dropping in on that down flat down, doing the switch 270 to the flat. So clearing that first down, locking in. There's a look at Jack Finn with the 450 pretzel 270. And then Alex Hall, tons of style, creative tricks. And there's Max Moffitt working on that top rail section with the transfer. So lots of skiing, lots of different lines so far. Everybody hitting all these different rails, pretzeling off. So it's still 25 minutes left.
It's the magic of television production. You get to do things like that right there where you can see the highlights, but you can still see the live action going on.
It's like a Toyota Twofer.
Ooh, see, there you get. You're working on all kinds of new branding throughout the course of the weekend. You are a team player.
Oh, switching up all the way through that down flat down and hitting that up rail into it.
You're gonna have to move that snow fence back a little bit.
Be like Aaron Blunk and just go through it. Big shout out to Aaron Blunk, second place today in men's Superpipe. Backside 360 switch up, Max Moffitt pretzeling it. I'm counting that one.
You count that as a
I'm counting that one.
Marketing, Donnie.
Not judging, but I'm counting that one, Jimmy.
So with 24 minutes left to go, it's Alex Hall, Tucker Fitzsimons, and Phil Cassabon, your 1, 2, 3 as of right now. So those rankings are changing up just a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that in the women's contest as well. The top 3 switched up quite a few times before the end.
Well, then Kelly Silderu made it happen when she switched up with the last 30 seconds left to go there on the jam session clock.
Tucker Fitzsimons doing what Kelly Silderu did in the women's contest with that backside 360 switch up. He pretzeled that one out. There's a look at Phil Cassabon dropping in. A little truck slide there. Locking that one in the switch. Pete Kukov out here. Colorado Lope Dog. There's the nose butter 450 on. And Cal Carson dropping in. We have multiple people on course at once. Backside switch up, pretzel 450 off. Cal Carson trying to get back up on that leaderboard.
Still lots of time left here, Pete. We're still at just under 23 minutes.
Oh, both ways 360 switch ups. That's Sam Zahner. So going backside 360 switch up and then into the bottom rail with the front side 360 switch up.
Yeah, we're not even at the halfway point yet, so there's still plenty of time left to go here. Get the little snow stairs cut out right there. Nice job by the course runners out here. Hats off, fellas. So there you go. Picture in picture yet again. Replays on the left. It's live action on the bottom right with the NFL Films music underlay. Pete, take it away.
Great to see it. Lots of big tricks so far. There's a big disaster. So taking off from the lip back behind, gapping all the way to the down rail. Jack Finn. A front side switch up. There's a K-Fed on that transfer there. And then the backslide pretzeling that 270 out. Colby Stevenson. So lots of skiing. Look at that transfer having to jump all the way over and clear the front of that rail. That's lots of high risk. So Alex Hall out here. Fun to have a big mix of skiers. We got guys who competed in the slopestyle, but we also have guys who just film out here. Flip off there. A little misty. Oh, going down in the corral.
Into the snow fence. Look out.
There was Max Moffitt there.
It's a hot course down there if you're on the snow fence, ladies and gents. Hot course. By the way, it's 70s NFL Films music. I keep waiting for like a little superimposed shot of Joe Namath.
I like it.
Or Terry Bradshaw. Have you won any of Terry Bradshaw's money?
No, I haven't tried yet, but I sure hear about it a lot.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
He's stingy. He doesn't want to give that stuff up. Yeah. Enough about football. We got 21 minutes left to go here in this street style final.
Keegan Kilbright disastering, gapping all the way to that last down. There's Tucker Fitzsimon, front side 360 switch up of his own, going for the backside 360 switch up on the up rail to down flat down.
It's kind of exciting there with the picture-in-picture. You know, you get the highlights, kind of recap stuff while you still see what's going on.
There's Colby Stevenson backslide, switching up to the down there. Looked like he was trying to get a pretzel. See if he can do that. There's the backside switch up there from Phil Cassavon, lacing that one up. Getting some speed, transferring over that to the one ski 50-50. Pete Kukov locking in on that one.
Well, that one definitely got the fans going right there. So Alex Hall, Tucker Fitzsimons, and Phil Cassavon. Rankings as of right now, as we are just past 15 minutes down with 20 minutes left to go here.
Oh, going down on that frontside switch up, just slipping out a little bit. Oh, there's DC's full moon coming in.
Look at that. That's kind of spooky.
A little spooky.
I didn't even know it was going to be a full moon tonight until DC said anything earlier. I mean, I guess we could have asked the Space Force guys. They have their finger on the pulse of that stuff.
Yep. Black holes and everything, Jimmy.
Gamma rays, solar flares.
Whoa.
And the lunar schedule.
The lunar schedule. So we're about just under 20 minutes left.
We're almost to the halfway point here.
The pace has slowed up a little bit. They have to hike all the way back up to the top after every hit. These guys are used to it. Great course out here at Copper Mountain for the Dew Tour Street Style Finals.
Kind of stacked up a little bit there. Almost a street style traffic jam going on up there in the start structure.
Alex Hall with a backside 360 switch up of his all. Switch 270 on, continuing back for Alex Hall, trying to mix up that leaderboard. I think he just did it.
So the full moon is rising, and it's getting weird out here on the street style course, Pete.
Love to see it. There's a look back at Cal Carson with that pretzel 450. Keegan Kilbride, tons of style, gapping on that disaster. And there's a look coming up here for the one ski 50-50 here for Pete Kukov. Look at him lock that in. Just sliding with one ski on that rail, very difficult. Lots of tricks so far. Backside 360 switch up seems to be a popular one.
If there's a full moon at the Dew Tour, does that mean that the Yeti turns into a werewolf?
I'd be a little afraid of that.
We might have to get DC to get us a report on that.
So front side, going down on that front side 360 switch up on the transfer there, Cal Carson.
Hey, speaking of DC, we're going to take a little break here in the action to check in with him. DC, what do you got going on?
Thanks, guys. I'm just, enjoying a full moon rise, walking up the course. Alex Hall's on my right. What up, A-Hall?
Feeling tired.
I'm making you talk while you hike. I'm such a jerk. You having a good time out here tonight, though?
It's amazing skiing with all the boys out here. Couldn't be better.
How was it last night getting that Skier of the Year award?
Oh, I'm so hyped, so stoked on all the support, and yeah, it means a ton to me.
Right on. Let's see if we can keep this going all the way up the steps here. Really wear you out, but I never mess with anybody that I didn't like. What's you going to throw down for us on this next one?
No clue.
There you have it. No clue. Get some, A-Hall.
Well done, DC.
He just wasn't letting go. Like, you know what? I'm just going to follow you all the way up the stairs. You could have at least done him a solid, DC, and like picked him up, put him on your shoulders, and
or at least carried him up, his skis.
Carried him up like a Sherpa. Yeah, or at least carried his skis for him. Oh my goodness, so we're past the halfway point here. We got 16 and some change left to go here in the men's ski street style final. So we're almost due for a rankings update here. We'll have to see. We've seen it a couple of times out here. And don't forget, we got that $1,000 best trick prize still up for grabs.
Jack Finn going for that nose butter 450 on again. See if he can get that one in the books. Bidding for that best trick out here tonight. There's the front side 360 switch up on that transfer, jumping all the way over to that down rail. It is not set up in a line, it's off to the side. So having to jump all the way over, that's Cal Carson. The 50-50 on the up rail, Colby Stevenson coming into that down flat down. 2 on, coming off a little early there. About 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes left. Tucker Fitzsimons coming into that bottom feature. There's a right 270 on, pretzeling the 270 out. I mean, almost taking out a photographer there.
He's been in those top 3 standings the last couple of times we've looked in on it. So again, with the judges looking for overall impression, and we're past the halfway point, he's definitely making a case here to stand on that podium.
He's one of the only guys that's made his way to every feature so far. He's kind of getting a trick on everything, showing that overall impression. Well, there's Max Moffitt almost tipping over again and pulling an Aaron Blunk.
So again, if you're down there on the fence line, it is a hot course.
You never know. Oh, there's the back 8 from A-Hall. Switch on, frontside switch up, pretzel 2.
See, now we're kind of back to that original pace. Like the hits are coming to give it a little bit of a lull right there, and now it's like we're back at it.
Well, they had DC up top. I think he pumped up the boys, got everyone going.
That's all it takes is a little crowd check. DC walking up the stairs, just checking out on everybody, and here we go. We're right back at it for the final 15 minutes.
Keegan Kilbride with the switch 50-50, then switch on to that down flat down. So unique take on that one. Much harder to slide 50-50 as a skier because you're not sideways using both edges. It's a lot harder to lock onto that. There's the switch on. Cal Carson going for that front side 360 switch up again. Switch on backslide, a little back swap at the end. So Cal definitely trying to mix up that leaderboard as well. Also one of my favorite skiers to watch. Great street segment this year. The child labor movie. There's the back swap there. Phil Casabon, legendary skier, tons of style. Going for the front side 5 swap, trying to 540 swap on that top rail. Sam Zahner already lacing up the 3 swap, now going for a 5 swap, so upping the ante out here.
So we're just under 14 minutes left to go. Don't forget, we've still got men's snowboard street style final still to come. We'll have the award ceremony immediately following this ski street style final. The hits just keep coming out here on the 4th night out of 5 here at the Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021. The party under the lights continues with 13:35 to go here in this jam session.
It's Tucker Fitzsimons with the backside 360 switch up to the flat on that down flat down. Jack Finn dropping in. Oh, and just losing a shoe in between those 2 rails. So he'll hike back up for another one. Coming into that bottom rail feature with the broken slide. Haven't seen that one in a while. Laying down that back edge. Shout out to the Gagnes with that one. Making her way into the bottom of the left side 270, unlocking that in the switch. And Colby Stevenson up top with the backside 360 switch up, trying to lock that back to forward. And then the left 270 on, front side 360 switch up on the down flat down. So mixing it up.
It'll be interesting to see once we get another look at the current standings there, see if that's changed up at all in the last 6-7 minutes or so of this jam session.
Alex Hall frontside switch up. Frontside switch up again, continuing with that K-Fed out. A-Hall lacing tricks out here tonight. There's that frontside swap there from Cal Carson. Coming in, switch to that bottom rail, switch on forward, a little bit of lay down style.
All right, so we are at 12 minutes left to go here.
There's Alex Hall with the backside 360 switch up. Pretzel, oh, we got a Misty off in the bottom there. Max Moffitt lacing up a run on the bottom screen. So he's definitely trying to jump on there, maybe into that best trick conversation with those judges. There's a look back at Tucker Fitzsimons with the 2 pretzel 2 on the drop rail. So he's in the mix as well. And then Alex Hall spinning like a top with the back 8. So full pulls there from those guys. I am really glad I'm in the booth tonight with you, Jimmy, and not deciding who wins this contest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to take account for, especially with how fast the action keeps happening out here. Again, highlights on the left, live action on the right as the clock continues to wind down as we are reaching 11 minutes left to go here.
It's a hot course out there.
It is a hot course, and it's getting hotter as we work towards the final 10 minutes.
It might be a chilly night, but it is a hot course out here at Street Style.
Listen,
you love to see it.
You don't even need mittens out here.
No.
Just stand by the snow fence and just let her rip.
Just put your hands up, and that hot course is just going to heat you right up. Get to see some more skiing here. Just over 10 minutes left.
Oh, we have a change. So it's Alex Hall, Tucker Fitzsimons, and now Max Moffitt finds himself in that top 3.
So Max doing that misty out of that top rail and lacing the rest of that run, jumping into 3rd position.
Let's not forget about that best trick prize.
There's Keegan Kilbride dropping in, taking a creative line through the top section. Tons of style. Backside switch up on that one. Little surface swap, so not actually jumping, just sneaking those tips around.
Well, we are down to our final 10 minutes here.
Colby switched 270 on back swap, pretzeling the 270 out. Absolutely effortless. Colby Stevenson wants to get up on that leaderboard with that one. And Cal Carson making his way into the bottom. Backside switch up, locking in. Oh, going for that pretzel, but not quite getting it. He'll hike back up. He might be having the record on hits tonight. He's getting up there a bunch. 50-50, gapping to the down, Pete Kukov.
Well, let's check in one more time with DC as we're working towards 9 minutes left to go. DC, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hanging out up here at the top of the course with some of the G's in the industry, and they want to do some call-outs out here. So we're going to start with Cody LaPlante. Cody LaPlante, what do you want to see?
We all want to see Alex Hall do a flip.
Alex Hall, we're getting a call for you to do a flip. Willie? Not on this one. All right, Burke Irvin, what do you want?
Yeah, I mean, back to what Cody said, the flip would be huge for us. I see Colby hiking up right now. I'd really like to see a flip out of him. But I don't know. We'll see if he has it in him or not for this next run.
All right, we got Sean Fitzsimons. What do you want? You got your brother in this mix.
I want to see Tucker do switch lip, Pretz 4. I might have butchered that.
There we have it. Willie Bourne, what do you got?
I want to see Alex Hall do a flip.
Another Alex Hall flip. Hunter Hess, you got something there for us?
I got all my money on Alex, but I also want to see him do a flip. Probably a front flip, but we'll take just about anything. I don't know, the sides of these lips are looking really good. The up rail's looking good. We have lots of options. He could do it here anytime.
Well, we're getting a lot of calls for flips out here for Alex Hall. So I think that's the number one thing. Let's check in with one of the competitors, Colby Stevenson. What do you want to see, brother?
I want to see a fast slide.
A fast slide? What about Alex Hall doing a flip?
Alex Hall doing a flip is always a good time. He's so tall, it's a lot to be flipping around.
All right, Alex Hall, they want to see you get inverted. Copper Mountain, make some noise for these guys.
Flip. You might have to get the chant going with the crowd out there, DC. You ready? You think you got that one in you, DC? The flip chant?
Oh yeah, we can get a flip.
We got 7.5 minutes. Why the heck not? We got a full moon. Why not get a flip chant?
I think we should get a flip.
I mean, I'll have to check with the HR department on the rules, but why not? Let's do it.
Give me a second. Let me get down into the crowd.
You
there.
take all the time. Well, you got 7 minutes and 18 seconds, but all the time you need within that window, DC.
Get those people going, DC.
If you got to hand out a few kickstarts, I think we have some over here in the DTL booth.
Colby Stevenson on course right now. 270 on, frontside 360 switch up.
So we're under 7 minutes left to go here. If you're just joining us, we're live at Copper Mountain for Dude Tour 2021 Men's Ski Street Style Final, our third of 4 Street Style Finals out here tonight. It is an all Street Style Saturday night.
Flip. No, not on this one.
I don't know if they can hear us.
Oh, Alex Hall 270 on, locking that back in the switch. That's not a flip. But we'll see if we can get him to do one. Front flip preferably.
I like how they all just lined up for that one. I'd like to see a flip.
There's always got to be a flip guy in a rail gym. Someone just does a front flip out of nowhere, ignores all the rails.
I mean, it's for the people.
It is. It is. People love front flips. Max Moffitt coming in, gapping with the huge backside 360 switch up. That is the trick I called out earlier today to the judges I wanted to see. So hitting that up rail, backside 360 switch up, disastering to the down.
And almost running out of course there. So we're under 6 minutes to go here.
That is definitely a trick that whenever I used to do rail jams, I would skip everything and try to backside 360 switch up. Disaster on that. Look at that, all the way to the end of that rail, gapping over like 30 feet of the rest of the rail. You love to see it. Max Moffitt trying to switch up the mix. There's a switch 270 on from Jack Finn.
Well, the last time we looked at those rankings, he was in there in the top 3. As we are under 5.5 minutes left to go here.
Coming in switch, coming in hot. The big switch disaster there. Keeping it nice and clean. That was Will Berman. Shout out to Will Berman out here. Doing it for the boys, our oldest competitor in the field. Actually, that's Phil, I apologize. Will's the second oldest. But great to have him out here. Always one of my favorite skiers to watch. There's Keegan Kilbride with the nollie on, just oozing with style. Doesn't even need to hit the rail. Looks good doing it. Cal Carson backside 360 switch up, coming in switch to the down, switch lip, back to switch. And then Polish donutting out into the camera. There's that 5 swap from Sam Zahner, almost getting that one. Look to see him get up there and try that again. About 4.5 minutes left. He's got a couple more chances at that one. Phil Castellon backside switch up to the switch 50-50 on the down, getting the 180 out. Classic Phil Castellon style there. Colby Stevenson on course, making his way into that down flip down. Backside switch up, coming off just a little early.
We are down to the final 4 minutes here.
Front flip. Oh, well.
Almost got that accidentally. See what you did.
I didn't want to say it, but he kind of did a flip.
Ask and you shall receive.
There's the lip 270 on. Sorry, Alex, that did not look like a fun crash, but you definitely almost did a flip. Giving the people what they want out here at Copper.
There's still time. You got a little over 3 minutes.
Pete Kukov,
see the action
in.
The action's so hot on course, they turned our heater off in the booth here, Pete.
Good thing I have you here to keep me warm, Jimmy.
It's like a sweat lodge out here right now with all this action in the final 3 minutes.
Hot course.
10 seconds.
Max Moffitt making his way to the bottom. Backside, 540 switch up. Good grief. He's going for the win and best trick out here.
Well, you know, it's an extra $1,000.
And running back up, he wants to go get that one. Make some noise out here, Copper.
Unlike Mike McCarthy, that is good clock management right there, Pete.
Oh my goodness. Smashing watermelon before games and not knowing how to call timeouts. Mike McCarthy, shout out Cowboys. We got a Cowboys fan out there, I think. 540 switch up of his own. Sam Zahner almost getting that one.
2.5 minutes left to go here. It's getting so good out here, it's giving the camera guy the shakes.
Oh, it is definitely not warm, I can tell you that, but it is a hot course.
A little bit of a lull in the action. Here we go as we're working our way towards the final 2 minutes.
Cal Carson again going for that backside 360 switch up, making his way in. Lip slide back 3 swap again. So just going for back 3 swaps on everything. Cal skiing so well out here tonight. Love to see it. Looks like Jack getting a lot of speed coming in. Switch 450 onto the down rail. First switch 4 we've seen tonight. Jack Finn getting it done out here.
As we are coming down to the final 90 seconds as of right now. 90 seconds left to go here.
Maybe one more hit if they get up there. Here's a look back at Jack Finn hopping around switch, going switch tails over 450 to that down rail. Locking that one in on those surface skis. Looking good out here, Jack. Was an alternate, made it in last minute. So it's good to see him out here landing those tricks. Colby Stevenson on course. Backside swap there on the down foot down, coming off a little early.
1 minute left to go. Come on, Copper, let's keep it going for him out here as the final seconds tick down on the jam session clock here.
Lots of speed coming into that bottom rail. Big disaster, 270 on. Lacing that one up, going into the fence at the bottom. There's Pete Kukov on course. Drop rail, frontside switch up, little tail tap on the landing. So not just using the rails, but the snow as a feature. Keegan Kilbride with the lip 270 disaster, continuing to out the nollie. Tons of style.
With the time winding down here to the final 15 seconds.
Tucker Fitzsimon's going for the front side, 360 switch up there, now skating into that bottom rail. Someone's down in the middle.
So time expired. We're gonna give him one more. We'll see what happens here. We'll see how this unfolds.
Max Moffitt with a ton of speed. Backside 540 switch up and he lands it. Good grief, Max Moffitt. Canadian, give him some poutine, Jimmy. Good grief. Cal Carson back swap, pretzeling the two out. They're just dropping hot and heavy here. The judges have their work cut out for
Another
them.
look at just gapping out, getting the last bit of that down flat down rail. And going and rocking the one shoulder bib style.
You love to see it. Going up for another one. Time has expired and we're still going up. This course is too fun. Nobody wants to stop skiing.
No, he's like, I'm not done yet. Clock, time clock, who cares?
We got some snowboarders coming up next. They're gonna have to fight them to get in there.
DC's gonna have to do some course marshaling out there at this point. Oh, the heat's back on. So, wow. All right, what do you say, Copper? Let's hear it for everybody here in the men's ski street style final.
Woo! What a great show. That was awesome.
No, we still have one more to go. Hot course.
Hot course.
It's not so hot in here right now, but the heater didn't come back on. However, we still have the men's snowboard street style final still to come. But
I think I got to get out there and watch that.
You know, join the party.
Why not?
Exactly. That's what you do.
Maybe get a hot toddy, warm myself up.
That's what you do to the second to last night of the Dew Tour out here.
Gotta love it.
All right, so let's talk about, let's kind of recap a little bit here. Let's talk about some of the actually, let's talk about tomorrow. We've got, it's all pipe to take us out of the weekend. We got men's and women's snowboard pipe finals tomorrow. So some big stuff on tap for that fifth and final day out here at the Dew Tour. Look at those beautiful lights. I mean, that thing's just magnificent, Pete.
Heard that Sean White guy might be here tomorrow.
You know, they keep throwing little snippets of him up on the Dew View. But let's talk about what happened here in the ski street style final.
Unbelievable amount of landed tricks tonight. The judges definitely have their work cut out for them. Looking back at some of the big ones, there's Jack Finn with the switch 4 disaster. So one of the bigger spins we saw tonight. Looking back at all these tricks, big disaster there with the 270. All the riders putting it down. There's Keegan Kilbride with the lip 270 disaster on the down flat down. And here's a look at probably my bid for the best trick. Backside 540 switch up on that transfer. Max Moffitt out here.
I mean, right there at the very end, too. I mean, what a way to put a period at the end of the competition right there to cap it off. Man. So now we get to play the waiting game. The judges, as you've said several times, have their work cut out for them. They've got to talk it over and decide the 1, 2, 3 and our best trick. Remember, I mean, they're all getting cash. It's $5,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $1,000 for third, and then, of course, an extra $1,000 for the best trick of the jam session. And they're getting their money's worth out of that copper cutout right there. Everyone's up there taking selfies.
I would say go get a photo in front of that. Hashtag Dew Tour.
You took
Put that thing up.
Right out of my mouth. It's doubling up. It's Mountain Dew green, but it's also holiday festive.
Do you know how many likes you get? You get a photo in front of that thing?
And you might end up on the Dew View wall.
Got to do it.
Why not?
They're doing it right there.
See, there you go.
I'd stand in front of the P because of my name.
Not only are you showing the whole social media world that you were out here having a great time at the Dew Tour, it's a potential Christmas card for next year, Pete.
Not bad.
It's a little late for this season, but hey, I'm just kind of planning your 2022 holiday season for you. There you go. That kid's pumped.
He needs to get up in there.
You know, He's thinking about it. He's tapping the legs.
Tapping his hand. He wants to get up in there.
He's like, Mom, Dad,
Come on.
climb up there?
Run and jump up in there. Oh,
or do I just
snowball?
Do I want to throw this boulder in there?
He's trying to put a period in there.
Oh, no, he needs that as a step ladder.
Oh, there we go.
Good thinking, kid. That's using your head.
Get up in there. Oh, and don't hit your head. If they got that helmet on. Save it, brain.
All right, so while the selfie party's happening over there at the Copper Sign, let's check in one more time with DC, who's about to hand out our podium and our best trick prize cash. DC, take it away, buddy.
You guys are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for bringing the energy and the good vibes. All right. I need all my dudes I was just throwing down to come this way because we're going to have awards over here on the stage. We got one final event coming up here with the snowboarding kick into this freestyle course. But if you guys like what you saw out there, let's show them some love again. Make some noise. Best free skiers in the world throwing down. So I'm going to go ahead and start rattling off these names right here as the athletes work their way this way. In third place, for freestyle for the skiers, make some noise. He's working his way this way. Let's hear from Max Coffin. I suggested to let it go. This is Rose Free. Party face. Hit the exit. Max Moss in third place, what a D. In second place, thank you, Max. In second place, let's hear for Tucker Fitzsimons. Tucker Fitzsimons coming out of the Pacific Northwest, Hood River, Oregon, represent. Anyone out there from Oregon? We'll make some noise. Show your love for Tucker Fitzsimons. Shout out to his brother Sean, killing it as well today. Tucker Fitzsimons, second place. And your champion out here holding it down. Let's hear it for A-Hall, Alex Hall. Alex Hall got on the podium in slopestyle this week. He got Skier of the Year award last night with the New Schoolers Awards, winning the top spot out here today. Let's hear it for Alex Hall. And we got one more award to hand out. We got $1,000 going out for best trick, and that's gonna go to Mr. Max Moffett for the back five switch off. Make some noise one more time for these guys throwing down for you. Congratulations, gentlemen.
So there you go. You called it. Max Moffett getting third place and the $1,000 for best trick right there at the end. But how about the weekend Alex Hall's having? He gets 2 podiums out here at the Dew Tour.
Think we could still get him to do a front flip?
I don't know. We never got that chant going.
Front flip, front flip.
There's still time, Pete. Actually, no, there's not. We got to clear out the course right here. Why? Because we have one more event still to go here from the street style course. By the way, shout out to DJ Nakaji working the 1s and 2s out here for both ski and snowboard events out here. We've got more. Stick around. We've got men's street style snowboard still to come.
You know, we used to get nervous, and you still do, but I think the difference between 02 and even 06 to the 2010 and 14 games specifically is that these guys are nervous now up top to perform and live up to their expectations. It really kind of went from this surfy skate thing to almost UFC octagon type deal.
To think where we are right now in terms of what is possible, it is insane. It's the one thing in snowboarding that you can look at and you can't argue with. People going huge.
The halfpipe is the essence of freestyling in snowboarding.
You can go head high or you can go head high.
Wow, he's flying. That's really what it is.
It's jaw-dropping.
Having the guy behind you being able to take a different line than you took.
Tricks get bigger, spin, flips, numbers increase.
Massive!
And I think that's why the halfpipe is such a rad venue. It's this zone that you can look at.
It's that air. People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
You're trying to progress and be your best, yet take down your competitors at the same time.
It's amazing what they do now. They go big. Some kids just really sends it.
It's like a festival down the side of the pipe. The screaming when someone does a really good air. You've got to risk it all to gain it all.
It's all muscle memory. All these tricks these guys are doing, they've done on snow or into an airbag so many times that it's muscle memory. It's like a golf swing or a free throw or throwing a football. Your body should know how to do it. But sometimes your muscle memory fails you or the trick goes haywire.
2009 season, right before the 2010 Olympics, this sport changed big time, specifically at the New Zealand Open.
The half-pipe trick selection changed to, I want to do a 1080, but I want it to be kind of double dipped. You know, that's going to add another flavor for the judges.
These guys show up flipping twice, and we're all looking. Only 3 guys had double corks, really. The rest of us are looking at each other like, seriously? Great. How do we do this now? Who wants to try this? No one.
I'm not only spinning 1,080 degrees, but I'm also flipping twice.
It was a lot to comprehend. I remember watching that final and just going, are you kidding me? It jumped overnight. I mean, that was probably the biggest leap I've seen in the sport ever. We saw Louis Vito drop in and do the first frontside double ever in competition. Sean went after and did one.
Sean, Mason, and Luke, their air awareness was unlike many at the time.
Luke Matrani had one, and it became a doubles comp.
Luke was on like a whole other level, almost like gymnast style. The double corks brought in new fear that you would deal with. You know, a commitment maybe is what I would call it.
Yeah, I've been waiting my whole life to see him land something like that, and I know he has too, so I'm proud of the kid. Proud of my little brother.
It's a whole new game these days, you know? Everybody's doubling. People are a little scared. Me, myself, scared for sure.
It wasn't the same game before where it was like kind of cool, loose. The stakes were too high. Going from cork spins to double corks, just the danger and the speed level and the amplitude it takes to do all that was big time. It was pretty scary. Hands down, that's all it was scary.
Rad and half pipe, you definitely have to have a serious love for it. You land 6 inches to the left on a half pipe wall, 6 inches to the right, you're done. Definitely something you gotta have a lot of love for because it is really intense. The weightless feeling that that you have riding a half pipe you can't really get anywhere else on skis. If you love it enough, it's definitely worth it in my opinion.
What I really liked was getting a lot of jumps in a really short period. And if you did land them, you would ride smoothly. It would just feel good in the transitions.
Once I got in it, I was just hooked. It was such a scene and it was such a cultural hangout. Unlike slopestyle and the other things where it's all spread out down the whole mountain, halfpipe's just right here. And you can see everything everyone's doing all the time. And it's a really pretty intimate experience.
It is so unbelievably nuanced, and I think that's why I loved it, because perfection is elusive, and the finish line is always changing. You're always learning something new, and it never got old for me.
What drew me to the half pipe was that it was just the easiest thing for me to like catch air, dig a toe edge in, and rip across the flat bottom and blast a frontside air and feel like I'm Noah Selaznick or something. It unlocks a little world that I can't tap into anywhere else.
Oh, and Annie is finished.
All right, Colorado, you guys ready for the final freestyle event of the night? We're not gonna send these guys until you get loud and make some noise. Are you ready for the final freestyle event of the night?
Get it.
Yes, Copper Mountain, it's a full moon. We got some of the best rail riders in the world. Make some noise! 35-minute jam coming your way. These dudes are gonna throw down. Let's get some, Copper.
DC, the man with the mission down there. Thank you, sir, for all your contributions throughout the day. Well, it's go time. Men's Snowboard Street Style Final. It is on. And I'm with Mary Walsh, editor of Snowboard Magazine. Mary Walsh, this is it. Saving the best for last. The boys are ready to throw down.
We have a hammer lineup right now. Miles Fallon, Zach Hale, Nate House, Ozzie Henning, Zeb Powell, Benny Milam, Seb Toots, Dylan Alito. The list goes on. This is going to be heavy.
And you look at what we have. We have the podium from the last time we were here. They're all in it. From first place from Miles Fallon, second place René Congas, and in third place Benny Milam. I'll tell you what, looking pretty solid. Those guys are back, and there's a lot of money on tap. $5,000 for first prize, $1,000 best trick. But I'm going to challenge you, Copper, right now, because you've been a little too quiet. We can wrap this thing up and go home right now, or you can show me what you got and show what everyone who's watching online is seeing and what they're missing. So I'm going to count to 3, Copper, and I want you to absolutely go crazy. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's hear it, Copper, for the riders. That's pretty good. I'm going to ask you guys to keep that stuff up, Mary. You feeling good about that?
I thought that was pretty good. I was impressed.
Well, we are under the lights here, and everything's always better under the lights. And you're looking at things here in Red's backyard. How fitting is this, that snowboarding is the last event here tonight. It's in Red's backyard, and Red got the win today in slopestyle. Pretty cool stuff.
So rad. Back-to-back for Red Gerard today from the Dew Tour 2020 as well. I mean, and they're already kicking off right now.
And let's hear it for the riders. We're getting right into it. 450 out on that.
That was Dylan Alito, hometown boy right here. And then Miles Fallon dropping in next. Always a crowd pleaser. Miles has a deep bag of tricks. Super explosive rider. And I think that's Zach Hale on course. Yep, that is the hailstorm right there.
Gapping that to DFD, solid, carrying it all the way down. Back on course.
Nate House, Rome Snowboards rider, lives in Lake Tahoe, East Coaster by birth though. Ooh, holding on right there on the landing.
34 minutes. The things are heating up. Let's hear it, Copper. Get behind the riders out here. Let's do this.
Got Ozzie Henning, a perennial rail destroyer in the streets. Really strong rider. Also riding for Rome Snowboards. Big Rome contingent in the rail game tonight.
And things looking good right now to saving the best for last as we talk about it.
Frank Jobin up next. He's coming out here from Quebec, where they breed amazing rail riders.
Such a good street scene, urban scene out there in Quebec.
And of course, the 2020 Best Trick and third place winner, Benny Milam, Minnesota's finest.
And there's a look at Riley Dickerson over there at bib 412.
Had a hammer ender in the Solomon team movie this year. Riley always tends to make it look easy.
And I think also what those judges kind of look for that too. They want to see you look like you're just confident in what you're doing and you're not sketchy arms flailing around, right?
Exactly. You want to keep it quiet. Quiet arms, like easy style, and keep it proper.
Zeb Powell, one of my all-time favorites by calling nationals out here for many years. This guy did a whole rail jam with a stuffed animal in his hand.
Oh my God.
Held it the whole time.
And I think he has sunglasses on right now. Signature Zeb always has some quality eyewear on, but it's pretty dark out there, so upping the level of difficulty.
Marina Congas, after competing earlier today, he was in this, then he was out, but back in. Stoked to see Renee in this.
And then following him up, we have Sebastian Touton, another veteran from the eastern provinces of Canada, coming out here from Quebec.
Olympic medalist, Seb Toots, as you talked about.
And finally, the second North Carolinian on the scene. That was Rennie right there. Sorry guys, it's dark out here. That was Rennie Rennekongas. Dropping into the course, and here again is Dylan Alito.
And you said Rennekongas was second for the last time we had the Rail Jam and Dew Tour, so getting him back in, he wants to get back on that podium.
Oh, totally.
Oh, love the transfer line to the board slide.
Rennie is also wow.
274 pretty off, nice.
Super explosive, Rennie Rennekongas. If you haven't seen his movie that just came out, Sugared, that's a must watch.
On that flat down. I think it's time to check the crowd here. How you guys doing, Copper? What? That's all you got? Should we shorten the time? How you doing, Copper? That's what I want to hear.
You know, I love seeing Ozzie Henning back out riding. You know, he is such a snowboarder's favorite snowboarder. He's got such good style, and he kind of does a little bit of that physics-defying stuff with his tricks. He's just always surprising you.
You know what's really cool, too, is the whole urban scene of rail riding. You know, you look at the origin of skateboarding, you know, in the streets and how snowboarding has taken to it, too, as well. And now just you look at how big things could be done in the streets. And it started out just, you know, simple, just skating with your friends. And here you go, the urban scene, the urban shred is solid right now.
Oh, totally. You can see it. This is like a really wide array of men that are really pushing things in the streets. With like Zach Hale, you know, he's been one of the strongest rail riders in snowboarding for a long time and keeps pushing it. Miles Fallon, a young up-and-comer with Rennie Rennekongas, really a lot of different layers to street snowboarding right here.
Day number 4 here at Dew Tour Copper Mountain. Thanks for joining us online. Everybody, thanks for joining us here at Copper. And big ups to Copper for holding it down out here and getting things together, getting that slopestyle course together. And things going quite well. We had a little bit of snow to start with, and that sometimes helps things out. So big ups to the Copper crew making things happen.
Zeb Powell. Oh, just doing what Zeb Powell does.
What's the glasses? He always has some sort of glasses steez going on.
I imagine that's a Smith signature pro model of some sort.
Love the board slide transfer right there.
Went back to back North Carolina. Zeb to Wink right there.
Gotta like what these guys are putting together. And it's like, and you know, with that much time, you just got to get back up there. Is it a checklist, like get my bangers out of the way or get my easy stuff out of the way first and then maybe go to the harder stuff towards the end of the jam? What's your thoughts, Mike?
I think still in the rail jam, you're building the house. You want to build a good foundation and then build up from there.
Hey, let's check in with DC. DC, man, what's going on down there? You with me, man?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm hiking up right now next to Luke Winkleman and Zeb Powell. It's Luke Winkleman's 21st birthday. Happy birthday, Wink.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, Zeb, what do you got to say about your boy Wink out here celebrating his B-Day?
I got to say happy birthday and nothing but love to my NC homies.
What do you got to say about the crew out here at Copper Mountain?
Bunch of heavy hitters.
I'm making them winded talking while we're walking. Wink, thank you so much for being with us on your birthday, man. You feeling the love out here or what?
Feeling the love for sure. Copper's always bringing a great crowd, and we appreciate the support for snowboarding. So thank y'all.
How much fun did you have at Slopestyle today, man? Threw down out there.
Yeah, tried my best. Slope was sick. Course was fun. Love hitting jumps, but back to my roots, hitting some jibs. Always nice.
North Carolina represent. Anyone you want to call out? Any tricks you want to see someone throw down out here?
We got Bendy Milam driving right here. You never can guess what he's gonna do, but it's about to be insane. Lip 4. Okay, here we go. Count to the flat. This is signature. Yeah. That's all day.
Wow.
Thank you. All right. Well, no, you want to see somebody throw something down that you know they got, but you don't know if they're ready to do it quite yet.
I want to see someone go switch back to pull back, maybe gap on that down, flat down. You know, who knows?
Switch back to pull back. And I do the rest of it. What else?
Oh, Frank. Honestly, I just want to see some. Oh, I want to see some presses for Shelby. If y'all can give me some presses, I'd be hyped. I might try to do some myself. So I'm just trying to have fun.
Dude, it's your birthday. You gotta have fun. I'm gonna get the crowd to sing you happy birthday down there. Happy birthday, Luke Winkleman. And you guys are gonna have to help me out down here. We're gonna get Wink some birthday chants going. But in the meantime, I gotta work my way back down. Brad, Mary Walsh, back to you guys.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot, DC. And taking a look at some of the highlights, that's Chris Corning going to work. Boy, Chris Corning really needed to show up and represent and get on a podium for Team USA. Really trying to earn that spot, and he did it out there. And he was holding the #1 spot, and then Red Gerard, Dream Crusher, comes down and just does what Red Gerard does and slay this thing. Everything was solid top to bottom from the side hit to 2 bottom hits. Red was lacing it together. Good solid run. And the great thing about this, Red was the last guy to go. The score comes in. He takes the win, collapses. And Red Gerard comes away with first place here. Got to feel good about that. Chris Corning taking second, and McMorris in that #3 spot, Mary.
There we have Luke Winkleman. I got to give a special birthday shout out to Wink. That guy is my dude.
We can ask the crowd to say happy birthday. I can do that.
I think they should. 21's a big one.
All right, you guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to count to 3, and I want everybody to say happy birthday to Luke Winkleman coming out here and representing. On the count of 3, okay? It'll be happy birthday, Luke. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That is, we were looking back at the last time Rennie was here at Copper. He was doing the same tranny finding. Love his loose style. So good.
And he's in 3rd right now. Luke Winkleman in 2nd. On the count of 3, let's say happy birthday, Luke. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Luke.
Not too bad, an entire crowd of Copper Mountains wishing you happy birthday. Guys, okay.
Okay, let's see this.
First, he got the 2-7 out, and then you see him make everyone move out of the way. And he's going tranny finding. Find that line less traveled.
Frontside wall ride.
Gosh, that kid is sick.
That's not even part of the rail jam, man.
He grew up at a very small resort in Finland, and he credits that with how he rides now, because you kind of had to ride everything. Everything was a feature there.
So blind into that right there, too. When you're going on a DFD, you can't see. I like the transfer line, too. From rail to rail. Here's the DFD we talk about. Ooh. Looking so good here. 25 minutes. Hey, let's hear it for the riders one more time. Copper, let's hear it. Let's get them pumped up here.
Nate House is kind of on fire right now.
Silent Assassin. So now on the judging part of things, so the judges are not attaching numbers to each of these runs. They're putting them in placement. So the judges are looking at 3, 2, 1. That person's in 3, that person's in 2, that person's in 1. And if somebody in 3 does something big, that might take over 2. So the judges don't put numbers to it. Is that easier to call, Mary, do you think?
Oh man, I mean, I never envy the judges. I think they always have a hard time. But really what's happening, it's mayhem out there. So any way they can categorize who they think is riding the best, I applaud them.
And as we have the picture-in-picture down, we got the live action down below. Take a look at some of the highlights we've seen so far.
I think that was Miles Fallon doing some route finding, and Zeb just...
With the open jacket, the glasses, the whole Steve's package.
You know you're from North Carolina when you just can ride in freezing temps with an open jacket and sunglasses.
Seeing that healthy 450 off. And seeing combos, judges want to see you combo up rails. And it's one thing getting on it, but comboing on, comboing off. Congus.
interesting. Benny just has that loose yet controlled style that's so fun to watch.
Zeb getting crazy over in the bottom screen. That's live action here in the bottom.
And of course, hometown hero Alito coming down through the course, making everyone stoked.
Zeb not disappointing at all. That front board nollies off that. That boardside transfer, and then you're blind.
That was kind of a lot.
That's a lot to take in. Hey, let's check it. DC, man. Where you at, DC? Who you got with you?
I'm down here, Zeb Powell,
Yes.
North Carolina, representing along with Luke Winkleman. What's up with the North Carolina snowboard team?
You know, small mountains, big vibes, though. You know, it's really icy most of the time, but we still make the most of it, you know. Just having a blast on our snowboards.
Well, there you have it. I'm really making Zeb work for it, making him talk while he's walking. He's fired up. He wants to throw it out for you, so get some, Zeb. Thank you. But yeah, small mountains, big vibe. That's what's up. What do you want to say, Wink? What do you want to say about your boy Zeb Powell and just the whole North Carolina vibe?
Bro, North Carolina is the shit, and we have a lot of fun. Look at things a little different, and I don't know, we just got a lot of passion, so we love this.
There you have it. Getting words right there from Luke Winkleman. In the words of Petey Pablo, North Carolina, take your shirt off, twist it around your head like a helicopter. Back to you guys. Copper Mountain, where you at?
Mary, talk to me.
I got big love for North Carolina. I'm an East Coaster, but I'm in the north part, but we got Beach Mountain down there, App, and it is such a good scene. I've been down there a couple times. Big shouts to the Recess crew, JP and Ashley holding it down for the North Carolina scene. That place is amazing. Highly recommend anyone check it out down there. It's worth the visit.
North Kakalaki, I like to hear that, that's for sure. Hey, talk a little bit about, this is Red's backyard. What's that all about now?
So this is super cool. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
okay. The flips have started.
Yeah.
Nate House coming in strong.
In the house.
The crowd always loves to see a flip, I feel like.
It's something that everybody understands. Whether you understand snowboarding or not, when someone gets upside down, you understand that. All right, we're talking about Red Valve.
Oh, yes, Red's backyard.
Yeah.
Rennie coming through again. So, oh, wait, there, is that a hailstorm right there? Zach Hale, just so
Hailstorm.
smooth. Oh, coming off a little early, but he's riding well. So Red's backyard is, you know, Red lives just down the road in Silverthorne, and in his backyard from a very young age, he had a cool DIY rail garden.
So sick, that setup he had.
So rad. So Copper Mountain, was it 2020 they installed it? It was
Yeah.
a couple years ago. They decided to make a hikeable park modeled after his backyard, and that's where we're riding right now.
And it just seems fitting, like I said earlier. Oh, gapping that. And right now, Benny Melham in that #1 spot. Luke Winkleman holding down 2, and Jesse Paul in that 3rd spot. There's your 1, 2, 3 right now.
It's a testament to how good these riders are that 1, 2, 3 jumps around as it does.
And it's been a different style of judging. Now, in the past, you know, you've seen numbers get attached to rail jumps, but I feel like this is more of the flow. The judges know. They're all former professional snowboarders. They're in the scene. They know what's going on. They're able to pick and put them in the place that they need to be in by watching what they're doing out there on the course.
Exactly. They have their work cut out for them, but they're professionals.
Indeed.
Oh, easy 2-7 on from Winkleman.
On his
Going-
birthday.
Oh, nose press 180 out on the DFD.
And that's right, because he switched up to where he can't see where he's coming down off that, and he's just got to trust his landing gear. So down to the 20-minute mark. I'm going to ask you people, Copper, I'm going to count to 3. Let's show everybody who's watching online what they're missing. 1, 2, 3. Let's hear it, Copper, for the riders. Man, one of the biggest crowds out here. You can see them, Mary, lining all the way to the side, all the way to the top. Now, I was out here last weekend for the Grand Prix, and that was an awesome setup right there, seeing the Olympic qualifiers. But out here, Copper represents it a big way.
Oh, we got a doubles line coming down.
A front side wall ride.
Wow, okay. I think that's a Fallon Powell doubles line.
Well, the crowd's digging that. Do you guys like that? Let's hear it for them. Come on now, get them back up there.
Oh, it was Seb Toots going for the upside down off that rail.
I mean, you know, Seb, you got to look at Seb competed today. He's out here again in Railtown.
Super versatile guy. Oh, and Benny Milam with a big front lip on the last part of that down, top down.
And he was third place last year, and also in 2020, but he was also best trick winner too, so he did double duty out there.
Did you see that Red Bull edit where they snowboard in the woods troll hogging with Benny?
So rad.
Always making it happen out there in the Midwest.
And what a great setup. Big ups to Woodward. And if you get a chance to come out here to Copper, not only do you get to go to Copper, but you got Woodward that is right there, the barn. I've spent some time in there skating it, going into the foam pits. It's a really cool setup here at Copper Mountain with Woodward as part of it. So $5,000 on the line for first place, $3,000 on the line for second, $1,000 for third, best trick, $1,000. So feasibly, if you win 5 and you get the best trick, talking $6,000 right there.
That's a big night.
Yeah. Winkleman bumping to the #1 spot. Let's hear it for the birthday boy. He's #1 now.
The Appalachian energy is high tonight at Copper Mountain. Luke Winkleman sliding to that first spot.
And Luke doing double duty, competed earlier today. Look at the gap. Tags it right there at the end.
Ozzie Henning just cruising through. Wow. That was very smooth.
So what I was talking about earlier too is, you know, when you have all your tricks, do you try to do the hard ones first? Do you try to do the...
Dang, with a lineup like this, I'm not totally sure. I mean, you kind of have to come out swinging, I feel like, when you're in this mix, because this whole list is heavy hitters. Oh! We back to Seb Toots right now? Seb Toots has been in the game a long time. He's been riding, his riding probably influenced a lot of these younger riders.
Hey, don't forget about the Superpipe tomorrow. We saw them, the pipe dragon in there doing the work, and the Superpipe finals right there. Sean White is in the finals. What's going to happen? Who's going to have a chance to qualify? Well, we're going to be able to see that, because here's a look at what we saw during qualifiers. Man, and with the conditions we're going to have tomorrow, it is going to be, I call that OC, optimal conditions tomorrow, 100% for sure. Team Japan so strong on the men's side.
Half-pipe has just reached an astonishing level. I feel like I say that every year, but now more than ever.
One of the things I've been really digging, you know, is we're seeing a lot of the switch methods being thrown down in Superpipe. And whether that's a big scoring mover, it's just something that's pretty darn sweet.
Yeah, that's the hard things. That's like, I think you can tell a lot about someone's style just by that one trick.
And the craziest thing is, you look at the top 3 qualifiers from Japan and going into tomorrow's Superpipe final. And then you also look at what happened for the half-pipe finals went last week at the Grand Prix, and the top 4 were Japanese riders. So Japan ever so strong in half-pipe. And the U.S. has their work cut out for them. And we'll see if they can answer tomorrow and see if they can get on the podium. Yeah, you got Chase Yossi, Taylor Gold, and of course, Sean White and Joey Okeson, the youngster, getting into as well. So
wow,
you got some USA representing as we get down to 15 minutes.
Is it Jesse Paul on course that I see?
Oh, that was solid. He gaps that all the way solid. And just center punches that. Zeb Powell.
I feel like Zeb Powell is just always in continuous motion, like that. Like, he's never not moving.
You're right, even if he's just hopping around on the nose, on the tail. 15 minutes to go.
Battery.
Wow.
I mean, don't you love seeing the roots of it? You know, you look at urban riding now and you see where it's come to, where we have major competitions like this. And this is stuff that you wouldn't have had, you know, years and years ago. But seeing it come to the stage, I almost think at some point, does this become an Olympic sport? Do you get street style in the Olympics?
How amazing would it be to have riders that spend most of their seasons filming video parts at the Olympics? You know, I mean, obviously there's crossover with Mark McMorris and a lot of crew that are in the contest, but to have these street mavens would be so sick.
So let's take a look at some of the highlights here in the big box here as we look at live action down in the lower right-hand corner.
Love this line from Rennie.
Yeah.
Luke Winkleman just on fire tonight.
I like how Rennie does that, because he does that back 180 out from the wall ride, like goes front side wall ride.
I know I said it earlier tonight, but his style is that perfect combination of just kind of like loose yet controlled. Oh.
Those will hurt you. And I'm surprised right now, you're seeing there's so many highlights of Renikongas out there, but I haven't seen him in that top spot. Time to check in with my brother, DC. How things going down there, man? Things heating up?
Oh, Brad, the vibe is live down here. Copper Mountain, the crew, everybody hanging out is feeling it. The riders are throwing down, but Luke Winkleman, again, it's his 21st birthday. I don't know. That's just a big deal to me. I love it. I remember my 21st birthday, one of the best birthdays of my life. So I want you guys to help me out. Wink's hiking back up to the top. We're gonna get a Wink chant going, so I need you guys to help me with the chant. So let's get some love going for Wink. Just chant with me. Wink, 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 Wink. Keep it going. Wink, Wink. Happy birthday, Luke Winkleman. He was sitting up at the top spot throwing down, but all these guys are throwing down. And I know you guys like when someone flips off of a rail. Who wants to see a flip out there? All right, let's do a flip chant. Start with me now. Flip, flip. Flip, flip. I mean, who doesn't love a good flip off of a rail? Rene Renikongas with the wall ride. Back 3 off the wall there. We love you, Rene. Let's get a Rene chant going. Rene, Rene. It is insane out here. I freaking love you guys.
Thank you, DC. Getting the chance going. Renikongas, though, just doing what no one else is doing. I mean, hitting the sides, that's not even part of the course, but finding ways to impress the judges. Love the back lip there.
Rennie snowboards to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah.
Fueled by Coca-Cola Classic. Loves Coca-Cola. He's just got those good creative vibes on a snowboard.
And we haven't seen him in the top 3. We've seen Luke on top, but we have not seen him getting up in the top 3. And he's been staying super busy. Oh,
man.
Where you at, Copper? Come on, make some noise now.
Want to give a shout out to Frank Jobin, too. He's kind of just been quietly killing it. We've seen him come through, we've been talking,
assassin.
but he's been real smooth tonight. And of course, we have Nate House, the Massachusetts local turned West Coast killer.
And now we're just ticking down and getting close to that 10-minute mark with all the riders here.
Pretzel out of the pole jam.
Red's backyard, looking at the money here. The prize at first place, $5,000. There's Zeb Powell. Second place, $3,000. A little Euro card for Zeb at the bottom here. Everything he does, like you said, he's always staying busy. $1,000 for third. And remember, there's a best trick that's going to be awarded too as well. We're going to be doing that on the podium. So we're getting a lot of money being given out here. $10,000 just in this event alone if you combine it all.
Oh, the beautiful line from Zach Hale.
The Hailstorm. Zach Hale out of Big Bear. OG, Big Bear OG. Oh.
Miles Fallon coming in. Miles Fallon from the Mid-Atlantic.
We got such an epic crowd right now.
Yeah, people are stoked.
What jumps on that? He's going back lip on that. Welcome everyone joining us here online. Make sure that you're on Dew Tour live tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is the big show. Yeah, one thing we talked about, of course, Red's backyard. One of the things about Red, you know, you look at what he's done. He wants to help people. He wants kids to have access without having to be able to get onto chairlifts. So let's check this out. What Red's all about in Red's backyard, giving access to kids that can't get it. Check it out.
It takes so much for the average kid to get to the mountain to go snowboarding.
It's not like, you know, skateboarding or basketball where you just go play wherever you want. You need a mountain, first of all, snow, the whole gear setup, tickets. Making it more accessible is super important for the growth of the sport.
My backyard started in around 2012. Started there, just a few rails, and then each year grew and grew. And I got put in this really cool opportunity to bring them to a couple resorts, and right now they're at Copper Mountain, Killington, and Woodward Park City. The most beautiful thing about it is that it's free. Getting more kids bored and giving them a spot to really like learn some tricks, jib, hang out with their friends. I've even taken a couple runs through Red's backyard, which is saying a lot.
Can't go after that.
Having Red's backyard here at Hopper is pretty rad.
Jibber's got jib, you know?
I'm looking up and I see the Red's backyard features in the street style. I'm like, okay, this is kind of incredible.
Red has accomplished so much at such a young age, and to be giving back to his community is really inspiring.
Giving back to snowboarding is rare, so props to Red for just thinking about others. It's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely mad respect for Red Gerard and Red's backyard, you know, giving access to kids out there. It's not easy to be able to do that, you know, pursuing snowboarding, and I like how Red does that, you know.
No, it's all about giving back to the community. I
Yeah.
love to see that. It's such a great thing to do. You know, Red's been a part of snowboarding since he was like 8 years old, coming to super parks, mid-super parks, coming to competitions like this. So it's really rad.
So look at Luke Winkleman in the top spot there on his birthday. Manny Melama in that number 2 spot. Jesse Paul number 3. So really no changes right now. The 1, 2, 3. What's it going to take, Mary, right now with time winding down? 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
You know, if someone's going to unseat Luke Winkleman,
Oh,
wow.
Just locked.
They're going to have to hike faster than him, I feel like. I just see him up and down this course like crazy.
Zeb. I'd like to know where Zeb is ranking with this. Look at that.
Wow.
Everything he does is moving.
Yes, a little butter out. Unintentional. We have Rennie on the course again. Oh, big 3 to 50-50.
He's really trying to make a pull to get back in that top 3. Now, he was second place last year.
The crowd loves it too. I think he's making a ton of. Oh, we have a 1-footer. Is that Miles Fallon?
Yeah, I want when we get down to winding this thing down, I'm going to want the crowd to count this thing down with us too. You get to that 10-second mark, we're going to count this down and get some bangers right at the end. Back on course, here we go in snowboarding street style final.
Riley Nickerson, straight out of Vermont.
Blind out of that.
Ooh.
It's a pole down. It's a pole down too.
Proper front board 2-7 out.
Setting it up. Down gap to that front board. So it's getting down to that 6-minute mark, and big ups to Red Gerard too as well. We talk about Red's backyard, but Red getting that win today. That was a big win to Red to do that, because he was already in the lead to represent the U.S. when it comes to slopestyle and big air, but taking that win, that almost secures his chance to go to Beijing 100% with that win today.
It's got to be a little bit of a pressure valve release, you know? I'm sure it's still stressful till they name the team, but that's got to make it feel a little good.
Yeah, and you think about it, look, he's a Dew Tour athlete, and he's got to perform, and he's being pulled in many different directions when he's out here at Dew Tour. And for him to still be able to compete and come up in that last hit, or in that last run, and be able to put it together, I'll tell you what. Taking us up to the highlights here so far, we've seen a lot. Huge gap to front board. Look underneath the fence. Get dislodged from that.
Of course, the finish uprising.
The 3 out,
Brent Congas. He's breaking his own rules. Oh, sorry, Brad. You continue.
No, I was just tripping, and that was 360 out from that wall ride for Congas.
And of course, Sebastian Toutant coming in with a big 2-7.
I mean, he's like the fountain of youth. He's 29 years old. He competed in slopestyle. He's out here just crushing it tonight. Zeb, open jacket approach.
And yeah, Seb's been in the game so long. I mean, when did he start X Games? When he was like 15 years old, 14 years old?
But I was calling him at nationals, like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Here's Zeb. Oh, there we go. Zeb Powell, perennial crowd favorite.
Because you never know what he's going to bring to the table. Congas. So here we go, getting down to go time. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remain. You can see that you get a lot of runs in, a lot of hiking going on. These guys are going to be sore tomorrow. Oh, with the nose grab too on that. Somebody on grabbing the nose.
Nate House has a big bag of tricks. I'll say that. He definitely can put down a wide variety of rail tricks. It just, you know, whenever he feels.
I mean, it'll tongue tie you, that's for sure. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Yeah, and sliding the whole thing. Judges looking for that. You don't want to see it come off the rail early. You want to see it lock on, right?
Again, big shouts to Riley's Ender in the Solomon movie. It is really good. Make sure to watch that if you have not.
Little pop out there. And I'm going to ask you people here at Copper, when we get down to that 10-second mark, we're going to count it down so everybody can hear us here as we wrap things up. Gap to front board. All right, it's time to check in with my brother DC down in the mix. Now, DC, you holding up, man?
Brad, I'm holding up out here. How much time we got left?
We got 3 minutes and 6 seconds, dude.
3 minutes left on the clock. So, Copper Mountain, you guys want to see some crazy stuff go down. Miles Fallon dropped in one-footed. Who wants to see some more one-footed madness? Make some noise.
I do.
Let's get a one-foot chant going. How about 1 foot?
1 foot. 1 foot. We haven't seen enough of that, DC. Why have we not seen
Fallon
more?
Is nasty. Once again, Luke Winkleman's birthday. Let's get the wink chant going. Wink, wink, wink. Dude, less than 3 minutes left. Copper coming correct. How you guys doing up in the booth? Do you love it? You feeling the vibes out here?
Dude, loving watching Miles Fallon ripping.
Getting upside down, DC. You ask him.
Everybody loves the upside down.
Little nose press.
You have a
back
rail
one
jam
out.
and somebody flips off of a rail, you know the crowd's gonna go nuts.
2 minute warning.
Miles, you got some more one-footed wizardry for us? All right, Miles got some one-footed trick coming your way.
You don't have to ask Miles Fallon twice for a good one-footer.
No. 1 minute, 50 some odd seconds.
You know, tonight is a great reminder of just how much mayhem a rail jam with riders is.
Oh!
What? Zeb, come on.
What? Let's hear it for Zeb Powell here tonight. Put your hands together. Love watching that dude ride.
Benny Milam on course. Oh, always so proper. Judges, they have it cut out for them tonight.
While riding the fence at the end.
Zeb Powell, what do you got to say to everybody here at Copper Mountain, brother?
Everyone's killing it right now. How we doing, guys?
Zeb Powell, one of the greatest out here in the mix.
And here we go, 1 minute mark, DC.
Zach Hale, so nasty.
All right, Copper, when we get down to that 10-second mark, we're going to count it down together. Show everybody watching us online. Here we go.
Sebastian Toot grabbing some speed. Crowd pleaser right there.
Banger time.
We got a nice board slide coming in the background too. Oh, a little early on the front board.
Who doesn't love a good flip?
20.
Seb Toots, make some noise for Seb Toots.
20 seconds
for you guys.
All right, Copper, when we get to 10 seconds, let's count this thing down. Here we go.
Wait!
Classic style.
6,
Oh, man.
5,
Oh, man.
4, 3, 2, 1. And that is time. Copper Mountain, put your hands together for all the riders out here today. Come on now.
Wow. I'm kind of speechless right now, Brad.
Oh
my God.
No, you didn't.
Wow. Big shouts to Matt Stillman, the ROM team manager. He is watching from home right now. He is amping.
So now Mary comes down to the $5,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $1,000 for third, and a best trick at $1,000.
You know, I have a couple of ideas based on, who we're just seeing, dial things in, but I don't know. Winkleman was on top there for a minute, but What's it going to be? I don't know.
And you look at Winkleman too on his birthday. Come on, 21st birthday, not like some rando birthday. 21's a big birthday.
You know, if he was to win tonight, 21st birthday, $5,000. How do you top that for any other birthday? Your 22nd birthday is not going to be that sick.
So what if you get first and you get best trick? That's $6,000, man. That's cold hard cash right there. Head over to Duke's downhill.
That's what happened to Alexis Rowland tonight in the women's side.
Yeah, see? Good things can happen right there. So big ups to everybody. Hey, one more time, Copper, can we do a favor? Let's put it together for the riders one more time. 1, 2, 3. Give it up for the riders here, Copper. One more time. Come on now. That was a show. Show that Copper spirit. That's what we got going on here. And then tomorrow, the big day, Mary, it's all about the Superpipe.
Big shout out to Zach Hale. That was right there. He's honestly one of the snowboarders' favorite snowboarders right there. Great snowboarder, great guy.
And, you know, of course, Zach out of Big Bear, too, as well. You got to give props to him. I mean, for us, you know, growing up in Santa Barbara, for us, Big Bear, that's your one-day trip. Your 2-day trip is to Mammoth.
Yeah.
So that was all the way we would do it.
Always being on the East Coast, Big Bear and Mammoth, both of them were like these meccas coming from New England, you know?
You know, it's crazy. I remember, like, you know, some of the days going to Big Bear where you was all skiing and you saw no snowboarding, and then like within 3 years it was all snowboarding and then you saw no skiing.
Wow.
And then now it's kind of leveled off, you know, but it's gone through.
Yeah, that place is pretty magical. I remember the first time I went there. Did not disappoint. Big Bear is pretty amazing. Got to give it to Copper too, though. This place.
You know, you look at Copper and you just, you know, this mountain is an icon mountain, and you know it is truly the athlete's mountain. We got somebody doing somersaults up in front. Let's check some of the highlights here.
Rennie with a big 3 and a 50-50 on the DFD.
With that nose grab too, sick.
Zach Hale, always so proper.
This looks effortless the way Zach rides.
And of course, Winkleman, who just did not stop. 2-7 out from the gun let down.
I mean, and look, remember Winkleman competed in slopestyle today too. Oh,
Miles Fallon.
Absolutely filthy.
Podium, gat to the down. That was wild.
Is that 7 off there?
And
then even that little, everything, that little twist he does where he just kind of twists his board up. Like everything Zeb does is just adds a little something to it.
Big shout to Zeb for coming to the Boarding for Breast Cancer 25th anniversary party and keeping his boots on until he left. It was not early.
That is amazing what Copper did with this. I watched them start cutting this thing last week when I was here for the Grand Prix. And I have not seen Copper do this. And I've been doing events here since about 2005. And to see how they put this up, pretty cool. Everybody's getting a shot in that Mountain Dew green that we all love so much. There's that full moon. Meteorologist DC brought that up to us.
So now we're just waiting for the judge's decision right now?
Yeah, we are waiting for the judge's decision. Who's going to grab the $5,000? I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, I feel like Luke held on to it because he kept going. Like he was always consistent going, and he had the lead for such a long time. I feel like Luke took the win out here today.
Yeah, I'm going to back you up on that. I think high chance Luke is walking away with the trophy tonight. You know, and I'm going to go Rennie also. I just feel like he was killing it this evening.
I feel like Benny should be in there too at some point.
Yes. Yeah, Benny was definitely on fire.
Let's check in. Well, I'll tell you somebody who does know who the winners are, and that's going to be DC. DC, what's going on down there, my friend, my brother?
All right, calm down. You ready to find out who won this jam out here tonight? Make some noise for all the guys throwing down out here. The final event of the night. Absolutely insane. All I want you to do is just drop. All right, we're gonna give the athletes just a few seconds to get on over here to the award stage. Tomorrow we got our final event of the day. Final event of the day. We got our women's snowboard Superpipe finals going down in the morning. Followed immediately by men's snowboard Superpipe finals. Definitely come out and join us for that. We're gonna bring your top 3 up to you here in just a second.
You can stand undercover. I'm an ass and titty lover. Guess we all meant for each other, now that all the dogs free. And we out in these streets. Can you do it? Can you pop it for me?
All right, well, with no further ado, Your top three in third place. Make some noise for Benny Milam. Benny hails out of Minnesota. Anybody from Minnesota out there? Let's hear it for Benny Milam, third place. In second place, make some noise for Sebastian Toutant, set 2.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, Seb. Seb Toutant it down today in the slopestyle finals as well. And getting up on the podium here in the street style. One more time, make some noise for Seb 2, second place. And your champion for the 2021 Dutour Snowboard Street Style for the men. Let's get loud and proud for the birthday boy. Representing North Carolina, Luke Winkleman. Yeah, Wink. Happy 21st, brother. All right, Luke Wink, I gotta get a word with you real quick. It's your birthday. Having a good time out here. What do you want to say to everybody out here at Copper Mountain? Happy birthday, Wink! We got one more prize to hand out. We got $1,000 going out for best trick of the night. And it was a 450 on with a 360 switch up. Best trick award going to Mr. Seb 2.
And there you go. There you have it. It is in the books. It's official like a referee's whistle.
360 switch up from board to fakie. Thank you very much. That is a mouthful, but Seb Toots was the winner of that.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, DC, down there. Congratulations going to Luke Winkleman on his birthday, taking first place. Seb Toots getting second place and the best trick. And Benny Milam doing it again, getting on the podium yet again in another year in third place. Thoughts, Mary?
Could not be more excited for Luke Winkleman. Happy birthday, Wink. You know, I saw a team manager from Burton, Pat Dodge, earlier. He is probably very excited right now. They're going to have a celebration for the North Carolinian tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is a very, very big day. It is on tomorrow, so join us. We got a 9:10 start, and if you join us, you'll be blowing it. Get online, watch us online. If you're here at Copper, come back and join us. 9:10, we'll get things started. Women's Superpipe, and then we'll be followed by the men's Superpipe. That's going to do it. Good night, day 4. On behalf of Mary Walsh, I'm Brad J. Good night from Copper Mountain.